Oh damn. Isn't that X Ender with a 5 gifted? Very generous of him. Wait. Let me roll in. Let me roll in him to the operation table. Commander with a very generous 5 gifted. Thank you, my friend, and welcome back. Thanks for the continuous support, and it's incredibly generous of you to have 5 patients donate brains. I mean, looking at this patient's face, the brain is not gonna have much value over here. But it is what it is. You know what they mean? We also have Russell Me Boys. First dog, now a cat. Morning, Lothar and the Joklings. Let's go, DRX. Why is our streamer just this dark? Where is the streamer's chair? Here it is. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the channel. Today is gonna be a long stream. Today we're gonna be having a long stream, guys. It's gonna take a while. Hello, Xanda. Hello, Night Sigil. Hello, Russell Me Boys. Hello, Broccoli. Hello, Def Lotus. Hello, Kakarot. What's with the cam colors? It's just a little bit darker. So the colors are a little bit foggy. No? It's a bug. What do you mean you can't see me? Eh? What do you mean? Wait, give us a second. Guys playing CS? What are we talking about? What the fuck? This is the... Yeah, I see it as well. This is the EWC overlay from the application they gave me for the watch party. I don't understand why is it showing a fucking CS screenshot. You have to click on the overlay button. And click like overlay off. This is really weird. Wait, I need to turn this off. Wait, I'll turn it off in a second.
Hello, team.
This is really weird.
Hello.
I need to give them feedback about this.
Can I get your classic hero? Thank you.
I'll fix it in a moment, guys. Thanks for giving feedback. Did you manage to turn it off, Def Lotus? Are you on PC or on mobile?
Nice.
Spike down A.
On the right side of your screen, there should be a button with the EWC overlay application.
On TP.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Great stuff. Fully blinded. On my mobile it's fine, the PC it's the CS overlay. You have to turn it off, but I'm gonna turn it off myself because if this is for everyone on the PC by default, this is terrible.
Hey.
Saf is gonna come here. Never mind.
Spike planted.
Jet lamps.
Yeah, I have to turn it off. Like, people will be asking all the time about why is there CS on your screen, bro? Yeah, guys, I'm gonna turn that off in a moment. You can turn the overlay by yourself.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Nice.
I don't get it why they did it like this.
Just swapping in the fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go. My ultimate.
Would I even find that overlay setting? It's on the screen. It's literally on the screen. There's a
I
button.
play rotate. Go to A to B. I play rotate with my ult.
I cannot turn it off. Give me a second. I'm gonna turn it off. I'm gonna turn off the application myself. Fully blinded. Right, at least I have the opportunity to turn it off. Give a second. The guy was fully blinded, guy. The Phoenix. Fully blinded, running left and right. And taps me in the head.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Extensions. My extensions. EWC companion. Uninstall. Alright, you can just refresh the screen. You can just refresh the stream and it should be gone. Then I'm gonna give them feedback that this is not good.
Spike hookah. He's long, he's long, he's long, he's long, he's long.
Hmm.
30 seconds left.
One second.
Feeling generous. Who
I
needs a
can
buff?
drop you, Phoenix.
Okay.
Thank you. I can drop a spectre. Anybody want?
I need a drop.
Be careful with lens, so they
Let's
play
go.
shotguns. Jet. They have money. Nobody here. One bathroom.
I'm gonna lose my shit. Alright,
One was bathroom.
let me quickly write on the Discord
Coming in.
to them that the application is
Come A.
not working well.
Spike down A.
One bathroom. I'm low. Copy.
Last player standing.
The overlay extension on Twitch has a static full screen image of Monzi playing CS whenever someone goes into the stream, and people have no idea how to turn it off.
It's the least we can do.
And there's no way of me explaining it to each viewer.
Maybe, guys.
They will just turn off the stream instead.
Don't hold back.
Ace.
Enemy A.
I wanted to give you this gun. Just imagine that. What the fuck are you doing that late, Jet?
One bottom.
Oh, okay.
Last player standing.
Should have taken a look at my breach looking there.
Spike planted.
I should have looked at the minimap because I assumed my breach is holding something.
But
Wasn't the case.
actually, never mind.
Anyone had a screenshot of this happening, by the way? Because I didn't do a screenshot. I should have.
I'll not lose to these bears.
I can't fucking see it. He didn't scan you, right?
My ultimate's ready.
You had your fun. My turn.
Can I get players who don't fuck up my fucking
On
position?
my body, please.
Can I get a clove who understands not to smoke fucking idiotic positions?
Spike planted.
Right there.
Last player standing.
We have two characters with instant flashes. And we play for off-angle positioning. And our clove goes, you know what? I'm gonna smoke you off.
The MVP is mine. Let's do this.
The three people sitting here. Can't flash, can't smoke, can't help.
When the
They are
EWC
coming
starts,
side.
in
Close
less than
on
3
ult.
hours.
And what you do?
I
Not
ult,
run
so if
away.
I die,
You ult backside open.
so what? So what? What am I supposed to do? Not use it and just die like you?
No, just run away and wait for Clove to die.
I can't. They were already in. I can't.
No, bro, you are lying.
Fucking delusional bots.
Man, I'm gonna get those two idiots in a moment.
5, 6, fucking pro.
Okay, 5-6 because you can hold side.
Enemy spotted A.
Bro, he couldn't shoot the clone in time because he was throwing a molly in the same moment. So then he realized it's a clone because it didn't turn right.
Got here.
That's incredible stuff. That is some incredible timings I'm getting here.
Last player standing.
The dimensional fabric here is thin. I'll tear through.
Oh, this is great stuff. Look at this. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna turn off voice comms. Every time. Incredible stuff.
Enemy spotted A.
Guys, is the chat working? Test, test, test. Or did it break? Test? Okay, it works. Okay, thank you. Oh. Okay. Good stuff.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted. Defender spawn.
Last player standing.
Incredible stuff, man. Four v3 into a 2v3.
They're not getting the message. Leave it to me, I'll rough them up.
Alright. Just play for yourself.
Hit them when they're not looking.
My ultimate's ready.
Jet might be the
Spike
most
down
aware
B.
player on the universe.
Spike's B.
One enemy remaining.
Somehow
Move
the
in
Jet
after
is
I shot.
always aware of
That's
every
when
single
it's a
angle and also goes late into every single position to make sure that she has the upper hand. It's very peculiar. Very peculiar. Hello, Phantom. Good one, Captain Law.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
Spike planted.
You had your fun.
Incredible, man.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
The funniest stuff, even if I would have them not muted, they still didn't speak. Not a single person speaks.
Defuse the spike.
But also, I'm not gonna out of my way myself to speak with them. You heard what was happening.
One downside to being immortal.
I'm feeling generous.
Dead.
I need a drop.
Seriously though, playing during the fucking summer, when the kids are not at school, is just ruining the fucking experience. Like, my experience of playing the games during the week is not great. But during the week evening is even worse. But during the weekends is the absolute worst. But now with all the fucking kids that are not going to school, this is like the absolute fucking worst. This is like weekend every day. You know what I mean?
Spike down A.
Oh, they're planting. Unlucky.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Last round in the half.
Spend your money now. There's no bank in hell.
Could I have a drop?
Good morning, Estatro.
Right there. Right there.
Ah, I should have TP'd long. Never did it this game.
Enemies A. Someone's A.
Finally got
My
you.
ult's ready.
One enemy remaining.
He got me
Spike down
twice
A.
when fully blinded, by the way, so I got him this time.
Switching sides.
This is crazy. It feels like we've been doing this forever.
Anyone else feel like that? Just me? Okay.
Alright, so they have Phoenix Jet. Phoenix is gonna be playing long. South is gonna be playing B. Jet is most likely Showers. Alright? Should be that way. And our Breach is gonna go Spooka. Yeah, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be great, buddies.
Yo, let's see what you got, mate.
When EWC starts, well, I had a fucking overlay for people to know, but unfortunately, it's. Don't worry, our initiator didn't use a single piece of util. Will our initiator do anything? Will our initiator go anywhere? Will he use any util?
Reloading.
I don't think he will. I need to figure out a better flash
down,
for bind
B.
here. And
Last
also,
player
like,
standing.
as I said, Spooka.
Flawless.
It's literally not. You're not gonna win the round if you have the spike in hookah.
I don't
There's just
care
no
if
way.
there are 5 of them or 50 of them. Let's go.
I don't have all day.
He's fully stunned. He's fully stunned and gets headshot, leg shot on me while I'm jumping.
Reloading.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
I'll pick them apart. You clean up whatever's left.
I'm trying to figure out how to like just increase the odds of winning games. Right now, with the quality of the games that we start, aha, thanks for the body blocking, Clove. This is good shit. Wait, what the fuck? What? He just went through here. Yeah. The reason for that is because you fucking body blocked my fucking TP. Unlucky. That was funny though. Never had stuff like this happening. Yep.
Spike carriers down.
Spike down B.
Again, we have a Spooka, by the way.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
My ult is ready.
Hello, Annie.
I could just outlive them.
Nah, bullets are quicker.
She's gonna be playing operator, right? Well, she doesn't have cash for an operator. Can you not fucking block my lineup? That will be great.
Spike dropped. Got the spike. My ultimate's ready.
Carriers down.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one.
Ah, just play slow. We have an initiator who's not initiating. He's hugging the fucking spike, doing nothing on short. I'll fight 3 people at the same time. This is good shit. Hello, ambulance.
Last player standing.
Ah, Smork, guys. Smork. How is it possible, guys? You choose to play Breach. It's not like you had to fill a Breach on Bind. You choose to play Breach. And you end up not using any util.
Please do not mistake my
How is that even fucking possible is beyond me. And this is happening like almost every time I'm getting a Breach into my team. But also with the auto initiators. Smork, smork. Morning, Frodden.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, guys. This is just me finding new pixels.
Weapon choice. It is so personal, no? You pick a gun and it tells me
Did you see this? How I again accidentally found a boomerang? Holy crap. That's just incredible, man. 5 years of playing Bind, never seen that.
Our spike carrier is dead.
Spike down A.
I got the spike.
You had your fun.
What
My
the
turn.
fuck?
Last
Spike
player
carrier is
standing.
dead.
Spike down B.
I don't know. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? This person doesn't know how to play the game. Unlucky.
Match point.
What should I do, guys?
strangers want me dead.
He goes with the spike to hookah and gets stuck there. What should I do there? This is the third time in this particular game, of which we played 7 rounds, that our spike gets stuck in hookah.
I got you, bruv.
I'm a moron, man.
One enemy remaining.
That was an easy kill for me if I don't turn too early.
Don't be spending too many brain cells figuring
Them out.
I need a drop.
Overthinking is just as bad as underthinking.
I got the same stuff with Sava Intel there, or just bounced into my face. It's crazy stuff and all those pixels, man. I really wish Riot would implement like a overlay over those walls that would not be applied to like throwable utility pieces. You know what I mean? Like, okay, we could argue, yeah, cipher traps, bro. And like other stuff like this, sure. Can we just not apply this to throwable utility then?
Enemy spotted B. Reloading. My ultimate's ready. Someone's A.
My ult's ready.
Spike planted. Someone's A. Enemy A.
Last
Why am
player
I
standing.
trying? Why am I trying to fight that person? My Phoenix just helps her with the wall. So why should I should have just abandoned?
enemy
Should have just not played that position. Hello, Cinco.
Defenders win.
First game of the day, very good. Starts with which one? Toxicity? The Phoenix versus the Clover argument. I think it was like round 4 or something like that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Holy shit. What server was that? European server. Okay, forget about this game. Go next. Go next. We got a cent. Ah, that's good. Oh, the music is making me go even more. Let me change it. Nope. Nope. Oh, that's better. We got Corrode. Do we even know if there's like an opening ceremony of the tournament or something? Yeah, I can't find any informations. Anyway, all right, what do I have here?
Classic skill.
We have an extinct fucking character, bro. Why do people choose to play Tahoe? No? Why? Why would you choose to play Tahoe in an... I mean, okay, you know what? Actually, I just answered my own question. They don't use util... They don't use any util anyway, so there's no difference for a person like this. Right? Like with the breach. He didn't use any util.
BBB. One mid. They mid.
Spike planted.
Aww.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Unlucky, I guess.
Everyone good? Take a sec if you need.
No one played B, by the way. That's okay.
I will find you.
Smoke him in fast. Smoke. Please smoke.
Spike down A.
Help me. Smoke when you smoke down, okay? 5 seconds. Okay. 3,
Just don't peek.
1.
Don't peek.
Don't peek. Brain trap.
No, bro, let me play.
Alright, I'm gonna mute you.
Hold the mid for us, woman, okay? Mid. Help him in mid, bro.
Me and Cypher hold main. You guys hold link, please.
Yeah. And re-smoke if you can.
5 seconds.
44 damage, Omen.
3 seconds.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, low. My bad.
30 seconds left.
Spike came in. Help him.
Thrifty. Hey, I guess their fancy guns didn't come with instructions.
This Phantom doesn't.
Their confidence.
Yeah, the Cypher looks like he has brain. The Omen also looks like he has some brain, but the Tail and the Waylay are negative IQ. Good trap, Cypher.
Thank you.
Let me play, guys. Let me play. That was unlucky. There was no luck involved. That's like me saying, "Oh, I flashed myself because unlucky."
Smoke. Oh, nice.
Unless it's literally like a pixel fucking boomerang, there's no luck involved.
Not on you, only here.
One enemy remaining. A.
Let's go. Nice.
Any vandals?
B main, yeah. B main.
Let's deliver another blow.
Don't worry, guys.
It's last day, you know?
Is this me lagging or damn
Day
lagging?
For the 50%.
The Omen's
Try
lagging,
not
no?
to die.
Spike down mid.
1 minute, okay?
Can you smoke for me?
I'm gonna lose my shit in a moment, guys. I'm gonna lose my fucking shit in a moment.
If you died, I will save it, okay?
Spike planted. Last player standing.
We know more than we did before. Let's use that.
Let me just play for myself.
I need a drop.
I'll be doing zero help for the fucking 3 idiots over here.
Kerling, Cypher.
What do you mean care link? We're holding with 2 people and you're telling him to care link. What are you talking about?
My ultimate is ready.
Thirty seconds left.
I can't look at the
One
minimap.
enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
I legit I wanted to look at the minimap to see what's going on fucking B side, but I was like, no, no, don't look at the minimap. Don't look at the fucking minimap.
I need a drop.
I'm not sure if shooting from here is actually good. Like, I think it's good. I think it's good. But I'm not certain. The first time I did it, I got this Sova to like 1 HP for the wall. I think it's good. I think it's a good lineup, but I'm not certain.
Enemy spotted. A.
Elbow.
This has to disappear soon, no?
Yeah.
Last player standing.
1 to Thieves, 1 to Gecko's 1 shot.
30 seconds left.
Your backs will be towards at least one of us.
I need a drop. I need a drop.
What's the best way to promote your stream as a beginner streamer? I'd love to start, but it seems difficult. Yeah, it is difficult. But if you ask questions like this without even ever streaming ever before, then it seems like you might have a wrong idea of what is going on as a streamer. Holy shit.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Unlucky, I guess. Omen flash all for us. Never seen that before. Yeah, right? It was a good Omen flash. It was a good Omen flash. Unfortunately, I was not able to convert into any kills.
We can stand around all day talking about killing them.
Or we just do it.
Also, our Teho not shooting the Gecko ult and just runs away from it. Like... What the hell? No? Just decide to die.
Proud.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Oh. I'm not cool.
I find them. I kill them. Simple as that.
Need a drop.
Could I get that Odin? Alright.
I need a drop.
Suddenly he drops it. Suddenly he drops it.
Jump.
Was that a solo fake? I think so.
My ultimate is ready.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
By the way, a tip. If you are playing Astra, and you're behind this box, please don't go into Astra plane. You're immediately visible over the box.
Strike at their weak points. If one link
Immediately visible through the box. Okay, so I hit the Phoenix through that wall when he was going first. That's nice.
I need this.
Yeah, this
Spike
Phoenix
planted.
is gonna get a report.
One enemy remaining.
I don't wanna. No.
Reload.
I need a. If I will need a secondary, it's gonna be a ghost for the Odin.
If you compromise your position, you hand them a
Ah, the Phoenix. What a weird person, man. Why are people toxic like this? Like, I don't get it.
Enemy spotted.
Rotate, guys. Ah, okay. Zaraz speaking euro. Blame the traps.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, this is good.
Spike spotted A.
Maybe you should be playing A
Last
this round.
round
They know
before
I'm
the
Odin
switch.
on
Nothing will be.
on B, so I'm gonna play A this round.
Watch them falter.
And they go fucking B, guys. This is the one round when they go B.
Spike down B.
With all... Never mind. Phoenix here.
Spike spotted. B.
One enemy remaining.
It's mid. What? No, what? What is going on, bro? What the fuck? I think they are trolling. Like, I mean, not trolling, but they're just incredibly dense.
Switching sides.
The opponents, I mean.
Used to difficult work.
This is not so difficult.
You go B or A, guys? Okay.
So they don't have a Sentinel. So they have to hold mains. Which makes mid exposed. Phoenix is B main. One is top mid.
B main, B main.
No, look at that. Omen is actually going the right way. Oh, no one came from mid, by the way.
One enemy
Literally
remaining.
no one came from mid. I went for the 200 IQ. I went for the 200 IQ goddamn rotation, and no one came from mid. Everyone went from CT.
Make peace with yourself before you pull the trigger. No one else can judge you.
Hello, Coxfire. Hello, Karlanich.
I am everywhere.
I am everywhere.
Phoenix pushing B main.
60 damage, Gecko, and A-Link.
Multiple enemies.
Smoke, smoke.
Spike down.
Frenzy the best, sometimes the worst, sometimes the best.
One enemy remaining.
Backside.
Yeah, stupid should hurt.
Hello, Marco.
If they try something, I'll see it.
I have a lot of cash. I can just go for a Vandal.
Okay, let's get set up.
Low. One's flanking from mid here. Yeah, that's the Phoenix. Oh, baby. Yeah, we got him.
Enemy spotted. A.
I wanted to help the players holding Link before he goes back. I wanted to help him before he goes back.
Player standing.
I'm back.
Why am I trying to help?
Remaining.
Why am I trying to help? Just focus on getting your kill.
Look best under pressure.
That's okay.
Ready. Take a minute.
We won anyway, with me even trolling that round.
Reloading.
It's okay, nobody saw. I mean, the plan was good. Because those people coming in, they never think that someone is coming from main because the Phoenix position. I just didn't kill the fucking Phoenix.
As bad as this.
Bro, it's such a long way. Holy fuck, right? Look at this. Holy crap. It's such a long way to go from there.
Match point.
Now, they draw their very...
Here.
Lo tenemos, hermanos.
We go on my mark.
Pushing B man. B is clear, Omen. B is clear. Ult B, Omen. Never mind, one B now.
Ah, shit, I don't really have a way to set up a TP from here.
Someone is B.
I need to wait. It's a 2v3 by the way, because Wale is AFK.
Thirty seconds left. Ten seconds left.
Spike planted. Reloading.
What the fuck?
One enemy remaining.
Omen clone, yeah, right? I was like, what the fuck?
Last player standing.
He will not defuse, he will threat.
There's no way
Attackers
we won like this.
Nice job.
There's no way we won like this.
Must be all kinds of salt.
This just sums up the quality of the games. This just sums up the quality of the games, guys. Incredible stuff. Absolutely incredible stuff. You want to hear something funny? the toxic Phoenix from the opposing team is my Phoenix from Bind, the one that was toxic in my game. But Riot is doing enough to battle Toxicity, guys. He definitely doesn't act like this in other games. Only in those two. This is the first time ever he acted this way. For sure. He never acted like this ever before. It's just a coincidence that 2 games in a row he got like this. You know? Yeah. If only there was more evidence to punish players for acting like absolute fucking dicks in games. It's incredible, man. Like, I'll be honest with you, I think for the stuff that this Phoenix was writing in chat, AI alone should be able to just serve a punishment without a single human being looking at those reports. Right? Like, the things he spoke about. There's no human needed here. There's no human needed. If someone reports him and AI looks at what he says, AI should be able to go, yes. Yeah, this guy gets suspended. Like, what do you mean? Right?
The era of metal.
Easy xenophobia and just overall toxicity.
Metal shall prevail.
I don't get it. And apparently we have an automatic tool for that shit, right? But it's not used in that way, which and I like, I'm really triggered lately because I'm starting to blame Riot and more and more and more. It's really obvious they're not doing enough. It's really obvious they're not doing enough. Actually, they're doing barely anything. Every game is the same shit, but somehow those people keep playing. When was the last time you got a report feedback? Every day. Every day I'm getting a report feedback, but that doesn't change anything of what I'm saying. People like this Phoenix, if anyone reports them in game, there should be no human involved into checking what he says. Because it's so obviously toxic what he says in the text chat that the AI tools that the Riot definitely has access to should be dishing out a instant punishment. Toxicity, who cares? Just mute? Okay, look. Who cares? I'm just gonna mute you. Here we go. No one cares. That's a good solution, right? I got from D3 to Immortal 2 this ag, but when I got 150 R and I was playing overall good, I was dropping at least 15 kills every game on a hard entry like Jet, but then I got 150 R, started playing like a bot, and I fell off to 30 error. Any solutions? Yeah, don't play like a bot. I don't know, man. Send a VOD to review and I'll tell you what you're doing wrong.
We'll stab them in the back.
Raise Jet!
I'll decide later.
Oh, that's... I didn't see Raze quite a long time on Haven. Not gonna lie.
Hello.
You got 10-minute timeout and you sent 2 tips, €2 tips. Why so serious? Okay, buddy. Why so serious? Just mute.
No.
Thank you for the €2. It's gonna be C, will it be? Right? Guys, it's gonna be C this time. The only time. Also, maybe I should time out every single person in chat, so I get €2 from each. Yeah, it is C. That's incredible stuff. That is absolutely incredible stuff,
I can
man.
blind default. Tell me.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Never show weakness. Ever.
You guys remember how I was saying that if I ever play C on Heaven, they always go A? And if I ever play A, they always go C?
Can bait from one of you long if you want.
Yeah. Oh, you mean there?
Play B then, so I never get any action. That's good.
Hey.
Bro, literally 2 seconds in, 2 rounds in a row, Chamber dies.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Oh, come on. Got mine. Infant Noble, thank you so much for the 2 years. Welcome back, buddy. Even for the continuous support. Hope you have a fantastic day. Thank you so much for the continuous support, my buddy. 2 fucking years. Still no avatar. That's kind of crazy, no? 2 full years of support, still no avatar.
Hey, something.
Spike down A.
Out. Side. One in there.
Will I get any help?
Enemy spotted A.
Default.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
How am I getting an assistant? This guy. Ah, he was blinded. Okay.
Yeah, I thought he was in there. I was lost.
Yeah,
What's your favorite black and white cartoon that you grew up with?
Let's play 3 on side C.
I think that has to be like the first Mickey Mouses, you know?
I will listen. I will reveal here.
When would you pick up Bucky and when would you wait, give me a second.
Long.
Oh, well, I got mine.
Yeah. If they're joining me out, I'm probably dead.
So Bucky, I only choose when I don't have the cash. Judge is always better. Like, it's not even funny how much better is the Judge.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Oh, bro. Wait, Slig is not doing a watch party? Really? Okay, then. So I guess we choose any matches.
Let's go, Omen. We'll do the same.
I'll cut through.
See.
Okay.
Don't re-smoke long, please.
Last player standing.
How is it possible that all of them die in the duration of the smoke on long?
I feel the strain. Block it out, Omen.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna play C. Unlucky, guys. It's A. That's incredible stuff. Never mind. 2 players C. It would be appreciated if you guys on A would give any informations.
Spike planted.
You see this? We use 2 smokes on A. Without an execute.
But no way he beat the chamber, bro.
We're getting outplayed at a cellular level.
Last player standing.
I play retake all the fucking time.
You play retake because you double smoke on A and you give no information what's going on.
Good.
You understand that, right?
Bro, you were pushing, right?
I was pushing because I saw you 2 smokes here, which tells me that you guys are being under attack. And then I have 2 players on A because you don't tell me that they are not pushing. Do you understand that? That you lacking information, you not giving information.
You don't need to push, that's all.
Alright. Bye-bye, good luck. Chamber, for fuck's sake, can you help?
Had your fun.
My ult is ready.
Spike down. C. 1 enemy remaining.
I'm fighting long and double doors for you, and you guys are all leaving me.
Let's see what they have planned for us this time.
Holy fuck. He helped. He literally ran away to C. He literally went like this. And then I fucking yelled, so he went back. Alright, I'm just gonna push every round. That's it. There's no way. There's no way I can play.
One enemy remaining.
What do you say, drone? Ready to stretch your wings? Right here.
Fucking Vanguard keeps crashing my PC. You should stop cheating, bro, then.
Right here.
Or mute Vanguard. That's it. That's easier. Ah, Sova killed that chamber, bro.
Spike planted.
This is good shit.
Last player standing.
My ult's ready.
Oh, and let's go.
We got this.
Yo, David, thank you so much. Dart22, thank you so much for the 70 months. Welcome back. Also, lovely avatar. Is that Cthulhu? Made by your daughter? Thank you so much for the continuous support of the 70 fucking months. Welcome back, buddy. How are you doing? How's life treating you lately? There are 3 crosses, David, to choose from. Crosser, Crosser 2, and Crosser 3.
Spike planted.
Ah, I whiffed.
Last player standing.
Unlucky. Got mine. Unlucky, guys. What can you do?
Race it to the spike site.
4 teammates on A cannot get a singular kill. How do you mute teammates? I'm using a hardware mixer. Shift peeking around the corner, playing anti-flash. Okay then. There's no timing involved. That person is deliberately dodging the flash. Or doesn't know how to play and is accidentally doing this.
Spike planted.
My turn.
There's no way you're fighting, no?
Last player standing. Last round in the half.
The entire group stage being played today? Not entire group stage. No, wait, is it? No. Playoffs starting on 10th or 11th.
Try not to die.
Lol? What the fuck? That's a headshot.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Guy has an operator and low HP. Okay, that low HP is not really calculating over here. 51 damage headshot. Swooshy Bob, been away from the game and stream for a year. Hope you're well.
Switching sides.
Well, welcome, man. Did you fly away for a year on that balloon? Thank you, my friend, for the continuous support and welcome back, buddy. What made you go back to Valorant, my friend? If you're gonna say the friendly community, I'm gonna punch you in the face by teleporting next to you.
Reloading.
Ah, yes. The attacking Sova with no drone. I love this.
No more games.
I forgot how bad the game was for me. I mean, good for you, man. Like, seriously though, like, the toxicity only got worse. Did I just see that shock dart? I see that. I saw that shock dart.
Caution here. Planted.
Cypher says, stop running. For real, you're so bad, Yoro. For real, you're so bad, Yoro.
One enemy remaining.
Guys, remember, don't play
They demand a
the
fight.
way that your
Nor
opponents
will
have an
disobey.
easy way of killing you, right? You have to make it tough for them to kill
anyone
you,
have
so they
funds?
can call you bad. Aww.
Spike down. C.
Two players there, man. The Cypher didn't even react, man. And by the way, I'm doing this with the spike on purpose, because otherwise those people will never actually go forward. Also, very good example how our Jet just dives in, disregards like any kind of utility, just straight up in.
Last player standing. Thrifty.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going. Even
Very unfortunate. Dies to a Cypher with a shorty against a Nico. Okay, so I want to get orb. So next round I'm gonna get another like a round with a Vandal, but I get an orb as well, and then the next round after that I ult.
Last player standing.
I got the spike.
I knew he was close because that drone had a very, very long range. Ay, ay, ay.
These guns we use are okay, but I will also bring my own. No offense.
We're gonna catch the Cypher now. I love it. I love it, man. Look how mad he is. Look how mad he is. Look how fucking mad he is.
One enemy remaining.
This is gonna trigger him even more.
This place is nice. but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
110 plays you try. No? What? Running with Stinger, by the way. It's so funny, man.
Reloading.
But for real though, you got me hooked to Marvel Snap only for it to become a mess now? Yeah, I quit it as well. It's... The developers are a joke.
Reloading.
Nice dash.
Enemy spotted A. My ult's ready.
Dude.
One enemy remaining.
Omen is a joke, no? Did you see this? 3, 2, 1, Sova dice. Oh, that means the guy is heaven.
Wait until I blind them to strike.
Do you use your mouse with left hand? No, I'm right-handed.
Gun here.
Gun here. Gun here.
I mean, game balance Cinco is not bad when it comes to Marvel Snap. They're really not badly balancing it. They definitely learned something from managing Hearthstone because Hearthstone was mismanaged the fuck with every aspect. Balancing was the absolute worst aspect of Hearthstone, by the way. With Marvel Snap, it's actually probably the best aspect of the game, but everything else fucking sucks. Well, here's a default. Let's try killing him. What the fuck? What? Oh, okay. That's unfortunate.
Last player standing. Spike down. C.
I thought that they kept power creeping because the new card spend more money. I mean, one of the things they did is they essentially release powerful cards that you have to get, and then they nerf them. And also the cards are just so incredibly expensive, it's absolutely insane.
I got the spike.
Fuck it, I'm TPing spawn.
Last player standing. Spike down. Defender spawn.
I feel like they aren't putting enough people on it anymore with how many bugs there are now. Just lost final Infinity Conquest battle after being up 4 cubes because of some random game and bug which just gave me the loss. That's great stuff, man. That's great stuff. That's really great stuff. I mean, for me, it was the monetizations and just the way they communicated with everyone. Don't worry, our lurking jet is doing a great job.
Enemy A.
Last player standing.
My ultimate is ready.
Defenders win.
The funniest thing is that the way that they react to me, right, playing, the way that the Scythe and the Sova react to me playing means that I got them real good. And they're mad as fuck. Mad as fuck. So funny, man. Bum ba dum bum. The cam was mirrored? What do you mean? I don't mirror anything. Maybe you look into a mirror before you look into the stream? Like... Maybe? We have bind now. Let me... Oh, wait. There are some messages on the co-stream stuff. Got the links. Okay. So we're ready for the watch party. But I have no idea still if there's any opening ceremony or anything? Are you ever going to be joining the desk as an analyst again? That's not up to me, man. I would like to. I would love to. But that's not up to me, man. I don't create the events. But being a middleman, middle-aged white guy doesn't help. Can we have a prediction on what the team sign? We're gonna do predictions for the EWC matches.
A bunch of Zarko want to fight us. They must really want to die.
Oh, Jet is on my block list. This is a good beginning. Small hand. Look at this is the favorite knife for Trump. Actually, no, this is the most hated knife by Trump. If Trump plays this game, he never uses this knife because it's small. It's so small. The hand is so small. It's kind of ridiculous, no? Look at the size and look at the size change. Bro, my headshot, and I don't get the kill. Did you see this? Okay, look, we're gonna lose this round anyway, so I don't know why I'm getting mad already. Do you guys, anyone will get mad at Sova's crosser? Because they should be. If they get mad at mine crosser, why are they not getting mad at this crosser?
Coming A.
Yeah, we're losing this pistol round after getting 2.5 kills. Because I didn't get the third one.
"30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
What the fuck?
Spike down. Defender spawn.
Oh, the opponents are stupid.
Last
Never mind, our
player
Sova's
standing.
even worse. This is incredible stuff.
-30.
10 seconds left.
He's planting B,
Spike
no?
planted.
No, never mind. Oh, okay. Oh my god.
At least they tried.
Thank god he planted on A, bro. Thank god he planted on A and our Clove actually smoked the spike. This was already lost without the smoke. Without the Clove, we're losing this.
They should probably reevaluate their approach.
Good job, Clove. Without your smoke, we're losing this round. No one showers. Wait, we have a killjoy in our team.
Sky is B.
Spike planted.
Oh, man. I mean, it's only fair. We should have not won the pistol rounds and now we're losing the follow-up because our killjoy dies even without the turret being fucking activated.
One enemy remaining.
One HP, 1 HP.
Oh my god, that's so lucky. Holy fuck. That's so fucking lucky.
Yoru, how did you get so sneaky? Is it the hair?
It's probably the hair.
Alright, we go for the long TP. Let's see if it will work out. I don't think it will, but maybe. Who the fuck knows?
Don't overthink it. That's my job.
To hookah.
My ult's ready.
I don't see anyone showers. Too short. Going back. Three short. Two in front of hookah. Can I get any informations from any of you? No.
Spike down B. Last player standing. Spike planted.
He just stands in the wall, guys. He just stands in the fucking wall. But I'm not gonna communicate anymore. It's meaningless, man.
Team Ace.
I'm the only one speaking. No one else speaks, so I'm gonna stop.
I don't care.
Alright, since no one else speaks, I'm gonna stop as well. Good luck.
Let's go.
He literally doesn't speak. No one is muted here. No one is muted. The guy just presses fucking microphone and doesn't speak. Jet is muted? Yeah, well, because Jet is on the block list for Toxicity. But no one else... No one speaks.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Who the fuck flashed the fucking race, by the way?
That chamber's
Sky, no?
fancy waiter. I was asking for the wine list.
Damn, your op is so big, says Samifia. I know, thanks.
Hit them when they're not looking.
Spike down A.
Good smoke, by the way. Big fan.
Are they on side already?
Oh, I'm not telling you shit. Ah.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
I expected better of them.
Revolt, thank you so much for the 28 months. Welcome, big boy. it always makes me laugh with the avatar, man. Welcome back, buddy. If you're not for the continuous support, have a fantastic day.
Reloading. We don't. My ult is ready.
Should have made one more step to the left, I guess. Such a nice outplay, and then I fucking whiffed the easiest kill.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
It's the same situation with the Phoenix on Corrode? No, with the Phoenix on Corrode, I just missed the head, and I hit him 3 times in the body. Here, I legit get the headshot, but the headshot is 91 damage. This Killjoy is so bad. I legit forgot that we have a Killjoy. Not only she doesn't speak, she's just invisible for me. I have no clue if she's good or bad. I just know that she dies before any of her utility actually has any importance.
Pick something nice to kill them with.
See, Goper is like, he's not trolling when he says we have a Killjoy.
Hello. You don't see 4 people dead on A? Well,
First time speaking? Oh, incredible. Incredible, guys. So you had the microphone when I was asking for people to give informations, but you just choose not to. It's very good. Very good. What the fuck is this? Are you seeing this?
My ult's ready.
Spike planted.
I was hoping he's gonna TP. Well, now he's not gonna.
Last player standing.
Guys, Nanosome in this corner, I don't know what for is it, but it's definitely not for helping the team. That's what I can tell you. Look at this. Look at this. He's throwing again. I'm only in this corner. Like, no one is fucking standing there. What is your... Holy fuck.
Spike down B.
My turn.
Don't worry, somehow a killjoy is gonna die to Clove.
Phoenix 1 HP.
Tu m'entends là, c'est bon?
I engaged 4 players. I got 3 kills. Let's see if we win the round. But killjoy still died. Without using a single piece of U2.
Nice.
Tu m'entends là ou pas, Jets? Perfect.
I got your backs. Just, I get this? You know.
I need a drop.
Ah mais en fait... Des pétés là, je donne les infos, mais du coup qu'à moi, parce que je sais pas, ça marche pas.
Ah, great stuff.
Ouais.
I need a drop.
Come on, man. Alright. Against this chamber, I would need to wait longer because the angle is... Or use the second flash. If I use the second flash there, I win. But I don't.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Hello, Brazen.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please.
Don't worry, guys. In share, who's... There's no way that this person... There's no way this person ever played this game before. There's no way that this killjoy played ever this fucking game before.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
No, I'm not gonna kill this chamber ever.
Move in after I strike. That's when they're weak.
Need a drop.
What is this Killjoy doing? Nothing. Nothing. That's the absolute worst part. Let me build a turret that can be destroyed from fucking garden without having any impact. Yeah, this is good shit, guys. This is really good shit.
Hey, probably again. I can ult.
They didn't plant our Killjoy's ulting.
Maybe.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, nice.
Spike down B.
Spike spotted B.
This is incredible stuff. Incredible stuff, guys.
Last round before the switch.
Spend your money now.
Reloading.
There's no bank in hell.
We finally killed the chamber though.
My ult is almost ready. Keep it cool. My ult is almost ready.
Is there anyone in hookah?
Spike planted.
Ah, we have 5 players alive. 4 players on A, by the way. What the fuck?
One shot.
Enemy spotted A.
One shower, one showers.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Reloading.
Thanks for the arrow, brother.
Nice.
Good arrow.
Concentrate, Sova.
My bad.
Good arrow when I need a guy with a gun.
Switching sides.
Aye, where to?
It was fully flashed? Okay, then. Then my bad. By the way, you know what's the funniest? They didn't speak when I asked them to, right? When I said, please give me informations, whatever, right? But when I said that I'm not gonna speak anymore, because they don't give any info, 5 rounds later, they suddenly speak.
Phoenix and Sky A, B.
That's a lot of damage.
Our spike carrier is dead.
Spike down A.
Reloading.
Oh, fuck. I'm alive.
Reloading.
I don't know how I'm alive. I'll be honest with you.
Last player standing.
Zucko better watch their backs.
I'm gonna TP to lamps. Let's see what we can do with that. If you ever change your name again, it should be Orb Farmer or something. It should be disrespectful, streamer. That's what it should be.
Quick peeks now.
Hello, Alexa. Great comment, by the way, Clove. Great stuff. Guys, you have... The Clove has to press the button to do this. Because I died. Unlucky, I guess.
Let's go be long.
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways to be useful.
Any arrows of us? No? Any arrows?
Reloading.
No.
My carrier is dead.
How should I play the game, guys, when my initiator stands in a corner, does nothing? What should I do? What should I do in that case, guys? What should I do? Like, I don't know. Should I just stand long and bait him? I think I should have done that. I think I legit should have done that. Should have not fucking moved. I should have just stand on fucking long here and not fucking move.
I'll pick them apart. You clean up whatever's left.
Oh, wait. I'm gonna wait. I was hoping 4 of them is gonna go yes, and I'm gonna yes. Don't worry, guys. It's all good. But someone is gonna say, Yoru, you're trolling. Why are you not entering? In a moment, guys. I am 100% certain.
Time for a field test.
He TP'd out anyway. Great stuff.
Enemy spotted A.
Yeah, it's useless, man. Look at our smokes. There's nothing I can do here.
Our spike carrier is dead.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
But body blocked myself up, by the way. I wanted to hide behind the box. Our Killjoy is saying Jet and Euro baiting, guys. Our Killjoy dying first on operator in showers.
Never show weakness. Ever.
What did I tell you? Literally 40 seconds ago, I told you that I'm gonna get blamed for not entering.
Lothar. What are you doing? Don't you know it's always Yoru's fault?
We're not that equal.
My ult's ready.
player standing.
Lucky. I'm tilted. Like I'm gonna be playing like an idiot. I'm just gonna do stupid shit.
The dimensional fabric here is thin. I'll tear through.
Don't worry guys, our Killjoy not knowing how to fucking play Sentinel on defense is all good. Our Sova not using util on attack is all good. Because the Yoru is trolling, who is 16 and 14 and was single-handedly fucking winning rounds on defense by getting multi-kills. It's all good. It's all good, because now I'm on not entering because we're dry picking fucking angles like this. Our Sova dies to an operator. You cannot make this shit up. This is like watching an idiot fucking getting a mouse and keyboard.
Spike dropped. I got the spike.
I have 3 people on short. 3 people on short.
Enemy spotted A. Our spike carrier is killed.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
I got the spike.
Thirty seconds.
She dies
left.
to the chamber on short now, right? He TP'd. He's gonna be here on the right, right? Or in showers. Did he TP? Am I stupid? Did I not hear that?
Spike's down. Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again. Still in base.
There's so much TP. Unlucky.
I got the spike.
Chamber's still holding this angle. Don't worry guys, our sub is gonna definitely use E2.
Spike down A.
There's Sky on my
Last
left.
player standing. Seconds left.
I got the spike.
Ten
Spike
seconds
planted.
left.
My ult's ready.
Fuck me. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. 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 Yep.
Remember, your weapon is only a tool. You can't just shoot. You have to think.
There should be an NT from the team said deafening silence. Bro, I'm being blamed by the team. That's the only thing I'm getting. Because I asked for informations on the defense.
Jump them.
And I don't fucking go on site because our Sova doesn't know how to use fucking util.
Spike down B.
I have the spike.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Don't worry, guys. You're always trolling. I was a little bit late on the timing. I thought he's gonna be long. I legit thought he's gonna be long, but I didn't check my right.
Thrifty.
Wind. Show me where to go.
But don't worry, the 10-15 killshot 920 Clove who don't know what they're doing, it's all good. And the Toxic Jet. And the Toxic Jet, right? On my block list. They are all good. They are definitely fucking okay.
This is gonna be fun. I got the spike. Spike dropped. The spike.
We get the good smokes, guys. They disappear in 3, 2, 1, gone.
Spike down A.
Good help, Savant.
One enemy remaining.
What are you trying to do?
One enemy remaining.
Good baits. Good baits. The Killjoy's definitely not mad at him.
Drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
I need a drop.
Three people can drop a gun. Let's see if they will.
I need a drop.
Nope. Okay, I'm not buying. You want to lose this game? You're gonna lose this game. 3 people have cash to buy a gun. I'm not entering. Good luck. I'm gonna wait for you, for one of you to die, so I can get a gun.
Enemy spotted B. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
How the fuck are you winning this? I have 22 kills,
Match
multiple
point.
triple kills, multiple triple kills. Multiple triple kills. That's how I'm doing it. I single-handedly won like 5 rounds.
I have extra money if anyone needs.
Aww. Maybe I should... You know what? I'm gonna change. When I use that... sorry. When I see a smoke in showers like this, what I'm gonna start doing is I'm gonna throw my flash short. Like, I'm gonna throw my flash exploding right behind the smoke. That's gonna make more sense.
I got the spike.
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
I need a drop.
Will I get a drop last round?
I need a drop.
No? Okay. Don't worry, guys. Our Jet has 4.5k. It's okay. Good luck. Good luck entering.
Spike dropped.
Yep.
I have the spike.
As I explained before, I really don't care about winning anymore.
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
I really don't care about winning anymore. You want to lose, you're gonna lose.
Team Ace. Switching sides. Overtime.
What is Savant saying?
Spike planted.
Good shit.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Something about you not using your mic? This is so funny. This is so funny, guys. Because for the first 5 rounds, I was the only one speaking. And then when I asked them multiple times to speak because I needed informations, they never answered anything. So I said, okay, I'm not gonna speak as well. And I stopped speaking in game. And now he has a problem with it. It's funny as fuck. It's really funny as fuck. The hypocrisy is just incredible.
Enemy spotted B.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Spike planted. Reloading. Enemies in defender spawn.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Attackers win.
Okay, that is done.
What do you guys think that means? Yoru NTM. What do you guys think that means? Yoru NTM. What do you think that means? Any French people in chat? What does that mean, Brambo? Yeah, it definitely doesn't mean nice try, mate. Six first blood, by the way. 6 first bloods. 6 first bloods. 6 first bloods MVP, but I am the one that is trolling the game, guys. Because our idiot Killjoy is not capable of thinking about anything. It's very good, guys. Just gonna add all of those idiots to the block list. Fuck me. We're not gonna squeeze any more games because the matches should start in 25 minutes. You want that? Nice? No, it's not nice. I think I would rather not play this game than win it. The games yesterday and today, I think I seriously would rather not play those games than win any of them. It's literally incredible. I'm gonna take a pee break and we'll check if the show already started. First set of matches are in 1 hour? No, they should start in 24 minutes. Let me check. VAL. Paper X versus Billy Billy starts in 23 minutes. No? Or was there a delay or something? No. Well, okay, give me a second. I'm gonna open the broadcasts. Let me open this, give me a second. Yeah, this already started here. Wait, need to...
For our lives. Hopefully a good early day for you. You know what I mean? And then a celebration. But I heard you have a challenge for me.
I do have a challenge for
But
Big Bay. So
I'm not using the overlay. I'm not using the overlay because
I launched a private league for
it's
Sentinels
bugged
fans,
with the
okay? So
screenshot.
basically, I'll be in there. You can challenge me. So Baby Bay, if you go on my Twitter, you have all the fans. Okay, so here's what you need to do.
Wait, I need to turn off the game because the resolution's fucked up.
Sentinels.gg or go to Rob Moore Esports on Twitter. The link is there. Click on the link, go sign up for the EWC Fantasy League. They have multiple events. One, you pick top 8 for every game.
Would there be any woman in this cup? I mean, it's just no regular teams, so they have no women.
We've created Sentinels leagues as well that we're going to prize fans.
Paper
So you need
X.
to go join our league.
11 a.m. Yeah,
I wanna see
it
Baby Bay
starts
there so
in
we can
20
see-
minutes.
So we're doing a league just for today. We're going to give out some prizes just for today because now
I think we're gonna be watching Paper X versus Bilibili, right? Because what's the point of watching G2 with a sub against Carmichael?
I think you guys have
Right?
I think you guys have a pretty good chance. I'm definitely gonna fill it out as soon as I'm off this AD. I'll tell you that. ASAP.
Right?
Yeah, Zekken is the most expensive player in the tournament.
Oh yeah.
I think so. Wait, I'll change my title.
I don't think Zekken picked himself because he's so expensive. He's looking for value play and duel.
Give me a second. So I need to follow like the names that they do. Give me a second. I need to read the email. Because they send me like an email with the proper formatting of the titles.
Hours of Valorant, so I think it's gonna be a really fun watch.
All right, Rob Moore, everyone. Thank you so much for
Give me a
joining us
second.
here on the desk. Best of luck, not only in Valorant, but
So,
all of EWC. Y'all, we're gonna
full
take a short
tournament
break.
name.
When
Okay,
we
so
come
this is
back,
the
we'll start breaking
way.
down today's matches in Valorant. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Esports World Cup.
Okay. Alright, there's a break. This is good. So I have time. Show resumes in 3 minutes. Okay. So EWC 2025 Valorant. And now we have Paper X versus BLG. Alright, I'm gonna update the name. Same goes for YouTube's. Okay, this is updated. All of this is updated. Let me make the music quieter. And I have to tweet as well. Where's my phone? Here it is. Actually, maybe let me use this. Right? It's gonna be better. Need to make a screenshot. Okay, and now we're gonna be able to do a tweet. Show resumes in 1 minute, so. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna open the other match on the other screen so I know what's happening. Sorry for that. So we're gonna have a view and I'll be able to tell you guys what is the score of the other match on the other screen. So we're gonna put it like this over here. Where the fuck did I put the screenshot now? That's a very good question. Alright, I'm gonna look for that. You can watch here. I'm gonna turn off the hack counter.
Esports World Cup. Degon here alongside Baby Bay and Big Time. And it's time to dive into Valorant specifically here at the Esports World Cup. The first time ever we're having it. So let's dive into the prize pool as, again, all the teams playing for some cash. And we know how money can go ahead and help out these teams specifically to their game, level up their roster, level up the environment. It is a $1.25 million prize pool with $500,000 going to first place, $230,000 to second, and it cascades down from there, Baby Bay.
Yeah, it's no joke. I mean, you're playing for some real cash right here.
Remind me of the matches. There's gonna be like 8 matches today. They're all gonna be best of ones that will reach the last 2 matches of the day. So there's gonna be a lot of different matches.
That's what it's all about. It's really nice to have that incentive. No player is gonna leave anything on the field with that kind of money on the line.
I'm telling you, it feels very much like the Olympics. The gold medal is great, but then the points that you get for everyone, you know, you got the medal count. Everyone's watching which club is going to be the one getting the most points. Well, Valorant kicking all that off. And to do that, let's talk about the groups here. We start off with Group A. We have the top 2 teams from each region, as well as the qualifiers from the EWC qualifiers for each region. We'll start with the schedule first. Sorry about that. Best of ones. It starts off
there's
with
a schedule.
BLG versus
First match, VaporX, BLG.
Sentinels versus BBL. Heretics versus
We might be
NRG,
swapping between them because there are different. There are 4 more matches. There are 4 more matches.
Then after that, you think that's a lot of games? Not done yet.
They're going to be on the order stream.
Best of 3s because it is a GSL style bracket. The best of 3s will be the winners against the winners, and then if you win that, you make it to the knockout stage.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about this is it's all BO1s. When was the last time these teams have even had to play a BO1?
Yeah.
Right? So like there's so much upset potential here, and you might be seeing some wacky composition, some really deep anti-stratting, some things that are just way out of the left field to get this first win.
Yeah, I want to see a team get cheesy with it. It's a best of 1. You can steal that map away. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, but the big question here, Big Time, is then, are you giving away strats here in your best of 1 and pulling out all the stops to make sure you get a win, or are you just trying to save it until you get to the best of 3s and a little bit more standard?
I think you have to be prepared to show stuff. Yeah. A best of 1 is too risky to sort of just float around and hope you're going to scrape by. The teams are going to come out swinging here because, you know, you lose that best of 1, then you're 1 map away from elimination in that best of 3.
Yeah, whoever starts off slow is going to be really paying, like, in a bad way. Like, you got to win these pistol rounds, like Rob was saying. I mean, if you don't win these pistol rounds, you're putting yourself in such a bad spot.
All right, guys, say hi, YouTube.
I mean, you don't have a series to game.
Say hi, YouTube. We're going to make the photo one more time.
You got to start off strong.
Yeah, going to be tough here if you fall behind in
No, not hi, YouTube.
Now let's take a look at some of the groups as
hi, Watch Party. We're saying hello, Watch Party. Hello, Watch Party. That's what we're saying, okay?
So you got the
hello, Watch Party.
Toronto champions. You've got BLG, the number 2 seed from VCT China. G2 back-to-back VCT NA champs. And Karmi Corp, who's trying to be an upstart, they were able to make it on in through
more people are saying now.
MEA.
Yeah, but G2 is playing with Shaq.
Yeah.
Right? An assistant coach, right? So I'm excited to see what's going to happen there. I mean, that is definitely the match in that group that I'm most excited about because I'm just like, how are they going to perform? And I got some talk behind the scenes from Josh that in the offseason, Shaq was radiant in EMEA. So I mean, this isn't just like some, you know, scrub that they have a stand-in with. So,
but I mean, you got to say KC, they're not a pushover team. They love this best of 1. They get cheesy with it. They love it.
That's exactly what I was going to talk about as well. Their compositions are so wacky. It's like the perfect thing for them in an opening match.
All right, now for Group B, we have the VCT China champs in XLG Esports, DRX, BBL Esports, and Sentinels that we just had Rob Moore here. When we take a look at that group, what jumps out at you here, Baby Bay?
Oh, definitely BBL versus Sentinels. Listen, I was watching the Sentinels podcast, and when I tell you that they were disrespecting the living heck out of BBL, I mean, they were. Like, they had them at a B tier and then dropped them down.
Do you guys think we're going to have a lot of technical breaks?
I think this is going to be a great match. If any of the BBL players watched that podcast and saw that.
So I'm a little bit AFK. I like doing shit, because I'm trying to make a post. But I'll be full focus on the chat in a moment.
They're shouting, they're screaming. So that's what that team's all about. They're going to get fired up by the fact that Sentinels were a little bit disrespectful, but they're my dark horse for the tournament. Love those guys at BBL, expecting big things.
All right, now let's go to Group C, where we have RRQ, Titan Esports Club, NRG, and Team Heretics. Now, let's start with you, Big Time. RRQ, they won Pacific. That was the big surprise. Not quite the big splash that they wanted over at Masters Toronto. What do you expect from them?
Yeah, I mean, for RRQ, I felt like it was a long time coming for them to finally get some success. They win that stage 1 over at Pacific, but then crash out of Masters, not in the way that they won. They're going to use this tournament to try and bounce back. They have such a high ceiling, but it's about, are you able to hit it? Are you able to start fast? Because they weren't able to start fast in Toronto.
Yeah, and then you have the other match, which is NRG versus Heretics, Los Niños, right? NRG is now kind of writing a new story for themselves. This is their first international event as a team with this roster. And then you have Heretics, who like also had just pretty bad results, not results that you would expect out of Heretics.
Yeah, Group C may be the group of potential, which leads us to Group D, the group of death, where we have Fnatic,
so we have
Thieves,
first
EDG,
match,
and Genji. I mean, it's a group of champions there, and 100 Thieves is there.
versus
I feel so bad for them. I mean, I can't believe this is the draw that they get. Everybody else in that group has won international trophies, but that means we're going to be sending somebody with an international trophy home in the group stage. Only 2 teams can make it through, so it's going to get hot fast in Group D.
Yeah, that group is absolutely brutal. Again, we have to reiterate, 100 Thieves finally making another international event, and they get put against Fnatic, EDG, Genji,
and many more.
I can't help but feel for them. They're going to really have to play to their potential.
Yeah, they definitely will. All right, well, so we set the groups, but now it's time to go down to the guys doing the call on our first match. Let's send it on over to our casters, Paper Thin and Achilles.
So what's going on, guys? Achilles and Paper Thin here out on the boulevard, chilling in front of the enormous replica statue that we have.
Tweet it.
And
I'm focusing on you guys now.
To finally kick off here at EWC.
Yeah, I think
only 1080p.
Really
what is this?
Our Saudi national
the 90s
matches of the day. I'm gonna go with Paper Rex and Billy Billy. Our opening match in the best of ones. We've got the defending Masters Toronto champions versus upstart Billy Billy.
That's the trophy. What the fuck? How do you fit that in your luggage?
I think that I would have to go with Genji versus EDG, Texture versus Kong Kong. EDG back on an international stage after missing out of Masters Toronto. I think that one's going to be hype. But Analyst Desk, what about you guys? Let us know your thoughts.
Yeah, you know, a couple of guys from Pacific picking the Pacific matches. I'm sure that's what it is.
Can we get a bingo?
What is your match of the day?
We tend to do that, but for me, I love the fact that it's EDG versus Genji. That's a game that's so hyped. Texture versus Kang, Firepower
is this me?
versus Firepower.
Or is that something on the broadcast?
Yeah.
Wait, why is it not live? Wait,
Achilles is right. That is definitely going to be the match of the day.
All right, that is our 4th best of one of the day. Got a lot of them, but let's kick off our first best of one. It is Paper Rex versus BLG.
I'm gonna do the prediction first. Wait.
Again, the reigning Toronto's Masters winners, or Master Toronto's winners, against the #2 seed from VCT China.
So start prediction.
A pretty consistent staple has BLG over the last couple
we have
of
Paper
years.
Rex
What do you make of them?
versus
honestly, I really like BLG. I
BLG.
think their play style
Start
is
prediction.
like, it's a little bit less Chinese almost.
Actually,
you know,
no,
it's a
we're gonna do
region
it
known for going insanely fast, lots
15
of firepower,
minutes.
but these guys are
Nah,
disciplined.
10 minutes,
I love
10 minutes,
watching
10
them,
minutes. Start
and
prediction,
I feel
10
like they
minutes.
haven't quite hit their potential. You know, these guys have made their mark on that international stage before. Do you remember 2023? They knocked out NRG. They have such a high ceiling, a lot of capability, but once again, they find themselves...
There's gonna be 8 matches today. All right, I'm gonna show you before we start, so you guys get a little bit of context. So essentially, wait. Today's matches are like this. Look, we're gonna have Paper Rex and Billy Billy G2 Esports Carmine Cope at the same time over here. Then we have those matches at the same time. Sentinels BBL, DRX versus XLG. Those two games at the same time. Then those 2 games at the same time. And then those 2 games at the same time. And then the winners of those matches play against each other in a best of 3. Over here. So we're gonna have a lot of matches, and I have no idea if they're actually gonna skip through matches. Like, I don't know if, like, let's say Paper Rex versus Billy Billy ends 13-0 and it's literally the match ends in 20 minutes. Does that mean that the next match is gonna start earlier? I have no clue. So we're gonna be like a little bit fluid on which matches we watch, you know? Today I hired my nephew to do some work for me at home for money, of course. He's trying to save for electric scooter, but since he's a young guy and he's currently taking care of my spice cabinet, I feel like I'm British colony owner. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I think they looked good in their matches.
Why did I read that out loud?
I think PRX are the definite favorites heading into this, but you know, BLG do have that potential to upset, so it's all about if they manage to start strong.
All right, there you have it. We set the stage for you for the first time ever, Valorant at the Esports World Cup. To get into it, let's send it on over to our stage host, Ian Chambers and Fancy.
Wait, who's casting? I didn't understand who said is gonna... Did I understand Pansy? I'm feeling like I'm watching a Marvel movie, man. The music goes like... Bro, is Iron Man here as well? Is he like rising from the ground? Wait, those are actually live trebles, no? They might actually be live trebles. Never mind, now they're not. But they were live before. All this production for a dogshit format? I don't think it's dogshit. It changes the best of 3 after the initial best of 1s. I think that's okay. If they ask you to work the desk for this, would you have? Yeah. Do I have any other options to work the desk? Yes, I would work at EWC if they would ask me.
Write the next chapter.
Because I would like to...
Esports history books.
I'm passionate about Valorant. I want to be working on Valorant, and there's not many options.
From every corner of the globe have descended upon Riyadh for their shot at becoming legends.
The stage is set, and across the next 7 weeks, all 26 titles will unfold for millions to see.
Speaking of millions, in fact, just come here for a second. We need to get personal for this. I need to tell you something huge. Over the next 7 weeks, what is the total prize pool, Fancy?
Ian, it is a total prize pool of $70 million across all titles.
His name is Fancy.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup, where we are starting off huge with Valorant.
6 days of action lie ahead. In a battle to be the best, $1.25 million on the line, and to tally up club championship points.
Speaking of the club championship, last year's winners Falcons won't be competing here in Valorant. So
hello
it gives
Ashin,
all
hello
these
Rootcore,
teams
hello
a real
Hitachi on YouTube.
opportunity to get a head start.
That's right. But hey, we all know why we're here. So let's get to the most important part of the show, and it's the players.
Indeed it is. Starting with G2.
What? What? We have G2 on this stream? What?
Up next,
they were literally talking about PaperX, no? They literally were speaking about PaperX on the desk. Right? Let me check the other stream. One moment.
Please welcome Sentinels.
Okay, it's every team. Okay.
please welcome BBL.
PLG.
It's DRX.
Let's go! Yeah, it's winning! I'm just happy Bane is still on the team.
Team Heretics!
Is there a way to change my points and prediction? I don't know. No idea. The fuck? Did Heretics visit a different country than Saudi Arabia? Are they going skiing?
Please welcome NRG.
Why is NRG doing a cosplay of Sentinels? Well, they're very happy to be here.
It's RRQ.
I bet 0 by accident. That should not be allowed, by the way. The music is blasting, no? I am blonde. If there's a possibility, I will find one.
Geng.
You would be great at Q&A at IT companies. She is working in QA. That's... Oh shit! I've clapped the desk and it stopped working.
Gaming.
Hello, Volatility.
Fnatic.
The audience goes wild. Woo!
Please welcome 100 Thieves.
So that's 14 teams. There are still 2 to go, and they are about to play right now.
With the eyes of a nation on them, please welcome the always explosive PLG.
Their opponents are the Valorant Masters Toronto champions, looking to claim back-to-back trophies. They'll have to earn it. It's PaperX!
What is happening to his hands? It's a box with... What? YouTube 100k plaque? Yeah, I'm jelly, bro. I want one as well.
Nothing is granted.
Sub to my YouTube.
Everything is earned.
And the journey begins right now.
Yo, they're gonna be able to throw like a water bottles at each other, bro, from this distance, no? If the teams are speaking the same language, you can literally hear each other. I know what it looks like, guys. I know what it looks like. I know what the setup looks like. Give me a second. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you.
We'll be guiding you through the start of EWC.
I'm gonna show you how it looks for me.
BLG versus PaperX, two teams right off the
Give me a second.
of Masters Toronto, but PaperX, the ones who walked away with the trophy.
Yeah, what an awesome match we have here to start today. These are very, very good teams across both ends.
I'm gonna show you how this looks like for me.
Coming off of a big win, but are they going to be able to maintain that form? And Billy, a disappointing performance in that group stage.
Why is it not working? Hello? What the fuck?
Picks and bans for the maps.
God damn it, I'm missing the comedic moment.
So it is going to be Lotus as the decider. That's kind of what I figured. Both teams do really like this map. You know, Billy has been picking it in China, so this is definitely going to be, I think,
this is how it looks like for me.
These two squads.
Yeah, obviously the analyst has covering it, but worth reiterating, we are going to be seeing some best of ones to kick off this tournament. Then we will get into the proper best of threes, the group play, the GSL bracket, and then once we get to the playoffs, that single elimination. So Lotus coming through is going to be making quite a bit of sense to me as well. But BLG certainly going to have their work cut out for them here. PaperX very much.
Wait. BLG allowed PaperX to play Lotus. Are they insane?
The grand finals versus Fnatic on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are they insane? Also, why on earth are we playing Split, Pearl, and Icebox? I mean, sorry, Icebox, okay. But we play on the previous patch?
But these two teams, believe it or not, have never faced each other. This is their first time playing, and that's pretty hard to believe.
Wait.
Consistent.
Does that mean? Does this mean that we play with no changes to Omen, Breach, Cypher? Am I correct? That we play with no changes without essentially the video exclamation mark patch notes.
The new map set, so Corrode not to be seen, Bind not going to be in the mix at all here for
EWC is on 11-0. Then why on earth we have those maps in?
Masters Toronto as well as in the lead up.
Those are not the maps from 11-0, no?
That's going to be good. Quick little turnover here for both of these squads to get ready for this tournament. So throwing that wrench in the gears would be maybe a bit unfair for them if they have to suddenly learn Corrode.
Yeah, that would be less than optimal. I mean, I think if there was any team that could learn Corrode on the fly, it'd probably be PaperX, but yeah, for sure this is going to be a good one. I mean,
by the way, if the tournament organizers would like to have better viewership, they should have Corrode in. That's it. This is literally it. Not having Corrode in the map pool here is literally making the tournament worse.
They're kind of more like a Western squad, and that kind of comes back to their coach, VAL, who does a really nice job getting these boys to play kind of fundamentally strong Valorant. But the problem for them I saw in Masters,
they have to play Corrode in 8 days anyway.
They started to lose a couple rounds in a row. Like they're
gonna have to play Corrode in the beginning of Split 1 anyway, in few minutes. Sorry, in few days.
So, in my opinion, I'm looking at that here.
What's the difference here? Right? Also, just wanted to say that XLG allowing Lotus to be picked is trolling hard. Like, there's no way I would allow PaperX to actually play Lotus.
On Lotus, especially because of the way that Something plays this map. He might not be putting up huge numbers necessarily on the Yoru all the time, but he's getting a lot of important information, especially on that A side.
China already started playing on Corrode. Yeah, then that makes even less sense, right? That we don't have Corrode over here.
So PaperX can make good decisions based off of some of what he's doing
moving my camera a little bit.
Alrighty, well. Should be getting the players loaded up into the game. So here we go. We can take a look at the agent
We have
select
Euro
now.
on something.
It's not really going to be any changes whatsoever.
Oh my god.
Key difference obviously going to be the double duelist.
Let's see if he learned anything.
BLG still
Let's see if he learned anything from the last time you were watching him.
Russia on the Viper, so a bit more control available here for BLG. We're going to be starting on the attacking side.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, my eyes drift back to something.
Because then they have to give out their corrode strats before VCT starts.
Out of that extra.
Go Hunt. This tournament is way more important for them than actually playing split of VCT. Like, the players playing here because they care about the money. The money is huge. They want to win.
But part of that
so they're not gonna save strats.
Kind of when they decide to turn up the tempo, when they
VCT is now a joke. Why would it be a joke?
Quick, explosive openings with like the C's nade combo off the rip. You see that?
People want to have more third-party tournaments. So this would be so either you have third-party tournaments and they matter, or you have third-party tournaments that don't matter and are Mickey Mouse. And every time community fucking complains because the real payday is the EWC. No, the guys, it's the same in League of Legends. It's the same in Valorant. You are not earning money by playing the circuit. You're earning money by having a salary from the team. The VCT is for the titles and for the bragging rights. It's not for winning an enormous prize pool. That's not how those circuits are designed. They're designed in a way that are sustainable for the players by having salaries, not by winning.
Looks like we are ready to go, so let's go ahead and get ready to dive into the pistol here.
They're earning on one trading? Yeah, my bad.
Like we're going to have a couple sheriffs on the side of Paper Rex.
Cuff me.
They're just going to throw the haunt out. Some smokes set up by Billy. So that's going to allow
but there are some bonuses. The prize pools for VCT is minimal. Same goes for League of Legends.
BLG,
same for LCS, same for LEC, and it was always like that, guys. It was always
anticipating this.
We don't even talk. We never talked on the broadcast about even the prize pools. No one asked ever.
Working the map, just looking to see if Paper X is stacked.
Guys, you have to understand that no one cares about
figure that out and go somewhere else. But so far,
it's all about winning the matches, actually.
Top of the wall there. Late linger from Russia.
Something just died by pushing A.
A kill, so shot
he had a sheriff on a Yoru
nice little
in pistol round. Just wanted to
and that's going to call for a pivot here from Paper Rex.
So far,
immediately believing in the push
so
towards
far,
this A side
we
of the
can
map,
safely say that something didn't learn anything from the last time we saw him play Yoru.
Nice and calm as they get ready to exec on to C.
Yeah, this is kind of Paper Rex thinking that Billy might try to punish that kill because often something is playing by himself. Gonna dump some util here for Billy to make sure that
with no visible barrier between teams, undead players able to see if a flash hit an enemy or not is impossible to perceive because of studio lighting.
Look at Russia, so ready here for this work from
if someone is in the Viper spit, you could see that at the VCT studio as well.
Shot's gonna be flying, and just can't quite register where they're coming from.
Paper X so far is just pushing everything and just dying because they're just pushing. So now it's gonna be a cascading effect. The less players you have, the more often you're gonna have to swing one by one. So the death of something on A essentially is a domino effect, right? It's essentially a domino effect. Rulebook says it's patch 11.0, but the map was a Sunhaven, Iceberg, Lotus Pearl, Split, Sunset. Yeah, that's not a good decision, in my opinion. This should have Corrode and Bind.
Put it nicely. It's a nice little flick there from Russia. Catches Patman having to check a bunch of different angles. That's a great little off angle that he's taking there to punish that lurk. So already seeing some good homework being done here by Billy. Anticipating
the players don't care about VCT because they're gonna get a massive payday from EWC. No, look, the players care about
on this side of the
VCT because they want to get to champions.
Entry over the top of Rebel, but Forsaken able to
that's what's happened in VCT.
Paranoia will tank it here from his teammate. Two players up over the top. He's trying to
right click, bro.
It's a bit too whiffy there. Not even that much damage going to be dealt to Levius. Russia does get tagged down to 62, but there's that regen armor in behind. Shots whizzing past. Forsaken going to look
too many right clicks, guys.
He's rewarded for it. Comes away with a kill. Weapon now going to be upgraded. A bulldog in hand. A real chance to try to make a go.
If you are wondering, You should never do more than 2 right clicks on the classic
Just alongside the smoke
before resetting.
As Forsaken finds himself a third, and suddenly Neff tagged up all alone here at backside, running low on
incredible
bullets,
stuff.
Forsaken will seal the deal
Incredible stuff that PaperX is able to win with classics.
Tied up scoreline.
Your Masters Toronto MVP picking up right where he left off, getting the huge eco round win for PaperX. And this is part of what propelled them to get that trophy, was their ability to recover quickly from pistol round losses. Oh, right through the smoke on a K-Knight.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't see most of the kills actually being happened, so I'm not certain what will actually happen this round.
And just great little game plans around those smokes for PaperX in that round. You know, Geng, even though he doesn't get any kills, it was a really good idea. And it's not going to be contested this time. Rebel control by Billy. It's going to
But they used the Bulldog from XLG. Sorry, from BLG.
Grab another orb. Starting to get close to some ultimates.
Oh.
Hello, Olivius.
Yeah, great little headshot on the swing. He's a Vandal behind here. Wisey has that in hand. There's plenty of firepower available to the side of BLG as Forsaken dropping down off the top of Rebel. Send to the Paranoia, but K-Knight not caught by
Never
it.
crouch against Sheriff. But then we go 1 by 1 anyway.
Protect that weapon, so it will be recovered. Cover going out.
That's a huge upgrade here. It's Billy continuing their march forward. Going to be a little bit
I think I'm going to be watching a little bit more
a couple members of PaperX, something winning his duel.
on the minimap.
1-1, but then Neff coming up big.
Although now we got all the kills.
So to both the duelists here.
Spike planted.
Still just the Sheriff in hand here. 4K Knight Neff down to 30 health. Livius relatively untouched.
Patman with the smork, guys. Patman with the smork.
Maybe a bit of a split here. Divide, Patman going their separate ways. Neff immediately cutting away from tree. All players now going to be contained here. In backside, there's the first to fall. Divide finds it. A couple shots coming in.
Let's go 1 by 1.
Looking indomitable as the blind is out and Patman can collect. PaperX. It's a good effort here from BLG, but PRX are going to be standing tall and now gaining the lead 2-1.
Yeah, some good trades on both sides.
Also, rulebook has this. New maps will be automatically restricted for approximately 4 weeks from the release on live competitive queue. Example map A was released on map January 1.
At those tight angles.
What, but that's EWC rules or Riot rules? Because Riot has 2 weeks, if I remember correctly.
This right here, quick there on that first kill. Second one had to readjust.
At least from what I remember.
Quite a bit of util left for PaperX, but they didn't really need it. Just getting it done with the guns and the blind at the end.
Do you think teams currently win more because of gut fundamentals discipline or because of talent? Unfortunately, we regressed into just talent.
Some of the big ones still a couple away. Just going to be the Omen.
That's my opinion.
That has his Forsaken. Could TP somewhere if he so chooses.
The fundamentals regressed.
Just another kind of full stack attempt at
the best fundamentals I've ever seen in Valorant were in 2024, and 2025 is basically 2022 and 2023.
For the Vice, on their backside, BLG anticipating rotations.
Quick entry though here from Wisey as the paint shell does get lobbed in.
This game is actually a very good example.
Forsaken, flushed out of the smoke. Stray shots
like, how on earth are you losing round 2
to
classics
be confirming at least one over towards
on Lotus, and how the hell are you defense Yoru dies first on A main and goes with a shard?
Like, chaos here on the B site. BLG keep it neck and neck.
Yeah, this is a nice entry, a good find.
It's not good. It's not consistent.
They get right into that B site, get ahead of the wall a little bit.
It's nice having a day off, not having a lack of sleep, and tummy ache.
Those smokes.
Tummy ache.
Something PaperX and a lot of teams.
What does have for a tummy ache, guys?
Something gave away the script there.
Nutella? Jar of Nutella, no?
Able to tuck into the corner was K-Knight. And he didn't get full flash, did a nice turn on it, was able to punish something, anticipating that quick push out.
Respectful.
So now, it's going to be a weaker buy here for PaperX. 3 players with Sheriffs, a Guardian, and a Hero Vandal for Forsaken, and he's gone.
Yep.
Forsaken pushed alone on B. Guys, this is literally what I just talked about. They do pressure on C, nothing happens on C. They see one player on C, and the player from B pushes out in front. Look at what I'm gonna show you over here.
Drifting a little bit deeper into
Look at this. And a player dies in this spot.
When it does get raised, it seems like though.
Where are the fundamentals here? If you're doing pressure on C, right, and you meet players here, that means that they're playing default because nothing is happening here and nothing is happening here. So you don't want to push out the other lane.
Yeah, and I think part
because you're gonna be met with someone just holding your angle.
Was over on A now, and kind of if they were keeping track of the economy, which I'm sure they will, they know that maybe
he pushed with Yoru, Yoru
would have been
TP'd.
the sight with the Sheriffs.
The Omen should never be
It's
dead.
gonna be one step away from a showstopper for YZ, one away.
Like they were met with no pressure from C, which means they're gonna be going into a fight.
He's gonna profit.
Able to find at the same time, Geng taking down K-Knight. It's a bit more costly. It's something for now going to be held at bay by the paint shell. YZ dangerously low. 31 with the shielding there as well. And it's going to be Geng with a showstopper to try to entry, and Neff finds a headshot. He just doesn't send the rocket fast enough, and YZ still standing. Cleans up the Vi.
Planted.
Now something's position should be completely and utterly red. Trying to find his way back into the site from here.
He knows he's in the corner. He just heard him plant. Why is he trying to look at him?
Going to be made.
Felt like maybe Paper X was going to have a moment there, but with that showstopper claimed by YZ,
do I hear him twice?
They took a pause. We're trying to assess this.
Yeah,
And Geng thought he could get in there with that showstopper of his own. See if he could maybe suss out where YZ was, get ahead of the curve, but just shut right down by Neff. Having a really nice start to this.
Every time I started,
so far.
Every time I go back to watch partying, every time I have the same thought. Why on earth am I being mad at my teammates in ranked, who are like some ascendant immortal shitters? How my madness, how my tiltiness is justified when I watch the professional players from tier 1 who are winning titles, not check corners, and play like this? How can I be mad at anyone in my ranked games? No? Makes no sense.
Player's position, try to ensure the kill.
I should be more self-aware.
Ends up losing his life as well as the ultimate. So BLG back into the driver's seat. Paper X.
I'm gonna open some matches.
Like maybe taking a quick pause here.
Yeah, might be time
update
for
on
Alex
G2 versus
in.
KC.
Try
The
to right
update
ship
is
here a little bit.
The update is that the match didn't even
Paper
start.
X, when they've tried to be proactive, it's been just dodged, sidestepped by Billy. They haven't really gotten caught by any of the traps or any of the kind of early push-outs towards rubble, things like that. In fact, they've swatted a few of those away.
I have the match.
So now you got to talk about how you want to play. You know, are you going to be
here
a little
on the
bit
other
more
screen?
reactive? Like some of the
so I'll be telling you
ideas on this
updates.
defender side can be to kind of lull
When
your
I will see
opponent
it.
into a false sense of security.
Right
Give
here.
them the
This is the second
idea
match
that
over here.
something's open, whether it be rubble or C mound or something like that.
So when
and
it
that's
starts,
where
I'm
they
gonna
have
be talking to you
trap
about
set up
it.
to collapse on you. You know, maybe a player behind the door at C to kind of swing that open, and then they all come flooding in, or just send a player over by that box that's
Sweet
by
chili.
the breakable door.
I think my
and then
favorite
some
from all the
intrigue, things
Doritos.
like that. Could be on the cards, or maybe just one of the classic Paper X, just fast hits, but I don't see the setup for it.
Okay. Rush attempt play here. Showstopper. Oh, doesn't go up in towards
We have a
upper. So
fatal.
Batman able to get away from
We
that.
have a fatal. What are we
Why is
doing?
he now going to be walled in?
Why is he
Divine
alone?
trying to hound things
What
down
the
here,
hell is
hold
happening
down
here?
this angle outside of C Mound, but ends up losing the fight and very quickly. Things spiral out of control for Paper X. Paint shell up and over the top. Just taking a look for the timing. Trying to get that third transfer. Does well to find the two, but can't quite. Managed to go ahead and bring this back to parity. Instead loses his life and something once again left to his own devices. Try to pick
We
up the
started
pieces.
this round
And he's got
with the
zero
Viper
creds
and the
behind
Fade
this.
Ult, and we didn't
He
use
actually gonna make a
anything.
go of it. Nope.
It's like, well, he tried to make a go of it.
Yeah, he did.
The go just didn't get started, so quickly dealt with BLG. A very explosive round.
Yeah, wow. I mean, they are really firing today. You can see still the energy not quite there for Paper X. Trying to find their groove. I mean, Forsaken, it's a hell of a transfer here. Just 1-2, a great flash
If
setup.
he gets
Find
that third one,
something
that would
for
be
him.
insane.
He makes the most of it, but K-Knight able to pop out the smoke, get the job done. But so far, so good on this attacker's side. Now you're going to see that Bucky.
I
Jason,
need to move my
he likes to
DRX
get close to this
sponsors.
door. It is going to be Rushia, though, with an outlaw. They're going to just tag him up just ever so slightly. A little bit of a wall bang. But, yep, that is going to be the play here. This gives a lot of map control on these eco rounds for Paper Rex. Get this Bucky at the front of A main. Rushia just going to plant his feet and wait it out. Got to really credit the way Rushia's been playing this Viper. Doing a good job of tracking some of these flanks.
Let's see
for
the
Billy.
Look, guys. BLG still has the two ultimates. They should know what to do with them. But why are we not using it? It's a best of one. You need to win every single round. Why are we not using the Fade ultimate?
Toronto, good clear there with
What's
the
a low buy, bro? They already lost a low buy.
Oh, he's right below him.
Yep.
Forsaken with the eye on Bucky once again doing wonders. Does get traded back quickly as something similarly loses his life, but somehow, even paranoid, that close should have been able to spot him out.
Sorry,
Outlaw
Phantom.
will be able to find the shot, but Batman quick on the corner swing. It's on Russia, but Defy is not ready for YZ's position up on top of the pillar.
We lost the Viper Spit.
Getting taken down now. A 1v2
Our
for
Fade
Batman
still
was a
has
clutch
the Fade
god
ultimate.
for Paper X over at Masters Toronto. See if he can work that magic a little bit more. Nightfall's there, but be a hefty investment to try to go for it. It seems like footsteps have been heard. YZ noting that from his forward position towards stairs.
What is it, dip? I don't like the dips.
Yeah, really nice setup here for BLG. They can take their time. They're still at paint shells. So, I mean, so much to clear here for Patman. He's going to have to tap the spike. See what the response will be. There was that paint shells. Yeah, just dealt with quickly. YZ with the paint shells into the wall bang. And a fist bump there as BLG on the march. Doing a great job. Just really finding some nice openings. That's a great shot. Woo.
And that wasn't a headshot, by the way. Just, you know.
Quick trade from Batman.
Yo didn't die with a headshot there.
But BLG playing a bit more sneakily here and hitting some very nice shots. So Paper X still going to be reeling here as the lead now gets stretched up to 3 rounds. Cycled back into a full buy.
Outlaw price has to be increased. I agree.
His favorite.
That's what I'm saying for a very long time. I mean, the gun is not.
Well to go ahead
the
and
gun is
avoid
just
these stray shots.
absolutely
so many ults available.
Not necessary to be
Paper X.
ever in the game.
Drift.
But that's my opinion.
Fade and Viper ults. Something.
Let's see.
Again, tucked behind the box.
I have the spike.
Just looking to see.
Will we use
Meanwhile,
the Fade ult and the Viper Spit?
Patience that Paper X is showing. Doing a great job there.
Outlaw. Outlaw is completely unnecessary. There was no need to ever introduce this gun to the game.
Forsaken checking to see if they've already cleared rubble. Spraying through, not finding any damage though.
They're not. Geng.
There goes the Viper Spit.
Russia going to be taken down. Devi. He's going to be trying to play as passively as possible. As YZ getting caught off guard here as the door tap comes
There goes
through.
the Fade ult.
Fight back, however,
There
from
goes the
BLG is
ult.
still looking good. They bring it now into a 2v2 with the aforementioned Devi still hovering at 20 HP. 2v forward onto the Thorns. Tiny bit of damage going to be suffered there from Nephis. Devi looks to try to take their weapons away. It's going to be matched. Going on the opposite side. It's Forsaken finding the first. Neff going to be taken down. Levius waiting on how he wants to try to play this one out. Out of the noise flash, still going to be confirming his presence here on this B site. Taps it now, sticking it with just 10 seconds remaining. The plant will come through.
Spike planted.
Forsaken picking plenty of noise here, trying to distract.
I think I know why the echo is there.
Headshot. Paper X will break the win streak. Close the gap now. Just going to be 2 rounds separating.
Yeah, this is one of those plays that you'll
Never
see
mind, the
sometimes
echo comes from the broadcast. I thought maybe my headphones are just so loud that you're able to hear it back twice
get a team ace
because
as well.
it's open
Everybody
back,
getting involved.
but it's actually
So
not.
a really nice round. See if that can get some momentum here for Paper X. But Billy making them earn it. Even in the round they win. Oh man.
So
close to a sick transfer
this
there.
Fade ult and this Viper Pit
clean as usual.
was active for the attack for the past 4 rounds minimum.
Now you've got a showstopper to worry about for YZ.
Thanks.
And that's going to bring the Vice Wall over towards C. Seems like Paper X is anticipating that it might be an A hit. And they're just going to explode forward. Rushia not interested in that at all. He is just backing right
Raze
out.
have had 2 ults
BLG,
since.
They've been doing a great job on this.
Yes,
B-site,
correct.
so
Correct, Taylor.
see what they can find.
Weezy has a second ult, and he had his ult back when the ult from Viper and from Fade was already there.
But no contact.
What was first? Outlaw, Region Shield, Outlaw. Outlaw was first.
You know the Odin's over here. You know Forsaken's there. Are you going to try to challenge that? He's pretty far out there, but this is all bait again.
Oh, those shots. Almost connecting. Geng, the second layer here. His paranoia timing is going to be perfect, but Russia with covering fire, able to go ahead and keep YZ safe. Geng gets taken down. Rubble control.
Let's see what's the ult. Yeah, it's no TP, by the way.
BLG. Mask goes on something. Sprinting forward to the dimensional drift. As Nightfall will try to hold them at bay. Connects on to damn near everybody over here at Tree. As answering one's going to be coming through, but something on the swing timing ends up getting taken down. A great shot from YZ, who does get traded back. Chaos ensues here on the site, as there's just basically no audio for anybody. Vi looking for the timing. Swings cannot prevent the spike plant, however. It's now in play. BLG still with the advantage.
Something just chucked his ultimate without any reason for. I think they attempted at comboing with the Fade ult, but they didn't have a plan.
BLG will lock up a 6th round win here on the attack.
No?
Yeah, really good patience being shown by Billy, waiting out their Fade ultimate, and Paper Rex commits 2 big ones, the Dimensional Drift and the Nightfall of their own. And like you said, it catches everybody, but Billy takes that moment to pause, to wait for Paper Rex to try to make their move, and they throw their counterpunch. And works a treat. Not much Devi can do there. And it's been really, really solid. That's got Neff on his feet.
Well, at least they use the Fade ultimate as a counter
on a roll,
to the opposing ultimate.
On their attacker side so far, 3 more to go. It's going to be an eco for Paper Rex. Stinger for Devi. A couple Sheriffs. Something with just a classic. And Rushi has got Forsaken down.
Outlaw continuing to sing here for him.
I think someone would have been more happy with ulting. I agree.
Sheriff. No further combat to be found, though, around that A side of the map, at least not yet. BLG site's currently set on C. And Russia again drawing blood. Geng maybe slipped the net.
We're rooting for Paper Rex. I'm rooting for good Valorant.
Not quite
so far, I'm losing.
Properly, but Russia still able to get the readjust. The double push forward to try to get the jump. But why is he going to be just a little bit too fast here to be put down? Because that's going to be a flawless here. First one of the map. BLG locking in a lead here at the half, at the very least. And how big that lead's going to be, we have to just wait and see.
Yeah. I mean,
on the secondary stream, we have G2 on the stage.
I haven't mentioned it, but I mean, Rushia is an absolute nightmare.
But the match didn't start yet.
That's a flick and a half. But Rushia is such a tremendous player. I think definitely deserves a lot more talk.
Did you see the hilarious roster change?
Coaching staff
headline in CS. No, what is it?
With that one. You know, something that they struggled with at times in Toronto. Momentum.
Interesting wall.
Finding some good, advantages outside of their opening match.
But he doesn't combo.
Now they're looking really, really strong. There's a big shift in
the flash is good, but then the phones are not comboing with the wall. I wonder if we're gonna see it in action.
That trail there for just a moment longer, and something does manage to go ahead, trace it right over the net. But YZ still very much on point. Quickly trades it back as something trying to see if anyone goes swinging forward into backside. YZ, however, playing at the rope. Something cannot
Chinese
get
team
the
signs
in
trash
time.
to replace somebody.
YZ striking again, 16-5-1 at the moment, looking for more. Out for blood, but Forsaken. Go ahead and make sure that he is sated for the time being.
He's planting not in the pit.
Oh boy, the timing. A bit awkward there for Geng. As I'm going to take it down. Reload can't come through. Spot out on the 1. The spray from Forsaken.
What is going on here?
But cannot find the kill.
Last player.
Knight managing to stay alive as Russia once again striking. Patman now dead. Forsaken with everything to do. Has one low, but K-Knight plays around the pit very wisely.
Every single gunfight this round was a 1-by-1.
Around there for K-Knight.
Guys, look,
Geng.
I pride myself in analysis. I pride myself in knowing what I can say about what's happening in the game. But what I can tell you here, by watching this game, there's literally not a single logical thing that I can tell you about any of this, what happened this round. They're just walking around, getting duels, fighting, and trying to get a kill.
Yeah, right now it just feels like everybody from Paper Rex taking their time to really try to get on.
Every single gunfight was 1-by-1.
Wiley just been Forsaken leading the charge. Everybody else at single digits here for the moment. Showstopper gonna go out. It's a quick little lob in. No one there to receive the damage. Paper Rex
what was that?
Trying to scare them off and flush them in towards this A site. And it has worked, and they've got some quick pivots here. Something setting up another gate crash here for the quick exit, making his presence known. Prowler not spotting. Headshot does connect. He'll get his and he'll get out.
That's what you like to see. When you're in a position like that, just get the one and done. Something good for it this go around. And that's going to make BLG have to rethink things. And look at this push out C-Mound. Oh, no.
Just using the one-way, but YZ is not going to be ready for the second layer. So Patman striking does manage to find that.
Nah, bro.
Sees, not getting the connection. With just the Spectre in hand, Patman still dealing damage. Gets the headshot there on the K-Knight, putting him down to 8 HP. Levy at the same time. Trying to see if he can open things up. See if
the Omen TP was fine. He just
tucked in,
didn't hit the paranoia.
The swing forward, and Levius wins the fight.
Wow.
Suddenly into a 2v2. The quick pivot's having to come through. Paper X rushing, trying to get into position and divide with the Guardian at that range, going to be favored. Puts him down, and K-Knight now has his work cut out for him. Just the 8 HP. The tap. The instantaneous headshot. And has the time to plant as well. Does he have another one of those in the bank? We're about to find out. Probably going to be set and forsaken. We'll be able to flush him out.
Almost.
8-4 at the half, but my God, Paper X had to work for every single round.
It was a nice effort by K-Knight.
Some nasty stuff there from Billy. Looking really good on that attacker side in a lot of different aspects.
Was that Europeak third step Counter-Strike 100% accuracy? I'm imagining things. You would have to send me a clip.
After the halftime.
We can actually go back.
Could have been so much. We've seen
time to really try to get on this here for the moment. Showstopper gonna go. Paper X has worked in it up and out the gate crash. Here for the quick exit, making his presence known. Prowler not spotting. Hedge here for the quick exit, making his presence known.
Slow down.
Setting up the gate.
Big go gaga. That's how my daughter speaks.
His presence known.
It's good timing. He was still shooting.
Headshot does connect.
While dead zoning to the right. It was good. I'm gonna open... Wait. I'm gonna open the secondary stream as well here. Just in case. Give me a second, my friends. So, the secondary stream, they're sleeping. That's what happens here. This is the secondary stream. They're cleaning their mouse pads.
Alrighty, 8-4 at the half. Billy.
Yep, that's about it. All right.
Front here. Our first series at EWC.
Let's go back over here.
And Paper Rex looking a bit out of sorts.
Absolutely. It did feel like they were a little uncomfortable. It felt like they weren't quite, you know, in that form that we know they're capable of. Meanwhile, Billy comes in firing. I mean, YZ is absolutely
Venue looks sick.
right now.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. Production levels, the amount of money spent on this arena and so on. Yeah, there's a big investment here.
Playing like that, that's going to open up a lot of opportunities for you, especially on that attacker side. And they take full advantage. Now, crossover here through their smoke over towards the A side.
Something's TP got destroyed by the paint shell.
Remember, try to watch for those lurks. And okay, dealt with, but a lot of damage taken.
A ton of it. Patman down to 75, Geng at 13 HP. Any stray bullet, go ahead and dispatch him. As plant will come through. Far back linger here from Device, Sheriff in hand, playing back Rubble. It's not quite going to be ready. So vestiges of that flash do expire. Levius able to go ahead and collect the elimination.
Are we seeing some good fundamentals over here? Wait. Might be the first time.
Push forward, Levius with another heater of a shot.
Yeah.
Third. Well, to try to trade it back, but then
finally some good fundamentals here in this pistol round for the first time in this match. We had some triple peaks, double peaks.
As they now stretch the lead even
that was decently made by both teams.
Yeah, I mean, Paper X there tries to make a timing.
There was absolutely zero nuance to this round, but it was all being done by both teams peaking in unison, which is nice to see. But there was no nuance. It was just swinging and trying to get kills.
Billy wins the second pistol, and that's a big deal, especially in this best of one. But Paper X, they're capable of coming back. They do it all the time, but it could be another one of those close maps, or who knows, maybe Billy just gonna take over. There's a little bit of a buy up here for Paper X, couple Sheriffs and a Marshal. YZ gonna have that Outlaw, couple Spectres, Stinger, and a Bulldog for Rushia. So Paper X gonna try to work their eco magic again.
The smoke to counter the one way and hide from the eye.
Be a little bit more difficult this go around. Just gonna grab some orbs, trying to get Geng fast tracked onto another showstopper. And Devi with the Marshal. Just gonna go fishing, as he likes to do.
Now he does. Nothing caught there, so we'll go ahead and try other waters as he's going to be shifting over towards the A site with the rest of the team. Everybody going to be clustered up, but this Outlaw in the hands of YZ can absolutely wreak havoc. This haunt over the back there of Rebel going to be cleared out. Smoke coming through. Paranoia. Seems like Forsaken trying to assess which angle he wants to go through. It's just going to be a bound out through the smoke. Something going to be good for one. YZ swaps over the sidearm. The Classic able to deal with the enemy Omen.
Oh my god, that wall. He was so isolated because of the paint shell from Rise. It was actually pretty well done by Paper X. I like this. They peek together for the Viper wall, then they go forwards with the utility and single out Wheezy because of it. That was pretty good.
Protected widely from this Outlaw.
Not much util here for Paper X. Just gonna have to get it done with the guns. Meanwhile, still a Paranoia for Neff. Find some serious value, especially with all those players tucked in on backside.
Paranoia flying something, shifting the shot into the midsection of Russia. Able to strike him down. Geng looking for a little bit more. It's going to be something with the Sheriff, however, who finds the third kill. Neff now with everything to do. Geng at 8. A double face.
I literally knew it's gonna happen. I did the before it happened.
Try to pull up the Thrifty. But man,
I literally knew it's gonna happen. I reacted like I'm a fucking Sandman or someone.
Every single bullet where necessary.
Unbelievable. I love the idea there from Paper X to try to come from 2 different angles into that smoke. It's just the timing here for Neff is perfect. He sees the edge of him and just goes blasting. And he finds both. Massive round there.
Don't get me wrong, chat. This was well done. Paper X is finally playing well. They're just not winning. But they play well. They move forward together. They seem to have the comms finally on point. They actually do double peaks. And they assert the game with an idea in their minds. But they're not winning.
Charges away.
But at least there's an effort. Morning, Shatari. Hello, Namrod.
Important in trying to start to get a run back going.
Paranoia there backs the Bucky off.
Do they read this at all?
No.
It's been the Forsaken special on this map. Do they anticipate that Rushia is going to be looking to borrow some of his own tech?
Plus you got K-Knight hidden with a Frenzy right behind Rubble. Another tricky position, especially if it's Devi with the Outlaw that's going to be cresting that corner.
Smoke.
Pulls off the ADS.
Oh, looking like me, bro!
That was absolutely a no-scope. Quick reactions there from Devi, and not even much damage suffered. 92 HP with 33 armor still intact. Frenzy not really finding much value, just the one bullet widely connecting as Forsaken now slides in the flank onto the B site, catching YZ completely off guard. The Bucky, it's going to be noted. Russia falls for the clone.
30 seconds left.
There's once again
something is gonna charge for the ultimate, no?
Try to make this
you don't want to die to something.
Going to be looking at a flawless anti-bonus, which is exactly what they need. And there you go, it will be confirmed.
Yeah, that's huge. You
the
really
problem
need
is
that round to go very well, and it does.
The problem is
Paper X, if you're gonna have
that Paper X has now a raise ultimate on the bonus round.
And able to read through some of those.
This is a chance for the comeback.
Cheeky positions that Billy is trying to set up, and like you said, kind of trying to take a page out of Paper X's book. And Paper X, they wrote that. They're the authors, and they are the masters at dealing with all of that in that round at least.
I think you should live stream a food challenge at a restaurant for variety content.
maybe gonna set him up. Let's see.
I actually have a friend who has really good restaurants in my hometown.
Well, from Divide can still find some value. Geng, in the meantime, though, desperately looking for any kind of prey that he can find. It will just be a showstopper to try to clear close upper here at the B site. The spike now brought into position. The plant ready to go through. Something watching behind. Outside of Baby Door, swings the corner, instantly finds the headshot.
Yeah, this round is gone.
Makes a retake very difficult here. For the side of BLG. C-Snade's going to be going through, and Russia completely caught up by
Good combo.
One to smithereens. And
don't worry, the other teams would have tried to combo that with Deadlock.
Completely, utterly fanned out. Potentially at risk. Want to check the close angle. Levius dragging across, eventually able to find it. Does suffer some damage. Looks like Geng and Divide gonna fancy their chances. They're able to get the guns. The rest of the players.
PaperX was able to win this round solely because of the Razor. Solely because of the Razor.
Correctly, as Divide will go down. Ultimately, not the worst. They'd have the Outlaw. But it is them starting to get on the warpath as they try to run this map back.
Yeah, this is just a pretty simple round. You just win a trade there. Nice quick peek from something. A C's nade. You know, use the showstopper to open up the B site, and that's round done. So that's what you want to see. Good calling from PaperX.
The funniest thing is, the Raze ult didn't even get a kill, but it won the round.
There, especially from Forsaken. Now you're going to use the Dimensional Drift.
And now they're going to be able to
try to get some information. TP right into it. Bye.
Oh! The 1-2 pump, able to find it, but cannot escape. YZ with that Phantom does manage to hound him down, but that is such good damage dealt. Divide on that flank. Doing wonders here for the team to try to keep them protected. Spam through the box, forces a reposition. Nep going to be flushed out a drop. K-Knight dead. So YZ's position, previously noted, should have a pretty good idea of where the approach is going to be.
Smoke.
It seems like they won't take their chances. The smoke off main, double stack into tree, as well as watch any other avenues of approach. So PaperX, they have this round on lock.
Hey, now the big question for YZ is, you know, he's looking for that showstopper. Want to try to keep the gun in hand as well. Money's still a little off balance for BLG.
Love to get a kill and get out.
Yep.
He swung the corner now. Jason certainly would be at risk, and looks like he will be able to slide away to safety. So survives with 15 HP.
If PaperX is smart, they're gonna be able to use one ult each round now. Pay attention. Next round, they're gonna initiate. They should. All right.
Just 3 rounds separated.
They should be able to use the Fade ultimate, most likely on C.
In some ways, it feels like it wouldn't be a PaperX match
and
unless
round
this went
after
to
that, they will most likely have the Raze ult back. So they're gonna be able to utilize so many ultimates back-to-back rounds. They had round 3 on attack, Raze ultimate, round 4, Yoru ultimate, round 5, Fade ultimate, and round 6 most likely another Raze ultimate.
You know, Divide a very steady hand.
This is very winnable now.
Obviously, you're gonna think of something when you think of sniper rifle.
They cannot do any mistakes. Like, the problem is, PaperX already lost 10 rounds. Every single fuck-up weighs more than because they don't have the same amount of space for mistakes as if they would be just not losing into double digits already. But so far, on attack, I have to say they look like a completely different team. On defense, PaperX look absolutely abysmal. It's so incredible that this team is able to be a Jekyll and Hyde in span of 10 minutes. They look the same, but they don't look the same. Same people, different players on the server. You know? It's incredible. On defense, they look like they gave the fucking accounts to the smaller brothers. Solo peaks, dry peeking, nothing happening, just dying. And then suddenly on attack, they do triple peaks, they do coordinated ultimates, they do coordinated season and Raze nade.
Be a pretty quick hit in towards this C site. For the moment, it is only Levius here to try to slow
where's that? Where's that Fade ultimate? Hello?
Thorns will lock them in position as they wait out the wall.
Nice haunt.
Already now going to be sent.
This Faisal doesn't affect anyone from the attack. What am I watching?
Right back in. Spike now brought to bear. That can come through, but YZ, that showstopper at the ready, up and over the top, and that's gonna be Batman dead. The Spike now stranded here on the corner.
Scratch everything what I just said.
Scooped up.
They literally heard me and they took the potion and went back to the idiots from the first half.
Putting that Odin to use as the Nightfall now comes across.
And they're still gonna win. This is infuriating.
Covering fire.
Never mind.
A little bit more, but K-Knight.
Down, C.
Come on, K-Knight.
Noise made. Both players spotting. Armor regenning here up to 21 for K-Knight.
Oh my!
Geng with the advantage in that regard, and we'll be able to go ahead and get Paper X across the line, continuing to run this one back.
Woo! That one.
Exactly.
Very, very close.
Exactly, Pepperfin.
Almost coming through with a huge 1v3. This is scrappy stuff.
How are we planting with the fade like this? How are we saving the ultimate?
Immediately get back to safety was YZ. Like this might go well. The trades were good for the side of BLG, but then Paper X
down C.
Able to just kind of hold the line. BLG gets a little antsy, trying to get into the site.
Look,
They're back
but
on an eco.
it had to be smart because now they still have the fade ultimate, no? And they won the round, so no biggie.
Down the corner.
Guys, the second match just started. First round.
Stingers in hand, but
right now,
ultimately,
I see it being 0-0 on Sunset.
As Geng gets taken down. 2 charges now away from his next showstopper here in the half. Russia in position with a judge, but not going to go for
this match could have already been done,
so
by the way.
Close the gap and get a punish.
Someone could have won with 13 rounds, you know?
Here for him. Slovia similarly, just with a stinger, is going to reroute down towards stairs, but Forsaken hovering nearby, waiting for this approach angle.
Yeah, you'd love to see Paper X.
I'm just longing for this map to end.
Plant their feet and wait this
What do you mean?
out.
You don't like
Be the stinger identified.
some team deathmatch?
Spot out of the one.
See? Double swing there.
Able to find the punish. Not much
Why
more
were they not able to do that on
It seems
defense?
that they have a very solid read about his potential position. Just the classic. Paper X
he was spotted. He was spotted, no?
Look at the spot out onto one.
Hello?
To come through, trying to bait them back forward here to put this judge to use to find some form of value, but kills will not be coming through. As a Spike will go off, Paper X continue to run this back.
I like the idea from Russia.
He was able to do a ninja defuse if he waited 2 more seconds.
Force Paper X's hand.
He had a chance of getting a ninja defuse.
Right the ship.
He could have waited 2 more seconds before sticking it and trying to win a round instead of going for exit kits.
2 away from another showstopper for Geng, who's got the judge. And
literally ranked behavior.
And look at this, BLG.
Literally ranked behavior.
Forces there.
Trying to win the round? Nah, trying to get KDs. Yes.
They need to get the ball rolling.
Just the C's there off the back of the Prowler. Geng.
There's no way he would know that. What do you mean? There's no way he would know that?
Lets them know that there's going to be a judge in hand here.
You think that a professional player doesn't know when the spike explodes?
Collecting 2. The peeking from Neff just not able to find anything in reply.
He literally heard the rotation off. He hears the players running away.
To reposition, repivot here.
I tried to play off that paranoia.
And there's no way of winning the round. And the objective is to win the game by winning rounds. So doing this, not a good choice.
He certainly has looked electric here for the team. Russia able to find one, but quick trade is found there by something. Fake TP forward, Forsaken re-exploring in towards B site.
But again, I have to say, Paper X plays way better, a completely different team on attack than on defense. They have better protocols, they have better utility set pieces, they know when to smoke and where to smoke to create pressure and deny vision, counter one-way smokes and shit,
Still
you
not
know?
exactly sure where that last
But on
member is,
defense,
so Paper X
zero protocols.
be looking
Zero awareness.
trying to figure out exactly where Neff went.
To be in a rough position though, they really try to make a go for this, especially now. I think if you're Levius, you might just have to try to save this weapon. Could be the more measured play. Gets the
Is
spot
it
for one, but
attack
it's
on
gonna be
attack?
the go ahead and collect
The thing is, and I'm telling you that from actually playing with a team, right? In CS, and it's just gonna be the same in Valorant, it's much easier to set up protocols for defense than for attack. Because on defense, you have always the same kind of outcomes. It's up to you if you want to be proactive or reactive. But on attack, your opponents can be like either defaulting or rushing, right? So it's so much harder to actually set up protocols for attack than defense. What the hell is happening?
Quickly trades it back, some damage going to be dealt. The showstopper lobbed in, point blank. YZ dead. Gets destroyed as quickly the action will subside. This A side of the map, very much abandoned. It's BLG looking to try to go for that rush play.
Whoever loses the match is just gone? No, they lose this match and gonna play next one.
On 2 of their players.
First 8 matches today are all best of 1s, and then we have 2 best of 3 matches.
Spray forward here into the smoke with that Singer in hand. A decent read that there could be a player positioned in it, but now it will expire.
Well, you know,
guys,
Forsaken loves to play in those smokes.
G2 won pistol round, and they're gonna lose the second round. This is legit ranked.
Spotted. It was just a hair off seeing a pixel.
This is legit ranked.
He's not holding for the close angle. Hits one on the deeper one. Levius snapping to go ahead and find the headshot on the Geng. A little bit more value, but once again, it's something on his feet, and Paper X in the lead.
Yeah, this is starting to really run away. For Paper Rex, I mean, they're, what is it, 7-8 in a row now? I lost count because it's been a lot.
Yeah, I believe it's...
They won every single round after losing pistol and follow-up.
It's dominance on display, and it's another timeout call for the side of BLG.
1 enemy remaining.
As this is going to be Coach Files.
No, actually, they won pistol. What I'm talking about, right? No, did they?
Overtime that you were alluded to, obviously still could.
No, wait, the other way around. I was right. I was right the first time.
Given the way that these rounds have been going, the value
they lost the pistol round on attack and the follow-up, and then started winning every single round.
Nice. Great pickup there, really putting some big damage.
On attack, they lost the Paper X on attack, lost pistol round, lost follow-up, won round 3.
Gets around here or there, right? Then you're going to have that little bit of extra cash for your team to maybe buy a gun at the end if it's really close. So
and then they started winning every single round because of the Raze ultimate on the bonus round.
So good. That economic advantage not going to make much of a difference, but still a really good idea. And I think overall you're seeing good teamwork, good coordination from Paper X. They're making good map reads. And, you know, when
BLG choking? No, Paper X is playing way better on attack than they were. Like, there should be a gap between those two teams, but it was not visible on defense because Paper X was literally trolling. You know? And by the way, just saying, almost every round on defense by Paper X could have been a Sean Garrett's video.
What the heck's going on behind this one way?
Oh, just hunting him down. Oh my god, he's just going for the timing. He's absolutely outdone him. YZ is there, but that is a something
Good job,
special,
something.
if ever I've seen it. Crunch coming through here at the door. Does leave the spike on the floor as Risha with the readjustment. Doing wonders to find that headshot. BLG now. A 3v1. They look to bring this back to parity, and Geng gets spammed.
Omen was reloading a gun for no reason, and they lost the round anyway.
They completely catch Paper X unawares and off guard. They tie things up 11-11.
Love the decision making here from YZ, just using that blast pack to try to kind of convince Paper X that he's completely abandoned the C site, and something goes in with the dimensional drift, doesn't see anybody. He's like, oh, Neff's on his own, free kill. Nope. YZ was
still okay, like something did his job. He got 1 kill.
Hit a couple crazy shots. That second one on the Devi over the mound was nasty. Geng jumping, and Geng dealt with. Now operator for Devi, so it is going to be him still, mainly being that sniper. Haunt there, not able to be cleared by Neff, so...
Okay, let's pay attention to the protocols from defense. They have... Look.
See if any Paper X players
they have the ult on B, right?
Double phase.
So they need to...
Will be able to have it. Something does manage to...
Never mind, they're just fighting C. Oh, good.
That's still going to be a player advantage here for the
But this player needs to play safe, and this is not a safe position.
3 are B and C, essentially, so A should just be a single player, and, you know, BLG aware of it too, so they're going to make a quick rotation. This is great calling from Neff. Timeout working really well for BLG.
I like the reposition because he should have been playing in a safer spot.
Just here around the corner. It's footsteps of teammate in from behind. Devi with that op shot, able to find one. Showstopper. Don't even think he was intending to find Forsaken either way. Does go ahead and collect the goods. Now goes into a 2v2. The pit going to be abandoned.
I don't know who swung from stairs in this position, but that guy from BLG just threw it around.
Things go quiet. Still the operator in hand here for Devi.
Has a steel garden, but is he even going to use it?
Smoked off for the moment. He's got it in hand. Looks like he is going to be sending this one here on time to swing out.
Yeah.
Though. Patman, it's a bit too early.
Again, we're starting with some. Why are we not sticking? Why are we not sticking? Why are we not sticking?
Smoke finds the leg shot. Trying to get the readjust. The shot going just a little bit wide. 2 HP. He cannot survive. Doing his damnedest, but it's going to be Neff standing tall at the end of it all. BLG.
I'm getting a migraine and I'm not even playing.
We've seen this a lot for BLG, where they're just a step ahead of Paper Rex, of where Paper Rex is anticipating where they're going to be off the back of utility, or, you know, we saw it with a Paranoia earlier on.
This peak right here, not K-Knight. What the hell was that Lotta peak?
Moment ahead of the Steel Garden, and that puts Devi in a really tough spot.
Why is he using the fucking classic, bro?
And Devi, not much else he can do. Tries to go for the classic of his own, but he was so weak at that point. And now it is.
Was that miscommunication, the amount of HP? Or something? BLG. Has to be, no? Visor, was it still there? Oh, okay. Never mind. You're right. But was it still active?
Paper Rex needing to push this into that OT.
Was it still active? Yeah. I'm stupid. My bad. If the device was still active, then it's my bad. My bad. All good. All good. It was just funny looking.
Quickly pivoting through the baby door.
Yeah, with that op down, you suspect that he was on his own. And you guessed correctly. Neff, though, quick on the flank.
TP's past that wall, but Devi still holding the angle. And finds the headshot there. Neff going to be struck down. Geng trying to scale forward, take some space at upper. Ends up losing his life for that one, but Devi
I'm going to ruin that one round.
Of Wisey and immediately puts it to use. Something hounds down Levius, looks for a little bit more, but it all falls on K9's shoulders. The 1v3. The high-low setup on the 90-degree angle. Finds the first.
Why play off contact when you can just try to lose?
And he cannot make it happen. Forsaken will find the final headshot as we go into OT off the rip.
Holy. Wait, there was no... There's literally no...
The Steel Garden.
No Steel Garden active. He's not affected by Steel Garden. Ah, never mind. He is. For this amount of time. So... When his bullets end, right here, he could have swapped to Phantom. Right here, he could have swapped to Phantom.
Not there, able to get the reload.
But at the same time, there was no reason to, I guess, because he already hit so many times.
As a Paper Rex fan.
And we're going to have dueling glass cannon operators
in the meantime, KC is winning 4-2 on attack side on Sunset. Remember, G2 is playing with a sub, so...
Oh, something.
Yeah, something. Yeah, very good. This is what we have seen in the pistol round.
Now they know that that's something that they're going to have to give consideration to.
And it's the same story as we had on the pistol round on defense for Paper X. Something that legit 1 meter away from the same position that he died on pistol rounds 24 rounds ago.
Try to make their go of this retake from there at a disadvantage.
For no reason. And then the second kill is exactly the same. Forsaken tries to compensate for the lack of map control, dies. It's legit the same round, just with different guns.
Gets traded out. It's all on Devi, and that blast
really, guys,
previously set up
in pistol round on defense, the first round, we've seen it this way.
Just kind of outguessing Paper Rex.
Something there. Pushing A with a sheriff dies first
give them that early advantage
for no reason. There was no one from the attackers going A. They were just holding defense. They were just holding default like here. Something pushes like this, dies. Then Forsaken goes, well, fuck us, I guess. Better try to get an equalizer. So he pushes out of B, dies, and the rest just crumbles.
And thinking about it, no glass cannon though for BLG.
Because they brought it out on the attacking side themselves, this is now likely going to give Paper X pause and concern about there being a defending op.
Absolutely.
Maybe they need to play Rick Traffic again to not overheat. Bro, what? Wanted to see the combo.
This is kind of the classic Paper X setup. You leave something to be this lurking player as the Yoru. Work around the smokes. Try to find
what's funny?
Opportunities.
The casters actually stopped talking because they wanted to see what's happening on the Game Boy.
Now you've got a full wrap in the other direction, but this is scary.
Can guarantee you that both of them were like, wait, what?
Divide does hit a nice shot, but do they read this position? YZ, a real opportunity to do some damage, and right now, they're trying to spam him out, and Forsaken reads it beautifully. Widely damage going to be avoided. Tap of the door, it's going to be an immediate pivot now into the B site here for Paper Rex. Ball holds him back here for the moment. Divide still going to be doing well to come away with yet another kill, but Russia looking for a bit of a timing, and we'll be able to find one as Forsaken
in this particular round.
On the snake bite.
Two players died by jump peeking.
Batman holds his own. Everything now here for Livius to try to prevent the reset. Here's the footsteps. Widely just baiting though for this angle, keeping something disguised.
Incredible stuff, man.
And that is going to be Paper Rex once again tying things up, extending us.
At least they're not dry peeking. What do you mean?
That is OT.
Omen literally dry peeked into an operator and died.
With the operator providing so much value for Paper Rex, finding that
KC
kill
winning
on the map
5-2.
goes for the peak. That just really breaks things open. Sends BLG scrambling to try to figure this round out.
Yoru and Martin.
Right there, just beautiful stuff. Good
Shock
angle.
on Viper.
Thank God for Forsaken and that he is watching that, because otherwise that looked like it could have been real bad, real fast, and it might have been map over.
Oh, nice combo. I like that. I like that. The flash from Yoru and the fade eye landing there as well. I like that.
Give up that A lobby space. Smokes.
I like that.
Something now going to try his luck, tucking in behind the box. Divide playing forward out of the smoke. Re-peaks.
Incredible stuff.
With the kill.
Incredible stuff.
Widely gets away scot-free.
BLG is actually helping them with that smoke.
Has to give it up. Gate crashes out to safety. At the same time, Geng
bait and swing.
is having the bait there, coming through. Batman playing him in.
That's just incredible.
Absolutely beautiful.
That's just incredible.
Works so well there at B main, time and time
BLG
again.
is helping them with the smoke
Smothered opponents
to hide from utility.
Paper X, and they shore it up.
Oh, Divide.
Oh my God! 5 HP and he gets a headshot.
Off the flick. This man is walking a tightrope, and he is not falling. The Forsaken shout. This wall gets popped here on the B site, and it's all a little bit of a fake to try to play K9 into the C site, it would seem, but Divide staying stagnant as Levius cannot get the transfer. To swoop forward, and
suddenly has some good protocols.
Is absolutely electric.
Man, oh man, 5 HP, and hits that headshot.
On the edge.
It's just disgusting.
A puff of air from one of those paint shells popping would have finished him off. He plays just in front, limit testing it to the extreme, and clips the headshot onto YZ to bring this round to its end.
Curious. Paper X not pushing and they win. Coincidence?
He's having a whale of a map.
Slingshot to the top
Crazy
of the
stuff,
standings.
no?
27 kills. What a performance.
But you can see Paper X is trying to combo. That's a nice fake on A. But it's being checked by BLG.
So this isn't going to be
but I like the combos. I like the combos of the fade eye into Yoru flash. I like it. The way they do it, like it's very simple but effective. Like right here, they use the flash on the ground. Oh shit, my bad. The Hound was landing here and the flash was bouncing like this. So they were trying to combo it together. On defense, they're trying to be a little bit more elaborate and eloquent by doing like lineups with the fade ult. Sorry, fade eye. So like the fade eye was landing on rubble, on top of rubble over here, and you combo that with a flash somewhere super high up.
Call for the pivot across now into the C site. Horns and Arco is no longer a concern here for the team, but a 2v5 now into the 2v4 to try to bring this map to its conclusion.
And another 2v4.
It was a 2v5. Quick trade from Forsaken to make it a 2v4.
They didn't trigger the wall.
Would be a hell of a way.
Chance.
Yeah. Well, Batman, Blair Witching, top of the site.
If he wins this,
Paranoia is on point. So
I wanted to say, if he wins this clutch, I'm gonna gift you 500 subs. But I was like, wait,
we keep going.
Wait, we just watched the teams throw so many rounds. Maybe I should not say that.
You know, one team gets that defender side win, and it would change things up. Maybe Paper X was going to
What
be
was
able
he
to come away
standing
with
there?
it, but nope, we
He was
go
standing there
again.
because there was no wall being popped, so he just assumed his butthole is safe.
EWC 2025 is absolutely
You know?
delivering. What a banger
remaining
to begin the
Batman
tournament.
didn't protect his banghole.
Now you go. Yeah, no hope there for Dubai.
Ooh, 30 bomb.
Was already noted in that position, or at least suspected. And it is going to be Rushia with that operator again, going to try to take control. You know, kind of anticipating that maybe something is going to try to double down on this position again, and he can outduel him.
Man, BLG is using
this to gain a little bit of
Viper's
space.
Pit on
Our
Rubble.
Paper Rex.
Yeah, flash off the angle, but otherwise still keeping this disguise. Taps, however, something. Able to find one. Wisey going to be taken down. Op now going to be confirmed. They look for the reposition. Finds the reveal. It's just chaos here as Neff is desperately trying
People
to find
just going
any kind of kill that he could get.
no
with Paper
smokes
Rex.
used by Nev.
They get away
I'm
scot-free.
gonna lose my shit. I'm gonna lose my shit. They lost the Viper's orb on Rubble, but didn't use a single Omen smoke.
Things getting a little scrappy.
C is kind of getting bogged there on the wall, though. Doesn't get the rebound they were looking for. Just very much leaves Neff needing to be the one to try to find the opener, and he does. Something going to be taken
Don't worry,
down.
he's gonna
Richard
die
Bob
by
still
jump
finding
picking
some
now.
value. 2v3. Stevai on the swing, has the full flash there on the Levius.
I like how
Quickly
he
collects
swapped
the
the
kill.
knife for no reason as
Spike
well.
now. Dropped back over by Tree and Box. Neff with everything to do. Just 58 HP to try to do it.
I have the spike.
Man,
Do we
thought
need
for a
chat on the
second
screen
there,
while
BLG
watch
was gonna
party?
break the round open, but with Neff's position,
It might
catching
be a little bit
something on guard.
confusing, no? You might be right.
What a
Because
timing
of the overlay.
from the Ascension champion back when he was on Bleed.
We could make it maybe a little bit smaller. What do you guys think?
perfectly.
We could just make
Red
it...
there.
We can
Goes
just
ahead,
make it
secures
like...
around once again.
Like
Paper Rex
one-liner?
up to map point.
Like this, you know?
BLG
And move
needing
it
to find
upwards?
Yet another reset.
Like this? And we move it here.
Oh boy. This is
What do you guys think?
I mean, nice shot for Rushia, but quickly traded by Patman. Levius as well.
Right?
Good trades
This is
all
gonna be
around,
much
but
better, right?
Divide there, waiting it out, and something still wants him. Hold on, we're not done yet.
Oh yeah, much better. Yeah, I agree. Thank you for the
And it is gonna
the
be match
feedback,
point again
Shadow
for
Dash,
Paper Rex.
by complaining.
Quick push out for something, immediately backed off by the utility. Haunt, snake bite. Oh, and he catches Neff.
And he gets out. Keeps himself alive. Huge kill to be found. No more paranoia here for the attempt of the retake. Levius looking for a timing. Gets a bit more damage there onto something, but widely the wall eats up the bullets. Backpedals.
I learned
Has
from
to
the
keep
best.
Space. The spike for now. Waiting up the wall to be brought forward. This plant gets ready to come into play. Something on the reposition. Aggressively repositions here. The drop of waterfall.
What? Did that work? Did that
Tapping away,
work?
trying to find
No, they didn't combo it.
Wisey scales on the back of that one. No trade to be found as K-Knight similarly finds Forsaken.
Why are we fighting? They're not planting. Why are we fighting? Why are we fighting? BLG, why are you trolling?
The timings, paint shells go flying. Geng finding the headshot. Or rather, the body shot to take down Levius, and now has the showstopper to try to bring this to a conclusion, but it will be Defy. Standing taller than them all at the end. Paper Rex. Ever the nail biter between them and any opponent. But they managed to come away with the win here on Lotus.
A stunning match here to begin EWC 2025. Wouldn't have it any other way. And it is the normal results for Paper X. It feels like edge of your seat the whole time, and they just squeak through with yet another overtime victory.
The fact that BLG was not able to combo the C's and the paint shells together. Look at this. I'll just show you this because it's unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Look at this. They have Wizzy here with K-Knight. Look at the play. They go, let's do it. Look at the intervals. Just look at this. Where's the paint shell? Where's the paint shell? Here. They have a smoke, they can fully coordinate. Nah. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Alright, those guys are talking. Let's go here.
Some overtime, right? Yeah, we love overtime. You must be feeling incredibly confident. What, you know,
Oh wait, it mutes everything? Oh, here we go.
But they're just looking at the front door, and Giacomo with the showstopper off in the corner, an easy split.
5-5.
But KC still have Martin and Sadak.
Backside of the site, Martin's been very safe. He has an idea where Shaq is. Little wiggle, little wag. Killing time right now, though, is KC.
Gotta move this over here.
8 HP.
No. Wait.
Does have both
God damn it, man.
Footsteps. Does he find the ability to line them all up? There's the first, there's the second.
Let's move like this.
Expects him to be lurking on the site. It's a 1v2 clutch, and KC retake the edge.
Yeah, the post plans for KC are getting better and better, although it is coming down to the wire of Sadak just
Well, look, guys. The assistant coach has more kills than Trent.
Doing that before
Must be a better player, no?
Down, just having safer positions. I was a little worried about KC when they lost market control, but I'm seeing Shaq just play with a lot of confidence despite kind of coming in as filling big shoes.
Well, I think the thing about that take for KC is, again, with the neural theft being earned so early, you're not setting up your post plant for market. You
give him points in a moment.
G2 has to rotate, and you don't want to put yourself in a position to take that contact at market. You want to set yourself up.
Guys, something freezing.
But now we want to
let's see Martin.
Here, which is Martin on the hunt. Trent
Okay.
just absolutely ran down for first blood, but look at the position for G2.
Pro players don't know how to react to your ult. It's okay, guys. It's only 2 years.
KC cannot necessarily follow up on that first blood, but with G2 losing their defender on B, this is one of those moments where will the element of surprise be enough for them to get back into the site?
I've been finally waiting to see kind of some solo plays out of KC, playing that double duelist, and Martin just pulling 3 players of G2 towards the right side, allowing KC to have a sense of safety. They extend through the top side. Now they only have to worry through main, and that's KC just kind of dotting the I's, crossing the T's.
This is a difficult post-plant setup right now, though, for KC. They do get a really solid reveal through B main. And that
Actually, this looks like a solid post plant over here from KC. I'm trying to, like, pay attention a little bit to the small stuff. Yeah, it seems like they actually had decent crossfires over here. How to react to your ult properly? Never hide your gun. Never. If you have a smoke, use your smoke on your own position like a smoke bomb. You have a Cypher cage, activate the Cypher cage. You have a Reyna blind, spam the Reyna blinds. You have a Gecko flash, throw it up.
You wish you got more out of a 7-5, but we'll see how these duelists can kind of maybe separate away from the flaw.
But in general, the easiest way of countering a Euro ult is not hiding the gun.
Went from one side of the world to the other. I'm liking the ideas out of KC.
I think the interesting thing here is going to be, again, what pace does G2 want to play?
You gotta catch a good timing with what? With the Gecko flash? No, you don't.
Early indication of KC.
You throw the Gecko flash super high up, it's gonna be there for at least 3 seconds.
As much as KC showed us that on the offensive side they could execute really at any point in the round, they could essentially use those same tools and default to playing for.
It's the same thing with reacting to a Raze ultimate. If you're a Reyna and you hear the Raze coming in, just double flash.
You get the Yoru a little bit deeper,
and the Raze cannot do shit.
Smokes through the walls. That's definitely, you know, one of those situations of
why Leaf not here, anyone knows?
If you're KC,
he has some health issues. We don't know what kind.
You know, if G2's going to play him fast, KC will need to probably match that tempo. But if G2 with a Chamber and a Viper try to feel things out, like KC could just hold back, avoid giving a first blood, and just playing for retake.
Yeah, I think Shaq did a good job of anchoring and really just balancing how aggressive he
Oh, wait, I need to change the title.
Swing out, very confident he'd get those one-on-one trades, and even going for market, not sitting back and waiting for G2 to rotate.
G2 versus KC.
G2 now can activate with a Raze setup with Giacomo. Well, okay, bye Jonah B.
It's another one of those things, though. Like, this is what G2 are defaulting towards. When you play a Chamber like this, you're looking for first blood success, and
we see the second stream, by the way, here, guys. Here's the second stream over here.
Now you're just playing off this 4v5 post plant. There's
over here
to give you the indication of that retake. Paranoia to counter, and KC will have to kind of set themselves up and likely use Martin as an entry point behind this Sova drone.
Just G2 very happy to get those flashes out of the way and maybe even baiting that out. Playing
was Juggernaut on Euro? Look, G2 has to... Wait, what was the last time they played this map? What was Leaf even playing? As they smoke the spike, would you?
And that's just another one that you use the numbers to your advantage. You know you're likely going to be giving something away by forcing so much action through mid off the get-go. You say, okay, we got a 5v4, let's just
I
play
mean,
plant retake.
the sad thing about the composition from G2 Esports is that this chamber is essentially like not the best, right? Jorgama has good combo with Trent, but he would definitely have better combos as a Yoru with Trent and Valen. But it's not bad. The composition is not bad. The chamber is like a sore fucking thumb in an eye, right? Wait, is that the idiom? No. Like a thumb in the eye, right? It doesn't fit. But it is okay. Like if you can't play anything else, I guess. You know. And they play with the assistant coach. They have to remember that.
They had one to get through B main, one that's not as deep towards the back, but you got also
yeah, that
this is not
going
to be as cute close range like that. Big stinger buy from G2. They're known for those forces in the anti-eco or going up against it, and they just try to run it down against KC, who are just ready for this level.
In Polish, you would say, jak pięść do nosa, which means like a fist to a nose. I don't know if that would work in English.
Throw in the paranoia later than you would expect because you're getting information from Trent. You throw out the Haunt, you throw out the Thieves, you throw out a Prowler, whatever you need to try to clear that early space, and then you just snowball with the Stinger. Sadak fighting back though. Spike has not been planted. 2v2, and Jonah's just playing with a Headhunter in classic combination, but he does connect over towards Market, leaving Sugetsu by himself in the 1v2.
Such good awareness from KC to hear
Stinger's winning, guys, the force.
Viper Wall was up from Shaq. He thought he just had a second to get around to safety, but still get the plant off.
What the hell?
Sugetsu versus Valid, and it's G2.
Some lack of awareness over here, no?
I mean, it's one of those, like, it's not a do or die situation, not the Stinger force purchase, but getting that back in the mix puts this map right
The
back
Paper X versus BLG game ended. Yeah, Paper X won.
Pretty darn considerably. And puts KC
easy game for them. Only 16-14.
Caught off guard by the Stinger repurchase. And again, I think that opening wall that we're seeing from G2, especially considering what just happened in that last round, the isolation makes that B defense feel a little bit more uneasy in terms of what ground you have to stand on.
I was literally giving them compliments because of what they played. I mean KC before, and then they proceed to go one by one against the Force. I feel like I'm just cursing teams. You know what I mean?
No, they don't need to because he will gate crash.
Like they were winning before I started watching.
Now this half that KC have early peaked at mid and have found punish on G2, just ego swinging into them, and it's
yeah, definitely. If he played Tahoe, he would have hit that shot. No.
Already had a thrifty against G2's anti-eco in the first half, so still G2 have recollected the spike and now have starting to lean towards A once that smoke goes down.
Oh my god.
Now has KC collecting.
By the way, this right here, Jonah P dies because of angle disadvantage because he's close to the corner and the opponent is not. So the opponent has literally like 200 milliseconds more to react than the chamber has.
This is tough because you want to try to clear space out, but you also want to give yourself some sort of a Alamo to stand on. And as Shaq will fall, it just comes down to Jaw. Trying to get it done with the Guardian, and yeah, just shoulders playing with him as everyone else is starting.
Bro, he's gonna win this. I see this. He's winning. He's winning. Never mind.
No exit for Jogamo, and KC will take the round.
Why is he satcheling up like this?
Trying to push that angle and then have that.
Why is he trying to play in time? He cannot win from being in link. That's weird.
I'm liking what KC are putting out, especially when G2 were starting to knock on the door in that second half. So now that we're gonna have some more.
I was thinking he's gonna be aggro. I legit thought he's gonna be 1v2ing them. He's gonna use these paint shots to separate the Cypher. Like legit, I thought I was calling it out, right? Because I thought after getting this kill, he's gonna throw the nade over here, not on site. I was legit thinking he is gonna throw the nade on the Cypher position to isolate him and then swing the player on site.
So timeout coming through.
Is the smaller screen the auto broadcast? No, it's just the broadcast just decided to put 3 random small people on this screen as well.
Talk about what exactly is our protocol for the run it back. Do we want to use it early?
They just call like this.
Real estate and really force G2 to have to expend this utility out of Trent, which is really their only initiation they have. Or do you want to give away some space, see if Trent will still use some of that utility early, and then use the run it back as a way to get some ground control on a retake? You know,
flying desk. Well, actually, I'm trolling. They have no desk.
Those are the questions here, and it just comes down to what have they drafted up? Because again, if you're joining us here late, neither of these two teams have any competitive experience.
Flying
on
couch.
this map in official form this year. So this is still a fresh look for both these two squads.
And this is a best of one, and KC are 3 rounds away, and
Maybe like
I don't
this.
even know whether you want to
This
call
actually
this an
looks
upset
better.
or not. Some people are very G2 pilled and thinking the 4v5, or at least playing with the coach, would weaken them, but still pull out wins against teams like KC.
What happened to Lee from G2? He was blown away.
That qualifier, and they have been only improving and only growing from there. So G2 will just take their time at B main to just see how aggressive KC are going to set up their lurks and what they have planned. Where are those trips?
Yeah, Elite able to deal with the first Prowler. That's big. He's got bolt traps in front of him. He's going to collect one and then replace it off of the tight corner to market. Jonah's going to put some pressure over towards mid.
Oh, that drone didn't see shit. John Lapi gets triple K. Look at this. He gets the timing and he gets a backstab. He gets the map control. They're winning. It's 7-9 and G2 is erupting in cheers.
KC, like Jonah has been first blooded here a couple of times, but okay, it's
Never mind. He legit made the same exact mistake that he did previous round.
And Jonah's trying to go for the big plays, and KC are not letting him get away with it.
legit, the exact same mistake. The previous round.
Protocol for KC to clear mid, but again, in terms of trusting Jonah to get first bloods, he's not really provided, and that's been one of the conversation points about what are we going to expect out of this G2 squad. Missing Lee, who was one of their biggest ACS leaders at Masters. Who steps up? I mean,
how the map and attacking defense side is selected, they're most likely fighting, they have a fist fight before they go to the desks and decide who goes to get where, you know?
Was only at like 4% at Masters. So not good is what you're looking at. So that's one of those situations that
just have to hop. Yeah, just have to hop and get banned.
Putting together, not having Leaf in the picture, and it's costing them right now. Down
oh my god. That satchel was a little bit late.
And G2 not being able to trade, that was an issue they had even.
Just have to hop.
But hey, there's the trade. KC kind of overstaying their welcome and not playing around the box close enough to go back to safety. Not maybe thinking G2 where everyone was going to be around that corner. Yep. So run it back does expire.
Send a clip at Valorant channel in DC in Discord. I want feedback in which lineup is better. Can anyone help, please? I'm gonna check it out later.
On a comfortable route.
Right now we're watching matches.
Things up over at Tiles, and this will be a backstab of the ages where Elite's going to be just foaming at the mouth. If he catches the timing, hold on a second, he misses the timing here.
Bit of a ring around the rosy from Ali, and he's been working on those lurks round after round. Not so much in the first quarter of this game, but really activating and punishing people like John.
Sova has ultimate from the defense to stop the plans from happening.
Trent gets caught.
Yeah, this might be a problem. This might be a problem. Like, there's no way. Even if he wins against the Cypher over here, there's no way that they manage to plant. Yeah, this round was decided already. But the problem is, G2 didn't get that Sova ultimate out of them. So they actually are in a losing position after this round because of that. Just having the ability to plant and get the Sova ultimate out of them would have been worth. But now, because they tried to fight in market,
player kind of going under the wing,
it's gonna be rough to win the next one as well.
On the team,
I'm gonna assume that KC is gonna have some proactive play in A main again. We're gonna probably see some kind of proactive push with that Sova ult.
Right there, that G2 don't really get much going with. So now
your analysis are laughable. You view the game through a warped lens of confirmed biases, and you sound laughable to anyone outside of your delusion bubble. Damn, son. When was that one? That's an oldie, no? That's an oldie, I think.
Ideal for G2. And I think it kind of, I won't say it starts and then
I just made it? Oh, okay.
Point, but it definitely starts with the fact that this whole game
with pure hatred. it's the Yoru from yesterday.
The pistol with the headhunter, it looked like, whoa, okay, it's going to work. But the tour de force has been a non-factor. The operator in his hands has been a non-factor. And it hasn't even been like KC overwhelming him with both.
Would it be better to let the assistant coach who knows the strat sub in or an amazing ranked player aim if they had one at their disposal?
They don't have the utility to re-clear.
I don't think they had one at their disposal, so that shouldn't be even an option, if I'm not mistaken. Also, who says that the assistant coach cannot be a good player, guys? Maybe he's actually, like, radiant. Maybe he is. Who the fuck knows?
And you would say that Trent is like another top 5 player.
I don't know, man.
I mean, pick somebody from G2 and you could have a whole essay.
Didn't really see him play, so I can't really say anything.
To maybe take on a little more extra weight in terms of the firepower from G2, and he's kind of having a quieter game 1. It is just their first match, though. But if you lose this, you go to your last life in groups, and no one wants to see that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just looking at stage 1 in Masters. Trent.
Oh my god,
He's 5 and 13.
that was a fast ultimate in spawn, bro. Fade ultimate doesn't tag anyone. Yeah, that's not good. That is not good. They go back to side. They have that ultimate from Sova. Yeah, good luck now. Good luck. Sada gets the value. See, that's what I said before. Like, it's so valuable for them, and they didn't get them out of KC before.
Time to come in and get that headshot onto G2. We're just gonna trail behind even more. What is showing out of KC?
Yeah, this is not looking good.
All she wrote 12 to 6.
I'd hope that if you're an assistant coach on a pro team that you can play pretty well. That is, I disagree. I disagree. And I'll give you a extreme example. I will give you an extreme example. Someone could be an assistant coach and he could literally have no hands. Like, not being evil, even physically possible for him to play the game. You can be smart about the game without playing it. Is it easier to be a coach for a team if you play the game well? Yes, it is, but it's not required.
But it's gone usually KC's way. And Jogamo, VAL, and 2 huge stars from G2 have been dimmed. The spike is down. G2 have to play against it and against a curveball, which this is not something you scrim against every day. And now you're getting zoned off by Molly, so you can't even play off the C's.
Yep. Is it crazy to say that I actually like this KC comp? No, I think it's fine. I think Phoenix was always fine for pro level as well. But with this composition, I would probably prefer to have a different duelist, unless my fucking guy in the team is an actual Phoenix specialist. You know? But Phoenix is very good. People just are trolling by saying, bro, he's so easy to play around because he has no mobility.
The more time it takes from G2, the more that Elite can just start to creep his way behind. And if Shaq decides to play out of his pit, he's going to be cooked, and Elite can safely just hunt for this Viper's pit and really ruin G2's chances of coming back into this game. But it is
that Viper's pit was panicky. That was like, that type of Viper's pit is like,
and that's all she wrote. KC when
what happened with the last kill, bro?
Unreal start for KC.
What the hell?
And again,
did it just
the deal and put the nail in the coffin?
Oh, okay.
And Elite is trying to seal the deal and put the nail in the coffin.
Oh,
It's so much pressure onto Trent if you're not finding first bloods. And on the other side for KC, they get a good read on their opening half, saying, hey, we're getting a lot of space here at A main. Let's take that. And then as we get to the halfway point, the second quarter, if you will, KC start to put the pressure on mid. It just forces G2 to make these tough decisions on their opening setups. And when you've got a Yoru, you've got a Phoenix, you've got the ability to continue to play off of your own Omen, you just continue to win the map by playing with heavy numbers advantages, whether it's off of early first bloods like we saw time and time again, or if it's just we're going to take a 3v2 over on the A site because we know we've blocked off Shaq on the Viper. It's just a really good heads-up play from KC, and they're going to move on to the winner's qualification match.
You wanted to choke him.
Just for G2 to only get 1 round on the offense, I mean, the cracks in that armor are starting to show of just how much you miss Leaf and how much Trent needs to activate in their potential final match, because this is a really difficult group.
Actually,
KC, you got BL
only half an hour late on the secondary stream.
You have to try and beat to have
only half an hour late.
Groups, and this is really going to hurt the morale of G2.
Oh, big time. And it's just
morale of G2? I don't think so. They're playing with a sub. I think the moment you start playing with a sub, guys, I'll be very honest with you. If I'm playing in a pro team, right, and I'm aware that I'm playing with a sub, expectations are like negative. Like, if we win, that's awesome. But we most likely gonna lose. That's it. It's tough on Shaq though. Like he is being put in a terrible spot. It feels bad for him because I know he is aware that it's not his fault, right? He's feeling for like a very let's say, how do I say this? It was unexpected. He's feeling last minute, right? So he has to do a phenomenal job when he's not prepared to do that, right? And he should have zero expectations on him, but at the same time, all the pressure is on him, because if he doesn't do well, the team most likely loses. And he's also the assistant coach, right? So it's like, people should have the awareness of not blaming him, but then they will anyway. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Moments here for G2.
Let's swap to the other stream.
On the stage, we've got
players. It's more like we make sure ourselves ready and play together, like.
So you force them to play your game.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, making sure that all your ducks are in a row, that they meet you. Now on the opposite side, meeting Sentinels, BBL. Now this squad here, again, this seems like pretty equal, and we were talking about it earlier, a lot of bad blood between them here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the podcast, so much beef was going on from the Sentinels side. I'm really curious, Kakuka, about your thoughts on BBL, because I know you are the expert.
I absolutely love BBL. I think for people that do not know them,
oh wait, so we have Liquid
BBL
versus, I'm gonna change the title.
Organization, but for the first time in the history of their teams in Valorant, they decided to go international, right? And they picked up great pieces. They still have a couple of Turkish players, but the pieces that they picked up are so valuable. It has not been easy for them. They started the year
YouTube
with the
stream. Give me a second.
They have to bring Magnum for stage 2 and whatnot. A lot of changes, and they were so close, literally like a couple of rounds away from making Toronto. But now this is the first time in history that BBL qualifies for an international event. So it's such a breakthrough moment.
Yeah, and somebody that you were talking about that I want to touch on is Magnum. I mean, there's some history here between the teams as well. Magnum and Narrate were on the same team, right?
That was
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so I mean,
Sentinels, right. I'm an idiot. What I'm thinking, I don't know why I was thinking Team Liquid. I saw Yumpy and I just thought to myself, yes, Team Liquid. That's what I did. That's legit what I did. I saw Yumpy and my mind just instantly thought Liquid.
Habits, you know? So yeah, I guess they kind of know each other, what they're gonna do and stuff. Yeah.
Then when you think about this matchup, what do you think is going to be a key matchup between these two squads here? In
what of DRX? I don't know when DRX will start. As soon as DRX is gonna start, I'm gonna swap to the DRX match and I'm gonna put on the jersey. But I don't know when the DRX match will start because the other stream was delayed half an hour. So, who the fuck knows? We're gonna start watching it as soon as I see DRX sitting down at the PCs. I'm gonna swap to DRX.
IGLing a team, but as you're saying, he has a lot of experience, a lot of games played also internationally. But funny enough, in the entire of his history, he only played against Sentinels once, and it was like in 2021. So it was a very, very different roster. We all remember that 2021 for Valorant was
yeah, right.
Was a
also
very
predictions
year, for many reasons. But even though with all this experience, we have not seen this merge. Of course, Magnum, I believe that I don't think he has either. So I think that our only link would be the Magnum and Narrates. And when we speak about Narrates, and when I think about how Sentinels was playing in Toronto, I think that Narrate was a key piece to making many things work. I think that he's thriving as an initiator.
Yeah, I kind of want to get your final thoughts here, Devi, on the difficulties of playing on a different stage, right? You've played across the world multiple different times. Now here, was there anything that jumped out at you here in terms of
the lineups?
A new stage at EWC?
Yeah, I think the venue, I mean, for me, for this time, I think the venue is extra cool for me.
It's insane. And the colors like match your jersey and everything.
So
this lineup doesn't check the person underneath.
With adapting to the
Does it? If a person is in Kabi,
like, I think it's very
it doesn't check him, no?
Yeah.
Did you try it?
They're gonna provide us some hand warmer next time.
Oh, he literally.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't. No.
Yeah, really cool. Like, I thought you meant it was like a really nice stage.
It's not a bad lineup.
It's like cold, like the AC is too strong for me.
All right, well, we've got ourselves the match ready to go on stage right now. It's Sentinels versus BBL. Take it away, guys.
I would, but this lineup is also not great. It doesn't look at lamps exactly. Look, it doesn't, like, person who is standing here is not gonna get checked. I would make the lineup land on this over here to make sure it can check underneath. DRX 8 minutes? We don't know that.
Welcome back, everyone, and what a way to kick things off here at Valorant at the Esports World Cup. PaperX are on their way to crush some keys, but the action does not stop here.
We've kicked things off, haven't we, Fancy? Not just here in Valorant, but across this entire tournament. We've had that first matchup, and we are officially underway at the Esports World Cup 2025 on this huge stage that's that big. We all keep getting lost on it. It is crazy up here. Are you ready to get back into business?
We're ready. Let's do it.
All right. After what was a somewhat unsatisfying finish in Toronto, they are ready to get right back into the server. It's Sentinels!
And their opponent, a team with a lot to prove coming through the EWC qualifiers, embracing their underdog spirit. It's BBL!
Big bag. Something. Do I refresh Repsile?
To kick off Group B, the opening matchup as these teams fight to earn their spot in that upper bracket winners match. I'm Mitch, with me is Tom, and I gotta say, it's great to see BBL down there on the international stage. They fought so long, they almost made it to Toronto, and now it's their chance to prove that they deserve this spot.
Yeah, I feel like they've been on the cusp all year, and now they sort of get that, probably the matchup that they would have desired most, facing off against the Clout squad of Sentinels, a team that has always been in that sort of upper stages of international events over the last couple of years. With
I'm really not a fan. I'm really not a fan of the colors of the jerseys of BBL and G2. G2 has white jerseys, but then they wear pants that are beige. It doesn't look good at all. And BBL has beige t-shirts that just kinda look like the color of the skin. for the players of BBL, so it doesn't look like good on them as well.
Steal a map with a couple of pistols, who knows what will happen.
Oh, absolutely. A solid squad when it comes to those opening rounds in the half. And look, both of these teams, when we talk about their icebox, the map that we're going to see this battle go down, they've been running the Tahoe. We're in that meta now where Tahoe's not going to be as viable. There's going to be changes, and getting to see the identity that they're bringing down to that stage is going to be exciting.
This?
For Sentinels, you mentioned it. They always make those deep runs. They're always in the upper echelon. Maybe Toronto wasn't what they wanted, but they went out to two of the best teams within the tournament. So at the end of the day,
why are you sounding so different?
Underestimated. They might have bombed out of the tournament, but you've got to look at the opposition. And here, a big test for BBL on that international scene, facing off against like
Mitch doesn't sound like Mitch. What the hell?
Game. He'll be up against Zekin here. A tough matchup, and well, a couple of surprises when it comes to the agent select.
Yeah, it seems like both teams have had a similar idea. They've gone, okay, well, we can't have ourselves, or we don't want those extra initiators anymore. Let's go double controller, bring the jet back in. A lot of teams have been putting an Omen in, but in replace of a duelist. Instead, they've got the duelist, they've got that battle, and I'll be honest, this is the battle I wanted to see most for these two teams, is Levin on the jet, Zekin on the jet. Yeah. I think it's going to be
Let's see if any of those teams are using the Omen Smoke on mid instead of the Viper op.
But then you have different sides of the scale completely, where John QT, I think in the past, had pretty decent stats when playing the Senti. Initiator, he's in that more supportive role. Now he has a bit of a mix, has the chance to flex, and then on the other side, Sociable, if anybody's going to drop 40 in a game for BBL, it's normally him, which doesn't make a lot of sense when you look in playing a Sova or at times these more...
I'm not doing Gamba on this match because I'm going to do it for the DRX match.
He's hitting, and I think he's one of those players that I'm really going to focus on, because I expect Prophet...
And I'm going to be swapping for the DRX match.
Fantastic individual. I think Magnum as
so we're just going to watch a little bit of the Sentinels match and then swap for the DRX.
I'm looking at Sociable because he could be the guy that is their best player, or he's a little bit further down the board.
Well, like last time they played here, obviously on the Tahoe, like you said, you have to be that little bit more passive. You've got that stall utility, you've got that post-plant utility. My man wasn't involved in a single opening duel up against Heretics. That's going to be a different flavor for him now, maybe freed up to have more of that individual performance. And I think looking at Sentinels and how the desk talked about them, they're spot on. It's not just about Narrate. I think it was Device said that, right? Like, Narrate's an unbelievable player, but it's not just about shut him down, it's an easy win. There's so many more strong players on that roster.
I think he said Zekin, but then named Narrate.
Oh,
afterwards.
Sorry. But either way, you then look at BBL, they have that same depth to
Icebox best of one? Yeah, not the best choice, not gonna lie.
Day is the end of their run. They've got a talented bench there. So many head-to-heads that are going to be exciting to see when we get our teeth into this series. And a BO1, like you said, the stakes are high. There's no falling back to your map pick or a middle ground later on. It all comes down to this map.
But I also look at both these teams for a similar reason of, firstly, you look at the coaching staff, especially with the changes to BBL. I think you have two very sort of analytical minds with decent support staff behind them. But I also look at them as people who will enjoy crushing other teams' keys. Like, I think you put the likes of a Zelsis or a Yumpy, and you go, yeah, if you win a couple of games here, you're going to destroy people's keys as you go. They're like, that's my favorite part of the whole event. I'm going to enjoy that more than anything else. So I think that's going to be fun to see later on. Of course, if you've not seen as much of EMEA and you've not seen what Yumpy's been doing.
Were you ever superstitious when you played?
So
no, never.
We had to turn the volume down.
Maybe you should have been.
Us. And I think you look at the other side, I don't even need to talk about what Zelsis
Maybe that's what I was missing.
You all know what Zelsis is going to be doing. So I think this is going to be some standing up, some fun, and hopefully soon we will be getting back into things. And there you go, timer ticking, we're good to go.
That's what I like to see, Tom. Right into the action. Sentinels and BBL fighting it out on Icebox. The
Lone with the Sheriff on defense.
Tomorrow. That's not really where you want to be at right off.
No, the DRX match is not live.
Under threat. As the timer ticks away, it is Sentinels who will be
5 minutes on the timer over here.
Looking to isolate Magnum in this early fight. Moving towards this A site. BBL adjusting with a deep B push of their own, and they'll have a lot of information in just a couple seconds.
God, this is what we want to see from Sentinels. They get to set that pace. That's always the value of being on that attack side, looking to try and get off to a solid start, but already Magnum just taking that initial fight, swinging to make sure they had the advantage early. Narrate looking for a little bit of
guys, we're gonna be watching the DRX match. It didn't start yet.
Unfortunately though, they are falling like flies. by Zelsis, the last man standing to try and face off versus 3. And we mentioned that pistol hit rate for the side of BBL. Well, it's looking pretty good right now.
Well, it's all about that.
We just watched few rounds of Sentinels versus BBL before the DRX match starts.
Shock dart onto Bang, who was already desperately low before he walked through the Viper wall, and that just took it from bad to worse. The spike down, it's not looking great. Zelsis gonna go on the big wrap though, all the way around, previously spotted on A main, and hopes to have the element of surprise, but there's no one exposed to that rafters angle. He's gonna have to drop down, it'll be heard. Levin will have to be contended with, and even then, there's only 25 seconds to retrieve that spike and get it planted.
Bro,
this should be BBL's
the nicknames like K-Knight or Levin, it makes no sense. That's not how it reads, right?
Gonna win that fight anyway. BBL off to
How do
that
players do
strong
this?
start that they were looking for. I will say that the only critique I have of the stage.
What would be a weird quirk?
Panicking right now, but it's actually more.
My weird
I
quirk.
see someone going red, and I.
If I will have to make up one.
Like, it's so scary to me. I'm so EWA core. This like red. That means technical pause. No, we can't.
My chat just disconnected.
It's a red versus blue. It's a really cool looking stage. I'm sure over the
and now
next
connected.
couple of days I'll get that panic out of my system, but for now at least. Solid start, and I think that's going to be important. That's the other thing you have to bear in mind with best of ones. You win both pistols, and you're in a very, very good
The chat on screen works,
11.
but the camera hub,
Try
I
and
mean,
kick things off with a few extra.
the teleprompter broke.
And there's one already.
Yeah, he's out for free. And those rotations really what got BBL that previous
But
round.
this looked like
They're
a
on it
complete-
again here. As Spike goes down, there's already 2 players detracted. Now another falling.
Complete
and the
disconnection.
numbers flooding back into this B side for the defensive side. Yet to even lose a player. And they've got that ghost to fall back on. They can recover a weapon potentially. And that is going to be picked back up.
My
by Yampi.
weird
So
quirk
losses
would
here,
be
minimal.
probably...
And this is a wonderful start to the half for BBL.
Maybe I would bring like a deck of cards that I would shuffle all the time.
A little bit of extra credit so they can throw in. They
Polish
didn't
doesn't
really
make
spend
sense that
anything in
J
this
is
round,
Y.
so you come out with a kill on a plant. It doesn't look great, but it's absolutely fine.
That's
and now
not
as well,
true.
we'll get to see the 4 rifles coming in for this squad. Of course, like you go back and you look at both teams, in fact, in their last results when it comes to Icebox, it's not been the best. And that's, again, it's always interesting.
We have-
I think when looking at the veto initiative,
Polish
like,
works
if they're gonna
exactly
go
the
for a
same as
strong
Latin
map,
when it comes
we maybe end
to
up
J
with Pearl.
and
I
Y.
think both teams are great at Pearl, but I can kind of understand that for either side it would be more of a risk. And maybe this was their sort of surprise factor. Levin already going walkabouts.
If I'm not mistaken, it also works the same in Spanish.
Expect this straight
Oof.
away, but Bang wins the fight anyway, and Jong QT does as well.
It is a bold play to go for that push, outlaw in hand, up against full shields. I mean, he needed.
Does this
both
problem
shots
start when you
connect
started
there.
to stream to
And
YouTube? No,
obviously, it
actually,
hasn't
they started
worked
even
out.
on
BBL now comes down
one
to
stream.
damage. Players like Sociable and Magnum alive, sure, you could still see them winning this round, but Sociable's been tagged up.
Am I
heavy.
mistaken? There's no V in
Sentinels
Polish?
are on their way
Yes, there's no V.
Nice little angle above the smoke, but dealt with quickly. And again, then we look to Magnum. He's recovered himself a Vandal. Can he find a couple of kills here?
We
to
only
put a
use
dent in that
V
Sentinels economy?
in our language in borrowed words.
Drone used just to make sure if any.
When
surprises
when
were
Polish
left on the
children
site.
learn the alphabet, there's no V in it.
He's quite far away. And as you said, with a gun in hand, isn't that much value in overfacing here. At minimum of 3 players probably going to be surviving. Well, in the end, it is Bang to close out with a triple kill.
Bro,
Solid fire
Icebox
round coming
is
through
really
for
fucking
Sentinels.
boring. No, I'm not gonna lie.
That little bit more interesting.
I'm
Of course,
not
some weaker
gonna
weapons
lie.
In there for BBL, they tried something
This map
incredibly
needs
aggressive, and
heavy
I
work.
like the fact that
Teams
like I
just
said, when
don't
it's
try
these sort of
anything
games,
new.
You're gonna take risks, you're gonna do
They
things
just go for the lowest
get a
risk
little bit of an
possibility.
extra bonus in some of the earlier rounds, but Sentinels are very well prepared. Like they were not caught off by that whatsoever.
No, not at all. That was, as I said, a bold play to go for that push, but now with the rifles in hand, it's going to be a different story, and what I'm excited to see in these buy rounds is Levin already top of the board.
Even with the Omen, like, basically almost nothing changes. Why on earth is the Viper Orb being used on mid? I will never know. It's really terrible. Like, you could have so much more pressure on A if you use the Viper Orb on A as an attacker, but no, let's use it on mid. Even though we have a second controller, teams just don't try to change any protocols.
This has leveled up the numbers. Vipers with the turret, finding one on Bang. This round, very much up for grabs for BBL, despite that.
I think Breeze is better. I think Breeze is a great map.
Flashbacks though, when they
But I can guarantee you teams would also put almost zero effort to actually make it enjoyable.
Getting in their faces, super aggressive, super off kilter, trying to surprise them as much as possible. Even still though, they've ended in an even scenario. Sentinels have managed to cling on even while leaving a pretty big gap behind them. Celsius has to be careful that they're about to walk through the smoke. They know he's on the other side, but he turns at the perfect moment. Both heads taken off.
For entertainment purposes, I believe making all teams play Corrode in best of one form would be the best. Not having Corrode, not having Corrode in this tournament is a really big mistake in my opinion.
Of course, he had a teammate there backing him up too. That angle was being covered, and just a shame that Levin wasn't able to follow up quickly. But still, he did so much.
Do you think Corrode would be enjoyable to watch?
By picking them off, by putting the pressure on, but it's not enough. And with a performance like that, the momentum.
I want to say yes, but it's gonna end up exactly the same way as Sunset and Ascent.
That's sounding off towards the B site, but everyone else is on pistols. Levin has got the Blade Storm to fall back on if they want to invest it here.
He's got the light shields. It seems like it is definitely part of the plan. Maybe hoping that Prophet can do a little bit of damage first before he goes for the star points, and there you go, it is in play.
Wasn't Corrode already properly in CN? Yes, it was. But somehow it's not in this tournament.
Connecting, and while the trade outs with those rifles going well, eventually Levin will pick up another, and Magnum with one more. The problem though is Levin so low on HP that even with those few spanners thrown into the works, Sentinels again.
Once I see DRX as being on the camera on the second stream, I'm gonna swap. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not gonna feel any regrets because
it had some opportunities to it, but this round here, this is where they want to turn things around completely. Ults will be coming online, rifles will be in play for them.
There's literally nothing interesting happening.
They have the Hunter's Fury as well, and it's not online for Narrate, so not an easy counter available.
If Fadron can wait for the rework of Harbor,
who's coming in with Viper's Pit, you can be pushed out of that very easily. So there's no easy win for Sentinels.
What does this land? Is it bouncing? No, it's not.
Plenty to fall back on. This is the round.
It was destroyed.
Across the line. What was that? John QT thought he could sense a cap.
Holy crap!
Ready and waiting.
Maybe it's just me, but sticking with Toronto patch make this thing more legit. Oh, so you think that makes it more legit, but they're gonna be playing Corrode in 1 week in VCT Split 1. Sorry, Split 2. And that will make VCT Split 2 less legit? They will have no downtime.
Picking up a double.
They're gonna instantly go back from EWC to Split 2 and play Split 2. He missed it and landed next to him, literally? Oh, okay. That's great stuff. Alright, guys, I'm swapping because DRX is on cameras. Over here. And I have to change the title.
He won't be playing for this event. They're going to be using an academy player, which is a very
DRX versus XLG.
In particular, recently we saw Geng bring up Ash from
and also on YouTube.
I think DRX, I've got an eye on them this tournament, despite the roster instability.
There is a level, though, of, like, this is a lot of pressure on Flicker. Like, to come in out of nowhere, essentially. And to be fair, like, the Academy team was not performing at a super high level.
That's true.
He looked good, but, like, the team itself was not finding, like, a tremendous amount of success.
But stage play is not tournament, though, for 1.2.5 million.
Coming off of, like, being dominant in that Academy space. It's just, for me, comes down.
Guys, the reason why we watch this and enjoy watching esports is because
this is minus the fact that they're missing.
It's entertainment.
In terms of what Flashback brings.
It's competition, but it's entertainment first. This is American Gladiators and WrestleMania without scripting.
Up against a vulnerable XLG team, you have to find success with it, you think?
If you think this is some kind of chess tournament where it has to be never changing anything, then you're in the wrong spot. The objective of playing tournaments is to make viewership, because this is an entertainment business. It's video games. It's not a sport, it's a video game. And we watch the competition video games to be entertained.
DRX couldn't believe that KC won, but Australia is here, is the point I'm trying to make.
If you would like to be fair to every single team, then we should not never have any new updates during the year as well.
With their roster, they're quite happy to sub different people in for which style they want to go for. I will also say Estrella is someone that he's used to being that IGL. He's used to sitting with a strong coaching staff, going back to RRQ with Ewok, and they had Warbirds as well. Now onto DRX. I mean, star-studded coaching staff on all of these career rosters. So
it's a big problem. Wait, I can do this. It's a big problem in my eyes that there's not. They don't include the new content.
Vetoing all the way down to one map here.
In my opinion, it's a big problem. They don't include any new content in this tournament.
CN as well as Pacific in some of these mid-season events.
Yeah, lower final matchup between these two squads when they last played, but back and forth we go kind of again.
I don't care if the teams had time to prepare.
Vetoes is you could take out your worst and also your opponent's best.
Yeah.
So it gets.
They will have to be prepped for VCT as well.
Haven as the map. This was part of that best of 3, and it was dominated by XLG.
Maybe they should have tanked Toronto then and prepped for EWC more and not play in Toronto. If that makes sense.
Play any sort of a factor here in this matchup.
11-1 for those that don't know. That's the recent game, Sheila game versus DRX.
Could have playing Haven. That's
Asian
interesting.
Champions League lower final.
Attacking side, yeah.
I mean, attacking side.
Wait, Jersey.
11-1. Really disgusting stuff. One thing to note is I'm still seeing it. Still seeing Teo in that rails. I'm trying to remember if that was on the former patch or not. It was. Yeah, it was a while ago. This was in like mid-May, so I think we were on the earlier patch. So likely we're going to see some changes.
I don't care about competitive integrity either.
Yeah,
what competitive integrity?
Patch, number 2, other thing that really
What competitive integrity, guys?
He is now departed from the roster, and since
it's a new map in the game that you will have to learn.
I think XLG's kind of been struggling a little bit.
And if you don't want to play on it, you can ban it.
Their coach, Havoya, I believe it is playing.
If that's a problem.
He is someone that does.
But playing on an old map will makes this tournament
He has got a lot of reps in Valorant. He's even played in the CIS
way less
region.
interesting.
He's played in the South Asian
That's
region.
it.
So this guy's been around a little bit. He knows how to play the game, and he should be able to hold his own.
And by the way, we learned this as well in League of Legends. You play ranked in League of Legends, that is like 2 patches ahead of League of Legends, LEC.
And now, before this event, this is between
no one like that. I think they changed it at some point, but it was like that for years. When you had incredible amount of delay of including any new content, in League of Legends. So people watching LEC and playing the game were like watching 2 different games.
I don't think he's filling a duelist role. I think you play a lot of breach and
because of
things like that.
competitive integrity.
Actually, for both teams, not only for XLG but also for DRX, what are the roles going to be? Because DRX, they've already been mixing up the roles quite a bit in the past historically.
Is it too hot for 2 shirts?
Coming in, I believe he's
no, I'm freezing.
A lot of Yoru. DRX is a team that likes to play a little bit of double duelist. So I wonder, are they going to just chuck Flicker on the Yoru? Dude, his name is Flicker. Chuck him on a
It's a big update though. What? One map changed. That's it.
Breaking wrists left and right. But
one map.
Thing is just like,
there's nothing else that they didn't include. They changed all the balance changes to the agents. The only thing they didn't include is the map.
You missed out at qualifying for Toronto. You have to fight
2 maps. Those teams should know Bind like the back pocket of their fucking old jeans from 1989.
Yeah.
Does it feel like you should give this more time? Because like it does kind of feel like they're trying to find a formula right now with all these recent roster moves.
I think that DRX, for those that aren't aware, were put in a rough set of circumstances.
Saying new map about Bind is like legit trolling.
In the public on social media, they've made some statements that you can go ahead and read, and I think that that is what led to some of the roster changes that I don't.
Not a single player was born in '89. That's incorrect. Angel was.
I think that they've been trying to fill the gaps ever since, and now this is another edition of that. But what I will say is that Korean teams are very good at betting in different players. The coaching staff on DRX is star-studded, and they will be able to make different things work more often than not. I've found myself questioning DRX. Like any other team, you'd see them throw academy player and throw another random player into the roster and be like, this is not going to work. Like we've all watched esports for however many years. When teams do this, they usually get rolled. But DRX make it work more often than not. They've got great prep.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about this all the time, like a revolving door of a roster. It's so tough to pinpoint like where your vulnerabilities and where like your mistakes are coming from. Because is it because the chemistry is not
Give me a
there?
second.
Are we not hitting our
I need to retweet.
Are we just not mid-rounding correctly? Do we not have that subconscious understanding of each other? Like it's just tough, I think, to pinpoint when things are going.
Do we get patch info today? It should be in 2 hours. That's how typically it was being done.
Gold standard. Like DRX are a history dog in Pacific. They won kickoff. They were an international representative this year. They are not here to be mediocre, Kev. Like they want to be top tier roster. They want to be winning Pacific. They want to be going over internationally and doing damage.
Push-ups?
Push it real
good.
I mean, DRX have even got the results to back it up.
Wait, give me a second.
Yeah, they've lost to Paper X in the qualifier to even make it here. The ACL event coming second place in Act 2, I believe. But then you look at the fact that they also did end up being Paper X in ACL 25 final, the grand final 3-1. It's like, this is a DRX squad that in the same event that they beat Shilai 2-1, they then go in the grand finals, they beat Paper X as well. It's just a capable squad that can take down the best in the world. And I mean, you were kind of memeing a little earlier. Maybe DRX can actually win it all. You know, like Mitch Mann on A-Stream is saying that maybe BBL can win it all. Everyone's got their biases, but really...
Line up on stream
DRX, and they actually have
against
some reasonable, insane results to back it up, so it's a possibility.
I will also say, using PRX as a measuring stick is a trap, because throughout the majority of the year, they were actually quite poor until they had an insane run. Guys, they were 0-3 in Pacific. They were competitive in those group games in the round robin, but I haven't seen a team do what PRX did.
How many push-ups?
Being down 0-3 in the round robin group stage to run.
Where is Klusek? At home. 20 push-ups. Let's do it.
Like, a team won or lost.
Let's do it.
20 push-ups. Like now, yes, the level is established, right? Like they are a very
I need to be here, no?
Were a very good team. The level was there before, but they had a big dip in form from the start of this year to the middle point of this year. So it's hard to say. Like
this story just feels like such a Paper X story, though.
Yeah, bro.
Of like
they're like it's like anime. We're living in an anime simulation, bro.
They're legitimately this. They have to be the scrappiest team in the world. Like,
yeah, for sure.
Playing things that no one expects and making it work. And there could be some level of like that. Like, talking about their group stage being underwhelming for PRX. Like, yeah, maybe the meta just didn't fit them.
I actually agree with that. I don't think they were great at Teo Breach meta, and also they were trying to make people fit those roles.
Yeah.
Like they had like 3 or 4 different people playing Teo. They were putting something on Breach. That was not working. They're slamming down again. It's good vibes, bro.
Yeah. That's just one. That just feels like such a Paper X storyline. But on the other side of things, like again, it's like meta changes, map pool changes, but you're also changing your roster if you're DRX, and it just. You're in a very competitive region where it does feel like anyone can come out on top at any given moment in time.
Oh, you're right.
Whereas for XLG, it's not like those
predictions
storylines aren't there.
Start prediction.
That they're in, but it just they kind of come in as this team that's like recently
DRX, XLG. I'm gonna give you 10 minutes. Seems like we have technical issues.
Yeah. And then coming up short.
What's the maximum push-ups you can do? You can send contracts and see.
But it is like a level of. How good are they? How good is
Contract
the region?
completed.
Like, it just kind of feels like it throws things in the limbo.
$3.20 push-ups contract.
Yeah, I do think there's a difference in terms of the subs. Like, I mean,
is DRX for stage 2 7-man, 6-man, or 5-man? It's gonna be 12-men because we're cloning the players right now.
But could be the fact that Havoya has had a little bit more recent experience. He played as early as last year. I think he even filled in for a game a little bit earlier.
I remember hearing it, like reading an interview with him where he's like, yeah, I used to play quite a lot, but I felt like I could have more impact as a coach.
Sure.
So like, he's someone who seems comfortable playing the game.
In the meantime, Icebox, nothing interesting is happening there.
Super active, currently in the game, currently kind of integrated with the team in a greater way, you know, not directly with DRX, but with the DRX Academy, so they're kind of within that system. So to me, there is a level of difference here. You could also argue that Havoya coming in as coach, I mean, he really understands the team, he coaches the team, he knows exactly how they're going to play, how they should be playing and all that kind of stuff, and there could be an advantage there, but it just, I look at bringing in an academy player as the safer option than bringing in a coach. That doesn't sound good when you talk about let's bring in a coach to play. Even if they did play a year ago, which is a little bit more recent than Shaq on G2, but you know, we're probably still, as you see Havoya on screen here, I have some questions potentially about their comm structure as well. Being that, you know, he is a Russian coach and player, it's a Chinese team, how's that going to work? So
yeah, I think they already speak
tactical pause on Icebox.
Some comms that I've heard.
In the meantime, we're waiting for the DRX match to start.
So I think it's on a team-by-team basis, but I have seen him play.
How many points did you bet, guys?
I think
you don't have to say which team, but how many points did you bet?
I could see a coach playing Breach, you know, and just hold the fault line, bro. Like he can just be licked at the wall, hold to the fault line, and getting the timings right, and maybe calling the macro structure. And then you've got Raga. If you got Raga, if he's just said, Raga, go kill, I'm stunning for you.
I can't bet points. Yeah, Polish people can't. Who else can't? Danish people, I think, can't.
Like Raga was disgusting.
Right?
Yeah. We're talking about.
I want to see Raga versus
ACS.
That's what I
Great stuff. In Poland, the only one that can gamble is the government.
He's been one of the best duelists. He had his rookie debut in kickoff and won. He royal
in Poland,
in his debut in kickoff,
you don't gamble, the gamble gambles you.
In fact, even when DRX was kind of struggling, he was still getting his numbers. Like, he is one of the best duelists in Pacific, hands down.
I want to re-hit, though, that point you're talking about with, like, play breach, lick a wall. We're playing Haven. Like,
True.
That is the definition of maps where you can do that.
Yep.
Just put them in either A or C link.
Yep.
Hold on to your fault line.
Yep.
Your defender on site says now, and then you hit it, and then you just retake with flashes. Like, it is very, I won't say like simple, but it is I think a viable way to put, you know, a substitute player in. We're on the other side, like for DRX, like there is a level of you're bringing Flicker in to improve this roster.
What a triple by Sociable. Did you see this?
Lowest KD at his team.
Did you see this triple?
Yeah, and it's just not bringing the pressure that you want as someone who's looking to also be one of those lockdown kind of controller style players. So
yeah, I think for Australia, initially he was on like Senti.
What a triple, bro. Look at this.
But then
look at this. What are those people looking at? Where is Sentinels looking at, bro?
Things like Breach,
yeah.
And he wasn't putting up as many having a weaker fragging performance. I totally agree with that. But
not a single person looking at him.
I'm seeing Happy Way on the roster. I remember Chinese Ascension watching this guy on Haven on the Cypher, like lurking up through Garage. He was getting multi-frags. He was fragging out of control.
Also,
like,
I don't know who said it on this analyst desk, but someone is yapping about Breach. I don't think we're gonna have a lot of breaches because teams should actually realize that the stun is literally garbage nowadays. It's so hard to actually stun anyone unless they're stuck in a corner. I don't think teams are gonna play Breach that much. He's really bad. Like, his flashes were never super really good, but the stun was his most important part. But Breach getting the nerf on the stun because Teho was too good, this is literally like some kind of Marvel Snap balancing decision making.
Then that will change things up a little bit, but just a team that's willing to, you know, play a little bit differently to some of the other teams out here.
Yeah, DRX,
XLG still playing it, it looks so bad. Bro, I swear to God, like, if I hope DRX doesn't play it. If XLG is gonna be playing Breach, let's take a look at how many times a player is gonna dodge the stun. Oh my God, Zelsis! What the hell?
Comp 2 times in a row. They are very comfortable just switching styles. They go into double duelers. Like, I could see them.
Ask Ryan about the nerf and the Breach. Now, I asked him already about the Yoru and Cypher traps in the ultimate. I'm waiting for that answer first.
I could see something like that with Flicker here. I mean, I could see them maybe go double Enit. I believe Flicker played some Enit as well. Or
I'm not sure about you guys, but watching this Icebox without full focus is actually more entertaining than with full focus.
What exact style they go with at
no?
the end of the day.
Fresh slate for DRX.
Yeah.
That's all I'm looking at right now.
Are DRX playing after this game?
The history obviously leads to a
they're playing right now. They're just sitting at the PCs. I don't know.
Fresh slate.
Like trying to format the windows or something.
Ourselves out, let alone how we match up on a strong international level. So this is a complete blank slate right now for DRX.
Yeah. So look, we're going to see what we're going to get from DRX. I want to see exactly what kind of comp they want to go with and what kind of style they want to go with.
Maybe they're installing Linus.
At Marco going back onto the IGL, he's a bit of a beast inside of Pacific. He is a player that is known for...
I'm not sure if I'm happy about Marco going back to IGL. I think he was performing so much better when Estrella was IGLing, but without Estrella he's going back as an IGL, and I'm like, hopefully I'm wrong.
Depending on whether he is going to be on the Senti or whether he's going to be on the Enit role. He does flex between the two, and I'm wondering what Bane's going to play. Historically a big Enit player, but we have seen him on the Senti role previously.
Yeah, I mean, we have players on this team, on the DRX side in particular, where they've been changing up a couple of different positions on the Enit side. You talked about Bane already, so see how they go.
Absolutely. Well, let's get into the game, guys. It is going to be DRX versus XLG, and to take it away, we'll throw it over to the casters, Shift and Avril.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. Let's get this thing underway.
Okay.
Pistol round Haven, best of one action. And it's always so fun because both teams a little bit of a hoop hop hooray as we jump on into the action from behind us and looking at the composition.
Hyunmin on Neon. Ooh. I was hoping for Jet. Hyun is an insane Jet, and we had Jet on Haven. Bane, Cypher, Marco Omen, of course, Flicker on Viper, freeing on Sova. Happy Way is playing ISO. ISO Yoru, this is so funny. It's like legit XLG is one of those teams that they think that Fnatic is playing this composition because it's good. It's so funny, man. XLG is playing with a coach?
Already coming through into
What? Why?
Viva's got Marco. This is looking really nice so far, 4 versus 3, and they should have, you would think, the side control.
Yeah, good next challenge, though, from Flicker. Brings the numbers back to a 3v3. Long lurk on the way for Voya.
Okay. We've seen every single kill. Good job.
Inside the C site. So it's on to the new guy, the substitute and the coach. 1v2 situation against Hyunmin and Flicker.
So that's the coach, Voya.
Little shoulder comes out, Hyunmin. Easy headshot.
Why is he? Do we know why he's playing?
Voya being tested round 1 here to see.
What score do you need to win? Kuru's. It's whoever gets 13 wins.
Because we have to talk about the fact that this is BO1's. Strats can come through, surprising opponents. You got a moment to really play unorthodox.
Bro, I don't speak Chinese. If you speak to me in English, I'll answer you. I don't on YouTube. I don't even know how to read your name.
Starting day BO1s. I know some people are concerned about BO1s here. Just on the first day, you have to be very vigilant about these sorts of situations.
And that's the biggest thing. Is like you have a lot of time to prep up for these matches. To kind of
well, they use the attacking smoke, so that's nice.
And what your opponents are going to play.
They lose a player because of it, but that's okay.
The smoke with Bane is allowed to get the first blood.
Too easy.
That, yeah, Voya is also going to be tagged off the A main, so just not a lot of space here for XLG to work with.
Voya is playing because it was too late for them to make a change.
Solo onto A, little bit of backup now.
I'm not following China that closely. Why is XLG out of a player?
He's gonna be able to see a lot.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Look at the minimap! Look at the minimap! Look at the minimap!
But there it is. Easy pop up, and Mako will turn that into a double. Braga responds, but again,
good observing swap the moment.
They were able to bring it around. Your hopes are low.
So funny, man.
Good snake bite over the top from Flicker in that cyber trap.
That was so funny, man.
Yep, defenses here trying to suffocate the play, and nothing will happen. Near flawless there for DRX. Really clean stuff.
Seen Raga pull off some magic before, but not that particular round. Marco putting himself in the right spot there. Obviously, didn't have the initial info, but all he has to do is look around, stand up.
Just tuned in, so Voya and Analytical both can play. No 2 input rule restriction. I don't think the EWC follows the same rules at VCT when it comes to like imports and stuff.
Somewhere will be DRX playing.
The 5th guy only joined them a week ago. Oh, and they were not able to get them into the team because of competitive integrity. Ah, I see. Okay, makes sense, guys.
So you got a triple setup for DRX, trying to get a little bit aggressive over towards A main. Recon dart in towards that main line.
Oh my god, bro.
With the first blood, you've got Mako looking to get aggressive.
Dude, we are playing this bonus really well. We're playing this bonus really well. Now we have safe. Look at this. It's numbers game. You don't have to fight. You can play just crossfires. Right? Yeah, this is good. I like the positioning from Neon and Sova. Now they're repositioned to be a little bit deeper. Viper is fully controlling double doors. Look at C. Look at C, what we have here. This trap is incredibly pushed, which gives early info. Because of that, Cypher is playing now with the rest of the A side. This is really good decision making right here. That deep trap on C is incredibly valuable. So now you know it's either A or B.
Time to play through here.
There's nothing else that is gonna happen here. It's either A or B. Now destroying this trap most likely means B, or is a huge fake towards A. But the map control is still under control. Like, map is controlled, essentially. Now that is confirming it's an A hit, so Neon should be fast rotating. Because it's 20 seconds.
Who's gonna put himself into the corner. happy, not expecting it.
What the double kill? We didn't see shit. Not a single kill was being seen.
Round converted for DRX, free weapons upgraded, everything cooking right now.
It's funny because it's true.
Just to tuck away in that corner, play off freeing, taking first
It wasn't Sting, it was actually a Spectre.
Being drawn off from DRX. They just have the members to play through and spread on the map. They only
I'm sorry. The Observer actually did catch the Mako kill.
Sort of a troubling situation for XLG. Do you want to note that first blood though? Raga being down early. You want to see your star player on your first gun
This
round.
one.
Get something done here.
This one we've seen.
It'll be a rough one.
Yeah, great start.
There's some massive echo.
To sheriff upgrades for XLG, trying to find some headshot magic.
All right, now this is the test. This is the discipline test because most teams.
It's another human first blood. That is.
Most teams actually fail the discipline test again after they win the bonus round. Let's see if DRX passes it.
And then a peek. I mean, it's, I won't say day one strategies, but pretty darn close. Mako finds
okay.
peeking over towards mid.
Okay.
Flicker's getting bored.
Wow, we've seen it. Whoa, double kill.
Flawless round for DRX. 4-0 up. Nothing. Really, no sweat at all.
No, I mean, we saw a near flawless before. Now we got the
adding players who are not included in initial roster submissions not permitted, except in case of emergency. Reason for adding a new player in place of an existing one is presented and approved by the tournament organizers.
I mean, we got down to a 2-versus-1, but
prior to May 14th.
Aside from that,
that seems like a very, very big, like,
seeing attack pause come through
deadline. But if they had set up a deadline, that's fine. They have a deadline. They have a deadline. You have to respect the deadline. That's it.
If they drop this one, Kev, I'll put my house on it. XLG calls a timeout.
Yeah, maybe they're expecting them to do.
So the Viper's covering BNA, right, and then double those with the orb, and then we have Cypher on C. It's a very efficient setup.
What we can get out of this
again, look at the deep trap on C. Look at the deep trap on C. This is gonna be one of the most important things in this match. Hyunmin whiffed when he dashed on side, slid on side. Happy Way has the ultimate for the post plant. We have to get number equalized. Well, there goes the ultimate from ISO. Do we have arrow? No arrow, but there's a drone, but we just go one by one. 1 versus 2, 20 seconds to the smoke. That is gonna be a problem. Okay, it's not me doing anything. It's not me doing anything. I'm still speaking. I'm gonna be casting. And he's being shot in the back. Wallbang into the head. Viva is happy. And he hit some shots in the aim-lapse routine in the whatever animation, post-plant, post-round animation that skin gives. And now we're gonna be also imitating the sounds. Click. There's no sound, guys. There's literally no sound. It's not my fault. Look. See? There's just no sound. The other stream has it.
Later. Even if...
See? But I'm gonna be actually making stereo sounds as well. If someone is like running on the left and right, I'm gonna be doing... Okay? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Double triple. Reload. Pew 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 pew. We're gonna be running and jumping. Give me a second, okay? Give me a second. We're gonna be running and jumping. Oh, what a position. Shh. Quiet. Yoruno utility but ultimate on. Pew 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 pew. Did you guys like the slide? We'll have to practice the neon slide. Is this a recording? No, this stream has no sound. Oh, wait. Quiet. Wall. Engage. Now, run in. Dry pick. Bro, seriously though, we didn't see a singular kill. In the entire game, I think we've seen like 5 kills. All the first bloods on A are like happening off stream. No? Anyway. Alright, let's see what's happening here. I'm kind of tired from making the sounds now. I think the shtick is gone. You know? Omen paranoia. We changed the traps. Oh, okay, that's a kill. That's the second tap. That was a little bit out of range, but 2 80s on Cypher and Omen. Trap is double doors. And the trap on B was redeployed. It wasn't destroyed. Actually, Flicker was repositioning the trap after shock towers were being used. No, never mind. 2 shock towers are here. I don't know what he was repositioning from, but something was meant to destroy the trap on B, and it wasn't. They're pushing into C. Flicker is on site, hiding in the bad smoke from CT. So he's able to... No, wait, that's not Flicker. What I'm talking about, it's Bane. Bane is playing Cypher. I thought Flicker's playing Cypher. My bad. Bro. Can we see the kills? I guess no. It's so hard to actually say stuff when we don't see stuff. I think I'm going to be playing on the minimap. Alright, so I'm going to be doing play-by-play from the minimap itself. Okay? So, wall bangle setup from Human over here can be doing some early damage. A very deep trap from our DRX ciphers. Look at this. That two traps that are being very deep set up for like, essentially those are kill traps. We have full push from XLG into A. They're going 4 players into sewers. One paranoia will have huge value over here. Yo just says fuck it. I'm not going there. My teammates don't know what they're doing. He's playing ranked right now. So they pulled the rotations towards A, but this is the same thing that I was saying before. You see this? How Bane repositions the trap? The trap was here, but now it's repositioned here. This is so smart by Bane. He's doing this almost every round. Whenever it's A push, we reposition this trap and we have a stack on the other side of the map. This is so well done. Although unfortunately, it seems like we will actually be losing this round because of the big brawl on B didn't go our way. (9-2) on a 50. I wasn't even paying attention to what was happening on screen. I just assumed we didn't see the kills because I was looking at the minimap. No? Did we see any kills? No, I didn't mute, guys. I didn't mute. There's no sound. You can go to this Valorant Esports World Cup to the second stream and check it yourself. There's no sound over here. This one has sound.
Aggressive they're being, because I don't think...
But as you can see, this one doesn't. Ultimate getting Hyunmin. Does he have the shield? Yeah, he does. Alright, well, that's not a good start. It's 4v5. Now we have to compensate. You see now Flicker actually pushing for the first time C long, but there's a trap in front of him. So he's just holding it. He might be the game changer in this round, because if they go towards C, but they never do, he might have a multi-kill here. But it's gonna be most likely just again B. They have the clone. Yes, they have the clone to go through the trap. I feel like we should be repositioning this trap very deep on B, because that B trap is just getting... It's just essentially just making sure that we know that they're going B, or like destroying it, but it could be just spammed. Yeah, I feel like the B... I think XLG actually correctly identified what is the weak spot, and that's the B side. But at the same time, it took them too long. So we're actually winning 9-3 on defense, which is good. So I feel like XLG just caught on way too late. They caught on way too late, and even though we repositioned a little bit of the powers towards B, it was not enough in that 150 round, and then we didn't even put the effort on the last round to put the players on B. It was just the Cypher. So yeah. Oh guys, I got a message on Kick. I noticed that your channel could benefit from a larger audience to help you boost your streams with the right support. You could start earning up to $24 per hour on Kick, and I can help you grow your channel by getting 3,000 real followers, 200 live viewers, and active chat engagement. Everything you need to become eligible for Kick's affiliate partner program. Interested? Please message me on Discord. Damn, son. Real followers. What if I was only interested in fake followers, bro? What then? The offer doesn't count? Beep boop. Yeah. Alright, let's see the pistol round strat from DRX. Remember, this is the first match with Flicker in the main roster, and Marco is back to IGLing. Commander, your name is really big. What the fuck? Alright, so attacking Viper Wall that affects both lobby and B, which is nice. The one way from our... I don't like the one way on C because it's so easily counterable by the default defensive smoke. So I'm not a fan of that. Ooh, not good. Ah! Flicker was seen by Raga. That's why the pre-fire crouch. Ugh. Dude, I don't know what's happening because we don't see any kills. Legit. Alright, Bane in one of the three. I've seen this win. I've seen him win this. Well, the spike is a... It could be picked up. He has a cage. But he needs to be aggro. He needs, before picking the spike, he needs to... Exactly. He needs to get that. I don't know what's going on with XLG, but they're not holding shit. So now it's... This is fully winnable.
Guys, what the fuck, bro? Why pushing you?
This is actually fully winnable. I wonder what he's gonna do with the cage. If I was him, I would cage myself because I have to plant immediately. Yeah. This is good. You still have like 3 seconds of this cage being active. Now you have to swing out. Ah, was good decision making though. It's good decision making because the cage has 7 seconds duration. So after planting, you still have like 3 seconds of the cage. But I feel like swinging out from the side of the cage would be less beneficial than from the backside. You know what I mean? Like if I would be swinging from this cage over here in a 1v2, I would probably swing in this direction or this direction, but not in the sides. Because that is an angle that is being held by the players from CT or double doors. You know?
Thank you.
Also, nice effort team. Do coaches ever say anything during a round or only during breaks? Only during timeouts. Marco just gets a kill. Flicker just gets a kill. I don't know what's going on, man. We forced one gun? No, we didn't force anything. We just got it for free. Oh no, Foya. What the fuck? Not only no sound, but also no vision. What is this? Stream for disabilities? Oi, that's not good. Was a nice effort though. ERL paranoia hit us. Yeah, right?
Lothar Senpai.
You know what's gonna be the funniest? At some point, they're gonna bring in the sound back, and I'm gonna get scared the shit out of me. All of you are gonna jump like this. What? Because suddenly it's gonna be 2 times more loud than it was before. It's gonna be like that, like the advertisement on TV. Like you're watching like a chess match on national TV. Suddenly they go to an advertisement and there's a fucking Coca-Cola going, ah, baby! You know? All right, first full buy. We do the one way. I'm not a fan of this because it's gonna get countered by the Omen, right? It should be. No? Okay. Droning in from pretty up close. It seems like we're committing. No traps on the entrance. Oh, Hyunmin is just trying to go in. We got this semi for free. Which is interesting. Why on earth is XLG playing full retake on a bonus? Sorry for the yawn. This is peculiar. I did not suspect this. I thought they're gonna be taking their chances. So now they go for the double damage. The wall, no right click. Okay. Imagine using right click on the wall. Hyunmin with the 4K. Shit, this might be too... I'm clapping too early. I'm clapping too early. Oh, thank God. Oh my God, that was too expensive though. That was way too expensive. We went for some ego picks at the end and we almost did a paper X. Holy. Also, not using a right-click wall here is legit trolling. Legit not using a right-click wall on the ISO here is legit trolling. And I can almost guarantee you that the pro players don't remember that the wall has a right-click. Gupia, I saw your question, but I didn't read it. Could you repeat it? Try to cast the match by using sign language. I already was using like smoke signals, so I think I'm okay. So we have Bane on a Guardian. Everyone else has full buy, but the utility is a little bit lacking. We fake them into thinking it's double doors. Oh, you know, our spike. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that is not good. Okay. Things like, yeah, whatever. Oh, the Bane rescued him. Oh my god, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Also, Viva is going full smork. I mean, not full, sorry, not full, like half smork. Green arrow. That, like, I'm sorry, but green arrow is like, it's just offensive to me. Disrespectful. Very disrespectful. The green arrows, you know? 5v3. It's post plant. It looks like they're saving. I'm not certain, guys, but they might be saving over here, you know? Wait, what is this sunboard? What is this?
ヨルクロン速度ブーストテクニック。
O kurwa, ale głośno. It's okay now. I was just asking about MMA. I quit Valorant for 2 months now, and I'm planning on skipping this whole episode as well. And I was wondering if my MMA will be different. I'm scared that I will not be able to play with my friends when I'm back. But someone already replied to me that MMA doesn't change, so yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, unfortunately, MMA doesn't change. There's no MMR DK because the Smurfs would be rampant. You know? Turn on some elevator music, something that nothing. I don't want to do anything that is DMCA. Also, I remember I'm using someone else's broadcast. I should not be altering it. You know what I mean? What the hell just happened? Why is Flick dead first? Wasn't paying attention for a moment and... Or we're doing Paper Rex impression. I have never read a Green Arrow comic book, by the way. Is there a chance for DRX to win 3 in a row? What, 3 in a row matches or rounds? We need 2. As long as the Paper X impression goes all the way to winning the tournament, that will be fine. We just watched Paper X, by the way, play. And on defense, they looked like they actually looked on defense kind of like the old KC. And then on attack, they swapped to being like demons with good fundamentals. Crazy stuff. The teams are able to do that. No, bro. Oh, we're getting them a lot of action, but then I'm trying to understand what's happening. We're just pushing A. I'm going to look at the minimap. So it's a 3v3, Chaos on side, Mako gets a double kill, we didn't see a singular kill, somehow we're able to not see 87% of the kills happening in this game. I feel like just putting like a bird's view would be better than this. Just put a camera above everything so we can at least see it from above. You know? So we're just heavy pushing into B. The tramps were destroyed by the shock darts. Hyun is getting the shield control. We plant on the left spot. What? Are you gonna save? It's last round, brother. Why were you looking at your Yoru? What is this, ranked? Yoru is ulting with an operator in hand. Oh my god. What is happening here? Wait, we've seen a kill. That's new. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, GG. Viva had an audio too? Yes, that's actually possible. That's actually possible. I mean, look, are we gonna watch the interview? Might be a little bit pointless, no? Far from clean, but nice win. I mean, judging by the score alone, it's 13-6. So it's like... It was pretty one-sided. But it could have been 13-3 if we just tightened the screws a little bit. You know? If you tighten the screw a little bit, then it would have been a 13-3. I'm gonna swap because we can't even hear the interview, man.
Spike planted.
Oh my god.
Paper of the lockdown, but I guess just wanting to have it for the retake instead, maybe
DRX.
cause that extra little bit of disruption. There is the Hunter's Fury already being sent through. Levin up close with that Bucky is ever so dangerous, and they still haven't cleared him from this position just yet. But it's going to be
yeah, Flicker was playing good, I would say. Apart from that one push on A, I think he played really well.
And everybody else struggling that little bit more, and so is he, it seems. Even still, though, again, the Sting is doing work. And now Profek just sitting back passively, not wanting this to happen again with the snake bite, but in second through the wall to kill him off. It might have been.
Did he have a snake bite?
And now a bit more, and so is he, it seems. Even still, though, again, the Sting is doing work. And now Profek.
No, he didn't have a snake bite.
When it comes to this matchup, I think we certainly deserve it. Sentinels looked down and out at one point.
He used it but missed it or something?
Down. And they've managed to bring this all the way back to an OT. Again,
And by the way, I really heavily dislike the plant on top. When the players can defuse from the bottom angle.
At just the right time, and now you're seeing them back on their feet.
Which other games do you play though? I mainly play Valorant.
Back to even footing.
But from time to time I play other games.
And it will be the attack
From time to time.
by Sentinels.
The last games I played that were different, we played Heroes of Might and Magic 3, we played Devil May Cry, we played Elden Ring, Sekiro, Wukong.
At the moment, DRX.
Yeah, those are the last games.
Watched it, you want to go back?
We'll play Papers, Please soon. Yes, yes, Brazen. We have to talk about which day we're gonna play it.
Rolling XLG. I think it's
ever finished any game? Yeah, I can't finish Valorant for some reason.
The scoreline as we stand, and that was from a 9-1 start for DRX. So looking like they're coming in hot. Of course, we
after EWC
talk about them having the youngster from the academy team of Flicker.
So
this will be his sort of first time on a main stage, but it seems like they're having a good time over there. And for XOG, it's been that little bit more of a struggle as of recently. Of course, that is going on at the same time.
I think we're gonna just wait for Sentinels BBL finish, and then we're gonna watch Energy Team Heretics, right? We don't want to watch RRQ Titan.
DRX have got that one covered.
No?
Whereas here, I'm not making predictions. The only thing that Sentinels will be very happy about is going into overtime.
We're not watching that.
Another pistol.
Exactly, yeah. And you got to think about it. You know, BBL finding all those pistol wins, it's what props them up to this point when it comes to buy rounds.
Two pistols and a bonus.
Wait, is the interview... Wait. The interview doesn't have sound. They don't even know about it.
He knows it had to be thrown from up close, and that's an easy pick onto Yumpy. He thought he'd cleared all of that A site. No one outside of it, but one had stepped in, and the opening pick goes to Sentinels as a result.
That's so funny, man.
Start.
That's actually funny.
They haven't really had an opportunity to...
That's actually funny.
...be in the lead in this game for, I believe, maybe right at the beginning. They were like 4-4, 4-3, something like that. They managed to have a decent start, but other than that, BBL have sort of been...
That is so funny.
Second half.
They even do a translation.
Main pain point.
They do a translation. They have 3 people involved doing the interview, and unfortunately, no one will ever know what was being spoken.
He's definitely going to need a couple more, and they are being very careful of any smoke. The thing is, though, Sociable still plans to try and push this, and I like that. They smoke off the dart. He goes swinging, and that's a spike down. Looks for a little more. A 2-for-1 bargain deal.
30 seconds.
And now with 30 seconds left, they've been delayed so much, they kind of have to go back.
Yeah, back into Levin. Problem is, BBL have sent players to the other side of the map, expecting that rotation. Levin's gonna have to stand strong. Already finds his first. Dash out. Info is good. He spotted at least.
I'm wearing my Sen jersey.
12 seconds left. They need.
Oh my god.
Through the wall.
What a one tap.
Work out for Bang. Zekin, barely enough time to get this plant in. In fact, he needs to get sticking. And Profex swings just in time to ensure
Will you watch
he
Fnatic?
Another.
When was Fnatic?
Going the way of BBL. Can they close it out this time, though?
All right, new pair of trousers
Crazy stuff,
to
man.
the caster room after that shot that Levin just hit.
Yeah, we're gonna be watching Energy and then Thieves and versus
These were
Fnatic.
pretty nice. Give me this one.
Yeah, we're gonna be watching those two matches. I mean, we're gonna swap in between when there's like breaks and shit, but that's what we're gonna be watching. And then we watch DRX. The last match of the day, I'm probably not gonna be watching the last one, but I'm gonna be definitely watching the 4 p.m. DRX match.
They are on the other side, and some
I wonder if they're gonna fix the sound till that
They
time.
know coming into this match, this is the squad of BBL never making it to an international event before, winning the qualifier. They didn't get through on that sort of EMEA top 2. That was, of course, Fnatic and Heretic. So this for them is realistically a matchup they'd be expecting to win, and they have hit a blockade time and time again.
Well, so many players on the other side. It's their first time being on that international stage. For Sentinels, absolutely not the case. This is an experienced squad, and they talked about it on the day.
I have to take a PV break. We're back.
You expect more from than their result in Toronto. But the reality is, you look at that, as you said, Tom, it's number 1 and number 2 that you lost to. You look at it and you go, okay, we got unlucky with how the bracket played out, with how everything was set up.
Sorry, just Flicker is just like done an MVP performance on his debut for DRX. That's nuts. Like, it really is. We've got such a great shot on our hands. I'm having to look at what's going on the other side.
They talk about an MVP performance, Tom. Levin, the rookie, the one that's up against one of the best in the world in the form of Zekin. He's on 30 kills already with one round left to play. Potentially, if this goes to BBL, it's 14-12. It's locked in. It's their dub, and Sentinels with elimination on the line again. Another international where they fall down early.
So this is going pushing. He's definitely been spotted, and that's not the start they were looking for. They've been able to get some decent openers over the last few rounds, but even still, there's been the fight back, so having a deficit is a problem, and there is... No, I was going to say there's no escape. Nearly escaped. Even still, though, a 2-man advantage. BBL with a chance to close this.
Poison's gone.
A squad that's long looked for their crown, and this will be a step in the right direction. A debut on the international stage and a victory just one round away. A couple picks, and it's left to John QT, the man to do it all. Levin, the one to close it out. An MVP performance from that man. We didn't know what to expect up against international opposition, but he delivered maybe even better than he does regionally. Unbelievable.
No, that's a man who has definitely risen to the occasion. He is come up big.
I had to take a PP break. My bad,
Chad. I said, like, you win that initial best of 1, you get a chance at
Polska
2 different
Górą.
best of 3s. I'd also say coming into this with Sentinels being the favorites, you now get a chance to, well, play versus someone else to get into that playoff stage, which I think for BBL would be a huge achievement in itself. And then also, even if you are defeated, you then fall back down and, let's be honest, probably play Sentinels again. But even still, what a way to kick off the tournament, and an absolute banger of a first map for us.
Can we, guys,
second map for all of you at home.
Guys, can we try to clean up the Twitch chat, please? This guy above, Starboy. Let's click on his name. Let's press 2020 account. Oh, that's incredibly funny. All right, let's report this guy for homophobic remarks in chat. Thank you very much.
MVP of that game, it's Levin.
Thank you very much. We're back on stage with Levin of BBL after an amazing upset. So I have your first question with you on our Amazon interview. You guys are first time on an international stage. So how did you prepare for this?
I mean, we just spent a long time. We prepared a lot of things. We worked so hard, literally. We gave everything we can be. Then we are so happy. It's our first win, and we are happy. We are enjoying.
Absolutely, you guys are off on a great start, but you're facing DRX on your first BO3 in the tournament. So how do you feel?
I'm feeling good, actually. I mean, I'm not feeling too much things. We will just play our game normally. We are ready. We will see.
All right, best of luck to you. You guys are off on an amazing start. And let's see what happens next. Back to the studio.
Alright, report it.
Enemy spotted me.
I appreciate all of you guys trying to keep the chat clean with me. Let's see if they fix the audio on the other channel. Nope. Oh, wait. Nope, they didn't fix it. Everyone in chat is like, no audio, no audio, no audio, I think. No audio, no audio, L production, no audio, no audio, I think. Sorry to bother you, I'm currently serving a 6-month suspension on my Riot account because I queued with cheaters I found through Discord, though I didn't cheat myself. I already served about 2 months. Riot support hasn't given me much info and I'm trying to see if there's any way to reduce or lift the ban earlier. If you know anyone Riot or have any advice on how could I get more help, I'd really appreciate it. Thanks so much. I'll be very honest with you, Dog Doom. You're not getting any help from me. You queued with cheaters. Serve your sentence. Yes, Sanata, Starboy. Shouldn't that be a permaban? That depends on the context. I think. Like, if the anti-cheat, like, people look at an account and see like, oh yeah, this guy deliberately queues with someone to get boosted, probably a permaban at some point. Was Saikata timed out because of an idiotic comment? I made that shit up? What for? Why would you make a comment like this? I don't get it. What's the reason to make a comment like this? Why would you do like an elaborate stupid lie? We watching EWC with audio? No, we won't. What? No, we don't. We just literally watched the other match with audio for the past 7 minutes. Are you trying to save your skin here? I was only joking, guys. I was only joking, guys. It was a joke. Whew, was close. Whew. Now they will never know.
Matches here in 2 overtimes as Icebox.
Wait, so the next match is what?
BBL.
Let me change the title.
Getting a huge win over Sentinels. Digon here alongside Kukuka.
Energy, right?
What a match it was, but BBL coming out on top. Kukuka.
Energy
Feeling.
versus Heretics.
Absolutely
Okay.
love this feeling.
Let me change
I
the
love what we got to
titles.
see from both of the teams, I have to say. I love the changes in the compositions. Both of them going towards that double controller, but swapping things around, freeing Zekken, and just let him have and
So,
allow us to have
Energy
amazing display of
versus
the head-to-head
Team
of the Jett.
Heretics.
But Levin, oh my God, I was so excited to see him and what he was going to do internationally against other teams, and he definitely delivered.
That
As well.
power is insane. I mean, it's unmatched. I mean, even Zekken was struggling against it early on. It really felt like for Sentinels.
Oh, and Gamba.
In the beginning of that match, that was
choose outcome, DRX.
right? And then that's when you saw Zekken activate.
I don't know when the match was gonna start, so we're gonna do the Gamba for the next match.
Head-to-head right there. I mean, 11, 31, and 9.
A little bit. Oh, now the audio works.
I mean,
They just fixed the audio right now.
Yeah.
He had some really big impact around.
Like, literally, the reason why I think, at least in my opinion, Sentinels was
Okay.
able to.
I have a question about the Patreon game request. Can it also be a game where your subscribers can join for the game? Yeah, sure. Sure, of course.
Insane,
Of course.
From his side, especially when on the other side he had 11 that was crushing, especially on the openers that he was having. He was finding
Which
so
game you
much
thinking?
impact. But again, just this also lets us go on to the composition part of it.
Flick a great debut. Oh, you're right. Let's take a look at the scoreboard actually.
Look at these highlights though. From Levin, because he was just having a
Flicker actually top fragging. Look at that. I mean, not by ACS.
Verticals that I was like, damn.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
I mean, yeah, I am. So that's how I felt the whole time.
But at the same time, the stats are gonna be inflated because of the fact that it was kind of a stomp.
All that space away from Sentinels, it just made the map so small, and they would just be funneled into him once they realized that.
Lockdown Protocol, Repo, Minecraft. What about Fall Guys?
OT flick right here. I mean, jeez.
I like the fact that it was Icebox that we got to see.
There can be like a lot of people can join Fall Guys, no?
And also liking to see what they have prepared for, probably looking ahead towards the rest of the year. We've
Hello,
seen
Garrett.
a lot of Gecko being played on this map, and I think that the question with Icebox is always how do you get the spike down, right? Like how do you react to all of that? And do not get me wrong, BBL was struggling a lot.
How many people can join a Fall Guys lobby?
Have the strength to not lose the way that they did in EMEA, when in so many occasions they were so close to getting that win, but just because of mistakes, not using ults when you have them available, when the rounds should
It instant came back once the DRX stopped playing. They knew you'll be watching. I'm convinced they don't like you. True that. True that.
And now we're in OT. Those moments, BBL ends up losing the map, and this time around it wasn't.
Yeah, well, with that victory, I mean, we've got EMEA analyst here. We have our American analyst here. How's it feel, Kukuka?
Oh, I'm loving this. AC, yo, Sadak, didn't he? What was it? 22 and what?
Yeah, I think he went 21-9 against G2.
So
he dropped bombs like 300 plus ACS. That's ridiculous. I guess EMEA is just on top.
Didn't we use the full lobby in Fall Guys back when we played with from time to time? When I was playing Fall Guys, there was no way of inviting viewers, from what I remember.
Let's flip it on over to the Sentinels' point of view.
Because I legit
come back from
think.
However, they don't have the opportunity to do that.
I stopped playing Fall Guys because they didn't introduce the way of inviting your viewers. That was one of my main critiques of the game, and then I just completely forgot about its existence after that.
Yeah, I mean, you got punished by having a slow start.
I think so.
Again. I mean, you lost both pistols.
Maybe we played like one day after like many months when they introduced it. I can't remember.
Especially in a BO1 format. Now that being said, I don't think it's something to like be like too.
All right, guys, I'm gonna eat something.
BO3 next. Gather your bearings. This is a very experienced team. They were just at Toronto. They made a deep run in a similar fashion, honestly.
Many things happen when you first get into a tournament. We're also in a format that, as we're saying, they're not very used to. It's not like they got destroyed, you know? It was a 14-12, as you're saying, like losing both of the pistols against an opponent that you haven't played before. You know, like there's too many things on top of each other. Both of you are playing something different, so you don't have a lot of downtime. So I think it's still good for Sentinels, and they're going to be very comfortable in the best of 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we knew that it was going to be a special performance by BBL in this series. We have a highlight here from round 11, the huge clutch that popped off, and all of us back in the studio was like, that was crazy.
Oh, I know
in
what
setting
this
it
is.
up here.
This spray down was just ridiculous. I mean, to find this timing in the first place, but that kill at the end was the icing on the cake. I mean, if we had some kind of award for like spray down of the day, like it's this right here.
Some might say we should make this a sponsor segment. In my opinion, yes, it would be a great sponsor segment.
I'm eating a sandwich.
Sociable, right, in our region, Sociable has been around for a very long time, but this is the first year that he's in Tier 1. So he's like, we have
the old rookie, right?
Yes, we have like the oldest rookie because he's 29, but yet still he counts as a rookie, right?
Of course.
Seeing him throughout the year playing with the Tejo when it was like very predominant in most of the regions, it was definitely a pleasure. We've seen a lot of flexibility from him, even on the chamber and all of these agents. So also seeing that he was playing the way that he was on the Omen. We saw him in many times playing outside of the pack, just by himself, making the plays. It really is a good player, a very good asset to have on your team.
All right, well, that was just one series. Again, we are a dual stream tournament so far because we have so many of the best teams around the world here. Let's take a look from the B stream. We have a clip here from that last series. I believe it was DRX and XL.
Will it have sound?
And DRX taking care of business. They had a rookie themselves in freeing. And on the B stream, we got an update from the guy saying freeing pretty good.
Oh, Flicker.
Flicker.
Yeah, Flicker.
Oh, Flicker pretty good, sorry.
Yeah, it just killed me. I mean, DRX and Tier 2 talent. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. It's just, they just snag anybody up that's good. And
I'm so excited to see DRX. I think that is always an absolute blessing to have Mako in any tournament. I think he's always been a fan
So Nata,
favorite.
you had to
and the
report
stage
it
actually
incorrectly.
looks sick on the other
Because
side
I
as
got
well.
an
So
email
I'm really, really excited because correct
right
me if I'm
now
wrong, but we are going to be
from
seeing
Twitch.
them playing later in this and our
Upon
stream, so
review,
we'll
we
be
find that
able
this
to,
user
you know,
has
see them
broken
play
our
and actually
terms of
analyze them and
services.
everything.
That's right. The winners will be playing in the best of threes later on. So a huge win there for DRX and trying to get back on track. The Pacific region just really stacked right now with so many great teams. Even the last Masters winner in T1 not here because of how huge that pool is right now. All right, great pickup there by DRX. They get the victory. XLG will move down to lower bracket and will play tomorrow. BBL get themselves a victory over Sentinels. What a start to the tournament. 2 overtimes on the main stream. We're a little worried about the other stream getting a little too far behind, but now we're synced right back on up. It's been such a great start here, Kukuka.
Yeah. Everything's working. I believe that next we have like Energy Heretics. It's okay. Another win for EMEA. So it's gonna be a beautiful day, guys.
Greg, get in there, man. We're getting ran over.
It's going to be a blast. Just stick with us.
Morty, I don't know how the teams were invited to this.
I mean,
some invited, some were playing qualifiers.
It's just OT after OT, and on the B stream, it's just a complete blowout. So I hope it goes into OT. You know I'm going to be rooting for my NRG boys. I
find myself mostly going for solo plays lurk in solo queue because of the lack of coordination of the team, and it works out. You also get that feeling just doing on your own thing rather than relying on coordination with random teammates. What I typically do in solo queue is I typically will play out the pistol round specifically on attack with the team, and then if I see that the team is absolutely clueless, I'm playing for myself from that point. And I typically playing for myself will yield better results, as you say. Why was that timed out for 10 minutes for replying uninstalled to a troll copy pasta? Weird mods? Oh no, you had to wait 10 minutes, man. What now? So the second stream has RRQ versus start in esports in 15 minutes. Yeah, I don't think I'm touching that. Do you guys want to have the small screen of the second stream here as well? Like this? To like see the score of the second stream? It's not that big, right? It's not super distracting, and it at least gives you context. What do you guys think? Bam, bam, bam. You doing the bingo on these games or no? I feel like we can do the bingo for the best of 3. For those games, it's like, I don't know, man. Unless some of the admins want to run it, we can do it. But I myself don't feel like clicking on those and like following it. Like, it's so hard to actually follow the games because of the observing. So I have to look at the mini-map to realize what's going on. So I don't even see the game. You know?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Valorant at Esports World Cup. Joining us back on in is Big Time alongside Kukuka and myself, and a special guest joining us right after his victory.
Pepsi sponsoring this? Yes, it is. I was like, what the hell is that Pepsi doing there?
Yeah, I'm feeling awesome. It was an incredible win, tougher than we expected, but it's a very good experience for everyone. It's a new stage for us as a whole team. So getting a very tight match and experiencing the nerves when you are leading and still managing the win, it's a great feeling for sure.
How do you feel about the fact that it went to OT? I think that especially there in the later rounds, there were some great individual performances from the side of Sentinels. You guys were being shut down, and sometimes, you know, the plans were not really there from you.
Yeah, I think so. I think we maybe forced it a little bit too much, like just trying to finish the game too early instead of like taking our time with the strats and stuff, because that's what happens when you get under pressure. And I think
you're not the first person to make the same joke, Blossom.
That you can do a lot of different stuff. So
you like it so much?
Yeah. So it's a lot of individual plays, especially. And I think when the pressure are high, especially in OT, it just, who makes less mistakes usually wins it. And yeah, they had some great individual plays, but I think we did also.
So to follow up on that, you guys are well known as a very explosive team. Is Icebox a map that you really wanted this best of 1 to go to? Because obviously both teams have a lot of bans. Did you feel comfy there? Is that what you were hoping for?
Yeah, this was a comfort pick for us. It's a very good way to start the tournament, I think, Icebox, because it's like it's a lot of micro things rather than... So it's a good to warm up those things. Yeah. Yes, it's a very good warm-up, especially because it's a new stage.
Yes, I'm reading something from my wife.
Works, you know, how you hear and stuff, and then you just try to focus on the micro plays, you know, how you communicate under pressure, how do you peak angles and this, and Icebox is a very good map to test those things.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask, I don't know if you saw before, but Sentinels rated you guys as C tier heading into this tournament.
It put you at B and then moved it down to C. It was a little BM, but you were saying earlier that you felt pretty confident coming into the series. Yeah, we felt confident. I think a lot of people, of course, maybe we don't have the biggest names as you think, but I think in EMEA everybody knows that we have beaten. There is only 2 teams we lost this year so far, and it's Liquid and Heretics. And in EMEA we have known, you know, how good we are, and I think a lot of people don't know, and I think that's fine. If they don't follow EMEA, probably I wouldn't also, but
you can show them.
Yeah, exactly. Like I was very confident going against Sentinels, like our preparation and watching their watch and everything, and yeah, I was good.
You speak about being confident, but going into today, were you concerned at any point that, you know, some of the performances of people that do not have the experience that you have? Levin had an amazing performance. We know that, especially when he's on the jet, on an absolute next level. Did you expect this performance from him?
Yeah, for sure. I think we have had a good preparation, because you need to also prepare mentally, right? Especially, you know, for someone like him, it's the first international tournament for him, and we just try to tell that, you know, those guys are no other people than you play in practice. Like, how does it differ from, let's say, we play practice against top
This accent, my ears are bleeding. Oh, come on, man.
Like,
he's a player.
Biggest things that teams need to
English is
trust, you know?
great,
you
actually.
You trust the people who's next to each other, and if you fail, then you fail together. And I think it's,
he has an accent, but
when it came to, I guess, the best of 1 aspect,
his English is really good.
Xbox was comfortable, and
he's not an on-air talent. That,
was the thought about,
you know,
like saving strats
accent should be a problem.
Cross your mind? I see a little smile there. yeah, for sure. We're saving those tactically maps later. We're saving those tactically more.
What is this tournament about? It's like mini wars, some kind of midterm tournament.
But yeah, also I think what helped us
It's
was double pistol. Because
it's Esports World Cup. That's what its name is about. But
you win double pistol. You win
that's just like, you know, a little bit.
We got a big lead, so it's like super important. Also momentum-wise, you know, it's just a one map, so there is not. You can't.
No one decided it's a World Cup. It's just named that way. Let's say it this way. It has a huge prize pool, like over $1 million.
Then, you know, when it got to the middle, so some shakiness here and there, but again, your teammates were doing great.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about the composition, or do you want to keep that to yourself? Like, why you decided to, you know, swap slightly things around?
I can't even remember what we played
like
previously.
I
mean, yeah, it's just a change. Yeah, I think it's just a change from the Teho meta right
What's
now.
going on with the timer on the second
that's a
stream?
Common comp right now, because they also changed. They played.
What's going on over here?
KO before, and they also changed to the same comp. So I think it's a very defaultish comp right now to play the Omen, and it's very good, like double smokes. Yeah, he loves it. Trust me, he loves it. All right, big time. I'm going to ask you a
That's
question here.
not the timer. That's the time.
You're up against DRX now. What do you see DRX having? Maybe an advantage over BBL, and then
give me some tips.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, I'm a DRX fanboy, but I mean, I think that the thing is, how do you see DRX? I think that's the biggest thing. You've not played against them internationally before. Is there anybody on that roster that you think might be giving you guys trouble? Anyone you're going to give a bit of extra focus to? Because that's also a team with a staggering amount of firepower.
That's so funny. Wait, how did it? Why did it disappear now? How did I do this? That is.
Didn't see anything. I think
what the fuck?
Maybe a little bit better than Sentinels.
Why is it not on the screen anymore?
In some maps, but other than that, I think just managing to play or adapting maybe rather than playstyle. Of course, it's a little bit different, but
what the hell?
What we have seen, I don't. Let's see.
Why is it not in the small window anymore? What did I do?
We're expecting a little bit of fire there. Also, don't let you be fooled. Big Time did not answer our question. Now let's set up for another matchup. Yet another NA versus EU matchup. It is Heretics versus NRG. As Heretics come on in with the brothers Boo, Mini Boo, Benji, Fishy, Woot, Rianz. Give us some insight here on
what do you want to know? Ask me anything.
I mean, Los Niños, who is the explosive one that you want to see pop off in this game?
So if you're thinking about
I have no clue why I don't see now.
If the man on your screen, Rianz, is the ultimate initiator. This is the Mini Boo, one of the duos that I was speaking of, and obviously the younger brother
is
to
so
Boo,
weird.
Who is another player, controller, and he is also the IGL. And to round out things up, you have Benji Fishy, and I think that the story with Benji Fishy playing his inaugural match here in EWC against NRG.
You have special buttons on top of the video from Opera GX.
Or that he was part of.
Special buttons on top of the video of Opera GX. Special buttons.
I think it's so sweet, and he was also very spoken out in socials about how cool it is that this is how life has turned out to be for him.
Yeah,
Am I stupid?
About,
where?
Heretics. What comes to mind?
Oh, here.
Power and the individual skill for sure.
Got it. Thank you.
That's what can win, because they have a lot of players. I think all of them can just take over a one map, and I think that's one of the strengths. But also it's sometimes a weakness, because if,
Thank you very much.
They have players that are not hitting their shots, I think they struggle. And I think it's the way things went in the EMEA final and Toronto, I think they are very hyped to get back and show themselves. What do
you think was between NRG and Team Heretics? Heretics should be favorites, right? Bro,
expectations of them because of last year, and also
zero expectations from any of those teams. Heretics looks like they lost their eyes and legs and arms. NRG looked like they never had them. So it's like, who wins?
Sam, Scuba, Mata, Brock, and Ethan. Again, life after FNS steps away. They're trying to figure out what they're doing here. NRG has been such a staple in the Americas region, but now an opportunity to play in international.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it feels like they were finally kind of finding their form. They had a little bit of a rocky stage one, but in that EWC qualifiers, things seem to look a lot more stable for them. They're looking to carry forward a lot of that momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing this roster, not seeing Sentinels here, it's
Brazen, we'll test it out later. Not today. We'll just do it on stream later on. Maybe like
a lot of growth in him. To me,
I think
I'm looking
Thursday,
obviously at players like Som and him and
Thursday there's no EWC, so maybe we can do like last half an hour, like test it out or something.
Big names for the tier 2 scene there in NA that I think could.
How much do they need to get set up? Well, look, there's no difference between set it up for a best of 1 and the best of 3.
How you feel about it? What are the last? This is
look,
great.
All right, I'll give you some context. When in every game, doesn't matter if it's CS, Rainbow Six Siege, or Valorant, if you do a setup on stage, right, on stage, that is there for months, like the stage, for example, at VCT in Berlin, right? You have like a constant stage when players play each week, and the swap between teams will take minimum 10 minutes anyway. Now, imagine you are on a new stage, players just arrived, and they have to test it out. It's gonna be minimum the same amount, but probably at least twice that. And there's no difference between setting up a team for a best of 1, and there's no difference between setting a team for a best of 3 or best of 5. It's still the same amount of preparation. And it's more evident that it's a problem the more times it happens, and it will happen more times because we have best of 1s. So the setup time, when there's only best of 1s, is taking more screen time because you have more setups to be done in the same amount of time that you would typically have like best of 3 matches, right? Nothing is granted, everything is earned. Tony Stark 2022.
Valorant at the Esports World Cup has got off to a tremendously competitive start here in Riyadh. Most recently, we just saw BBL pick up their first ever win. It's an international
I've been asked and explained before, but how they decide the map without a best of 1? Both teams are banning it.
So far,
and one is being left.
Down on A stream and B stream, and we still have so much more to go. At
this point, shouldn't they just play this remotely, not like they're playing on the LAN anymore?
And for the next team,
they're playing on the LAN. At least they should be.
To make a very good impression here in Riyadh.
This should not be on online servers. Like, there's a reason why this is being associated with Riot. Maybe, guys, let's pay attention to the amount of ping they have when someone opens the scoreboard. If they have more than 7 ping, it's online.
Their opponents have struggled this season, but they're looking to make EWC mark the start of a new chapter. It's NRG.
I'd imagine playing on the stage is also much more stressful. It's only more stressful to the people who don't have experience. Do I need to open rulebook again? Shadow Dash is that meme. It's like, do I need to tap the sign again?
Time for our next group stage best of 1. Our teams are ready. Let's get into it.
Well, you know, Tom, I'm not usually one to doubt Yampi, but the 2-0 prediction is a bold play. He said 13-3 and 13-4 to Heretics. They'll struggle to meet those expectations, not just because the team on the other side is a stacked roster, but also
today's only best of 3s or best of 1s. Best of 3s as well. And I'm gonna be watching the DRX best of 3.
It was a little bit long. It just didn't realize that the map
Ascent band, split band. Please, no icebox. Please, no ice. Oh, thank God.
It's alright. We're gonna be heading our way over to
oh, thank God.
I have to say, this is another matchup. I think we're blessed, especially when it comes to the A stream, that there are a lot of games I look at to be competitive. Of course, we've had OT, and now we head into Lotus, where again, like it's another squad.
There's gonna be
coming from the North American side,
2 more best of ones, including this one, and then the best of 3 will start.
Mixed in with some young talent,
but I have this fear that the best of 3 match of DRX is gonna start at like 7 p.m.
What this team has to offer, maybe that little bit more of a honeymoon period, whereas
because when you look at the auto stream,
the Heretics last year,
they didn't even start
the honeymoon period, went on a crazy
the third best of 1.
This year they haven't been able to replicate it, and that's where things get a little bit more interesting for me, because we know this squad has some of the heaviest hitters in the world, like the likes of Boot and Arians in the Turkish duo, the brothers Boo, and of course no one's going to forget Benji Fishy, but we haven't seen
it says it starts at 4 p.m. but no way. Where does it say it starts at 4 p.m.? It just says coming up next.
Start hot, because yeah, as we've already witnessed in the earlier matchup, you can end up sent down to that lower bracket game, and who knows who's going to be meeting them.
Who knows who'll be crushing your key if you do end up down there. Now, we talked about underdogs in that previous matchup, and we painted BBL as a dark horse, one that could take it across the line. But that's a team that was 1 game away from making it to Toronto. Almost hit that international stage before EWC. For NRG, they are not in that boat. They didn't even come
at
close.
VLRGG, it says begins at 4 p.m. the DRX game, I mean.
They battled their way through the qualifier. 7 matches.
Oh, you mean this way, that it's gonna be later than 4 p.m. Yeah, I mean, that's my fear as well.
And I think you have to look back at that run that they've had and think, does that momentum, does that experience
I agree.
give them an edge coming into this? At least
it doesn't look like it's gonna be starting on time
against the squad as experienced as Heretics.
But that's the thing. Heretics, obviously they made it to Toronto, but it was one of those scenarios where they end up being defeated by 2 teams that end up right in the late
They can bring their own headset, I see.
Beating them. The only thing that worried me.
No, they're using in-ears.
I think it was versus Paper.
Those headsets that they have over here are those headsets are the noise cancelling and white noise production headsets. Underneath them, they have in-ear monitors that they should be private.
It's always a little bit more interesting.
It's the same setup on every LAN for the past, I would say, probably like 10 years.
Brilliant Sentinel player. I think not having him as that sort of
but don't worry guys, pro players still don't invest into proper IEMs even after playing on stage for several years.
I'd lean a little bit more towards NRG's comp.
That's a provider also for comms? I mean, headset itself, no. The microphone attached to it, yes.
What Heretics are going to do to bridge that information gap. Mini Boo's aggression, something to keep an eye on. And I think for NRG, yes, they come in as the underdog. Yes, they bombed out in Americas. I think they were 7th to 8th, like as low as you can go, attempting to play limbo in the region. But when it came to that qualifier, we saw a new face. We saw them battle off against almost all of the competition.
They cannot bring monitors? No. You bring your keyboard, you bring your mouse, you bring your mouse pad, and you bring your earpads, earphones. Although with the mouse and keyboard, it's also different. It's also different depending on the environment. For example, if you play in a league system, like for example League of Legends, LEC, LCS, or VCT, then if I'm not mistaken, I don't know about I worked at LCS, right? The European one. And teams had to deliver 2 sets of keyboard and mouses for every single player that was only held at Riot Arena and was never accessed by the players unless it is for playing. And it should be the same with Valorant. But I'm actually not certain if it's the same in Valorant, but it should be the same. One of the most common way of cheating in CS was actually having built-in cheats in your keyboards and mouses. And I was always laughing at CS organizers not doing anything about it. Or like having very minimal checks.
He has evaded their sights though.
Yeah, this could be a problem. They're going to walk directly into each other. It's not the prettiest of fights, but most importantly, there will be that opening pick. And now they're looking to try and wrap back around the double initiator on this side.
Why do you think pros don't invest in proper ears? What do I think? I know because I spoke with the pros for several years. I spoke with Durka, with Boaster, with players from from other teams as well, from Liquid, from when I met with them in Berlin, I was literally telling them, look, I have those custom in-ears myself that I put somewhere here. I can't remember when I put them, but I have my custom in-ears somewhere here that I paid 400 euros for or 500 euros for to have on stage. You should be doing the same. Man, that is so expensive. Those are quotes from players.
2 maps, they'd only be able to put together 7 rounds, and already there's 1 on the board. Team Heretics left down to Classics, and NRG not looking to take any risks. The Vice wall to cover their back, and a much more direct approach as they walk up on this wall, use the reveal.
Organization should not be paying for that shit, by the way. A player should go to a doctor, measure his ears, get an custom in-ears, because it is fucking his equipment.
The Vice for them here, especially when you look at the comps on the other side. You know, especially on the defense, you're up against 2 initiators and a Neon. It kind of has to be aggressive. You have to go pushing, you have to take space, or just try and play the retake as a group, but that's never going to be easy going into a Vice post.
You can have in-ear monitors.
I think that
custom in-ear monitors are minimum 200 euros, and they can go up to 4,000 euros.
Into this matchup, Matter, of course, wanting to try and get
towards that. My custom ones had been 500 euros.
A few kills here could be massive, and already 2 of them have actually been caught by
my opinion,
Thieves,
Orc should pay for like footballs, get the kit provided.
The stuns have hit him hard, but flashbacks get him out of there. Scuba and Ethan provide the cover.
Orc can provide you a headset, a Razer headset, a Logitech headset, doesn't matter. You want to have a custom in-ear that you will use?
And it's NRG walking away with 4 players alive.
I'm sorry, what will organization do with custom in-ears made specifically for you? You are being paid minimum 5,000 euros. You can pay fucking 500 euros for your own in-ears.
Initiator Neon, how much aggression
I love when people who don't have no idea how esports works have their opinion about stuff like this.
Over towards the rubble, it is somewhat expected. Also, it seems like Benji's going to have to be quite proactive over on C just to make sure that he's not getting aggressed on. So there'll be a lot of opportunities for NRG in these sort of early fights. And you can already see it. Push for the orb. Moving
it's like saying a footballer should not buy his own shoes.
Space has been garnered, but NRG are just being patient, just waiting out the smoke.
Yeah, with a reveal coming in from Ethan towards that C site, you're hoping maybe that there's over-aggression on A, that they walk up into the waiting arms of Mata and the several other players around there. But that hasn't happened. It's a much more passive rotation from Team Heretics, using that Neon for the sprint all the way around through the spawn.
You know what? I'm gonna
much lighter.
Close the second stream. There's nothing happening on it. It just covers the screen for no reason.
It is ultimately Boo that's isolated and about to be heavily pressured. He's landed a headshot through the wall, but Mata still draws breath. The gun is still there.
I don't think footballers do. They are mostly sponsored, I think.
Very soon.
But that's different. You could have also a sponsor for IEMs, but the IEM companies don't sponsor teams because it makes no sense.
Because the gun's been upgraded, there's still 4 rifles.
There's not a single IEM, custom IEM shop that will just sponsor anyone. It just makes no sense.
From this defensive side has been fantastic.
It's a highly specialized niche business.
As all that is left is Som. He's going to need one hell of
but
a
it's like
highlight
literally
to get out of this
one of the main things that a footballer, that a esports player should invest in. If the game is based around sound.
Look at the firing squad with Boo ready to swing after.
Oh, he almost got 2.
And even though he lands the first shot, there was no chance of him getting out of there unscathed. That is around now.
As a pro and semi-pro tournament organizer, I can count with one hand how many players come with his own in-ear. That also applies to talent, by the way. That also applies to talent. I can tell you, every single time, I have my custom in-ears made probably around 8 years ago. Every time I worked at an event, every single time the audio engineer was like, oh wow, you have your own in-ears? You wouldn't believe how rare it is in esports to someone have his own in-ear. And they were like always like clapping me on the back. It was like, good job, bro.
From the early picks he found.
Every single time. Every single time. Doesn't matter if I knew the audio engineer or not. They could have seen me for the first time ever, but they immediately started liking me because I brought my own in-ears.
But once the orb goes down,
that I customized for my own ear.
Snake bited orb back up, buys a little bit more time, and now there's a stun lined up from Rienz. Is that going to be Miniboot diving through on contact? the stun to completely disrupt the push. It's a dangerous setup, but NRG are being quite hesitant. Despite having the Vice wall there, they left a player behind to watch that B push up.
They sponsor musicians though, just a bigger base makes sense.
With Heretics,
well, big musicians probably could be sponsored by some IEMs. Sure, I can see that happening. Because you can also see them being used on stage. Remember that. There's no exposure to custom in-ears for an esports base because they're being covered by an overhead monitor. But if you're a pro musician, you're being seen on stage with the in-ears in your ear.
A player waiting around this angle, that is Wu, trying to delay them as much as possible, but the snakebite is solid. The B push from Brock has led to his demise, and because of that, Heretics don't want to overface it.
If you're still a pro, would you use those in-ears also for ranked or scrims or only stage? If I know that I will play only for like 2 hours, I would probably play in my in-ears. If I would have to play an entire day, no way I'm using in-ears for that. In-ears are incredibly unhealthy.
In the C, Ethan stunned up on the way back through. That's a great stun lineup from Rienz, but Scuba manages to pick one coming out of heaven. Makes it a little bit easier for Som, who then only had to win his 1v1. And with those kills connected, NRG are back to winning ways.
They have monitors on a standard stand, not even monitor arm. That might be a problem for some players that won't have to screen their eyes. I actually agree if that's true. Wait, let me pay attention.
To that late angle, having the cover, as you said, for his teammate. And then just the late round catch as the Poison Orb does his work. Some nice shots from
yeah, you're right. What the hell?
Coming in. Important to see that while he's now on the stage, because of course
now that I feel like should be a standard, and that is on Tournament Organizer. They should be on monitor arms. 100%. That is really weird.
The arena just yet. Maybe that adds an extra layer of pressure, and I'm sure you're already happy, Mitch.
That is really weird.
Oh, I love to
some players with those really weird like monitor positions, they might actually perform worse because of that.
And they know that he's here. They're ready for the fight. Really? Rien's putting the ult.
2v4 breach ult.
He's basically alone on this site and feels confident to take the battle, but they have overwhelmed him with the numbers. That feels like a bit of an overcommitment. And now Boo's left in a 1v3.
I like how Mitch and Tom both think exactly what I'm thinking, but they have to like tiptoe around the wording. That was a throw.
Thinking that they weren't as far into the site as they were, so he could.
That was a giga throw by Rienz. The 9 orbit ult in unwinnable position.
Ultimate. Maybe not valuing it as highly as we do, and just thinking, all right, I can throw this in and try and be the hero. But I think Boo has made the realization
best of
that
one.
there really isn't a way back into this site. A big round for NRG to take to get that 4-1 start onto the board, but yeah, also removing one of the few ultimates that were available.
Also, like
with the finances now in the
guys,
bin for
we need to focus on seeing the breach stun. Like how many times someone will dodge it.
This is about as good as that round could have went for them.
Mitch and Tom, yeah, Mitch and Tom are casting.
Rolling Thunder. You gotta scratch your head and wonder, like, what was the idea? Like you said, maybe he thought they weren't in that deep, but even still. That is an ambitious play. The showstopper that opened it up.
Yeah, Mitch and Tom have to be professional with the warning. I don't have to be.
Oh yes.
Using the breach ultimate in that position is
I'd probably be quite
it's just not good.
Rienz, I also had a moment of thought where I was like,
he's gonna do this.
He could kill 4 people. I think if you've been a
how is it decided who starts defender and attacker? Probably just
where have you been?
Heads or tails?
You become a fan of Rienz. Definitely one of the best initiator players in the world. Probably has some of the best first bullet accuracy and crosshair placement in the world at the same time.
Nice emote, Kira team.
But the success of the Mini Boo Woot combo, I don't think it's quite been hitting the same as last year. They had moments like that, like a 5 or 6 game streak. Come on, speaking of Mini Boo, he's going to now try and do it all. Isolated by the wall. He's hoping that eventually
and his ultimate is gone.
The problem is, his ult will disappear with it.
Yeah, the ultimate,
so much
bro.
Time. Even at the start of the round, the
think about this, guys. Think about this. Both Rienz and Mini Boo ult were just used for no value.
This towards C. That means again there's going to be pressure on, and with that utility there for Benji Fishy, he almost goes down to the spam, but he buys them a lot of time. The snakebite orb, you cannot get past
50
that.
seconds.
And NRG are left with no choice but to look for control elsewhere. The thing is, though, Tom, you look at that mini-map, and Heretics have put all their eggs in one basket, essentially.
Yeah, they just wanted the combo of the eye. They got the confirmation. What is interesting, Energy doesn't have the confirmation, at all for what was being used on C-Long, so they didn't know that the rotation already started, but now they read into that A rotation. This is good. This is really good. This is well read by Energy. I like it.
He is making sure no angle is left unchecked.
This is really good.
I don't see any real hope in this round unless somehow they could disrupt this plant. Not a bad idea. I won't lie, I didn't even really know.
This was well done by Energy. I like this.
Yeah, that wall is very wall bangable. But it's not going to work out. No plant denial, no time.
Oh, that's satchel.
And Brock is just having a field day, man. He's having fun with that Odin. The big gun ringing out in the ears of Team
The better seeded team will decide if they're either Team A or Team B. If the tournament is in question has no predetermined seeding, the better seeded team for purpose of this section will be determined at random.
And he will wallbang the Odin, but there are still 4
So in this case,
players
probably
left
it's
to deal with. A double
at
flank
random,
coming
I
around,
would say.
And I don't think he even has a chance of getting out with
Don't you dare!
Yes!
Oh, okay. Well,
Vandal, thanks so much for the 1 year. Welcome back with the Prime. Thank you for the continuous support, my friend. Hope you have a fantastic day.
Stuff. Yeah, that hot start is carrying on for the side of NRG. We mentioned it. You can get the momentum in these sort of games. It really becomes irrelevant who is considered the
Somehow I damaged my
go into maps after an
mouth, and it's full of blood now.
The qualifier, and then we're sat back watching Toronto.
But
They've had loads of time to sort of figure out what they want to be running on this map, and hey, it looks like they are here and ready to compete. And
the Doritos, yeah, it might be actually.
I'm gonna assume this is.
I feel like I have a small piece of a Dorito.
If it's not, it should be.
Like
it's not even the dedicated usage of the Odin by Brock, which is commendable. The fact that Psalm picks it up there in the end and sprays
on the roof of my mouth.
My reality, Tom.
Wait, I'll be right back.
Am I a fan?
Technical pause for me. 1 second.
No, it can't be. It can't possibly be. They're starting to pick up rounds though. They've got momentum, and it's Heretics with the tactical pause. A desperate need for them to get back on the horse here. We mentioned it. This is a squad that comes in as favorites, and because NRG made that big run through the qualifier, I have a little bit more faith. But regionally, they don't even compare the performances that they've had this year. This should be a Heretics matchup, and right now, they're barely on the board.
But yeah, you go back to the group stage of EMEA, and they were flawless. They literally didn't lose a match. In fact, the only team that could defeat them was Fnatic, and then they head over to Masters. And sure, I think you look at the end result of Wolves and you go, oh, it should have been them winning. But I think at the start of the tournament, nobody would have expected that. Minibu at least has started off well. Steel Garden will quickly remove his gun, but he does have teammates to support. This at least gives the space, or at least you think it does. Never mind. The defenders are coming back swinging, getting into their face. The Odin again, and now Scuba strikes one more time.
What happened?
He might not have
what the hell?
Most kills, but talk about impact. And Minibu, the man who started it all off, is going to be left solo. Probably having absolutely no idea what ground has been lost.
What just happened?
Read, but he's got to get the timing just right, and he does. That's one to his name.
Well, now the Brock has an idea where the plant is, and he has the time. Actually, he's not going for it. That's crazy.
45 seconds left on the clock. He hasn't even picked up the spike. He's just waiting for Minibu to walk on through, positioned with the big machine gun, and taking his head clean off.
All right.
Wall bangs from Vandals, and Odin posted up, just holding the angle.
I'm not an Odin fan.
I'm loving what I'm seeing
I'm going to go out there and say I'm not an Odin fan.
Alveolar Ridge?
Okay. That's a man who stands his ground. He stares death in the eye.
I somehow damaged my alveolar ridge with Doritos. This is a very gamer-like injury.
And then the second it gets into like a late round, he's just like, he's coming this way.
Is that a replay? No, no replay.
I'm not going to even look at other direction. He's coming this way.
I'm going to bring a damn tear to my eye soon if they keep this up. This is beautiful. This is cinema. NRG. I'm gonna have to get one of these jerseys. God damn. 6-1. Already a huge attacking side built up here. Top fragger is the Odin player, of course, as it should be.
This is the thing, mate. Obviously, you've been saying a lot this event that you're not so much on stream, but that you're a big fan of racing. Would you say their jersey is orange or papaya? Would you say papaya or orange?
Isn't that a fruit?
So just so you know, that was a reference to Formula 1, which you didn't get.
I wanted to rally racing.
Ah, okay. Of course.
Hard left into easy right. You know,
Now they have 4 sheriffs and a marshal.
There's Mata up top. Just managed to drift his way into the site, revving up the
Really,
engine of NRG
guys,
as they look
I
to take
hope
this
that
one
the
across.
observers will learn at some point that if you have so much util being used on site and the players are blinded, stunned, and so on, just showcase like a free camera on site. It would give us, as a viewer, it would be so much more valuable than seeing what just happened here, right?
I think that's going to be your highlight of the day, no matter what happens. Nice shots from Sob. Brock can add another to the death toll. Well, this is looking like one team has come into this as an underdog, and it's not NRG. They are absolutely frying on this attack side, and well,
Eagle Eye cam of side tech should be default for the observers for real. But you know what's funny is like in Pacific, it was actually the default way of showing side executes in 2021.
Other than the snake bites for delay, individually he's just not been there. Wu, when they were on their run, be it at Masters last year or Champions
You know, I remember doing breakdowns for the VCT Pacific region, like for Riot, and showcasing like those observing like free cams.
Just not there.
Well, man, I mean, it's 7-1. No one's there. A couple picks every now and then, but the rounds
is kind of
rumble.
Brian's is
I don't know, so weird, man. Ooh, they even has the Fade ultimate. Oh, he goes in instantly. I like that. I like that. He can now use the doggo. The doggo goes in after him. They know exactly where he is. They have fully certain the entire site. This is really good Fade ultimate. I like that. I really like that.
Claim that space. They are making this incredibly awkward for the defense to retake.
See? This is how you use Fade Viper ult, by the way.
Odin in a pit.
Who had this? That was Paper X, right? Was it Paper X on the same map before?
Late play going to be attempted by Benji Fishy to
Actually, don't listen to me because that Viper Spit doesn't hold this. It's not reaching the spike.
The eye, but the Odin spam inside the pit proves too deadly. In goes Benji Fishy, dropping the pit and leaving Brock alone, but he's landing another on 6 HP. Trying to bait the player off to defuse, and by now he knows he's done it. Time on his side as it ticks away.
No, he doesn't have time.
Attempted spray is good. The time desperately low.
Oh my god.
0.1 of a second in it. Oh, what an attempt by Brock. But not quite good enough.
He can't win them all. And well, you speak about Woot being quiet. And he can't hear me. I'll tell you he can't hear me.
Yeah, the Viper Spit was misplaced. It was...
That was
the intent was there, but I don't know what happened with the Viper Spit not reaching to the side.
Attack side, we lean it in that
Viper fucked up something, because that Viper Spit definitely was needed on side.
Then again, if you're counting to the point
Why is Fade preferred on this map and not Sova? Fade didn't exist when I used to play. More utility, harder to destroy, better possibilities for lineups. And ultimate is straight up one of the best in the game.
Thin margin by which they've managed to claim it. And the TP from Psalm into spawn, they're looking for him.
Also more, like Fade in general has more combos. Better with Raze, better with Yoru.
Real trouble. I mean, he's gotten himself up on the boxes. Even with the classic here, the snakebite's going to buy him a bit of time. I thought he'd be in good form, but Matt
they just pushed for Vipers but killed Benji Fishy. It's crazy. What the?
Turned in the last round by Woot.
Why now?
A little bit.
It's not even planted. They just go in.
Everything in here to try and stop NRG and what might just be working.
What?
Combining with Woot, leaving this down, but Scuba, he's been so good in the most crucial
rounds. But now they're
well.
stuck on site.
Brock at this point, you know what he's doing. 40 seconds left. Spike on the deck. But considering one of these teams has just used multiple ultimates to delay, the fact that this is still a 2v2, it's a very
right, I like the fact that they pushed when the spike was not being planted, but the Fade ultimate was definitely way too early.
Perfect. The timing here couldn't be better as he gets his way up to the box. Boo's almost gone down to that spam. He's now
I just explained to you, Laurent Diek.
15 seconds as they push their way. They've spawned it. Mini Boo on
nice,
the side.
nice crossfire by Team Heretics.
Across the line. Heretics just about getting the win there. They committed
thank you much for the 19 months. Welcome back, buddy. Thanks for continuous support of a fantastic day.
Consider the amount that they currently had in their back.
Like Fade on Ascent? Because on Ascent, you're gonna have either Cypher or Killjoy, and you need the shock darts to destroy the traps.
It came incredibly close, like the swing through the smoke.
But Fade is also playable on Ascent.
Really could have gone either way.
You could play Fade on Ascent with Yoru and still have very good results if you play Breach alongside. Although Breach is now nerfed, so yeah, good luck doing that.
More and more deadly as the clock ticks by. Even still, though, the thing you have to remember, we've seen this in both games that have been on the A stream. You have that sort of underdog, get that early start to run away with it, looking like they're going to have a solid half, and maybe they lose just a couple of rounds towards the end, and that's enough to give a window. We know that
I put Milk first on my ball and 0 second. Now you see the light. That's how you should do it, always.
It's important that we don't see this slip away. And you know what? I'll give you something. I'm going to give you a window here, because I know, as does most people, you are a bit of a hater when it comes to America's team. Their coaching staff is European.
That explains it. That explains
I'm British. Oh, sorry.
I've always said it's all about the players on the server, Tom. They're the ones doing the heavy
lifting. You like their head
so...
coach, right? Bonker. You can't have a problem with Bonker.
No, who has a problem with Bonker?
No one.
Who could? But I gotta say, I'm a big fan of Brock. He is firing on all cylinders here with this Odin.
Does he need to add a couple more R's in the name?
Yeah, he really does. He really does. Brock. Unreal. Seeing this level of play with the big old gun. They've walked through B. I'm not sure. I mean, we talked about it. Not playing with a Sentinels. Can they leave you gaps? And an okay, you have Odin spams. You've got Showstopper opening. You've got deep push through from Som, who's going to get an easy pick. And he is not even the tip
Energy is just playing so much better than Heretics. It's kind of crazy.
Rotation comes in from Scuba, who's just now being spotted. Mini Boo looked at him and looked away. He was like, oh, it must be a teammate. Yeah, but why is he red? That's a shocking round.
Follow-up question, why not Cypher instead of Vice here, and why would Cypher be better on Ascent? I'm just trying to understand where they all fit so I know when to learn each map. Okay, so, Lorandiek, you're paying too much attention. If you're asking this for yourself, then you should not pay any attention to that. You're a casual player, don't take this the wrong way. You're a casual player that wants to play ranked. So what you should do is choose the one that makes you the happiest, and you have like the best, most amount of fun from playing, and learn that agent, and then choose a second one, and only play like 2, maximum 3 agents and ranked. You're not gonna learn all of them. If you actually want to get better, don't pay attention what the pros are doing. Because most of them also, not only they play in a setting that you will not have, but also, many of them also don't know what they're doing. You should be playing for yourself. You should be playing an agent that you like, you have fun with, and you will know how to play. And you're not gonna learn how to play those agents if you're not gonna put a maximum amount of effort into learning 1 or 2 agents.
It must have been laughing when it's just handed over to them.
This is not League of Legends. In League of Legends, you can be a one-trick pony and you can play still like an entire role and have like 10 agents map pool, sorry, 10 champions pool. Valorant is not like this. You need specialization.
For Team Heretics, 4 rounds? Hell, I guess if Devi was on the server, he'd be like, let's lose this one, guys. Let's get the 9-3 in. It's an easy win.
And also, you can play Cypher here instead of Vice. No one stops you. But Vice is just the strongest one.
They've been playing fantastically well, and with their Sentinel being.
And I wouldn't be surprised if nowadays on Ascent you're gonna have solo Vice as well.
I think what we're about to see going into the defense from Brock, but nonetheless, who's still up close? Has the weapon for these close-range battles, but he's about to be swarmed. A single kill would be nice. You know what? He's done well, but he doesn't have the bullets to play with. Immediately traded out by Matter for what he had. That's not bad.
By the way, looking down as a breach doesn't change anything.
Brienne's normally sublime with the pistols, but he doesn't even get a chance to shoot mini.
Wait, didn't he wasn't even stunned yet, no?
Maybe take this home, but it's the Odin that puts him down.
All right, let's watch this clutch and then rewind to the breach stun.
Should have been put to bed already.
I'm just relearning Sova at the moment with all my lineups that I wouldn't want to invest time into Sova in this map per se. Fate is just a better pick. Look.
Benji hasn't managed to do as much as he'd like.
I'll tell you one thing. It's better if you play Sova well, even if he's worse on the map. than Fate.
Round for Heretics. They do it with the weak weapons. It was a great early fight
That's so.
Rumble.
Those two characters are so different. You will play an entirely different. They're both going to be initiators, but you play them completely different.
As we leave the first half, we'll see how the second goes after the halftime.
What if I like playing controllers like Clove on certain maps, but not others? It's like a bad insta-pick and age based on the map. Guys, if you would be playing 15 hours per day and you would master 6-7 agents, cool, fine. But none of you are playing this amount of time, and none of you are putting that amount of pressure, that amount of effort to actually learn the agents. The question is, why? Like, just look at your stats. I can guarantee you that the agents that you don't know how to fully play, you're gonna have worse stats at them than at the agents that you know how to fully play. That's it. If you play controller on maps, play the controllers. Like, I mean, look, there's some controllers, like Harbor Viper are not the same as Omen or Astra, for example, right? You should just never fill in ranked. That's about it. I don't know. We're talking about this for the past 3 years, I feel like, on stream. Every single day. Every single day we have the same conversations. Don't fill. Don't care about compositions, because no one gives a fuck. Absolutely no one gives a fuck. The people who give a fuck will throw because your composition is not perfect, but it will be at the same time the same fucking toxic players who will find a different reason to be toxic in the same game if the composition will be perfect. In this game, it matters if you shoot the head and if you play your agent well and you're not toxic in the game. That's it. You could be playing Reyna for what I care if you shoot well and you use your character well. I can be playing Sova on some maps such as Split per se. Of course you can. Of course you can. Of course you can play Sova on Split. No one stops you, and no one will be... like, if you play Sova well on Split, people will even have harder time to play against you, because you will know how to play Sova on Split.
And they'll be on the home stretch before Heretics have made it off the starting block.
I'll go back to the desk with Yumpy once again. He said that he knew, obviously, I think he said Ethan, Som,
but I never played Sova on Split, don't have lineups for Sova on Split.
Today, he'll probably know the other two a little bit better, because we have seen...
I always switch to Cypher Viper there. But do you play Cypher Viper on any other map?
But both have been massive parts of this lead that have been built.
Just look at your stats. Go to your account, look at the stats. Just pay attention to how much damage do you deal and what is your win rate on Cypher Viper when you play them on Split. You're probably super inefficient and you're not winning games.
It's on the back of C.
Just
they can't take the spot.
Whoa!
I think that's the first time I've seen that particular wall, and yeah, it's because they're going to give up site, they're going to give up spawn side, and play one towards water.
That was trippy.
This is it.
I feel like it's going to be Miniboo, but Miniboo's so low, I don't know if he'll want to take this space. If he does, it will end up being quite funny, because they'll probably send some utility through. The only problem is there's only one player on the other side.
Oh no, Som doesn't check the corner.
He wins that battle. Boom.
Oh no. Oh no. I like that Boo actually stopped aiming at the head because he realized he's not hitting it.
Leaving Miniboo low on HP, the brothers need to try and drag this pistol home, and Scuba's just been waiting.
How are they losing this? I will never know, because we didn't see it. But that crossfire with CT, I don't know how did they not manage to get more kills.
I'll be honest, I'm super impressed with how they're playing at the moment, Mitch. Like, they look incredibly in control. Like, every single scenario, even when things go a little bit wrong, it seems like they're quick to adapt.
Yeah, no, they had ideas there. Obviously, conceding the spawn space, playing passive towards Waterfall. And
the lineups definitely matter on Sova most of the agents, I'd say.
For their opposition.
I can play Sova on any map, and I will bring similar value to 99... Sorry, I will bring more value than 99% of the Sovas that I ever play with. And I'll have 0 lineups. It's not the lineups that matter, it's the timing that matters. You can have the most convoluted lineups ever in existence, and none of them will matter if no one will use them.
B&A aggression and trying to take the fight to them.
And in ranked, you will know, because you said it yourself, there's zero coordination.
I'm excited to see more from NRG here in this tournament, but we might not get to see a lot more in this map, because they're running away with this.
This is a buy I'm always quite a fan of. It's Boo to take.
In general, playing solo queue initiator is just a way to lose matches.
Up, right? When you're the older brother, but he's given over.
Unless people actually love you. I don't know. Maybe you're like the most positive person on the planet and then everyone will listen to you. Then maybe not.
He's going to have to be that little bit more careful. For the rest, the defense just trying to poke and prod, see if they can get any additional information. Of course, for Benji, his role is going to be very different to normal. Of course, he would always be lurking, but now he has to actively hold them. He doesn't have the utility to do it for him as he would on the likes of a Killjoy. Oh, this is one of the weirdest battles you're probably ever going to see in round number 2.
Oh, Miniboo!
Hey,
he was shooting with the outlaw while moving, bro.
The second those goes, it gets troublesome.
Legit! Both shots while moving.
That third one. Benji Fishy on the lurk of a lifetime. Unfortunately, the spike never went down. So
Miniboo doing the strat of buy outlaw. It was actually Boo buying for him. But the problem is Miniboo played like he was playing a shotgun.
Eventually, he will be granted the sweet relief of death. Double digits for NRG, locked in 4 players.
Regarding VOD reviews, would it make sense to record a match without comms? Because I might send one in the next week or so, but I currently play without comms because of the toxic players. I'm bronze, silver with peak plat. We'll focus on what we can focus on. We'll focus on how you read the map yourself, how you use utility, how you use your movement. That's what we're gonna focus on during that VOD review, not comms. It actually will also make it easier to understand the context because I will have everything in front of me.
I don't know if he would have predicted the OTs, but I'm sure he would have believed that they would win. But now, though, wow, we've said it already for the pistol, but this is a must-win. You're coming in with the buy up against the bonus. The buys don't even look that far apart. That's the worrying thing. Boo, because of the investment of the last round, has to go for a stinger. Mini Boo's only on a Guardian, so you look at the other side. It's really not that bad. In fact, they'd probably rather have the Outlaw going into this round where everybody on the defense has light shields.
Looks like Team Heretics are still looking for options on where to take this. Pressure applied to B, trying to drag rotations. It's put pressure on Mata. There's going to be point of contact, landing the first.
Nice shot, nice Sasha as well. I liked it. It stops the push for a moment.
Providing them a safe haven. The safe way to get back to this A site. No real space for Team Heretics. Granted, movement towards C would be tripping the wall. Still utility holding off that B push alongside the flash that Vice has down with the Thorns. And there's only 35 seconds left with no real ground taken. Someone's got to make a move.
30 seconds left.
The wall has been tripped, but there's a man sitting on the other side. So someone's going, yeah, you've always been tripped, but there's no one here. They are definitely going in the other direction. They can look to try and stack up the other side.
They're doing a little bit of trolling because they're winning too much.
But they will now get in at least to try and get that plant, or at least they should. Eventually, you're going to see Woot make that move. They do have to be careful of those same spams, but he's just about been able to avoid them, and Boo is trying to desperately defend from the 3 players coming through that B-Link.
Well, this is a round that Heretics
was IGLing on RG recently? I think it should be Ethan, no? I think? Oh, wow. Good smokes by Energy as well, like making space for the judge as well. Nice, good trades. Mada with aware satchels to make sure that he can trade the Omen. Really good. Energy looks very well drilled. It's not super duper clean. It's not super duper clean, but it actually look like not the Energy that I watched last time. You know? It actually looks like they double peak. The players that play the agents know how to play the agents. Omen does selfish smokes, but they work for the team. We see the Fade use good good timings for the utility. Well done.
Reveal doesn't connect onto anybody. That retakes 10 times harder.
Yeah, and I think you have to look at that, though. Heretics not breaking the reveal, not breaking the Vice Flash, when it had already popped in that same position earlier on.
It's hard to break that reveal because of the timing of it. And it's being comboed with other pieces of util as well.
Nice little lineup, cross-map orb being thrown. But for Team Heretics, they're left with
Look,
pistols. A huge disadvantage
what is your name? Laurent Dieck.
Everything
Everything that you are saying, you kind of sound like you have my mindset from 5 years ago. It's not working in solo queue.
If Fnatic goes out here, it could be an overextension, but Showstopper pop, it doesn't find anyone. That player was up on Mound, and now Matt is isolated in the corner.
Yeah, Mada is fucked.
They're popping a lot of utility. It's an easy pick, and they'll get it.
Yeah, the thing is there is a...
Oh, they got baited in the... Dude, this is so well done by Energy. Really? Really well done.
Sneaky spot.
Even though there was a huge mistake made by Mada. Absolutely huge mistake by Mada. Like the overcommitment, then stuck in the corner, didn't have anything to get out of himself. The smoke was not fast enough. Like he was stuck in a horrible position. Instant reaction by the other defenders to help him out from B, and they get a crossfire and they get advantageous position from that. Very well done by Energy.
He's going to try and use it to his own advantage. I like the little bit of parkour.
Really well
This is the thing
done.
that I've said so much about NRG throughout this match so far is they're so controlled, they're so patient. And I wanted to give the same credit to Mada. Like, Mada throughout this game so far has taken those early battles, but it's not like, you go back to the previous match we casted of Levin. Levin was constantly doubling down and just continuing to push, and the team just accepted the fact that he's going to die, but he might take 3 with him. That's not the case with NRG. They're very happy to just, okay, we have an advantage, we don't need to overface, we can sit back, and it doesn't matter who it is on the team.
Well done.
Everybody is on the
Also,
same line.
Benji fishing not checking the most obvious corner on this map.
Valorant here on our stage, 12-4, 8 rounds in a row needed, and I stressed that this was probably the heavier underdog in these matchups. What a resurgence from that stage previously played out in Americas. This squad's come back fighting.
Spike down.
Yeah, they're getting wrecked.
Doing a damn good job of it with Boo left alone.
Absolutely
used to reposition, but now the spike down, and he's going to have to fight his way back towards getting it. Being held by Scuba, being flanked out by Brock as well.
But it's legit outclassed in fundamentals. They don't even check corners, bro. Holy. They got absolutely demolished. Let's jump to the other match. Absolutely demolished, bro. Oh, this one is fast as well. Wait, is the sound working? It does.
Abo's done a lot in this round. And a final Rolling Thunder just to clean up. And this crazy guy essentially out of util here. If he's kept a couple of flashes, he just can't even really get past the barrier mesh.
Yeah, this will end up being a 8-4 half shortly, and crazy guy took as much down as he could, but hey, not too bad after how.
Let me change it for the title.
Actually, considering that Tech didn't really have that much to play for.
RQ versus Teat. I don't know if that's actual the abbreviation, but let's use it because it's funny.
The first pick into Jemkin, then Abo just pushing to cleaning up a couple more. Leaving the last 2 players on an island.
I don't know, man. Like,
well so far,
every time I watched Team Heretics lately, the team just looks completely avoid of any fundamentals.
Bit of a recovery
No,
as well on
completely.
side, considering how poor things were looking.
How do you say that?
How shaky those rounds were.
Their fundamentals are just
overall
out of the window. Zero.
If I got that correctly as well. I do believe Abo ends up as
Zero.
maybe the most impactful player.
Zero fundamentals, zero double picks, zero like going properly with the util, not even checking corners. Devoid, thank you. That was actually the word I was looking for. Devoid of fundamentals. There's a Waylay here in this game.
He set his refrag position in that one and done.
Okay.
So yeah, he's going to be able to refrag back to the corner, but you can't get out of that situation, so it's just a super easy annihilation. They don't even really need... you could have even considered they didn't need the annihilation, but it's a guarantee at that point. There's nobody close
They play Deadlock Waylay? No, wait, Deadlock's on the other team.
Hey, Yeah, we'll see the beauty of the deadlock on defense. Where
Crazy stuff.
And he's already on 14 and 9.
Crazy stuff. They play deadlock that has no combos with anyone.
As you said,
this is good stuff, apart from the aftershock. There's literally zero combos with this deadlock. Why on earth are you playing deadlock instead of Vice?
As we kind of talked about on the desk as well,
right?
I do think compared to the Cypher, you're going to end up leaving a lot more gaps.
Like at a pro level, unless Abo literally doesn't know how to play Vice, then I can understand. But literally playing deadlock right here instead of Vice is pure trolling.
Was a rookie and he's a new IGL, which you've only had one stage. A lot of teams have had their IGL for quite a while.
But so is playing Waylay. We have 15 seconds into the round and the guy has 0 util.
As they spot the smoke in mid. They're getting ready to receive this one. It's Haldong ready to go. Yeah, he knows about this right now. And he gets blinded himself. It's a good paranoia, but the Prowl is just as good. In fact, better for Cushy.
Good deadlock stuff.
Man, RQ just always have a response, but it's still a 3v3 with the spike down, and guarding it is T-Virus, but all three are looking towards mid. They're just gonna let the, I mean, it got smoked off, so.
They go 3 together and 3 together. The other 3 players are now on the B side.
This is the unfortunate situation where the barrier's gone. As the fight breaks out, Crazy Guy once more. Look at that.
The Observer doesn't swap from the dead body.
Lucas has got no HP to play through.
It's such a great smoke from RRQ to make the most out of a situation, just to get the spike back and get things going again.
How good do you guys like the broadcast of the empty chest?
Beautiful, but 12 HP, if he's even looking through the camera.
Experience facing the wrong way. This is actually a doable situation.
Oh, he's running out of time though.
But no, he's even funneling his shots. I was going to say, play this one patiently, try and see if you can find Jemkin as well. But Jemkin was far enough away that even if you do get the kill onto Xfera.
Bro looking worse than me today against the chamber, you guys remember?
You know, RRQ cleaning a very convincing pistol, which is dangerous for Tech, because now Titan, they were already behind a lot of rounds.
I could literally play in this tournament.
You got RRQ
No?
on 10, you got a gap of 6. The comeback in this BO1 is starting to not look that good.
was
the worst clip in existence of the entire.
What do you think is the best Sentinel for Bind is? Are we talking about ranked or are we talking about pro play?
Anything and everything. And how we were kind of wondering how Titan were going to use him going forward. And I think with more experience, Lucas will lock in. I like the patience around trying to find that second player, but man, that Cypher is swifty.
I don't think he was going to win the round, but there's a little bit more embarrassing for him just to miss that first shot. You see that replay again, caught in 4K, unfortunately.
Lothar Senpai, I can't hold it
There's
anymore.
that one way that RRQ are watching through.
I mean, yeah, look, when the opponent is not looking at you, it's the hardest to shoot that person because that person is not moving towards you in the way that you can anticipate the movement of the player. Is he gonna recall? Let's see. Is he recalling? No. That's a good decision, by the way. It's just funny that his utility is kind of pointless.
It will just be a very easy plant in this anti-eco, and Tech would have preferred to have had a bit more action on the A side to clean up some numbers, maybe get a couple of upgrades.
Referring to properly with my question? I think Bind,
well, at least have a potential 4-man.
it really depends on the entire composition. Because you can play the entire map without a Sentinel.
Yeah, he still had a lot of utility on the post plant there for Cushy.
And it depends what you want to do with Sentinel. What's the goal of playing that Sentinel? Because all 3 are good.
Just know where the rest are coming from, especially with Xfero and
Essentially, I mean, Deadlock is horrible. The other 3 are good. Vice is fantastic. Cypher is fantastic. Killjoy is okay. Playing Deadlock is pure trolling.
It's time Esports really had nothing to do there at all. Be completely.
If I would have to play in a team and I would have to play a Sentinel on Bind, I would probably prefer to play Cypher though, because of the ability to hold the flanks.
So easy for these SMGs to spam through that smoke as well. And again, I think A could have been a little bit more interesting, but
Vice is just very strong if there's no Euro on the opposing team. That makes it very strong.
The right call to abandon.
Xfero's been a really good anchor in those post plants. You got to get rid of him. He's been the longest standing player on the team, and Jumpkin is out. Good information on who is in market, and look at this wraparound from Monyet, but he's snuffed out just instantly.
This
so
character, man.
It down even through
This character, bro.
nothing that RQ could capitalize on, and now it's a flawless.
Some teams play Vice Deadlock, and that's a horrible composition.
Reasonable punish, especially on T-Virus, Luke's side.
Why would you want to play Vice Deadlock when you can play Vice Cypher, for example?
From every player.
What's the point?
Entry, couldn't find it. Really close to getting that first kill from Geng.
Like, you're just wasting a slot.
Saw the util coming on through.
But bro, Deadlock grenade very good with Raze. Okay. Okay. You can do the same with just Fade. And Deadlock on attack is so limited.
Not able to string through rounds together.
Coco and Lucas are just following each other a lot.
Ultimate is garbage.
Tech spread themselves thin a bit more and getting more options, and there's T-Virus just taking advantage and going for a big play, which is what Tech desperately need. And RRQ
it's funny because there was so much like hype around that composition on Bind being Vice and Deadlock. People, I think that was Sliggy and TMV who were just saying like, wow, this composition is broken. And when they were saying the composition is broken, I was just saying no, it's not. People are just dumb playing against it. And you will see fast people will abandon it. You will see it not being used by the best teams because it's not a good composition.
They have a fault line. Coco is going to throw it out. T-Virus leads the charge, gets a ping on the other side of the box, but he's basically going in blind. At least Oppo begins that opening.
What is that spacing? Did you see this?
RRQ, your vision fades to black, and it's just
very good example of not doing 3-2-1 going for smoke.
And RRQ inch closer to the finish line.
No time at all. It'll be save on towards the right.
You've seen this, right?
RRQ find their 11.
The Neon was ahead of the rest. She died. Whale had enough time to reset and kill Order 3.
Infallible in his position on site.
Funny thing is, I have not played a single Deadlock game this act. I reverted back to Killjoy for Sentinel. How come?
Coming through from this tight side. Look at Jemkin, just unbelievable in that corner.
Be honest with us.
Oh, they're having a blast.
Why? Why?
You love to see that in your very first map too, to just take it as convincingly as RRQ are 2 rounds away. While as the newer, younger players from Tech, I think after this map, we'll be able to shake off some of those jitters, and you'll be playing your next match tomorrow, so there's a lot to think about, a lot to talk about, while now this Deadlock from Apple has to hold it down in a one-and-done position, and RRQ about to discover that once the shots go out. I'm not saying Apple want to go for that swing. RRQ have to know something is up. Now you got the net, and Apple reveals himself. At least he goes 1 for 1.
Yeah, the nades traded for nades here. A little bit of support coming through from Market, but Haldong needs to do more. He's smoked out, unfortunately. He only dropped the one-way. Might have been better for him just to drop
good value out of the Sentinel, guys.
If they were considering how under pressure they really were.
Paranoia to just drown out those corners that this Neon wants to get.
Deadlock was single most cost-efficient util in the entire game, or a copper?
Against this duelist, one of the best in the world, and T-Virus and Coco, it's all they have left. 2 ults, but not wanting to pull the trigger on them yet. It's RRQ on match point.
Cushy, final play alive. That one got dangerous. Coco could have made it interesting for Titan survival in this series.
Killjoy is more powerful, better suited for solo queue and bronze. The damage from the molds alone are more valuable than any Deadlock util. Yep, correct. And also on attack, you will have more avenues of using your util just because you play Deadlock.
Really spicy towards the end in terms of how few members are alive. Abo starts with a 1 for 1. Probably didn't receive as much help as I would have liked to have seen from Haldong. And Tech did their best to try and hold on, but right now, I don't know if they can do that for much longer. It's just
TMV put Deadlock in S tier when that nade change happened, and only you, I remember saying it's not good, let alone
I like that Tech are at least splitting up Coco and Lucas now. They're not just both stacked at the A side.
Let alone S dot so what happened? Why is Deadlock not seeing the same use as Vice in Euro? I know. You know the other S tier Asians? I got a brain aneurysm reading that, but I think I understand what you mean. But it is like, I don't like calling out other people, but people always call out my fucking takes, and somehow they're always correct. I was the only one calling the Deadlock change a nerf, and it is a nerf. She's actually doing worse than she was before. How is that possible? Maybe because the change was a nerf. Yes.
RQ stuck in that hallway, safe for now, but leaving Ronnie on an island, and he is stunned. He tries to teleport out, but there is no saving that Omen. So RQ have been humbled for the moment, as T-Virus hoping to activate for one of the final times for Tech. They have a lot of rounds to catch up on.
I mean, massive for Luke there. He wins a 1v1, which gets him the night.
What was the Deadlock change? Type in exclamation mark Deadlock.
30 seconds left to go.
I think that's the latest video about that.
Titan, no, it's still going to be an A finish. They haven't heard any movement from RQ to suggest otherwise. So as long as they can hold these positions, you have Coco as well.
Is that the video about the change? If not, you need to change. You need to check the latest video about the deadlock.
He is fault lined out.
No, that's the old video. I can't remember which patch was it, but I made a video describing every single change to deadlock and why I think it's a nerf. Oh, I know. There's a video with the deadlock and 2 other ages on the thumbnail.
Coco being fault lined out as the entire potential retake there. As they almost lost control of side, but really to me, again, Lucas holding on so strong, taking control of the A main side, finding the...
But yeah, I'm not sure if you remember, but
you do have to consider as well.
When that deadlock change was being done, right, my opinion was being laughed at. When I was saying that deadlock is a nerf, people were hateful towards my opinion because I'm obviously a shit analyst and I don't know what I'm talking about. 6 months later, seems like I'm right.
Found success in that round.
What do you guys think? What is better? Throwing a 400 credit wall and getting 1 grenade per round?
Their attention is summoned.
Maybe 2 grenades per round sometimes? Or getting the 400 credit wall for free and getting 1 grenade per round for 200 credits.
You're going to maximize value, and RRQ are not just going to escape through B main.
Specific for pistol rounds, it might be actually more important to have that 400 credit wall for free. You know? Might be, guys. Like, legit, deadlock on defense pistol round is beast. It's a beast. She locks down the entire side. You could have done 2 traps, a wall, and an armor. Right? Or buy the entire kit and no armor and have that wall for free on a pistol round. Yeah, you probably not buy the wall almost at all in the attack because it's too much cash. That's what I said in the video, that you're gonna be nerfed so heavy for the attack, but you get the grenade every round. Oh my god, that's fantastic.
Can't run through smoke despite the ultimate coming in. 2 players up. By the way, 1v1 over towards top mid could be deciding as well. Goes crazy guy's way.
Oh, RQ, could they win it here after having a lot of pistols coming in? It's the aftershock forcing tech back. Lucas
he just put the dog in the aftershock. Oh, the good stun. Didn't hit anyone. Is he gonna throw it? Is he gonna throw it? A little bit too late. Now he doesn't know because he missed it. Oh my god, he missed it.
And Manya plays his life, and he's not even going to tap the spike. He's going to use the Manya's smoke against him.
Oh my god, what a smart reposition.
But Lucas is not going to have time.
He knows he wins.
And we don't not even going to see this happen, I guess.
Yeah, they've won it. Manyet's got this one done and dusted. Headsets come off.
Second time this happened today.
The other team, classic in hand.
He's going to see this. Rosie, but Lucas is Manya's smoke against him. And Manya's going to trade positions and swing around the Rosie, but
no, he's already waving.
He has to get on the spike, and we don't not even going to see this happen, I guess.
Yeah, they've won it. Manyet's got this one done and dusted. Headsets come off.
Good stuff.
He's waving at the other team, taking down Billy, taking down Wolves, coming second.
Good stuff, guys. All right, so next match over here. What do we have here? I need to check. Oh, you're right. Thieves and Fnatic. Wait, since we have time, I'm actually gonna I'm gonna show it to you. .hs Valorant. Laboratory. I'm gonna show you the comments in that video with the deadlock. Here we go. This one. This is a very unscripted. As a deadlock main, I don't even always use my wall. Having net as a signature, giving it a refresh cooldown is a great change, especially since it's the best piece of util in the game. Okay. How is deadlock nerfed? Gravnet is broken, they just gave it 2 or 3 in 1 round. 42 answers, by the way. 42 comments. 42 comments over here. 42 guys. They are fighting over here for their life. I'm not even gonna attempt at reading this. This guy is the worst Valorant analyst. I'm not even surprised. Did you listen to my video? Yes, I did, but it didn't convince me. The pros are way superior in my opinion. Yeah. It's subjective, but one example I can think of is you completely misunderstanding abilities in both power and usability. You put vice walls too far from a choke point so people could walk through. That's just one example, but if you're talking it personally, maybe you should try to be less of a Shazam and try to intrinsically look at yourself a bit more. You seen this? This guy thinks that me advising to put the vice wall deeper on side so they're not getting triggered by someone just bunny hopping, right? Is bad. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
We've got one more series here on the mainstream for you.
This is
battle of the champions in Genji versus EDG.
If deadlock wall is so bad as you say, the change for it will be good as the Gravnet has way more value. No, let me just buy the wall for 400 credits.
Making it through the qualifier, but just getting a little outgunned here against RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, RRQ were the favorites heading into this match, and you know, RRQ really looking to...
The net being a signature isn't nerf at all. Honestly, with the buff and the Teho being broken, Deadlock is one of the best characters now overall. Massive buff, not really a nerf at all. Yeah, guys, I don't think a single team even attempted comboing Deadlock with Teho.
Next, right? So, you know, I don't know.
I can remember a singular team at a pro level who played Deadlock and Teho together because they all knew that it's a waste of fucking slots to play Deadlock.
Could be gas.
Yeah, we had Kukuko on earlier. Go ahead, rubbing it on in that it was 0-2 NA, but now we get the victory. What do you think are NRG's chances against RRQ?
Honestly, I mean, that form that we saw out of NRG was pretty insane. Yeah. I don't think anybody expected them to win 13-4 against against a team like Heretics. And Heretics, I mean, they look pretty sloppy, man. They're gonna need to really like dig.
When are the harbor changes coming?
They gotta recover from that because that was brutal.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see now our next match, the final BO1 that we have here. It is Genji versus EDG. Let's start with the roster. It's Texture, Munchkin, Karen, Ash, and Foxy9. This Genji roster, winners of Masters Shanghai, which was
it's crazy stuff, man. As a Deadlock main, I don't really see it as a nerf. Maybe for pistol round where I get the free wall is a kind of nerf, but getting +2 more grenades is great. I would absolutely love to take a look how many Gravnets are they using overall.
And they really defined it, and I think this is a team that still has so much potential, you know, bringing in rookies like Ash, and we're seeing Foxy9, you know, he was taken out the roster, put back in, and then really lit up on that Sentinel role. I mean,
I think after Trace, Esports playing Deadlock Bind messed up people's brains. Yeah, but even people like Sliggy were convinced it's the best composition, when it's not even close to being good in the first place.
So I mean, this team is definitely stacked from top to bottom. They just need to figure out those, you know, those choking woes that we'll get into in a bit, I bet.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we can dive into that just a little bit. What do you mean? Yeah, you get to see it at Pacific all the time here with Genji.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just about they need to be able to close out these games, right? You know,
Talent, for example. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you for a moment, okay? But if your argument is being backed up by anything that involves Talon, then unfortunately that immediately disregards your argument. Because Talon might be one of the worst teams at ever implementing any strategies. They legit have no playbooks. They choose the agents during lobby and then decide what to play without their coach knowing.
Quick look at it before coming here over in VCT China.
Yeah, and you know who's been actually playing lights out.
Look at this. What is this? Are you rickrolling me over here?
Stats in the last 60, 90 days has been ridiculous. I mean, the road to EWC, the last match, the first match that they just played in China, he's looked great. And then obviously you got Conkai. I mean, this guy is
actually, this is a very good example of how this doesn't do shit. Wait. Yeah, look. So that's a team that plays Deadlock Teho. They use a stun, a trap, a grenade, Teho, and a paranoia, and get nothing done.
Both get off in. That's what I would really quite like.
Yeah, again, the Battle of the Champions, 2 tournament favorites here over at Esports World Cup, and 2 clubs that have a lot of teams here for the club championship. Let's see how it goes. Genji versus EDG, our final best one of the day.
Very good. Very good. It's just Fade, Vice, Breach, Sun. Back then, Breach was better. Like, literally, the worst part about Deadlock, look, if Deadlock would actually have like really huge value on attack, I would change my opinion. But she doesn't. Because the main value from Deadlocks come on defense. So you play a character that is good on one side and is bad for the other one. And that is an incredibly big problem at a pro level. Because then on the attack, that character literally is not using 3/4 of its kit.
Welcome back to the stage as the energy level is rising here at the Esports.
If Teho would have used the rocket on the sensor stun immediately and Deadlock then throws the nade, they might have killed one. But you could do the same shit. You could literally do the same shit with just anything else. And also, by the way, that trap from Deadlock, that trap on Deadlock is like the most basic trap that can be destroyed by just walking just a little bit forward because you're in range of it. And you're still not out of the choke point. But teams were just not adapting to it at all. At all. I have seen one team getting stunned by that trap, by literally the same trap, 3 times in one game. And I'm just sitting here like, are those teams like doing anything? Wait, Genji? What? Am I stupid? Fnatic is on this stream?
The 2024 champion arrive with a chip on their shoulder and everything to lose. It's Edward Gaming.
What's going on over here? Okay, I guess I need to change the title. I mean, Fnatic game still didn't start, so... You know what? I'm gonna change the Fnatic 100 Thieves. So we're gonna start watching this, and we're gonna have the timer on the other game. Apparently it's in 5 minutes, so we're gonna swap to it. I'm not gonna change the title. We're just gonna swap to it once it starts. The pros say that Deadlock's value on attack is that she disrupts retakes after side plant with well and sense, especially because of how much slows down a retake. Yes, I can tell you the same shit. Because that's what I did in the compendium. I don't have to be a pro player to know that. But the problem is, if that's the value that they bring on attack, that means that in the rounds when you don't get to plant the spike, you have 0 value.
Champions, of course, with EDG. So
if you take a look at the compendium,
redemption that they're looking for. They're looking to change their destiny for this year, looking to get some momentum. And of course, come through here as the Icebox is going to be the decider. This is kind of an interesting one. It's not really.
you go to Deadlock over here, side fortifier, right? Side fortifier. Doesn't I didn't say defense like defense like the side defend or something. Side fortifier without designing which side. It's both attack and defense because she has the same role on attack and defense. And if you're, this is why I also hate playing for post-plant lineups, because you have to get first to the position where you will have value out of that. So if you when I played Viper, guys, I was using 2 mollies to get to side first. Because it doesn't matter if I have my snake bites for post plant if we don't get into post plant. That's like playing. Look, guys, playing with Deadlock, being valuable on attack only when you're in post plant is like playing a card game, like a collectible card game, where let's say 1/5 of your deck is only useful in specific scenario, and when you're in not that scenario, those cards are meaningless, right? If you ever played a card game like Magic or like Hearthstone or like anything else, you will know that, yeah, that sounds pretty bad.
The squad here for EDG is really exciting.
Yeah, worth noting, obviously, it says HMFI. He has since recently changed his name over to ZJC, and that's widely what we're going to look to stick to calling him throughout.
The funny thing is that you are like second entry with Deadlock and often die by entering the side and get traded, so even if you plan Spike, you often don't get into the bottom of Deadlock. We're gonna go back again. Deadlock, attack order, second entry or support. Yeah, checks out.
Well, we're going to hone in on the ZJC that's right there, pretty much smack dab in the middle of the name as we get ready to go through this one. I know that his goal was, of course, to troll the casters, but trolled we shall not be.
That's right.
She also has flank control and attack. Even the troops are destroyed, they give valuable info. How do they get destroyed if someone just walks past them? Do we cheer for Fnatic for Kayak? I hope so. I hope they will win. Still one of the fans of Fnatic. Even when they play badly, I'm still a fan of Fnatic because I know they can be playing really good Valorant.
Let's see if they are going to be able to deliver on that, as I don't think that's exactly where that shock dart was meant to go. Either way, Foxy 9, first contact here is Texture going to be paranoid off the top there.
Wait, do we have a mirror composition here? Viper, Jet, Killjoy, Omen, yeah. Yep.
Just managed to peel back a kill, some damage onto Ash. He really left unscathed here on the side of Gen G, but EDG gonna have their work cut out for them here, but that's a great start as CJC's fighting too. Foxy 9 with everything to do. Tries to go for the 180 pivot, but nobody is there, collecting himself a 3rd kill as EDG take the opening pistol.
Just holding a wide open angle. ZJC just catching Gen G completely off guard. They
you think you're so smart by no lifing wrong opinions until people are too tired to correct you. If only that was true. If only that was true. But unfortunately, what happens, this is also pretty funny. It's also pretty funny. Every single opinion that I voice with full chest that is being, you know, controversial or like a hot take that eventually came to fruition and it turns out I was right all along. If I at that point try to talk about it again, that look, I was right the 6 months ago or 1 year ago, even though you're all calling me idiots, right? But no one remembers that now, so no one speaks about this about this now, so I have to voice my opinion again, right? If I do that, then people will be going to like, you're so full of shit, man, so full of yourself. No one cares. No one cares. You have to show now, right? You have to show now that you told us all along, right? You have to be that person now. Why can't you be the bigger guy and never speak about it now? Legit. That's what's happening.
Right the wrongs a bit from the first round.
Also, how is Kankan playing with this monitor?
Few assists carry over.
Why is it not like McDonald's, like, you know, flat? We all know why.
Seeing them there. They're just such a mainstay. Obviously, they had one of the longest runs outside of Paper Rex in terms of qualifying for global events, and hopefully this is a rejuvenated EDG. Nano to clear the turret. So that is not going to be a tool Foxy's going to have in his bag. So that's going to force him up the tube, try to make sure that there's no players encroaching, and he sees ZJC. ZJC with the Guardian, yeah.
Rushing forward, trying to find that kill. Was a recall, so turret is going to be available again here for Foxy9 pretty quickly, as Karan, with a nice opening elimination, will put Smoggy down, so...
Also, this is the second Icebox in the best of one today, guys. I'm thinking I'm gonna start losing it.
So get a very entrenched push up in towards mid. Drone to try to check. Foxy.
One thing that using Molly for Postal has speaking for itself is that you can't really counter the Molly on the spike with util, whereas the using it to deny an error can be countered by several pieces of util.
Crossover at the B site, they're able to do so. Now a 3v3.
I'm not sure what's your point. I think the goal of the Molly is to deny the defuse, which is quite certain providing it's on target on time. But again, you have to get to that point where that utility has to be saved.
Play further back off site. I mean, you have shock dart, you have
You have other opportunities to get value out of that piece of utility before. If I'm playing Brimstone on bind, I'm using my Molly for an execute because we need to get to the side first.
Try to go for a quick peek. DJC attention going to be pulled back over towards the site where Ash and Foxy9 are breaking through, and Texture does get the jump. So catastrophe going to be averted. Gen G find themselves on the board, stopping what was looking like almost a surefire bonus conversion here from EDG.
I really thought they had a great shot, but I mean, even with Texture being identified,
1 second, my wife wants something.
They're waiting for his other teammates to make contact before he starts pushing through, and all of Gen G winning their 1v1s in that 3v3. Massive stuff, but some hot starts, particularly for the Killjoy of EDG, the new arrival for the Chinese super team. Texture gonna clean it up at the end, and that's got a high five and a fist bump there from the coaching staff of Gen G. Looking to see if they can string another one.
I'm just saying that this is a positive point to it.
Really close to Hunter's Fury though. Nobody won away. Same with Ash. So
okay.
See some stuff going on there. Although I'm curious to see what they want to do with that tic-tac-toe of the lockdown. You know, a lot of teams might just hang on to that Hunter's Fury for a while. Ash though, just gonna be waiting.
We're gonna swap to the Fnatic game once they sit down on the PCs and actually load into the game. I'm just gonna check if it's... Wait, sorry guys. I'm just gonna check if it's refreshed. We're just gonna refresh it fully, so we know it's not like lagging behind. And after the Fnatic match, I think we should have the DRX match. I hope. That's a lot of damage.
So it's going to be info at the very least. Push up comes through. Chicho here at backside. Pull the Mo down too. Looks for the third. Can't quite make it happen. Karan finding his footing. Disconnect the positions here. Texture going to be good for one more. The shock dart going to be sent out, but it's a little bit early. And Munchkin now arrives in from behind, gets himself on the board, and tie things.
Do you think Boaster got a BBL in 2023 of seasons just based on streamers? I don't know. He has a pretty big truck. Pretty big truck.
Getting caught out, trying to peek screens there. And Foxy9 finding a perfect timing. A little worried there. Sometimes, you know, a player like Foxy9 who just has tremendous mechanics might get ahead of himself with the timings on those pushes through the smokes. But he waited for the contact from his teammate, made him move through. Chichu looking really hot here, almost gets Karan, takes him down to 11 HP. And then the classic Munchkin late game lurk to secure the round. Trying to keep the vibes good, trying to keep the energy high. Now, 2 huge ultimates for Gen G to tool around with. Lockdown and the Hunter's Fury. So a ton of options here. You can play retake, you can play aggressive. A lot to consider for EDG. As you can see, they're pumping the brakes a little bit off the rip. Looking to see if maybe there'd be some kind of setup for the Hunter's Fury.
Seems like Gen G may be anticipating this is going to be a B-side strategy setup coming through for a thrifty attempt, but for now at least, EDG very much piling in towards this A site.
Wait, I need to call my wife.
Reinforced a little bit. Drone on the check, going out. Will get the spot out on the 2. And well, if you see Smoggy, you see Kong, you should have a pretty good idea of where that spike is going to look to end up.
Just need Texture to win this battle against Chichu. That should open up the map for you.
Does connect. Doesn't find the kill, however. Puts him down to 21. That does force Chichu back away. In the meantime, everybody else re-wrapping through screens. Gets himself situated here for the attack. Paranoia across. But Ash able to tuck in. Just barely behind. That little pillar keeps himself safe. And now you have the timing on the lockdown from Foxy9, flushing them right back out.
He might be under pressure through mid.
Area's clear.
Gonna take a peek.
Spots out one, sees the other. Can very easily call the rotation here.
Left.
You still have Texture situated with that Outlaw in position. Playing the close angle, waiting for somebody to just come poking out of this poison orb. 17 seconds remaining. EDG gonna have to get the go. Happening here is, okay, Texture doesn't narrowly manage to find that final shot on the Chichu. Plan, however, maybe just opened up enough to be able to come through. CJC trying to scale forward here onto the corner, but yeah, they will eventually just get mowed down. Foxy9 trying to fast track that next lockdown. And Gen G will continue on their merry way.
I love people who do renovations and stuff like this and like services. We were meant to have like some specialists exchange the cold water counters, you know, and they just disassembled them in the corridor and left. So we don't have cold water at home. Are we watching the DRX match? Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Of course we're watching the DRX match. It's gonna be a best of 3.
Knew he might be going up against Sheriffs, and wisely just played for a hold of B.
My wife doesn't drive. She has a driver license, but she doesn't want to drive.
And it is going to be EDG hopping the first one of the match.
Likely very happy with how things had started, but know how momentum-based Gen G can be. So want to try to disrupt that a little bit here with a timeout call. Let's see what the game.
I think at some point I will have to go to Żabka to buy something to drink, something cold.
If we've learned anything from watching Icebox.
I'm actually running out. This is gonna be such a long stream.
Just a bit, usually.
Your wife is the same as me. I got my driver license and said, nah, never again. But in our life, it's actually a problem because we have 2 children. You know how helpful it would be if my wife would actually drive the car? And I tried convincing her. I was like, look, I know that you don't feel good driving the car. You didn't drive the car for like 20 years or something. We can drive to some like empty parking lot and I will go step by step, work on everything with you. You know? Can you drink tap water? I can, but I want something really, really icy cold.
Forward, anticipating somebody to go on that push through the poison orb, but all of EDG getting clustered. Some pings coming.
I have my fridge in my office, yes, but I don't have anything in it right now.
From ZJC outside of A.
We haven't seen any peeking from Texture over here at B, so I think this is why EDG is feeling really confident to just try to brute force their way.
Maybe she should buy some lessons. She doesn't need lessons. She needs just listen to me.
Recon gonna be sent to fly. Paranoia goes out. Karen catching a glimpse, but does get ping revealed here. It's the Recon.
She just doesn't want to drive a car because she doesn't want to, she doesn't like to, and she's worried that she might crash into something. She doesn't want the responsibility of driving a car with children.
You should run.
Which is annoying to me, because that leaves me with all the responsibilities like that.
Look at the readjustment, takes down ZJC.
30 seconds left.
So he can just back away in the lockdown. I mean, it's right there in mid. It's a bit of an awkward one here. Causes some chaos. Doesn't lead to a full evacuation. Kong with 2, but Munchkin trades one back. Finds a headshot on the nobody, brings it back in. Now into a 3v3 with everyone on EDG completely and utterly tagged up.
Alright, guys, this is Icebox. This is boring as fuck. I'm gonna put on the second match on. They're banning currently maps. So this is gonna be much more interesting.
Map for 100 Thieves, even though they haven't had a lot of success on it.
Sunset is still on the table. We've seen a couple of sunsets, but that was some energy from Fnatic.
Okay, there we go.
I'm gonna go quickly to buy a drink, okay?
In your very first map too, and we'll
I'm gonna go quickly.
And 100 Thieves haven't played an international since Shanghai from last year, so this is kind of an environment that Fnatic is already warmed up to.
Dude, Fnatic's looking at Icebox and saying,
you have to be shitting me.
I mean, mean, they are dominant on this map, including they did win
You
this
have to be shitting me. We have 8 best of ones today, and you want to tell me from 7 maps in this pool, 3 teams say, yeah, it's okay, we play Icebox, after they all complain about Icebox being a shit map?
We can prep against that, and we can possibly counteract it.
I like the 100.
How on earth is this a... What the fuck?
It was a little old school, but it allows for that forward momentum, and I mean, you're playing with a guy who literally dyed his hair green because he liked Gecko so much. So I'm stoked to see this at least.
Guys, find me an argument for it. I'm gonna go quickly, buy something to drink, and I'll be right back, okay?
A variant of the double init. I prefer Gecko KO. It's a little bit quicker, but
I will need my
the
keys.
Double drone or like the refresh of the Dizzy, it is really good for contesting map control. You really can wrestle A and B main control on attack nice and early on. 100 Thieves will pick defense to start things off, so I think particularly, I'm looking at the pistol. I do have vivid memories of Cryo running around on Jet on this map and having some big games, so I think that's a big win condition for 100 Thieves.
That's what he's going to play, for sure. It's going to be Jet, it's going to be Operator as much as they possibly can. That's kind of the 100 Thieves staple.
So it's got to be pistol, conversion, get money for an op, and then we're cooking for 100 Thieves, right?
I mean, Cryo will legitimately, he'll glass cannon in round 3 if he's got the money for it. Legitimately. He doesn't shy away from picking up an op, so that's the expectation for 100 Thieves. And the Gecko is there as a great support tool in case he does get pushed off an angle. Easy. You throw a Dizzy up in the air, you regain that angle, you re-own that line of sight, you attack A, you block.
Yeah, I think that's. I'm trying to put together the win condition in my head for 100 Thieves because they are the underdogs at the end of the day in this matchup. They are a little bit more middling inside the North American scene. Fnatic, obviously, a favorite for the whole event, so we're trying to put a narrative here together, Jen, of how 100 Thieves is going to win. But what are you expecting from Fnatic?
Fnatic, I mean, just how do you count? I think it's that playstyle difference again of just Fnatic like to be able to slow the game down, and I think 100 Thieves are aggressive, maybe overconfident at times, and if you can play back and sort of catch that, force 100 Thieves to hesitate and overthink, then just play the mind game against 100 Thieves.
They're going to play a Killjoy, a Sage, and a Viper, so that's exactly what the case is going to be.
Yeah, Fnatic, I mean, they are known for this Sage on this map. It's not something that a lot of people play, but it is very vintage meta, and they do know how to play it very, very well.
Valorant scene. Nothing ever happened
as bad Shanghai on this map, and I told my Senti player I was coaching, you got to play like Alpha. Like, this dude is so annoying. He's like jiggle picking everything. He's unkillable, and when he finally gets involved in the round, it's already too late, and he's consistently closing out these rounds. Occasionally he can mix in these rounds where he's just going to dry peek something and take some aggressive lurk space and then take over the game. Like, he's an incredibly annoying, difficult player to play against. He's such a confident duelist. Sorry, confident Sentinel. Sometimes he plays the duelist, to be fair. Sometimes he does play the duelist.
I think the thing about it is, like, again, talking about where the success story is for 100 Thieves, it is about Cryo. The win condition comes through the Jet for 100 Thieves. The only question mark is going to be if he doesn't find an angle to peek on, and you're getting a defensive side out of Fnatic that is just play corners, play reactionary. How do you get into that space when your duelist is running an op? Like, you don't have that extra little bit of scaling. It's going to be the trouble spot for 100 Thieves.
The good news is the op is going to be much better against the Sage. Like, a lot of people play double init on this map. Sage has fallen out of popularity. They have a lot more tools to push you off lines and things like that. Even like Reyna Lear and things like that are a lot better tools than a Sage will offer. A Sage is kind of dead weight against an op.
I like the walls, though. Maybe
they're great.
I like the Sage walls, especially over on the left side of the map, and being able to protect your planter and just section off parts of the map. More Sentis, the better. At least with challengers, we're just throwing as many Sentinels as we can out of map.
The retake potential is awesome as well.
Oh, for sure. I think the other part is like the stall tactics that they have involved when they're on the defensive side are limitless. That's the biggest part about it. It's almost like we don't care that there's a Gecko and a Jet. You can toss your Dizzy in the air, no one's peeking it. You can put an operator on the table, no one's peeking it. Like, you have to get into their defensive setup if you want to try to get a successful post plant, and it's hard to do against what is essentially 3 Sentinels for them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah, Sage, you can have a lot of these set slow orbs as well that can really disrupt the default map control. I don't think that those kind of slow orb tactics in the early round are going to disrupt as much against the double init, because they just have so much util. Like, they can go and take map control, they can just wait an extra 10 seconds out of the slow orb. There's some comps that they really need to get going right out of the gate and take that space, but when you've got the Dizzy wingman combo on B long, or you could just chuck a Sova drone or something like that.
Yeah.
You have everything you need to be able to work the map. It's just a question of how effective you're able to do it and what's the execution looking like.
Yeah, I hope we do see the Gecko, and we'll get into our agent select in a bit, but just allows you to kind of forego the objective and to just keep on pushing. The WK is the only thing that 100 Thieves care about, and what you're able to use that forward, kind of playing this from front to back, whether you want to play for orbs and keep using those dizzies, and how Fnatic are going to want to react to pushing back against that space, and how much are you willing to give up and how much are you willing to fight for is going to be my big question for Fnatic.
Absolutely. So to zoom out for a second, I mean, looking overall at this group, this opening best of one, we're playing the other best of one already in action between Geng and Edward. We'll find out if Edward is gaming, but who needs this win more? Because this group is stacked, bro.
Fnatic need this win more.
Okay.
I mean, just based on the expectations, they're coming out thinking that they're going to win this group. It's a tough group. I mean, it's group of death. Everyone's been clamoring that that's the case. But at the same rate, like, it is a matching of expectations. For Fnatic, this is about getting to a championship and winning. You know, not falling short against like they did for Paper X. Get your points, get your club championship opportunity to win by winning this entire event. So it definitely puts more pressure on Fnatic to win this opening match.
I think 100 Thieves have to beat the odds.
If they make it through this group, respect.
It'd be
respect, honestly.
No one is really expecting that. So I think 100 Thieves have, I mean, the ball is in Fnatic's court too, but 100 Thieves are one of the few rosters that haven't made a roster change. So I feel like this is a must-win to kind of prove, okay, we haven't made changes because we really believe in this long-term plan that these players can get to the level where they can compete against the top 5.
It's an interesting point because I know that you guys have your finger on the pulse in the challenges scene. There's a lot of talent in NA, you know,
for sure.
You've even seen, just as you mentioned, Scuba coming up into NRG. Like, surely there's got to be some guys that are just waiting for a chance to hop onto a franchise team, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's a lot of opportunity below the top 3 in NA for that to happen. I think for 100 Thieves, though, like, it comes at the level of like organizational clout. It's the same thing you could say for Fnatic. We're talking about 2 of the biggest esports organizations in the world.
Yeah.
A big fan base follows both of them. So an opportunity to set yourself off right now, if you're any of the players that are on 100 Thieves, find a signature win, really boost your confidence going through the rest of this event, could be massive. But I still put more pressure, I think, on Fnatic to do what they should be doing, which is clean up this matchup, no problem.
And I mean, 100 Thieves missed out on the most recent Masters, so I think they have even more to prove coming into this as an international. They haven't been to an international in a while, to just show up against a team that no one is expecting them to beat. And I think those expectations would make 100 Thieves angry, that no one's expecting them to win, or at least their fan base, even their fan base is against them at times. And I think it's going to anger 100 Thieves to a point where they're going to play better.
It's just a tough draw. Like, there's a level of that too. And whoever exits from not making it out of this group, no matter what 2 teams fall short, that's what we're going to say. Like, Group D was a tough draw. You're playing up against the runner-ups. You're playing up against a former champion. You're playing up against teams that are looking really hot in Gen G. They're consistent.
Yes.
And 100 Thieves team that's not to be taken lightly. Like, this is a very difficult group, and the 2 teams that fall short, you're going to look back and say they had a tough draw.
I almost feel, I mean, I feel bad for 100 Thieves because what's interesting to me of the many things about EWC is the fact that this is not connected to the VCT circuit, where maybe if you're not finishing in the playoffs, you're not getting yourself enough points, you now have an opportunity to go to an international event.
Hello? Where match?
You go through a qualifier, you prove yourself, you get into an international event, and you might have a chance to actually put your name on the map here. But when you draw yourself into a group like this, Jen, I mean, maybe you're out of luck.
It is tough for 100 Thieves, but hey, they've made improvements. They went from losing to MIBR in the
They
playoffs
waited for
to
you?
now
It seems
reverse
like it.
sweeping them. Like, you don't hear about reverse sweeps every day.
Was it like a technical break or something?
You lose harder and harder, and it's just, it gets into your head, especially a team like 100 Thieves. But for them to kind of identify that winning moment and to ramp up to actually believe you can reverse sweep a team as good as MIBR speaks to kind of the mental resilience of 100 Thieves in that moment.
And I think just to kind of speak to it, and this goes a little bit against what I was saying before about how a win condition runs through cryocells. It didn't run through cryocells necessarily during the qualifier. Okay. Like, he still played extremely well. He was still top leading on his squad, but I think it was the support staff around him that was able to find as much success and make life that much easier for Cryo that allowed 100 Thieves to look as strong as they did in that reverse. Those back 3 maps were pretty darn convincing. So there is something to be said
I was
about
certain the match already
together. It wasn't
starts.
just Cryo go kill. There's a lot of that that still happened, but it wasn't just that, and I think that's inspiring. In terms
Was
of
it drinks for chat? Did you forget? My bad.
For the
I did.
there at home. We're waiting to find out if we are going to proceed here. So we'll zoom out again for a second since we're on the NA talk, and we'll dive a little bit more into the NRG. We got our NRG dub. Are we feeling better about NRG?
Let's check check what's going on over here.
Best of one, because we talk about these teams that don't have as much expectation behind them necessarily. Maybe their middling teams and maybe regional.
We're gonna put this on mute. We're gonna watch this. And we're gonna wait till the Fnatic match starts.
Looks like Smoggy's gonna try to play this one out here onto the B side.
30 seconds left.
Scoops up the operator.
Looking from behind.
He's looking for that.
Man,
word.
all of this means that the DRX match will start so fucking late.
So,
No?
I'll give it to Smoggy this time.
Either way, scrambling, scooping up these weapons, wanting to find at least one kill, but Ash will then strike from above. Gen G is continuing to put on a world of hurt here against EDG.
Yeah, it's just so much pressure that this operator creates, and you're just trying to find answers as EDG. Can you turn up the tempo? Can you try to go for a later lurk? Things like that, just not really finding much value. I mean, a couple rounds in a row here where Smoggy's had some pretty impressive gunplay, but Gen G still just better. And some of these early maneuvers have got Kong and company frustrated. Double operator. Foxy9 no slouch at all with it
I
either.
thought for a second it's gonna be out of drafting or something.
Barely escaping. Would have been one of the weapons, one of the rifles, stranded on the floor. TP forward in towards
Oh, that
backside,
one-way
cleared by
failed.
Ash.
It's actually on the ground. The defensive one, I mean.
You should run. Bit of a fake here. TP of his own.
Do they have an answer? No, they don't.
Hunter's Fury one charge away, so Ash
So they get side for free.
The respect that they have to back away, but they're still just losing players here on entry. Gen G opt to
Not
stick
for
around
free
for a
anymore.
little bit
My
longer
bad,
than EDG
I
might
guess.
anticipate.
You get one gun recovered.
Players here, just to get that spike planted.
Smoggy was obscured up in that position. Might be able to catch one.
Seems like the B stream has a lot more technical issues than the A one. He could have used that one way for his own advantage. You guys seen this, right? I'll show you something. EDG could have literally used the one way to his own advantage.
Swapping weapons, trusting in his own ability, ends up
That's crazy that he gets that isolated 1v1, by the way. That's crazy.
The retap knows that he's not sticking it, tries the wide
No,
swing.
half wins the round.
But Ash will be able
Look,
to take him
I'll
down
just
to
show
the
you
end.
something.
93 to have Gen G well out in front.
Yeah.
Pay attention to how someone who was on pipes, sorry, not on pipes, on King, right here. On top, Smoggy over here. He could have single-handedly won the round by abusing this one way over here. 2-step backwards, you have the space, and this one way allows you to kill the players.
Knives out at the ready. Wall gets raised. A 1-for-1 is Foxy.
Chat, can we test the chat? Ooh, what a shot. Wait, did I see network problem? They are playing online. Look, in the right corner. There's a network problem symbol there. They are playing on. They don't have LAN servers. Why is Riot not providing them a LAN server? Hasn't that always been the case for Valorant? No, of course not. Not for VCT. It was a big problem for Fortnite. It was a big problem for Fortnite in the beginning. When I played two LANs. I played two LANs in Fortnite. Me, as a professional player, right? I was on 2 fucking LANs on Fortnite. None of them had a LAN server. We played both of them online with players on LAN. They paid all this money to have 100 players on LAN to play on an online server. It was mind-blowing to me. I didn't even know that it could be possible, man. Was the network good though? No, it was horrible, man, because Fortnite is horribly optimized, and like literally in the end game, we had lags and people were dying without being able to move.
Then it's pretty much been nothing but Gen G from that defender's side, setting up for a 9-3 scoreline as we swap.
They have LAN servers now? Yeah, maybe now. I don't play Fortnite for the past 7 years.
Part of that half where EDG was going to get some hero play.
When I played in the first 2 LANs, that was ESL Katowice 2000 and what? It was the first year of Fortnite. And then I played in Los Angeles LAN. The one when Richard Lewis was hosting. There was like a special arena as well that was used for multiple games. It was like a, I can't remember the name of the circuit anymore. It was crazy, man. That was also the LAN when someone stole my Logitech Superlight.
Some good kills coming through from EDG. Texture Munchkin both going to end up getting picked apart.
Games were unplayable back then, by the way. The moment you get into endgame, you were literally having 0 frames and you were not able to move. Some people just randomly could move. Like in ESL, in Katowice, we got into endgame, and literally me and Noisy, who was my duo back then, we couldn't move. 3 people out of like 60 were able to move, and they won. The rest was just standing still and just dying.
Kind of curious if EDG is going to opt to force up off of losing another pistol.
I mean, at this rate, you're down by 7. I think a forced buy, it could certainly catch Gen G off guard.
They probably never expected to have endgames with 50 players in a battle royale.
From there, just...
But they didn't do anything to fix it.
Again, a few
I understand. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. Not predicting that is also a problem, because H1Z1 existed before. And it was the same thing in H1Z1. You know? But they didn't, if I remember correctly at least, they were not that big of a problem with performance issues in H1Z1. But PUBG also didn't fix it. Coincidentally, they were both built on Unreal Engine. Similar issues. Wait, which engine was H1Z1? I don't think it was Unreal, no? They had their own engine?
Guardian God.
I think?
Doing it again.
Plant to come in.
Might be wrong, actually. I don't know.
Clearing out the turret. TP's out to reposition. And that is just going to be nobody dead as soon as he exits the smoke.
Unity, maybe?
No one's going to go pushing into that one, so Smoggy having to backpedal.
If that was built on Unity, that's actually kind of impressive, because H1Z1 was pretty sharp.
Really trusting in the aim to get the headshot, otherwise...
Forge Light, check Google. Any other game that used that engine? Because I remember H1Z1 was... I enjoyed playing it. Like, the game was sharp, was very crisp when it comes to movement.
Does narrowly manage to make his way over, so can die to the spike safely. Gets a ton of damage on the texture, but cannot find that kill. So in the end, it's going to be a flawless anti-eco here at the hands of Gen G.
What even happened to EDG? They won Champs in the Crumble for some reason. Guys.
Yeah, I mean, if you drop
nothing happened. Nothing happened. They won because they had a good tournament run, because players were popping off and single-handedly winning games. Unfortunately, most of the titles that we had so far in Valorant's history was won because of extraordinary performance of singular players. When all the planets align and 3 players just pop off like some fucking medieval gods, they win.
Masters Toronto, so if you're EDG, I think you're kind of hoping that that ends up being the case again. Saw them drop, what, 2-9-3 halves that they had?
You know, I just chose to forget that.
I think they have as well, because right now they're looking very well tooled.
Yeah,
Teams catch up. There's nothing to catch up when it comes to aim. And I'm always gonna be telling you, you can ask me 5 years as well. It's all about the fundamental level of a team. If players will not be able to shoot heads with every single hard peeking duel, they fall back on fundamentals. If the fundamentals are weak, teams are gonna look like they're clueless. That's the same in CS. If a team doesn't have good fundamentals, and they have bad games because they cannot hit heads, they're gonna look like absolutely clueless. And this is what's happening in Valorant. Most of the teams have such bad fundamentals that if they don't win their duels, they just look like they don't belong. And there's no catching up here.
30 seconds left.
Player advantage still going to be here in the hands of EDG. Foxy getting rid of the tip of the spear there in Kong. Plant comes in here from Karan.
Also, this is a good example of Foxy9 using proactively the Alamo bot and the Nanoswarm instead of putting it on Spike. You seen this?
Hit through the behemoth that Foxy9 has been. Slow creep flop, spots out the head. Does get a connection there. Count at the same time, able to find Chichu. Now they know.
See? That Nanoswarm achieved essentially the same as a Nanoswarm on Spike, but he was able to give himself a chance in a 1v3.
Well, okay.
Right?
Got the job done there. Pretty nice consideration through mid. Just kind of reading the situation very nicely with not a ton of information being given over. Just a little bit of a jump peek from Chichu. Kind of gave them the confidence that they needed to start scaling their way up through mid. Setting up for this double stack to try to catch the counter rotation from Gen G. And
I need to see a scoreboard. When someone opens a scoreboard, I need to see that. But coincidentally, no one ever opens a scoreboard in a replay. Right? Can we pay attention to that, guys? I want to see the ping.
Gen G gonna see if they can just
maybe they unbound it for all the players.
One quickly. Foxy has a huge push out. Kong already up in their nest.
Full smoke on Sova. 20 seconds in.
Back into spawn and wait this out.
It seems like rather Gen G are reading this incredibly well.
Yeah.
Huge amount of respect and space going to be given over. Foxy potentially at risk though, as the drone will spot him.
Oh,
out.
he's dead now.
And the flank is getting
unless he's getting help from Viper, or Viper will have triple kills. Nope, no need to peek. Now you wait for the contact play. No, hide. Oh, well played by both though. Nobody actually had a decent push. Oh, but that, yeah, Kankan just paid the 10's price. He just thought that his aim is gonna bail him out, but it did not.
But at the same time, while this is all happening,
yeah,
all the rest of EDG is dead and the spike
yeah,
is planted.
well done. Gen G just completely outplayed EDG.
A little help from Munchkin, but again, just tremendous individual efforts from Foxy9 are making such a huge difference in
I was joking about the unbinding of the leaderboard, guys. That was a joke.
Kind of stalemated it outside of A, and EDG are certainly losing the war. There's nothing more to be done other than just go for the save. Gen G get themselves
look at the other stream. Look at the other stream. The mountain was on the desk.
EDG need 8 rounds in a row.
Check Valorant.
It's a tall task, to say the least. And
yeah, they play on an online server.
what do you do against this? Because
they have 30 ping.
Guess I'll die.
Yeah, exactly. GG go next. It is just crazy how well he's playing individually. Like, just the decision making in the heat of the moment is impeccable. I mean, Munchkin there backing him up initially, and he just reads that reposition from Kong nicely, keeps himself obscured from nobody, and then just plays rope-a-dope. There is very little that EDG has been able to find success with. You know, there are moments in the round where you're like, okay, maybe, and then it just gets shut right down. So.
Yep. Well, last-ditch effort here as the final timeout call comes through from EDG.
Someone said that there's a technical break on the 100 Thieves game with Fnatic because one of the PCs from the 100 Thieves like problems. What if the 100 Thieves just stole one?
Close out this best of one.
I mean,
the odds are not looking great.
There's a duty in the name, no?
Whatever speech Team Liquid got against Paper Rex, maybe they can find that right out round by round. That's really the only way you can think
about it. Wait, did I change the name?
Not much else to be done.
Did I get the match? No, I did not.
Going to be scraping the barrel here to put a buy together. Got a Guardian and a Sheriff, and then the rifles.
Karen has ultimate.
So
Ash has
ultimate. Going to be
tricky.
Nobody went away from his Hunter's Fury as well, so could try to work your way in towards the orb. See if you can use that. Find some kind of pick. Extra there. Doesn't like what he sees. Gonna back off.
Kong on the repeat. The tail went forward. Realizes that he's starting to get overwhelmed, is able to go ahead and safely escape as Recon has a decent amount of information.
Imagine a tier 1 Valorant tournament won by Blast. But why?
Catch, but unable to do so. Ball now falling, Hunter's Fury coming through. Munchkin is eating that to try to keep his position completely unknown.
Yeah, this is GG.
Buying spot opened up now.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, GG.
But Ash is right there. Another 13-4. This time it's Gen G coming out on top, looking electric as they take down EDG.
Yeah, just a tremendous map here.
I don't know, guys. Like the Masters tournaments and the champs are organized pretty well. I don't see a problem there. I'll be honest with you. I watched CS my entire life, and at some point, I stopped enjoying it. You know why? Because there are too many, and they are meaningless.
Good things tend to follow, especially when he's on.
It was just every weekend the same tournament, but with different organizer.
Solid stuff, some solid efforts from Ash.
Same teams, same playoffs, same maps. Nothing changed. Exactly the same teams.
Again, one of those players who was kind of
because Riot sucks in making tournaments. All right. Okay, that's your opinion, but can you give an argument why do you think they do suck? Tell us why they suck.
Struggle even with some of these minor roster changes, trying to see if they can use this core to
why does, for example,
keep the ball rolling from last year.
Toronto, why did it suck?
Gen G off to a roaring start here at EWC.
When you compare it to the CS event. I'm not saying this to embarrass you or something. I want you to show your opinion. Maybe you'll change mine. Maybe you convince me why Riot sucks at organizing tournaments when you compare it to CS.
I'm sure he's got plenty to say after a very good performance, obviously. You know, Foxy9, definitely the one in the limelight, but we also had a very great performance here from the Jet Supreme. So we'll go ahead and send it down to the stage and hear what Texture has to say.
Thank you very much. Here we back on stage with Texture after an amazing dominance against the EWG. And now we're going to talk about what happened during the match in the Amazon interview. So for the first question, Forsaken showed up on stage earlier today and said that you guys are the team to beat and you're the best team in Pacific. Why do you think that is?
일단은 텍스처 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 이전에 이제 PRX의 포세이큰 선수가 이제 자신을 이길 팀이 누구냐 했을 때 이제 젠지를 꼽았거든요. 그래서 이유를 물었더니 이제 젠지가 퍼시픽에서 가장 뛰어난 팀이라고 얘기를 했었는데 그에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 지금 당장에는 PRX가 토론토를 우승을 했기 때문에 PRX가 제일 잘하는 팀이라 생각하고 있고요. 뭐 다만 제가
Did he say EWG? I don't know. Fancy has a little bit of a harsher accent, so maybe he meant something else.
So they're still the best team in Pacific.
Surely this is Rage Bait, not falling for it? What is Rage Bait? What, me asking about why Riot sucks at organizing tournaments when you compare it to CS?
Alright, so you guys have the most dominant
Still didn't see any argument for it, by the way.
So how did you guys prepare against EDG?
Just someone says Riot sucks at making tournaments with no argument. The quality of product as a whole, the production, the format, the crowd, almost everything's better. That is not an argument. Why is the production better? Riot has nothing to do about the crowd, by the way. That is not Riot's fault that the crowd is different. Why do you think everyone complains about the CS format? Like, do you think I'm not up to date on the CS tournaments? Literally everyone in the CS scene complains about the format of the tournaments.
With anyone right now, because I didn't really think of that it was EDG, but still with any team coming around, we're still.
This is so disingenuous.
With anyone, so that's what I.
And what's even funnier is that CS changed the format of the matches to make them shorter because they were way too long. They didn't change the economy alongside to MR12, so now the games are completely like out of the loop because they just don't have aligned economy and the amount of rounds in it, which when you compare it to Valorant, they actually adjusted that, right, for MR12, and everyone in CS scene complains about that. They complain about the best of ones, They complain about the MR12. And the production? Why is the production better from Blast? Tell me. Tell me an argument. Why is it better? Oh my god, 8 minutes break on the Fnatic 100 Thieves game. Holy... Okay. Good scene. For example, I only play Valorant, but I think CS and Esports is 10 times better. Dude, there's no example in what you just said. I'm just gonna start ignoring what you're saying in the chat in a moment. Not only didn't give a single argument, you saying for example, but there's no example in your sentence.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Okay, bro. I just went through your chat history. A month ago, not even a month ago, 2 weeks ago, you went to my chat and said, bro, did you see this comment from Tens? And then I see you give a 4-minute clip of Tens saying Tens compares CS2 and Valorant and acknowledges Lev Aspas consistency. Holy fuck. You're a person who has no opinion of your own. You just copy what Tens says. But without understanding what he's saying. Holy fuck. Incredible stuff. Those are the same people that are bashing my opinions, by the way. And are saying on Reddit, like, oh, bro, those people have shit takes, man. They're so clueless. It's like saying Coca-Cola is better than Pepsi. Make one sip and you will see. For example, I like Coca-Cola, but I think that Pepsi has better can. That is actually a better sentence than what he said. What I said actually made a little bit of sense. That was actually too much common sense. Anyway, you know what's the funniest thing is? That when there was the major tournament from TS, let me go actually to my Twitter. I will show you something. When you go to my Twitter, there's a post about TS. Let me check, when was it? Here we go. I uploaded the way that the crowd acts in the CS tournament because I like how they act. They were like crazy, like most of them were men, by the way, drunken men. So they were just giggling, hugging each other, yelling, like taking off shirts and so on, because they were acting like drunken, like fans of a football team, you know? Because Jamie's opinion is, this CS summit is making Valorant look so bad. The crowd, the atmosphere, and viewing experience on a different level. Pretty clear whoever's running Valorant Esports has no idea what they're doing. Watch both streams back to back and you'll see how behind Riot is. Zero arguments. The only thing, and I can guarantee you, his perception is literally skewed by what I said. Because the fans were going crazy. And the production was showing the fans constantly. But again, zero arguments of anything. Jamie C is rage baiting? No, he's not.
Geng making it 4-0 for Pacific, so that just means we got to bring on our Pacific reps here. Big time already been here, but Victoria joining myself and Baby Bay on the desk. Congratulations on the win. How does it feel being from the winning region?
Same old. Been feeling this all year, T-Gon. It's been continuing a trend.
Maybe just congratulate on a win to someone for the talent.
Trend's continuing, so people can't say they're lucky in Bangkok, they're lucky in Toronto. It's just skill.
How many times does Pacific have
Fnatic versus one of these when? Apparently in 2.5 minutes. Do we believe that? Probably not.
All players are cracked, man. Like this is so true. This is so true out there. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, let's take a look at that scoreboard from the last series.
What if Ten's got a burner account that watches your takes and then he claims that it's own takes? Well, he doesn't watch often then.
Heretics also 13-4, but I mean, we maybe expected more out of EDG. They made the roster change. Wasn't quite stepping up to the same level that Gen G were at.
Why did they use Baby Bay but Victoria instead of Chubby Ninja?
Start of the day, we get 2
no
OTs,
clue.
Last 2 games, 13-4s. And I mean, Gen G were just on one here. And although like
Bro, Crodarius with a year! Oh my god, he's going back. A year, damn, time goes fast. It does. Welcome back, buddy. Thank you for the continuous support. We have a fantastic day, my friend. How are we doing?
I mean, for me, like, I think EDG are good across the board, but it's so hard for them to win if Kang is in single digits compared to Texture on that other side. You know, we highlighted them both pre-game about how big that head-to-head would be, but only one side really lived up to expectation there.
Yeah, definitely. I think.
What to make of Baby as an analyst? I'd never seen her as an analyst. This is the first time I've seen her as an analyst, and this desk never said anything important about any of the games.
Bounce back really hard.
It's all about the vibes. And like, oh, important match. Oh, they have a lot to prove. Oh, it's a best of one. It's do or die. Didn't hear anything else. So I can't really judge it.
Textbook Gen G. They love it when he can play this Killjoy and Munchkin is on that Viper. They run defensive halves. That's why they love maps like Lotus, Haven. They run this kind of defensive style across everywhere they possibly can, and Foxy9 absolutely dominates. He lit up this first half.
What are the matches so far? You have to go to the VAL because there are too many matches. All rip.gg.
From Texture, it's just so invaluable to have a player that can just hold down single sites or the middle of the map like that. It's unreal.
There was once upon a time where Foxy9 was a duelist. I think Gen G, Coach Solo, putting Foxy9 on the Sentinels.
One example I remember.
That this team has ever done. He's
sorry, so is that your?
They put him in academy jail
You're saying an example, but you remember, which means that it's not your opinion. So are you voicing an opinion that is not yours, and you're not certain that it's an actual opinion, or is that your opinion?
His experience previously as that duelist, it lets him be so aggressive. You often see him play in front of his setup. You see him put down that Killjoy and then just start.
Blast employs better casters and analysts compared to Riot. Now you'd ask how to quantify better. I'll say I'm not qualified enough to how to explain. If you're not qualified enough how to explain, then the only thing that matters here is which one you enjoy more. But you cannot be objective because they're two different games.
You know, thought it'd be a little bit closer, but Texture put his stamp on this one.
I mean,
like you would have to compare segments, you would have to compare structure, you would have to compare how they speak about games overall and what is the goal of those tasks.
And the presence that he has in the server, it's just so damning. You feel like the map is so small because this guy's everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, he really just locked it down, especially in that head-to-head versus Kang.
There's no better or worse. That probably, I mean, unless you literally employ people that are not just not good at talking about what they're talking about.
And I don't know if we had any 4Ks this particular map. If I might have missed it if we did, but this guy, again, once he's on a momentum, and I think he got to warm up a little bit in the players lounge because he has so many other games, ping pong, other video games set up there, and this guy was screaming. And you know when Texture starts screaming,
he's so loud.
He's ready to go.
I think they had Tekken in there, they had FIFA out there, FC out there, so I feel like all the competitive juices were going. Now let's flip the script on the other side to the reigning world champs in EDG. 13-4 is not the way.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, CS. Wait, actually,
the same question we asked of Heretics, who we know have been consistently good. Now they get
what was the last major?
Their first match is
CS2 major.
Yeah,
what was
I think
it?
It's just an unfortunate matchup against a team that had a lot to prove after,
Austin, right? How many people there? Yeah.
Gen.G
Look at this.
Toronto until they started choking.
Well, you could say objectively, this is an upside for CS. They do care more about how many people they employ.
Get into your head like that.
Yeah, I mean,
this is a big upside. Look at the amount of people they employ. There's 5 analysts, and this would definitely be definitely a win for CS. That they're doing this better. They hire way more people to do their jobs.
Yeah, well, that is Group D. Not done and dusted yet, because over on the B stream, still getting that match started with 100 Thieves and Fnatic. We're going to take a short break and then set up our first best of 3 of the day. It will be Paper X and KC. Don't go anywhere. It's an EWC Valorant.
I cannot understand how people compare Valorant to CS, since Valorant eats CS for breakfast. It's so much more complex and more difficult to play. The opinion that Valorant eats CS for breakfast, that's subjective. And if you would delete that from your sentence and it would just say that Valorant is so much more complex and more difficult to play than CS, people would eat you alive, but without discrediting you for saying Valorant eats for breakfast, right? But if you would voice this opinion without saying that aggressive statement about eating for breakfast, you would be met with so much opposition, because absolutely no one would like to admit that. What's even funnier, even people from Valorant don't like to admit that. I don't know why. But it's an objective fact. Valorant is more complex than CS. That is not subjective. That is a fact. But it doesn't make it better. It doesn't make it a better game. It's a more complex game. Asking people who have no experience in production for objective opinions is kind of short-sighted from you? No. Don't be disingenuous towards me. What I said is, please give me an argument. Why do you think one production is better than the other? And that person before didn't say anything. There was 0 arguments, just yapping. Just repeating other people's opinions without having an opinion of his own. There's a difference between saying, I feel like it's better, I cannot tell you why, I feel more entertained by watching this than that, and that is valid. But saying, oh bro, Riot is shit at making tournaments, that is not an opinion. That is a hole in the brain. EWC is made by the same people that are making CS majors. If we talk about production at this event, I mean ESL. Yeah, but the ESL had never good productions. So let's ease on this. I worked for ESL for dozens of events. Not a single one of them was good. Was well produced. Let's say like that. Not a single one of them was well produced. Valve has way more to spend compared to Riot on pro tournaments though. So even if Riot hires Blast, they won't be able to pump the same kind of money that Valve does, right? So it would impact things as well. That you cannot compare that. Because if Riot would like to, they would spend more. But it just makes no sense. The return on investment is minimal. You will have almost the same... Guys, Riot could do just the Champions tournament from studio in LA where the VCT is being played, if they wanted to. It's just optics. The level of of return from having a better production is zero. Everything that you spend on the champions in Paris, for example, is meaningless. It's just optics. It's just marketing.
Toronto champs, and maybe a little bit of surprise here for everyone.
And also remember, like,
it was actually a surprise for me.
CS is just almost essentially run by gambling. Like, majority of its funds is coming from gambling.
Right? I think that KC was so promising. When you look at this roster, especially at the beginning of the year, you look at all of these names, Sadak being like one of the first imports that we had from Americas and whatnot. Everybody thought this is going to be unstoppable.
And it's going to be the same thing in Riot now, in Valorant, because there was a change in rulings, and Riot allows now for gambling.
In many maps, they were the first team to like be using Gecko maps like Icebox and so many other things. But the results that they've been showing so far were lackluster. What we have now is a KC that apparently loves the double duelist.
Is it possible to buy DRX jerseys in Europe, or the ship is global from the office? You have to buy it directly from Korea.
But I'm happy that we get to see
Yeah,
the best of three scenario.
from DRX.gg.
This team's completely refreshed when you have 4 really young players, but you have someone like Sadak IGLing, leading them through this, teaching them the ropes, and trying to discipline some of that excitement that they have. We did chat with him the other day, and he was telling us
CRS have a safe flight.
It's really nice, actually, to keep older players like him invigorated. You know, when you have that youthful energy that's just so hungry to win, and I think that's so important for a team like this to rise back up.
Yeah, and the double duelist for sure is just a huge part of their success. I mean, the Harbor thing is such a like Brazilian NA thing. It's so funny that you said that, but they look so good on the double duelist, and then now it makes you think, okay, like, can they actually push PRX, another team who loves running the double duelist, to the distance?
Yeah, exactly. I think that it is very important. Earlier in the day, right, we saw PaperX playing against Billy. And I think it's important.
Oh, the actual match starts. Alright. Finally. Holy shit. Only like what, half an hour? Wait. Is the sound fucked? There's no sound. Guys, can you check? Can you check if you have the sound? Because this time, the chat is not saying anything about the sound. So I'm starting to think it might be on me this time. Yeah, it's on me. Okay, never mind. It's on me. This time it's on me. This time it's on me.
When there's so many narrow areas,
this time it's on me.
It's just gonna make this so difficult. Kayak on the top, already finding some early contact and an early plant, so now time is on Fnatic's side.
A little body shot to Boostio. EU looking for the recon dart for the retake. Xander's making his way over, so this is all be about how you flood on through, and yeah, just high ground control for FNC.
Again, with this here, singular kill.
Isolation gets us to a 2v2.
Wait, this retake has potential from EU and Xander, but now from Fnatic.
Oh, nice. They won the round already. On the B stream, there's like 5 seconds delay. So we already hear the reaction for the players, so we can actually know which team is winning.
You know for pretty much a pretty guaranteed fact that you're going to try to push Fnatic to try to move over to A. You just don't want all of that Sentinel pressure to exist on the B site and the post plant. So they're gonna. It looks like they want to try to force some action early over towards green, make Fnatic try to execute into the very tight A site with really just Sova Jet, and then hope that there's an opportunity for you to outtrade. So if that's going to hold, that'll be a really interesting kind of dynamic.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this Sage on Icebox, but again, even at a pro level in Icebox, it doesn't really matter which agents you play. Unless you don't have an initiator recon. That matters. But in most cases, it really doesn't matter like which agents you play on this map. You could play no duelists. It's all about how comfortable are the agents, are the players on the agents they play.
Lurk from Alpha, so Fnatic have to commit to this.
Also, I don't know what happened because we just lost a player on B main. Alpha here just died as a first player during an anti-eco, guys.
Vulnerable, but at least to safety.
And the other thing about 100 Thieves playing the Omen instead of the Gecko is that high ground control is going to be a little bit more free for Fnatic. You don't have the Dizzy to get that blind and push somebody off. So
again, we're talking about discipline, about fundamentals, and here we have Alpha here, one of the most veteran players in Tier 1 with huge accolades. Just ego an eco player on B as a lurker and die.
Now with
right?
the two from Boaster, you got to kind of watch over everything happening, but not going to be as fun when you have.
So how can we talk about like
close and personal? Now with the spike down, this looks pretty cooked, especially if Boostio could develop more of a flank, and he kind of.
Like they're almost losing right now against an eco.
Boaster also tags EU, so this defense started to
They have to play plant on A, and there are two players.
But Austin has found a Vandal, makes good use of it.
And this is solely the fault of Alpha, by the way, but no one will say that part out loud.
To handle the job, but with 8 seconds left, and Boaster not going to be spotted quite yet. Now just the mind games would like to keep this weapon, but EU's going to peek him first.
I'd like to see you hit the same shots as Alpha before talking about him. My bad.
We'll take that one.
You're definitely right. That is literally what Reddit would say.
Not necessarily ends with the little 1v1 between the Killjoys, but Boostio finding that pick onto Alpha makes Fnatic a little bit panicky because you don't know if there's going to be a long player on the back. You also don't want to just flat out commit to
Shit happens? No, this is just bad decision making and throwing.
So they kill Noise, they kill the clock, and they're trying to pull 100 Thieves around, but Boostio just gets a little bit more aggressive, steps through B, and then there's just never any room for Fnatic to actually commit to the execute. So really solid stuff there, just resulting into a...
This is throwing an advantage away. And losing because of it.
Because on pistol they got 8 completely for free and had
and it's a best of 1, by the way.
Put Kayak in positions, but with 100 Thieves
again, we didn't see the kill.
Aggro, getting these first bloods, it was good, but now it's Fnatic.
This disappearance of Lord HS. He was here today, if I'm not mistaken.
You see, like, again, the establishment from that little triple peek and the pistol from 100 Thieves at green has Fnatic looking to kind of put early pressure in different parts of the map. This time over the middle.
Your aim is ass, but you're handsome, so you get a pass. Thank you. Thank you for speaking the truth.
Losing the anti-eco. But this is what we talked about kind of in our very long preamble. Fnatic wants to slow the game down. They want to make you consider what the options could be, and then they'll try to hit you with surprise. But 100 Thieves, again, are predicting correctly.
Hey, Xander.
But again, how am I... How can I be mad at a Killjoy in rank doing the same shit that Alpha does at Tier 1? Right?
Some info util, especially
I want to take the mouse and spectate myself.
Close, but Xander does get
bro.
From that dart, and he'll be gone for good. At least
Kayak just gets... I don't know how did he get the first kill. So I cannot even speak. I cannot even analyze this round because for some reason Kayak got a first blood on mid. What is happening here?
Should be good for a plant and a 5v2.
How is Kayak body blocking the Sage?
In place, Fnatic have... It's just going to be another day at the office with how they're able to set things up on offense. 100 Thieves that almost have to be...
We don't know what's happening. We don't see anything.
That was what he was trying to do until the recon caught him.
No, he was able to find one. It gives him a chance to try to fight this off just a touch. But
it's so hard to... I can imagine being a caster for this matches. Like, it's so hard.
To work with on this post plant. Recon dart pushes him back for a moment. There's the follow-up, though, and an opportunity to put some pressure on towards the spike. Nano and a shock dart comes through. EU pushing, got shut down by Alpha, and it's all just down to Asuna, who's not going to have enough time to make this happen.
Good stabilization from
and this is a round that Fnatic should never be winning, but somehow they are.
Res opportunity, who already has it.
And it's because of the first blood on mid. If I'm not mistaken, that was actually Boostio dying on mid. Killjoy, by the way, right? I don't know, like, I don't know, because we didn't see it. So I don't know exactly what happened. Was he pushed out? Did he make a mistake?
Because, again, Fnatic have not really been primed to play over towards B early.
We can't really say.
Use this Viper wall to hit their late if they want to.
And do you think the players will be allowed to complain about EWC being online on Twitter? I don't know.
Show a little bit of force through middle. You know, have 100
can tag the players and ask them.
Ability to rotate across the map, but this round here, not going to purchase into anything else. Will have
interesting to see that this attacking sub prioritize the shock dart instead of the recon arrow for pipes.
Hero rifle will be punished on the aggressive.
You know what's funny? We again didn't see any of the kills.
Getting knives is cool, and 100 Thieves at least trying to fight for that orb because he had 2 people away.
Welcome
from
back, Lou.
Hold. At least mainly EU would have been the one you could have worked towards, but big punish out of Kayak, and Fnatic have liked to buy those snipers in these sort of half buy or full buy scenarios, whether it's the Marshall or now the Outlaw. So Fnatic look good and now can even get more orbs now that they're going to plant.
Yeah, it's just, again, looking at what this composition is for Fnatic and what they've done in the past.
Do you guys remember how you were not able to plant on Icebox without a Sage? Because that plant on the corner here, like Chronicle just did, would have been next to the box that you just would shoot through.
Potentially slow orbs behind that. It's just so difficult to get to the post plant if it's set up over towards yellow.
Man, this map was unplayable at that time.
Not playing the Gecko. It means that Kayak is going to have free reign.
And even if you had Sage, the Sages in ranked just never did the wall properly, so you were still dying while planting.
I'm still interested to see what the call.
Do you guys remember that? Bro, the amount of different scenarios I was losing my mind over.
We'll see.
It's crazy.
How 100 Thieves use this composition to counteract what is going to be a very heavy Kayak offensive side.
Hey, you see farmed out towards the Hunter's Fury. Kayak is just farming kills, so that's great. And Fnatic can build momentum from here on out, so it's 100 Thieves.
It's actually quite insane that 100 Thieves is being gifted a gift basket full of fruits and weapons. Because Fnatic threw round 2, and they are still not able to win anything else.
If they have a hot start, Cryo is no stranger to pulling it out in round 3. As soon as he can afford it, he's going to pop it. But now we have a little bit of a sniper v sniper battle.
I really wish I would see the kill from Kayak on Bustio on mid in round 3, because that was literally infuriating to see happening, at least. But I don't know how it happened.
To step forward, but they don't see what they want. So now you're backing up and splitting this defense up a touch.
Yeah, nice 2-1-2 as Fnatic get the dashes going from Kayak, and with the Outlaw, it'll be awkward. Maybe you can trade that with someone, but you kind of want to.
Oh, he has the knives. He's gonna go with the knives.
Area, Recon is still
Never mind.
from Crashies, and they're just gonna go off of contact.
He had 5 knives.
Wipe 100 Thieves from B.
And honestly, if you're 100 Thieves, unless EU can find one to stop this plant or stop the exit, you're probably going to save here. You have no idea where Alpha is. EU's been pushed off the angle up top. Now, Asuna has found the pick through mid. You've got the operator for Cryo on the backside of the site, so maybe a chance here to break this down just comes down to can EU actually scout anything out with this Aldrone.
And now he's born with the knives again, because Jet is balanced.
Running out, so Fnatic just have to protect this for as long as they can. He did hear that teleport. Asuna, Paranoia, Crashy's playing around safety around the box and shooting through, and Kayak tries to assist. They'll have to trade now. 3 versus 2. It's all the Cryo, and he won't be able to keep the op.
Yeah, that's tough scene.
Again, we didn't see any of the kills.
Pick from Asuna, so you're going to try to commit. You also have the op locking down that long angle to stop the shoulders through green, but simply put,
I was away for some minutes since Icebox again. I even made a tweet about it. If pro players despise Icebox so much, why is it being played 3 out of 8 best of 1s today? Hook, checkmate, atheist.
Spamming through the corner of the box, finding the headshot is pivotal towards making sure that retake stays safe. And now you're up 4-1. 100 Thieves are back to a save, and this has just not been a good first start to 100 Thieves have.
And it's slow for sure, and kind of wondering if that extended pause, you know, they come in usually with a lot of hype and a lot of energy and prep, and having to be iced out, as the Canadians would say.
It's actually impressive at this point. It's actually impressive at this point. 2 kills in this round. We didn't see any of them.
They're up activated here of Alpha, but he's going to kind of bring that towards spawn, but the spike's now heading to A.
Yeah. Chronicle able to find
We're not going to see this one as well from Omen. Will we? Because he's gonna die.
Of the play. There's an opportunity, maybe Pence's with the EU to get the isolation onto Alpha, who had a little bit of trouble.
What's going on here, man?
Thought he was maybe going to throw the op over the edge, but not the case. And hold on a second, 100 Thieves are finding a couple of key eliminations. Alpha is completely isolated. The no scope connects.
Well, at least we've seen this, I guess.
It becomes very difficult from here on a 1v2 post plant.
Hey, that was a lot for Alpha to handle. And just
wait, where did he TP? Ooh. Okay, he's actually trying. Although I don't like this position because he's gonna have to jump down and make noise. I don't like that. He could have gone for a prison, so he didn't have to make noise.
Jumping on the high ground, Chronicle gets the win.
Yeah, that's not bad from 100 Thieves' perspective.
Why? Well, it was not planted for on the nest, no?
5-1 with the bank accounts that they've already been able to build. Now you have a lockdown in play. No way to counter it, as EU is very far away from 100's Fury. Cryo's got knives, but really I think if you're 100 Thieves, you're talking about how do we get Boostio an orb or a pick
Is Fnatic one of the teams that could win?
Lockdown for lockdown. There's really no other way to go about it here. And honestly,
Yeah,
speaking, in terms
probably.
of like how the game plans come together to this point, it feels like 100 Thieves are missing on trying to be able to contest the high ground. I mean, Kayak has been up there for free. You had one round where Cryo's been able to bring an operator to the table, and it really hadn't found the value that you were hoping for, and he immediately loses it beyond that. So all the trends and patterns are starting to get stacked up into the deck of Fnatic. And for 100 Thieves, I think there is going to be a question here of, do we just play for more of a retake-heavy style? Because the setup over towards B main has not really provided them the success that they want in terms of eliminating B as an option. And if you're stacking 3 and a leaner towards B, then your A site is just way too far open, and you just don't want to be dealing with a Viper or a Sage, you know, in terms of a post plant. So it's been a lot of problems right now for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and the only round that 100 Thieves won was when they had 3 on the A site, when Fnatic previously had A completely for free. Then Fnatic adjusted and have been win streaking ever since. Yeah. So it's 100 Thieves have been winning a round off of a surprise and off of not even a full buy. So I think this was a good timeout call there from Coach Zix for 100 Thieves to just kind of point out these small mistakes and see what the game plan is going forward.
Yeah, you can see even Fnatic are
4 players going towards A.
Or being forced
Icebox,
into A.
baby.
They commit an early slow orb just to
fake lurk into mid. Icebox, baby.
Is pretty much a non-factor, at least in the eyes of Fnatic, who have now made their way to 410, and the Aldrun will get a little bit of a deeper scale as they make their way onto site, and the lockdown will guarantee it.
Yeah, that'll be nice to just get a plant going. There is some delay here from 100 Thieves.
Bro, this map, man.
There's only so much Busio can do, and he's one away from his own. And yeah, Kayak.
ERL dodge.
There, and that's kind of the jump that he's been doing quite a few times, and 100 Thieves haven't been able to punish it, whether they come through the back door or even from screens.
Now, this is interesting because 100 Thieves playing off this long pinch are going to try to pull people over to Busio's direction. Trade in the back line.
How the hell those kills happened?
Out, needs to connect on the first and is able to. Can he get more than that? No. And now the focus has to go back over towards Busio's direction. They need to set up this pinch. They need to get it quickly.
Yeah, 100 Thieves have been very flank heavy, and Alpha will call that out. And Fnatic can try to focus.
Bro, headphones?
Busio is removed, and Fnatic just take this one step at a time, and it's all up to
He literally makes like 3 footsteps. Look at this. So this tells me
very flank heavy, and Alpha will call that
right
out.
here. This round right here tells me that either Busio is speaking and trying to IGL at the same time and he's not paying attention, or the sound is so bad for them he doesn't hear the footsteps. Pay attention. In a ranked game, you should be fully aware of this push. Look at this.
And Fnatic can try to
he just wide swing with like 6 steps.
On this lurker, Busio is removed.
Crazy.
Again, to discuss it, they have been playing a Gecko in this composition since the beginning of the year. So for them to just throw in an Omen as a way to make you believe that they have something up their sleeves in terms of counteracting Fnatic on one of their best maps this year, it's just not showing up.
I think Alpha's just been such a fantastic anchor to be able to call out those flanks, and especially the amount that 100 Thieves are committing.
That's a decent one way from the Omen. It's also pushed back, which is very important. Pay attention here, right? This one way from the Omen is being pushed towards this angle, not being put on middle. It's important because it doesn't allow anyone to stand in this position over here. This is a good position of the one way. Not many Omens actually do it well in the same position, even though it's just a half a meter difference.
Doesn't like the look of it, dashes away. So now the mobility.
I am Polish, but
he's gonna have to hit some
what's your question?
The hit looks pretty imminent towards this A site as soon as they
decide
they want to hit the triggers for it.
Please speak in English. You accepted the rules of the chat.
Going up against pistols, so 100 Thieves got to get their heads above water, especially post timeout. It's not going to be this round, but yeah, you never know. 100 Thieves have gone through worse. They reverse swept MIBR. They're capable of anything, surely, right? But Fnatic are just front and center. Knives out from Cryo. Chronicle brings back.
Good wall.
There we go. Now we're getting the res going.
Yeah, the wall just kind of blocks that off, so you know for a fact the angle plus a little bit of spam through the Radiant Nightbox will work out for another.
What a shot, man. At least we've seen those two, man. Those are nice kills.
Sander drops 7-1 the tally.
So after 8 matches today, we had 3 times Icebox, 2 times Sunset, 2 times Lotus, and 1 Haven. No Pearl, Ascent, or Split so far. I'm not surprised about Pearl, but I'll be honest to you, with you,
it only builds up from here.
it's
The
I don't understand how is it possible that Icebox is being picked 3 times. I just don't get it. If you ask the pro players, I don't think there's a singular person that says I enjoy playing Icebox at pro level. At least that was my reflection when speaking to most of them. And I spoke to most of them when I was in Berlin, at least from EMEA, and similar like similar stuff was being said by Americans. So it's like, what the fuck is going on?
You're setting up Cryo to take his angle and hopefully win his first shot, and then hopefully beyond that win the round. But
yeah, 100 Thieves also had a deep recon.
Bosa enjoys Icebox. He was saying that when opponents were playing Reyna, because it was so easy to outplay the teams.
Fnatic to really change things up. And here is Kitchen Alpha already breaking that down. Boostio removed, and 100 Thieves are on the perimeter.
I mean, just look at what this has done. Like, you don't see any contact at A, so Cryo just doesn't want to sit on the backside of A.
Do you have your own list of greatest Valorant players? No, I was meant to start this today during the tech breaks, and somehow I completely forgot. And Sinker wasn't nagging me about it.
But you're still lurking at A at the same time. You catch him on rotation. It's just chef's kiss right now from Fnatic. They could do no wrong. Cryo able to put a little bit of a linchpin under this rotation in, and then follow up with a second, but he gets traded. And it's going to be a 3v2.
Yeah, Fnatic with the fake was real cool, but that op, I think, dwindled down the forces of Fnatic.
Oh, that's a headshot.
100 Thieves have to pull out a win here, and it's all up to Chronicle. And Cryo just did so much work.
Wait, that's a wall. Like, he's standing on the wall on King, right? He's going to have a free kill, yeah?
To go up against that Chronicle up.
Oh!
36 HP for Xander. He's nuts.
That was tight.
Yeah.
But okay, lifeline in the mix for 100 Thieves. Cryo.
He was action range of 1 more bullet.
Hitting those 2 shots backside of his spawn. But the impressive part kind of goes off camera, where it's just the couple of 1v1s that 100 Thieves.
They banned good maps for enemies that they left with Icebox.
So,
what do you mean by that?
Okay, if you can exit this half,
the good teams should benefit from playing the good maps, quote unquote. You know what I mean? Playing a simplistic map like Icebox doesn't leave room to outplay people. Like, teams like Fnatic should perform better on more complicated... I guess I'm saying this in a theory crafting way. Don't take this as gospel, right?
Whether the spike planter or just get the high ground in general. So 100 Thieves are starting to get some punishes, but that's just 1 round.
Why is Icebox a bad map? I like it a lot. I don't think it's a terrible map. What the fuck is happening with that Viper orb? Are you seeing this?
With a recon or something, and there is a double kill. Good swing, great
wow.
timing.
He gets everything you could possibly want. A 1-for-2 exchange at front green is massive.
I don't think this is necessarily a bad map, but the problem with this map is that it doesn't leave a lot of room for pro teams to like wiggle around. The most important is... Ooh, shock dart.
God. Yeah, he just really wanted that kill when he could have gotten out of the
most important thing about this map is that the teams just don't want to like revolutionize it.
Awkward decision that Fnatic had to
they don't put effort into lurking on mid. It's typically just a 1-4 split.
But yeah, fantastic shock dart out of EU.
And almost no effort put into controlling mid. And one of the really bad design decisions that Icebox had is adding this window into.
They get that pick.
It was a horrible idea to add the window in kitchen. I don't understand why would you ever do that, because it helps the defenders so much. Like, you needed the mid to be favoring attackers to make it possible for them to do something else than just splitting 1-4. You know?
They're in even numbers, and they don't feel committed to being able to get onto the A site. Now they're sitting here saying, we got the 1 defender that we know for a fact is at B. Let's just take our numbers advantage, play for a post plant where our comp really shines. But
just do a coin toss and whoever wins picks a map to play for best of ones. Now that is a terrible idea. I congratulate you. I didn't think that you were gonna be able to get such a bad idea, but you did it.
If you're 100 Thieves and just be able to take a timeout and go 2 for 2 after that, it speaks to the resilience that they're not a team that gets tilted anymore.
This way, in a best of one team definitely has an advantage.
Team, you just can't be intimidated. You gotta adapt and overcome. You can't give up in the half, no matter how late it's getting. So
Started clapping too.
good timeout too for Fnatic to get
That
back
means that you're
into the driver's
invested.
seat.
May as well. Crowd's going to get back into the operator again. Hunter's Fury still at the ready for both squads. Rez is at the ready for Chronicle. And Kayak will have knives if he feels like he needs it. Which he says.
Get out of my way.
Looking for an aggressive play over towards the orb, if we can catch that. Yep, here we go. Asuna in a little bit of trouble. Hunter's Fury to follow up. They
Oh,
just a quick
80 plus 50. And that's 130. And Asuna just gets deleted.
More. EU with the shutdown, but a mere consolation prize as this will be a very vulnerable site.
It's this character just has nothing to help get kills with. I'm upset, man. It's so hard to play Jet.
100 Thieves trying to punish. I like that poke from EU too, from the back door, but now all the pieces are set from Fnatic. It's just impossible for Xander to do anything.
I think they should put the champions' best players for 1v1 on Haven Long, and whoever wins can pick the map. Why just not decide the entire map like that?
Let's just dive on
Just pick Alpha versus Cryo, and whoever wins in a best of 10 on Haven C Long wins the entire match.
So last round of the half, purchase will be a little less than comfortable for 100 Thieves. Sheriff and a Judge are going to be in the mix here, but you can make that work on the defensive side. I think it's just Fnatic, again, to just control the tempo of how this map is being played right now. They're getting a lot of space. They're taking it. They're also getting a solid read of what 100 Thieves are stacking one side or the other, whether that be that triple stack that we've seen a couple times towards green, or if they're just putting a lot of members on top of the A site, which, again, this dark cover would lead you to believe that there's some kind of cheekiness. But how about Xander?
I don't know. Legit, I don't think we've ever seen a first blood on this map.
Onto Boaster as they continue to ping him out, but they're not able to find the kill. They only get the weapon upgrade.
I don't know if they have the ping on Boostio, so even if you're trying to push the Judge, which you don't want to do in that tight hallway, you're going to lose to that, or you're going to lose that range to Boostio if he surprises you.
That's just crazy.
Fnatic trying to close this half strongly as they already are.
Don't worry, Chronicle, no, Crashies now has a Judge.
If he gets one more kill, then you could just kind of pit off B if he wants.
Ooh.
Yeah, they do have an op, though, do Fnatic, so again, that recon dart allows for that op angle to be taken.
Do a dance off on stage of who picks, but this way Fnatic always picks and wins.
And that will, of course, make 100 Thieves have to react defensively.
Take your pill? Yeah, I have to actually.
As he's going to be the only defender on the A site. Asuna just making sure nothing happens over towards A. He does have a paranoia to help out his homie, but
Vitamins D.
So tough pretense here in terms of how to lock down this A site.
Fish oil.
Yeah, Xander doesn't want to give up yellow blocks because as soon as you give up B, there's just no retaking against Fnatic. They've really struggled. So Xander's trying to get more help, and Boostio's playing a double up with him over there. But now you get to see the power of the Omen, and especially this.
Seriously though, you should all take vitamin D.
But Fnatic trade that out, and especially with the slow.
We are still on this match, bro. It just started.
Fnatic, we're gonna have a strong half.
Yeah, 9-3 curse and a cope.
Yep.
Might have to be.
I'll take the D daily. Gopper, you're not taking the D daily, you're taking an L daily.
The barrel here into Alpha. No, only gets the one. So yeah, 9-3 is going to be the call here. And it's one of those things, you're in a best of one. And I understand, like, you're looking to finesse when you get the schedule and be like, how can we possibly find an advantage versus an opponent that, let's be honest, is better? You know, this is the second best team in the world as of right now. In a lot of people's minds, they're still the best team in the world in terms
Vitamin D is basically the sun? Yes.
So if you're 100 Thieves,
the pill contains the sun.
And, like, just go in these back and forths of veto out our worst, your best, and then kind of roll the dice on a neutral playing field, or do we try to cook something? And they tried to cook, and at least on that first half, what they cooked did not work out all that well.
Gotta cook something special when you're going up against double Sentinel.
By the way, one of the advices I gave to Boaster, I gave in the past, is I told him to stop using the Phantom and focus on the Vandal, because he is spraying way too much, so he's crouching and getting tapped by the better mechanical players, right? And two, I told him that he is worse at aiming than the other pro players. So he needs to be a little bit luckier than the other players. So he can be luckier than the other players if he uses the Vandal. Because he can get a one-tap on someone, right? He can get a one-tap on someone that is much better on him, and that opponent will not have a counterplay, right? It's like legit the reverse advice to almost everyone else. But players like FNS, Boaster,
you got to think about
who
when are we
else?
spending our dark covers? Are we using those as a way to control the backside of these offensive sites? And can we paranoia somebody out and get early isolation?
Actually, I don't know if I would give this advice to anyone else right now in the scene.
As you enter into sight. So a lot of pressure, I think, on Asuna as well, just for the Omen switch.
Yeah, because the main compositional difference.
But he
is
actually
the Omen
swapped.
and the Sage, and I think Fnatic have had a lot more.
He started using way more Vandal after that talk.
The wall offensively,
That was like, I don't know,
while I think maybe the
year and a half ago.
is going to shine more on offense, go through all these walls, and really pressure these tight areas around A.
That was, of course, before the
All
buff.
depends, kind of. They want to see that.
But I
early
would still give the
presence
same
from Fnatic
advice.
and not be too overly aggressive. Not show their cards yet.
Angel? Well, Angel's already using the Vandal. But you know what's funny? Angel actually has really good aim. He's just dying without shooting. That's the problem.
Just again, getting a read of the situation.
You guys are aware of that, right?
Behind us, they're saying push, 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 get in there. Make sure he doesn't exit into sight behind this toxic screen. But 2v4, some damage hit right now on 100 Thieves.
Oh, Boaster didn't even get that kill. He got Busio down to 24 and just thought that 100 Thieves had left the site, but bad read, and it's just Alpha that has to put damage in. But hey, 100 Thieves cooked something special off the pistol. The kind of delayed approach made it look like they were going through B or mid, and now it's Fnatic that lose.
Yeah, that's just patience is a virtue 101 for 100 Thieves. Fnatic's the one that's trying to throw a curveball in early, see if they can catch off 100 Thieves before they execute onto A, not make any sound with that little walk down in towards main of A, but yeah, it just doesn't fully work out. Lots of rounds to play with, though, if you're Fnatic. I kind of like the idea of just throwing a curveball there in that opening pistol, because if you win it, you pretty much guarantee the match.
Doesn't the sun promote the formation of vitamin D? So what if you eat pills and bask under the sun? Will you have too much vitamin D? Bro, you sitting here with me watching Twitch, I can guarantee you, you're not getting enough sun.
But not the case, so see what we get.
You got Kayak on the high ground. Once the smoke dissipates, could do damage. 100 Thieves. See if they're ready for it. You don't have Xander lurking around. They're just all committed for this. So I don't know if you're going to have Alpha push through. There is going to be that turret that marks them. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves are getting information on Kayak, who's going to be in safety, but there's more around the corner, and Fnatic are kind of...
I like when someone who doesn't follow my channel and has a first message in the chat is asking me if I need an editor. You, sir, will definitely know how to edit my content if you never watched me ever before.
Yeah, unless Alpha can get into distance and range with this Bucky or find a weapon on the ground, this will likely be 3 rifles saved going into the bonus here for
Swear to God, the AI tools made all of those people thinking they're artists now. I'm an editor. I'm using this AI tool to cut clips together. Oh, do you need some designs for stream? I do them myself.
So we'll see.
Definitely not with AI.
For how that first half went, and at least this composition is starting to show how it shines on offense.
What if I'm watching from my mobile phone in my sun-baking balcony?
Kind of overcook.
I salute you, sir, then. But do you have grass on your balcony?
And Fnatic that have to fight back against that.
I don't like these first 2 rounds. I don't want to say that they're moot in terms of the playbook is concerned, but honestly, you synopsis this by saying Fnatic tried something weird in the opening pistol with that walk down with the 3-man.
I have a portfolio?
And then
I
they're
bet.
just stuck against rifles. So I mean,
But that doesn't change the fact that you never watched me in my entire life, and you don't know what kind of content I even create.
And the success they were able to keep 3 rifles in hand. So now we're going to really get an idea in terms of what is Fnatic going to try to default with? Do they play reactionary? Try to play more of something on the backside of these sites, especially considering that 100 Thieves are going to be looking to use...
I'm a music producer, I'm using Suno. See, Pavel here speaks the truth. Also, by the way, Pavel, you can... I'm not sure if you know, you can change your name on YouTube, so you're not displaying your real name and surname. I don't know where the option is, but there's an option to do
This
that.
could be a big comeback for 100 Thieves, and now just using this Viper wall to kind of creep up and get closer to where Boaster was. And the difference between Xander and Boaster is that Boaster's not going to be stubborn about holding that yellow box. He can just kind of play the distance battle. Now with this wall back up, 100 Thieves can go for a plant.
Yeah, and Alpha just spams from up top through the toxic screen.
What's your height? 176.
Scaling deep to Snowman, though, is
Ooh,
big.
that plant is incredibly ambitious. Now they're playing backside. Ooh, a little bit of spice in this Icebox game, guys. Something different.
What a deep
Same, but different, guys. I like this. Typically, we could have only seen this if someone was playing Harbor.
Retake from Snowman, 100 Thieves are not even going to let you think of that, as they just kept pushing, and now this is the 100 Thieves offense we know and love.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
You're a short stack. I like to think about myself as symmetrical.
But if you're utilizing and you're finding an opening win somewhere, you got a 5v4, you able to win like the close corner
and proportionate.
Yellow or up towards
and the taller you are, the less proportionate you look. You know, just to take. I can literally tell if someone is like has 185 centimeters or more just because of the way they look. I don't need a scale. I don't need a banana for scale. I can immediately tell because their proportions are off. You know, that's my excuse. And my copium about me being 176 centimeters tall.
Because playing into a reactionary squad, the last thing you want is these Sentinels to get their utility down to kind of, again, win the battle in the trenches and come back into the site step by step.
Yeah, and Boaster's the type of player that is going to play his life because he is an IGL. He's that captain. And
guys, but
he's such
for
a part of that gameplay.
Guys, serious talk, okay? Serious talk. If you want to feel a little bit better, right? If you want to feel better personally when it comes to like your own mood, I seriously recommend taking vitamin D, right? If you don't have a lot of sunlight, because I don't know, you live in Norway or something, right? Take a lot of vitamin D, try to sleep those 7 hours per day, but also creatine is pretty good as well. And it's actually one of the supplements, really rare fucking situation. Creatine is actually scientifically proven to be working. So vitamin D, creatine, a lot of sleep, and you're gonna have a better mood. You know? And I'm telling this to you as a depressed person. So take this with a grain of salt. But yeah.
This half where we've seen what Fnatic want to do and how 100 Thieves are planning on countering that. This is a half buy round for Fnatic. They're trying something cheeky with the double walk down. No Tim Hortons reference for you, Lemon.
I was thinking about it.
I know you were. But there is a level now of like, again, if Fnatic do not successfully play off their default, which is looking like it's going to be a very reactionary defense. And if
what is Boosty doing? Is he taking a shit off the shelf?
There's going to be some issues that Fnatic have to respond to.
All right, now you've got that flank that's been exposed. Fnatic doing as much damage as they can, at least getting 2 kills. But time is of the
and we already know that they finished because someone went,
they're paying attention. You're not going to get away with too much.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if Fnatic calls.
Have you ever took melatonin? No, I never, because I never have problems with falling asleep. I have a problem with sleeping too much.
That first offense,
which I never, you know, acknowledged that is associated with depression, but it is.
And yeah, Fnatic are going to talk about it. Kayak going to pull what looks to be an operator here as kind of a monkey wrench to the system. But the thing about it is, Kayak, you don't assume is going to find as much success on the high ground on the defensive side of this map, just simply because there's just not as much for it to play off of. So does he try to do something where he's hard scoped from like back rafters on A?
I usually do my evening walks. I don't have to take any D pill.
That we have not had an
but you don't have sunlight
on the offensive side. They're looking like
when you do an evening walk.
So that could be part of the problem, or part of the solution rather to the problem that we saw a couple rounds ago. A lot of questions here, and again, the chess game is really starting to unfold now that we're getting a better look at possibly what Austin wants to do with this.
What is happening on the other stream?
Wall, or just hit A hard with the Hunter's Fury that they've built up, and just kind of buy that.
PaperX with whom?
That is another element into this particular round that they can utilize as another execute tool.
Carmine Core.
Not just get onto site, but to get deep into
They
site.
play a best of 3, by the way.
The one thing that you know for a fact that Fnatic is going to struggle with a Sage Killjoy Viper.
Come on, Fnatic, finish the match so we can watch DRX. Thank you.
Or where they can drop something like a barrier orb. It's going to be.
I was doing my blood test and the results was so low. I was wondering how am I alive.
See if that's going to be the case.
Blood tests are important, by the way. That's also like do them regularly.
Here, 100 Thieves can also continue to play that fake if want to get their first pick here. If they don't get much presence, not seeing where kind of Boaster is.
What was the idea here from Fnatic? Sorry, from 100 Thieves to use that Omen smoke, but also not do any pressure mid or A. I'm struggling to understand. This is why Kayak is not moving.
I believe it's going over to A, but Kayak, a freebie, missed and whiffed. And now he's in a little bit of trouble. Paranoia is going to connect
To bait op shot? Why would the operator shoot into inside of a smoke? There's no point. This is why he never moved.
Plant opportunity, but that largely is, again, if you can get this plant down, you have the safety net of the Hunter's Fury for your post-plant setup.
I know. Okay. You fucker.
Keep the jig up and has the ult if you just wanted to go towards A, I guess. But the Fnatic, the more time you're taking 100 Thieves, the more that they're going to be taking the map. And you got a double flank, double walk up. It will be alerted by the turrets, so you'll get EU to turn around. And still that Hunter's Fury, which could have been used to maybe.
It's so funny that his name is EU. Oh my god, Boaster missed on Asuna. Did you guys see this? He actually missed on the guy TPing and died to him. I mean, we didn't see it, but we saw it happening. But it's funny to have your name EU and being in America, no?
It's a really good idea for Fnatic in terms of how do you counteract that play through B. Yeah, the snake bites do their job from Boaster. It stops the plant from happening for Asuna. The dark cover fades. He can't stay on site anymore. But knowing that you're playing against 100's Fury, Fnatic has to put pressure on green. They do a nice job at it, but 100 Thieves say, we're aware of what you're doing as well. Like, if you want to put two players over towards the backside,
I thought this was over.
We're gonna just
what do you mean by this?
And that's where you see Fnatic really crumble. They weren't able to actually.
As in this one match or this entire broadcast? Because this broadcast is not even halfway.
Is there a way that maybe like Boaster will want to change his Viper wall towards B? Because I feel like Xander
match?
has so much value.
Maybe you're thinking about the other icebox that we were watching before, or the other icebox beforehand.
Take ability if you do struggle, because again, just reconfirming the idea of like all you have in terms of finding information is your Sova. So like you.
My manager sent a good job. I'm bugging out of my mind. Let's go.
Besides just an owl drone, so that Viper's wall is going to be there every single round.
Everyone here, clap at your home. Don't be shy. Even if you have someone living with you right now and gonna look weird at you when you're clapping to a fucking monitor, do it. Do it.
Like, those are the things that I think Fnatic need to be thinking about in terms of how do you keep this very stationary defense active in the face of 100 Thieves. Again, kind of forcing the issue early.
Not to curse it, but 100 Thieves haven't dropped an offensive round yet. And they're about to walk.
They're gonna abuse that.
And he won't whiff that one. And big ol' hug, but Boaster. Wow. I thought he was gonna
Bro,
do that for
two
sure.
controllers, initiator, and a dry pick and operator. Hold me, bo nie wytrzymię.
Usually you would have Asuna who would use a
No, seriously, guys. Full util smoke Sova, two controllers, and they still end up dry picking an operator that Kayak saved from the round before.
Going to stack up and play the 4v4. Again, looking at limited purchase here for Fnatic, but Kayak is the one who has the heavy weaponry and is in position. Just comes down to does he hit.
Kayak had a really fast reposition. Yeah, and he again gets a dry pick. But what? Xander actually hit it. Also, Boaster, look at how Crashes used this thing here. Learn from him.
Hunter's Fury to try and stop this, and even Chronicle doesn't even need that. And ping onto Asuna, and he said goodbye to him too. What a comeback from Fnatic. You know, I cursed it. I said 100 Thieves.
So this is one of the rounds. 100 Thieves had actually a chance of winning this match right here, this round. But they ended up dry picking an operator twice.
It does look like there's going to be a follow-up. Cryo saves that potential play, but yeah, it is Kayak hitting two very critical shots, stopping the
legit. 100 Thieves had a chance of winning this entire match.
This is a must-win round. It feels like for 100 Thieves coming into this one, though. Still fine in terms of economy, but with a lockdown into Hunter's Fury, you have the counters that you want to Fnatic. You bounce back, you win this round, you slow down the economy of Fnatic, keeps you right within the grasp of getting this to a level game. Cryo, good for the first, needs a little bit of help and has it. Xander finds the follow-up, that'll disengage.
Yeah, Chronicle, good slow orb to try and get away. I like the triple walk down because Fnatic just won off of A, so you're forcing 100
As soon as just wasted lose one.
More successful for them was to be pushed. Yet the triple walk down for Fnatic, just investing more and more into trying to surprise 100
He
Thieves.
tried saving himself with the ultimate and did it too late, I guess.
100 Thieves. That's been the staple in what, 4 rounds this half so far.
EU got less reps on the Stinger. I can tell you, and this is not a joke, EU players didn't want to play Stinger because of stubbornness. Because they never tried, they never wanted to try it out. They always preferred to play Sheriffs, and there was nothing that would change their mind, even their coach.
Just gonna give that one up.
Yeah, I'm not joking. because I was in those conversations when I tried convincing them.
Very comfortable for 100 Thieves.
And when me talking to pro players directly didn't work, I spoke to their coaches, be like, bro, gun's broken. This was before the nerf of Stinger. Bro, gun's broken. Just fucking use it.
Very reactionary.
And the coach goes, no, they don't want to even try it.
Catch your opponent off guard a touch.
They're just more comfortable with sheriffs.
So
okay.
Opportunity for 100D now.
That was when the gun was before the nerf.
Switzerland. And Fnatic are going to be dealing with an interesting follow-up round here. I mean, they've got a lot of tools, but it'll just come down to how they want to set up their defense. We haven't really seen them play off of that more reactionary, contest the spike type of mindset in a while. And I wouldn't be surprised if they
if you go actually to the wiki, if you go to the oops. What the fuck did I just do? If you go to the Stinger wiki, Stinger Valorant wiki, right, and you check the changes of the gun, you'll realize how broken it was. We'll read it in a moment.
The last round was a must-win round for 100 Thieves. This one's going to feel pretty mandatory for Fnatic.
The double bind was magic. The double bind was okay, like it was nice to have, but it was not the reason why the gun was broken.
Alarm Poppy place though, so opportunity to try to catch someone off, and what a play from Kayak.
Nice Kayak.
Onto Asuna as a critical agent to take out of the hands of 100 Thieves.
The quick scope in front of 3 players, like our jaws are dropped. So are theirs. So Fnatic going back.
A little bit of a scene at vibes here, no? From Kayak. Right?
Play for picks, and I wonder if 100 Thieves would just want to ditch this. But now you don't have any lurks activated, so you have to re-clear all of that space.
Yeah, and Alpha can just throw shoulders and watch to see if there's a cross back over to Boaster's direction at B. The Poison Cloud at mid will re-embellish and congest that angle for a minute. So there will be some question marks here with 40 seconds on the clock for Fnatic in terms of where is 100 Thieves going.
I like that they pivoted, because you just don't want to keep peeking the Kayak op. He is so good with it right now. So 100 Thieves going back to what was more successful for them, using the Xander wall, and maybe even getting able to pressure Snowman, which would be great, but Boaster is going to pressure back. 100 Thieves looking to land. Hunter's Fury.
Oi, Boaster.
Tags only once.
What the fuck? Where did that drift go? Did you see this?
But it's going to commit for the plant. That's massive, and now you can counteract with a Viper Spit of your own. Lockdown in play. Just try to reinforce it from both sides. Event diagram over the
What is going on? Chaos. We didn't see shit because observing make sure to stay on Boaster for the entirety of the round. 2 players, what? 2 detained. What is going on here?
And 2 players detained, and the ping.
They finished. He dies. Yeah.
She dances and weaves, and it's Fnatic with the win.
That was immensely tight, but 100 Thieves.
We needed a bird's eye view.
Hodgepodge of Viper's pits.
We needed a bird's eye view in this round. There's no way of knowing what's going on with 2 Viper Spits, 2 Killjoy lockdowns, all of this shit like going around, and we are focusing on someone who is nearsighted.
Try to cross over into the site themselves. This is Fnatic has already taken away too much space over through Snowman. They get a read on it. They find the picks that they need, and the numbers advantage is too much to overcome. And so both teams do what essentially was required.
Timeout. All right, let's take a look at the Stinger, guys. Look at this.
They provided that. Fnatic responded.
This was in episode 2, right? Price increased, fire rate reduced. The gun was shooting 18 bullets in a second instead of 16 like it is right now. Can you imagine?
Offense, but you'd love to see 100 Thieves.
Point when max spread reached decrease from 6 bullet to 4 bullets. Right? Adjusted pitch, vertical recoil curve, recoil claims more aggressive past the 3rd bullet. It was so much easier. It was so much easier to control the recoil before this patch. It was not only the gun was faster, but the gun was easier to control. It was legit. I played Reyna, where in a round when I didn't have a Vandal, I had a Stinger. And if I had the ultimate, I dropped my Vandal and I used the Stinger instead of the Vandal because I was using the ultimate. It was mental how good it was. It was absolutely mental.
And he's been, again, like you've already kind of alluded towards, he's been dominant in terms of finding an opening pick and controlling some key spaces. Fnatic's going to step up, deny the early recon bolt, and put themselves in position to keep Kayak safe on this deep play.
Yeah, 100 Thieves just taking it one step at a time, especially with Fnatic, who have liked to do these, kind of condition them with these early walk-ups. And
that arrow from EU, by the way.
From Crashies too, with all the util available. And
I don't know why is he throwing that late.
Or seeing much. So you got to have a recon or a drone, but it's
like there's no way. If you do the arrow properly on pipes, there's no way that someone can destroy it before it tags. By the way, just
if you're Fnatic, the problem is walk down at 2 plus Kayak still on this
that's
angle.
incredible, man. That they just.
Crashies follows up with a little bit of help, but Cryo was trying to get deep, trying to at least counteract this, and he does. 2 for 2.
Now that is some.
But here's that quick play.
That was defense slow from Chronicle, guys. I wanted to say, wow, what a good slow to make certain that the Sova can get isolated.
Rolled away at B, and Bussio's gonna go join that. Such an important 1v1 for Busio to win.
Yeah, Xander will pretty much.
It was still really weird. Why did they go for mid? That was unnecessary risks.
Thank you for the free elim.
What the hell?
For the orb, I'll be close to knives now. And he says
that was such an unnecessary risk on that rotation from mid. They almost lost the round because of that.
As 100 Thieves will get to double digits.
No?
Unless Chronicle is able to find one isolated, but likely not going to happen here. And that is just a massive commitment from Cryo, understanding the situation. I can punish Kayak if he's going to play the op up close.
I mean, Cryo literally single-handedly carried this round. And you know what's funniest?
For a second, so
if Busio didn't win this gunfight on mid against Alpha, it would not matter.
Are going to cross from one side to the other, and that's where maybe someone like Alpha can find the right timing and try and walk up and cut.
When DRX after this match.
100 Thieves are also trying to be aware of the timings of our Fnatic going to be walking up in the early rounds and sort of what we're going to be seeing out of Fnatic. It's been really hard for 100 Thieves to read. Feels like they have to kind of adapt on the fly, and they're smart enough to do that.
Purchase will be okay. For Fnatic, we'll have light armors in play, but a lot of weapons can still be repurchased. But 100 Thieves, you start to feel it now. Like, we're having our way on the offensive side. You've only dropped, what, 2 rounds? Yeah. And that's largely because Kayak hit some impressive shots. Like, you are controlling tempo nicely. And I think you just kind of stick to your guns. And, yeah. Another moment where Fnatic's going to try something a little bit cheeky. Alpha, wide peek, works out. Xander drops. Turret providing a bit of distraction, and Alpha will be traded. We go for it.
Actually, Alpha almost got away with murder, but got punished. And now he actually is a net negative for the defense.
Don't really live with that deficit for too long. They're always at least.
Even though he killed the Viper, this is a net negative for the defense.
Off of Busio, kind of starting to create that space over at A.
Why not just use Omen smoke for mid? Beats me, bro. I don't know. I legit don't understand. Using the Viper orb for A is just so more efficient, and it's just so much more pressure, right? I don't get it.
Very quickly, Busio does get tagged.
Not a single team does that. Not a single team ever used smoke for mid for Omen. The only argument can be, oh, you cannot easily pop it backing up during the round. You know, it's like you cannot just like carve the intervals between the Omen smokes. But it's really not that important because no one fucking lurks from it anyway. So just cover it with the Omen smoke and that's it.
Who can continue the lead or even things up? Trade for trade. 100 Thieves.
What Kayak? Where is he? Oh, he's go. They won.
Now dashing towards the spike, that is all, and Fnatic get up to match point.
Where would you place the Viper orb for A, Heaven, or A side for plant? I think that depends on what would you do as a team. I think there are several spots that you can use it for.
So you're going to say, all right, we're in there.
Like,
we know he's playing it up. Problem is, he drops you out for a Vandal.
Hello, Valorant.
Quick on the pitch. And no one's really watching for it because if you're 100 Thieves looking at a Jet,
what the fuck is happening here?
Don't expect that that's the player on your flank. You've accounted for everything else. So
Valorant has some issues.
Nice moment from Kayak.
Anyway, I'll show you here.
Also, just the fact that you get a trade from Crashies is massive to allow Kayak to continue to be a little bit unguarded and uncovered. So huge round for Fnatic, who now find themselves on that point.
That's the Kayak difference. What can he not do? There's.
I would put most likely the orb either here, or in the box here, or over here to create in one way, or in the box over here. There are so many ways you can use it. You can even find a reason to use it on King.
from Fnatic.
So many different
Same thing
spots.
they did last round.
Yeah, this is messy, but the thing is, this is going to put a lot of pressure on 100 Thieves just because you've got this snowball of a rotation coming through the middle of the map for Fnatic. Asuna maybe in position.
They have to be aggro. He needs to get a kill.
And now you look to see
Oh my god. Bro, they need to have... Why are you re-picking? Never mind, he got 2. All good. He didn't get punished. That's incredible. That's incredible. I legit think that they realize that no one hears footsteps in this game and that just started abusing it. That's what I think is happening here. And that is something that actually Apex players are doing on LAN because the audio is so shit in that game by default. So in the LAN environment, it's even worse. So people are just running. And it's the same happening in CS as well. At least at some events.
Close to a Hunter's Fury, knives out from Kayak with stinger buys. Or,
Is the white noise too loud, you think? It can be multiple things.
But it's all
It can be the white noise with combining that with some bad audio drivers.
in these early rounds, see what Fnatic are cooking up in the walk-up.
Well, and this is the thing, is the economy gets a little bit shattered here for Fnatic, so you've got a couple of Stingers and a Guardian in the mix, so it's going to force Fnatic to consider playing a bit more aggressive, which again, with this composition...
Observers don't do their job well.
Look at the space they've already taken.
Tell me about it, man.
Through tube, you've already gotten through green. The Viper can rotate back for Boaster, and those snake bites can help delay a little bit longer for these flanks to get into the action. So, you know, for Fnatic, you've got them cornered, you've got them pinned. Now it just comes to, can you hit the shots with the Stingers?
Hey, Kayak was impactful on the flank before. With the Stinger, it'll be kind of different, and Alpha holds it down on the front line. So 100 Thieves are kind of weakened despite the Vandals. That
Now that's embarrassing. That's your online server in the final round of the map, which can go to overtime or not, and Cryo gets disconnected.
EU has to win this fight. He just absolutely has to. That's your post-plant security, and he's able to win it. Xander also able to follow up.
That was a lag spike, right? Because if you would have alt-tapped, this character would stop moving.
This is for the win, and it's all up to EU to save 100 Thieves.
Oh my god, I would be so pissed as Cryo.
A big win. Fnatic 13-11.
Wow, it was a great.
There's no way. Show Cryo. Show Cryo. Show Cryo. Show Cryo. Show Cryo.
Maybe there's a world where he's able to.
Surely you remake this round. Surely.
Is that initial walkdown? I don't know what happened to Cryo right there. Like it just looked weird from our observer, but he kind of just side strafes into a corner. He didn't look like he was flashed. It looked like he saw a member from Fnatic close by, but just gets.
Wait, I want to see Cryo, and I'm gonna rewind the.
Longer than you'd like for the isolation on the other side, as Kayak was.
Too late. Fnatic already won.
On the flank behind B, and after the first half was looking really dire.
I mean, this is a Killjoy turret incident.
Just recently runner-ups at the international stage in Toronto. So
that's crazy, man.
Showing for 100.
That's crazy. That is absolutely insane. But I guess Reddit will not be posting about this because they will not be posting anything about EWC, no? Look at this.
Comes to, can you hit the shots with the Stingers?
Hey, Kayak was impactful
Yeah?
on the flank before.
He's legit disconnected. He's legit disconnected because his body teleports. You see this? Which means there was a lag spike. There was a lag spike because they play on an online server instead of a LAN, right? So he teleports, look, with 1 frame. See this? This is 1 frame. So he didn't alt-tab. He was disconnected. There was some lag spike happening on him right now.
Forward the Stinger, it'll be
Or the observer lagging? What do you mean? Observer lagging. I found the clip that I was looking for about CS. Is it the Ten's opinion?
To ask questions of Con. Blitz! Oh, he's ready! Catches the headshot necessary. It's a Liege. Last round of the half. Everything to play for. Everything to be gained. The flash, the swing, he's got it! The first is his! Oh! He's got it! The Star stands up on home soil and gives FaZe the edge as we head to
This is your argument for production better? Because there's a lot of people chanting USA, USA because the crowd is wild? Yeah, I agree. The crowd is insane. That is not Riot's fault that the crowd is better at CS because they're all drunken 20-plus-year-olds having fun. That has nothing to do with production. Yeah, we're gonna end up this argument over here.
Really necessarily get that close, but 100 Thieves brought a fantastic game today. But now moving into the best of threes, especially for you guys being a big favorite for this event, that should feel a little bit more comfortable for you, right?
Yeah, obviously best of threes are nice. This is probably the scariest matchup we could play, 100 Thieves, and they have a lot of info on us because we just came from Toronto, second place, a lot of footage.
See Alpha's tweet?
I think we'll be good.
Who do you have your eye on in the group going forward here? You're going into your qualification match. You feeling confident?
Yeah, definitely confident. We're going to play either Geng or EDG. Too hard.
I think Geng did take that one out pretty convincingly. So
okay, so yeah, then I guess we're playing Geng.
Why is it?
Hard
What?
opponent,
Why do I have to?
I think
What?
we're going to get revenge from Toronto. So
yeah, feeling confident. So look, specifically for the Geng matchup.
It feels like Antarctica on the stage.
What's the vibe playing some of those?
Yeah, the most likely there's a lot of AC units, no? Otherwise they would be burning.
yeah, obviously we're familiar with Texture and all of them.
Yeah, that's not really surprising.
So we're pretty familiar with them. We watch a lot of them. So yeah, we're ready. So.
Awesome. Well, we'll let you go take a well-deserved rest, crashies, before you play your game against Geng, and we'll throw it back up to the highlights and back onto the desk.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I think
The problem is anyone is scared. The problem is anyone is scared to get banned by Riot since their rules are too strict, in my opinion. Like you're getting in trouble for teabagging. No, gods, that is disingenuous. You cannot compare the guys. Literally, there's a generational gap between the people that enjoy going to CS LANs and people going to Valorant LANs. It's not even the same demographic. It's literally older people. If you would make a poll, what is the age of the people going to Valorant event and the age of people going to CS events and the gender of those people, you would see that Valorant has like a huge part of it being females, but also probably having the age so much lower. And you have gambling addicted CS fans hooked up on beer and other alcohol going crazy. And I'm not saying this in a bad way. I actually really liked how that crowd behaves on the CS major. I even made a tweet about it that it looks awesome because the fans were going crazy. But it's disingenuous judging an event, production quality, and organizer by the quality of the fucking crowd. Guys, it's simple, guys. Let's just start selling alcohol and give it to kids. Then we're gonna have better Valorant events.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves overcooked a little bit on these flanks. Like, they would send 2 or 3 down, and Fnatic didn't really let them have the time to develop those flanks. They would just keep pushing on the front lines, and Fnatic would clear out Boostio, who was left solo while the flank was still forming. So, like that, Fnatic just didn't give them an inch.
Yeah, I think the other part about this, and with the struggle of 100 Thieves going into a composition that they're trying to outflex what has been a very passive defensive setup for Fnatic, is you sometimes...
Riot has physically removed the same signs from fans in Toronto which were displayed in Austin. Guys, those are such strawman arguments. Should I now use... I'm not using this as an argument, but should I start using an argument that CS organizers are hiding flags of countries because they're geopolitically sensitive? Huh?
Going to be an icebox.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's going to give them some confidence. As we've seen,
the point is that Riot has limited the progress the game can make. You're an idiot. Yes, I'm resorting to ad hominem.
Very close, and I think even if you are,
I don't want to see your opinions anymore in the chat because that's just rage baiting. There's no way that you're a real person.
The very best teams in the world, very close on at least a map, is definitely going to help out your confidence, Jen.
And not to be a hater, and this is both a good and a bad thing about Fnatic, is they have these players that are stars. They'll just muscle through through and get these miracles. Like one player just starts popping off, like whether it's Kayak and it was Alpha or it was Chronicle at Masters. But does it always have to be?
Why is it so CS gets so much bigger audiences though compared to Valorant? It's just cause the legacy game is much older. That is an aspect as well. And I'm a fan of CS myself. I was playing CS for decades. Before you guys were born, I was playing CS. Well, not many of you. But some of you were born after I already played CS. I played leagues when you were not even born.
Just have at it. Have a good time.
The game has legacy. The game has die-hard fans because they play their entire lives in CS. But also, I will tell you one thing that you should think about without me showing you the numbers. But if you do your own research, you can go and see how many people were playing CSGO before they did the update to skins. And then check how many people started playing CSGO after they introduced skins having value, real-life value, and gambling. And make your own assumptions because of that. Why do you think game got so popular and stays so popular? Just think about it. And that is not only my opinion, by the way. I am certain that if you would ask, I don't know, Richard Lewis, for example, if you would go to Richard Lewis and ask him, do you think the game would probably die if they would just now completely delete the values of the skins? He would probably say yes, but it also would mean that only the people that care about the game would stay in the scene and would be much better for CS. I spoke with Richard Lewis a few times in my life, and I never spoke with him about this topic, but I'm certain that that would be his opinion because he's passionate about CS. And I know his opinion about gambling.
Edward sleeping?
Aping.
Who do they face?
At least gambling in CS.
While they're in the progression match.
Oh, so EDG gets 100 Thieves later tonight.
Should be. Yeah, that's a banger as well. I mean, this group is just too
Check
stacked.
Valorant on
As you
channel
can see,
Discord.
Next match
Wait.
is going to be BBL taking on DRX. That's going to be a best of 3. Best of 1s are over. Look, honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing some more of the veto, seeing some more of the depth from some of the teams.
What is happening here?
Yeah, and that match is going to be coming up soon. We have 2 best of 3s left, and it's going to be a long day, and I think energy levels are going to be coming into factor for some of our players.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm ready to go.
Bryson, isn't that your avatar?
I'm 100% ready to go, but look, I'm seeing some EAP here and there creeping into some of the
No.
players, but that's where you really got to push through. You got to push through the wall. That's the difference between, you know, these veteran players that have played these long
Who's sitting with me on the Vespa?
You know, they've played these long tournaments. Those are the teams that more consistently go deeper in these events.
Sinker, that's your avatar?
Like a lot of the events that are set up for Valorant don't have teams playing multiple matches in one day. Like now you're going off of a long, getting yourself.
Don't know my avatar, bro. You don't have a hoodie there.
Had maybe a couple of hours at best to get yourself ready for a best.
No? Oh, you do? No, you do. Actually, never mind.
Depending on, you know,
Well, I
which
knew that I
group you're
saw
looking
this
at right here.
somewhere. I couldn't just
DRX,
place it.
I don't think people would have expected that. They would have expected Sentinels to get through BBL. So now there's an opportunity to possibly, again, surprise just a touch in this best of 3.
Yeah, 100%. So look, BBL DRX is going to be our next game here on the B stream. Will be a best of 3. So we'll go to a short break and we'll be back with all of that action. For you.
DRX. Well, we're still talking about CS. There's many flavors of ice cream that people enjoy what they want. I never started talking about CS. It wasn't me, guys. Somehow people come here in the chat of a Valorant watch party and start talking about CS. And they get mad when they get asked about arguments. Because logic fails. That's the problem. This is the same kind of shit that I like. It's the same shit. It's like, oh, I like PlayStation. Oh, I like Xbox. You can enjoy your things.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea.
It's as idiotic as this.
Inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found
15 minutes. All right, I'm gonna turn on. Wait. I'm gonna turn on the second game. In this case.
We'll do battle against Geng later on today. What a great
What?
that's going to be. And then for their tournament lives, it will be 100 Thieves.
Wasn't this a best of 3 over here on this stream?
Tomorrow, for their tournament lives, going to be a very, very fun matchup. Both those, that group of death, just so scary here.
Yeah, it has to. I think it has to.
Are they playing a best of 3?
If you're 100 Thieves and you're so close, literally you're one round away from the overtime. I didn't have time to check about.
I'm gonna take a pee break. Be right back,
How
chat.
important they've been and the momentum that they've given to the teams.
No, my
close to
headphones.
even like take into OT and go across that barrier, and you know, it's such a big difference to not win your best of 1.
Yeah. And honestly, 400 Thieves, they are a pretty good Icebox team. I mean, Cryo on that jet is insane on that map.
All right, well, we'll see how everything shakes on out. That means also on the B stream, they're going to start their best of 3s starting right now. Let's go ahead and recap our first match here from the best of 3s. PaperX and KC, and Avez had himself a pretty good game, but again, not quite enough to get over the hump here, but enough to get the hopium going here if you're a Blue Wall fan.
Yeah, the first 3 rounds, 3 Ks for him. Definitely when we're speaking about the pistol rounds being so impactful and whatnot, Aves had an amazing start of the map. As we said, there were so many moments that we can say we're going for KC, but to me this was just a resemblance of what we saw in the first match. PaperX that struggles in the first half, that does not do that well on the defense, so it could be like easier to read in some moments, and a KC that was taking advantage of that.
Yeah, as the map continued onward, it was just Forsaken completely taking over in that second half. He had 20-something again. He was definitely the MVP of that map. It's just ridiculous what this guy can do and how consistent he's been all year long. He hasn't stopped himself. It's just ridiculous how he keeps besting his last performances.
Yeah, he has been so dominant. You see the stats there. Every time they got the plant down, almost every time they got the plant down, round win. The post plant so comfortable for PaperX. As we take a look at some of their highlights, they were able to take a lot of space and make plays time and time again, like we're getting so used to. It's almost like we're taking it for granted with Forsaken.
Yeah, I think that for the individuals in PaperX, the longer the map gets, you know, when we go after, I would say round 16 is pretty much over for you. Everybody's super warmed up. They go into this crazy situations that they're so comfortable in taking, and you can look at individuals like something like Forsaken, as you were saying, Baby Bay, that definitely are the huge difference because they're never good for just one.
Yeah, on the defensive side, it was the 1-2 punch. Like, something was getting a lot of value, getting these picks. Forsaken was matching him at that same level. And then, like I said earlier, in the second half, I don't know what got into Forsaken. He was just like, yo, I'm done getting bonus for the second time. I'm just going to turn up and just completely stomp.
Yeah, Casey. He was really kicking it off there, and now we got to turn our sights to Icebox, where Casey a little bit more comfortable here. We know that Lotus, PaperX, especially through recent history, they're comfortable there, but Casey comfortable on Icebox.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing this Icebox, even though we've had a lot and we would like to see different maps. There are reasons to be excited for this. So at the beginning of the year, we saw a KC that was extremely good on bind, right? They were like undefeated, run the deadlock in the region. They were doing whatever it is they wanted. Bind was out. Casey started losing. Like, they could just win the bind and nothing else, right? Funny enough, that turned into Icebox, right? They're currently this year are flawless on a 6-0 record, but things have changed. Tejo's not that strong and whatnot, and this is not, it's not a technically like a bad map for PaperX, because I do not think that they first of all have that, and I think that the individuals ramp up off each other so much that I don't think you can I would put it to be like that. But for the side of KC, they have a map that they like, that they feel comfortable in, and they have an opportunity to surprise their opponent.
Yeah, quick final thoughts here. Who needs to step up in this Icebox match? Whether it's on Paper Rex to close it on out or KC to battle back on in, Baby Bay.
I think KC's road to victory on this Icebox is dealing with the aggression of
Did I hear
PRX, because
Icebox?
I've seen PRX just W key, and even if they get shut down, double down on it on this map and bring it all the way back. So if KC want to win this, you really got to control that aggression, especially on the defensive side.
In many moments throughout Lotus, we saw a Paper X that where their synergy
You
is just
have to
so
be
good.
kidding me.
Even with combo and utility,
You
with,
have to
the
be kidding
YOLO
me.
and Forsaken, how good they understand each other and they move together, even if it's not from the same position, makes KC impossible to take refrags because Paper X is always one step ahead.
Yeah, I think maybe that first map a lot closer than what people thought at 13-10. Paper Rex, the undisputed champs currently, straight off of Masters Toronto. But KC putting up what a great fight here, and now have the opportunity to try and battle back, or will Paper Rex make it into the knockout phase? Let's find out as we send it back on over to your casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
I'm gonna lose my shit if DRX playing as well.
Yes, let's see if
I
we
agree.
can in fact get to 3 in our first
Alright, give me a second.
3 here at EWC.
Nice. Good rhyming.
Yeah, Poet and I wasn't even aware of it.
Yeah. Oh, now you beefed it. You beefed it, Achilleos.
Well, should be getting into the agent select here.
I'm gonna change the name already to DRX
Curveballs coming through.
versus BBL.
I think we can widely anticipate what's going to be put on display. It's likely everything that we saw from them in recent tournaments in Stage 1 at Masters Toronto here on Icebox. Carbine Corp, though, a bit more time to try to cook up something a little bit different. So I'm curious to see what they might just piece together here for us, or if it's going to be some stock standard play.
Yeah, I mean, so they used to run the Tejo on this map in the qualifiers for this against
Oh my God.
Team Liquid. That was their choice. But, you know, now with Tejo being nerfed, a lot of teams have mostly shied away from that agent.
Yes, that's Kakuka.
I wouldn't be too surprised if KC had some different ideas. You know, maybe a little Harbor or something we could see. Trying to pull a page out of Team Liquid's book, who used to run that a bit.
I'm gonna eat a sandwich.
Kind of curious what they're gonna run. I have no.
We are running 9 hours and 40 minutes. Holy shit.
Jet, Killjoy, Viper, Omen, Sova. That is definitely going to be their comp. Just kind of curious to see what Carmine Corp is going to bring, and who's going to be piloting what agents. And we get a look finally, and here we go. Okay, so Carmine Corp.
The duelist composition, yeah. So a bit of a different flavor. We see the no duelist.
Did you like Flicker and Flashback Edition?
Something like that.
Flicker played okay. It's hard to say any impressions about after just the best of one.
A bit of a different fashion. I mean, the KO is also at this point kind of a classic flavor of Icebox that we don't see very often. I'd say widely popularized by DRX. A long time ago, I remember Stacks playing that a hell of a lot on this map. But yeah, so a bit of a change up here compared to what I might have expected to see. Evez now playing on that Sova.
Yeah, I was kind of curious. I mean, the Sova swapped for the Tejo, basically. That kind of makes sense, but the rest of it pretty intriguing. You know, what is this attacker side going to look like? You know, how are you going to be able to scale forward? You know, you're going to have to be really precise with that utility. Some of the combos, of course, with like the knife into the recon dart into the drone and stuff can really clear a ton of space, especially.
I'll be honest with you, I really like the duelist less compositions on Icebox.
Into this, and you know, Evez is
I think it's pretty cool. Or you just play Yoro,
which
is basically a Swiss knife.
Like to see the flexing from the Carmine Corp star. And is it going to lead to success? Again, a map that Paper X, look, they're not bad on this map. They're not bad on any map.
Sure.
But this is a map that they lost to Fnatic and Geng. They got clobbered by Geng on it over in Toronto. So what is this going to look like this time? Have they had much time to really work out some of the kinks on this map? Are they going to just kind of run it like they usually do? I mean, it's going to be, again, some Patman lurking, some Divide trying to hold flanks, you know, on their attacker side. They're going to start on the defender side, so It's probably going to look a little more stock standard in some ways.
And this should also give us, I think, a decent idea of how this map is going to play out just from this first half, because we need to see what the strategies are going to be from Carmine.
What is your top 10 go to Valorant?
Without having that duelist, without having
I didn't do it yet.
Just kind of barrel forward aside from
I'll do it.
on the
I promise.
He could always TP forward into some of his own smokes and swing out off the back of some of these pop flashes from Sanak.
Why do you not need entry duelists on the Icebox compared to other maps? There's not a single choke point on this map.
As well as the one from Fnatic and 100 Thieves, just kind of really lay it out there. This is a map where your bread is buttered on the attacking side.
Absolutely. And we'll see if there's any quick action.
Oh my God! He's talking about quick engage. Yep, it is just
Wait,
rapid.
where's the music coming from? Is it from the auto stream?
And absolutely tears apart 3.
It is. Lol.
That
That was crazy that he got free there.
What the hell happened? That is one of the fastest pistol rounds that I've ever seen. And I've been casting this game for a while.
I had some things I wanted to talk about, and then nope, not gonna happen.
Bit it.
Yeah, well, at least, you know, for Paper X, they've won a pistol. They've got that going for them.
In the most Paper X fashion that they could have, I suppose.
That is true.
That's crazy that he got a triple kill like this.
Exactly.
They all were looking at the arrow. Look at this. Not a single one of them looks in his direction.
Yeah.
Lands right there on the grate, and Geng just gets the 1-2-3 tap to really set the stage. Well, that is going to have Carmine Corp reeling, because again, every single round on this attacking side is so important.
Now look at this buy from Paper X.
A double bulldog, 3 sheriffs.
Yeah, this is pretty unorthodox.
It is, as is that. Swing across, Patman spotting
3 sheriffs to bulldogs. New type of Navi buy.
To come back up is the one way, now going to be sent. Recon pings out onto all of them. Won't be able to find the punish, though. Patman can tuck back safely. Not getting scouted out himself, but his presence certainly is.
Icebox again.
Just
well, it is a best of 3, but the map before was Lotus.
No players lost yet for Carmine Corp, and seemingly going to try to rotate the other side. Something.
This is where they can maybe find an advantage, but it's a collide off the sheriff. This hits them both in the head. Divine now trying to backfill the space here, as we'll just take turns running things in the mid. And at the end of the day,
They won't have an operator this round,
closing
right?
out 2-0, and given the bye, pretty much nothing lost.
This is just,
what is happening?
This is just bizarre.
What's going on?
This is absolutely. I mean, even for Paper X, this is bizarre.
Yeah. I mean, a sheriff collab.
Yeah,
it's so rare.
It is. And on top of that, like the whole buy, the whole situation, like the pistol round into this, whole start to this map just funky.
Bro, his aim was disrupted twice by the spike. Look at this.
Whole start to this map.
Look at this. Look at this. 2 times the spike is disrupting his aim. Have you seen this? This is so funny. Look at someone is trolling him.
The contest these is something at the same time. Pushed forward. Recon getting a ping onto 1. There's a jump peek out. Something goes for the shot, but
now the very cheap.
What just happened here? That was such a random transition.
Paper X makes sense. You can get that op fast-tracked into something's hands. You saw Texture earlier today doing a number on this map with it.
Geng should be able to afford another one if they lose this round or can't carry it forward off a win. So they're well set up that really have this one cycled.
You know, one thing I was gonna say I was really interested about seeing on this map was gonna be the Viper v Viper battle with kind of the old school Sugetsu versus the new school Patman. Hasn't mattered at all so far, but maybe as this one goes on, as I kind of
They're going straight into the operator's hands. Let's see if they dry peek or they will actually get any value out of the arrow.
And it's just going to be a 5-man stack to pressure this op.
30 seconds left.
Something still here. How do you try to displace, though? The drone already has been committed. Flash not going to connect onto him, but shot is not going to connect onto the players of KC. Instead, they get quite a bit of damage here onto something. Holding him at bay, back around here at backside with that fragment. Shock Dart would have certainly led to a kill, but now they're running out of time.
10 seconds left.
The sins of old starting to resurface here for Carmine Corpus. It's 6 seconds remaining. Need to get this plant down on the floor, and already they're out of time as they try to work their way forward into net.
They're actually winning bonus.
With 2 kills, and
that's crazy stuff.
Open hell. Forsaken.
That is crazy
dropping
stuff.
Down from the top rope, gets himself a 4K, and that is now Paper X giving them a bit of their own medicine as they convert the bonus.
Yeah, it just takes too long there. And Paper Rex, as the time dwindles down, happy to set up the 4-1 with the op and, you know, leave something to his own devices to at least stay alive and buy time, and he does exactly that. And then Forsaken, no fear. God, goodness, he has been so good today. You know, going even back to their first match against Billy, he is just electric. And he is unstoppable. Deeper push this time for something.
And might be unexpected. And now is going to be noted. Being tagged up a bit. They're really trying to hound him down. Shorty going to be drawn out around the corner. Forsaken up and over the top. Martin gunned down point blank. They're just continuing to scale forward.
We're gonna see if the match is starting. Seems like it's starting. The other stream.
They have ensued on the map. As it is going to be damn near flawless, just Forsaken.
All right, we're starting that. All right, we're gonna jump to the other stream because the DRX match will be starting here.
We've already got all the best of ones out of the way. We've set the table. We've got teams seeded into the elimination matches, teams seeded into the progression matches as well. We just watched a banger between Fnatic and 100 Thieves, Kev. That was as close as it gets.
It shouldn't have been though. I feel like the second half kind of got away from Fnatic a little bit. We looked at the first half, looked very
BBL.
like 9-3, and then I don't know, things got maybe a little sloppy. I'm seeing Fnatic really take some of these aggressive angles on that defense, getting punished a little for that. 100 Thieves finding their groove, you know, still a threat in this tournament.
100%. I'm looking forward to
Wait, what's BBL's Twitter?
I believe EDG in that lower bracket.
What does this acronym stand for?
Banger as well, Shift.
Should be. I mean, the EDG did not look particularly great based on the results that we saw. 100 Thieves looked good, so. You know,
Big Bet Live?
Move on to the next.
Yeah, and moving on to the next, we will BBL in a huddle. Taking this game very seriously. It's going to be a longer day for some of these players, but BBL have already surpassed expectations at this tournament, Kev. They've been, I think BBL stands for bubbling. They've been bubbling under the surface in EMEA. And that is energy.
It's BBL underscore esports anyway. It doesn't matter.
The Bs might be for big because I'm hearing big energy back there. That was absolutely sick. We watched them come through and probably have. Would you guys agree with me? Maybe the upset of the day so far. I mean, taking down Sentinels, one of the strong favorites for this tournament, one of my favorites for this tournament, given that G2 are coming in with a weaker lineup compared to what we were used to seeing. Sentinels, they are the team that needs to hold.
Also, let me tag people on Discord if we are interested in watching everyone.
A real true dark horse. And they
DRX versus BBL. This is restarting now.
I want to point out a specific player, Duelist 11, 18-year-old young Turk, coming in, absolutely demolishing the server, playing up against Zekken, who's like an MVP level player, and Levin just dropped 30 on Sentinels.
Anybody who's been watching
Big Boss Live, yeah, that was it. Thank you. Big Boss Live, that was it. That was it.
It's like a conveyor belt, bro. They just keep pumping out young Turkish players that are just cracked as hell shit.
Don't sleep on them, my man. Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople.
Let's see how our new addition to DRX is gonna play in this best of 3.
It is a surprise. BBL, you know, not to like rain down on them a little bit. They had a good group stage, didn't meet expectations at the EMEA playoffs. And then you come into the EWC qualifier, to get into Toronto.
Yeah.
And you take care of business. You deal with Team Liquid, who we already talked about is kind of cursed right now.
Yeah.
This can't get through these, you know, middle of the range teams, so to speak. But coming out and setting the tone, winning a best of 1 versus Sentinels is huge. Confidence has got to be high.
100%, and I'm glad that you brought up the EWC qualifier in particular, because you look back through some of the EMEA results, like even in kickoff, BBL was able to take out Fnatic, although that was, I think, Fnatic a little bit slower earlier on in the year. Yeah.
That's not me, by the way, that's not me doing the
so being able to actually, you know,
the briefing noises.
A team that's given them a lot of trouble is a very promising sign for BBL. Over on the other side of things, DRX, I mean, what a bloody opening game for them with Flicker in the roster shift. That was absolute gas on Haven, mate.
Boy came, teed it up, knocked it out of the park, my guy. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better debut from Flicker. Talking about a DRX team that we really spoke a lot about. Their expectations are high. They're not going to deal with nonsense. They want to be at the best they possibly can be. They didn't feel like a Charlotte brought that to the table. You had Flicker into an international debut, and he top fragged with nearly double positive.
Sorry for the snip.
So
that's my bad.
Everything you would want in terms of DRX being able to add that fragging potential.
Pretty much so will be a while, no?
Huge for them.
And he stepped stepped in right
I would
now as
assume
well. We
no,
talked
because they
about
are
the fact that
behind
you had
schedule, so they should be cutting it short if they can.
Playing this entire tournament. Didn't really answer the question, but we can just answer the question right now. He's on stage right now. He's getting ready to play right now. So Estrella is still out. Flicker is still in. We're getting ready to see just how much depth that Flicker can add to this roster, considering this is going to end up being a BO3. We can go to all 3 maps here. Flicker's going to really need to pull through for more than just a BO1 this time.
And that's the thing about it is, like, how much time and repetitions has he been able to build in terms of getting across the entirety of DRX's map pool?
Yes.
You know, coming and prepping for a best of 1, all right, you have an idea of what the vetoes are going to look like, but now you have to really stretch to see if this guy is the truth.
Well, you said the key word. Let's bring them up. Let's have a look at the map pool for this best of 3 between BBL and DRX. And
BBL band split.
Some of these expectations going into the series. I totally agree with your point there, Shift. I think for Flicker, he's shown the Viper on Haven, and they
We ban Pell, not surprising.
That's not necessarily a specific agent to his pool.
I'm gonna lose my shit in a moment, guys.
Either. I'm looking at a lot
Sunset.
of things like Yoru,
Okay.
a little bit of Enir, and I think DRX as a team are going to be flexible enough to play anything. Another Sunset coming in early on there, Kev.
Yeah, I do wonder, you know, what are we going to end up seeing here? Because Sunset has been a map that I think for the BBL side actually one that I haven't played for a long time.
But if I'm happy that I'm seeing Ascent, guys, shoot me in the dick twice, please, and say it's not so.
Really,
I'm happy that we're seeing
December
Ascent.
last year is when we saw Sunset with this team, so
No,
it's been a while
Icebox.
since we've
This
seen a
best
BBL
of 3 is
Sunset also.
great.
A lot of questions in terms of what they're going to be doing.
This best of 3 is
We're so
already
many patches ahead of when they last came
of
together.
monolithic proportions, guys.
That we have seen from DRX. He played in the grand final at the PAC, championship grand final versus PRX, lost it, but they get their best map in Ascent and a decider of Haven, which has been great for them. So DRX is going to be thrilled about
Was
their
Pearl
ability
avoided in pro play? That's the only real question for me. I mean, every team has one map that they just don't want to play. It's like, believe me when I say this, but preparing a playbook for 7 separate maps is not easy. Right? So teams typically like to have a permaban so they don't have to prep for one map at all, because it lowers down the amount of time they need to be prepping. You know? That's essentially it. And also the fact that no one is going to be playing Pearl in a week.
But we also see the deadlock in there as well. So
I don't think we're going to see a single Pearl in this entire tournament.
With the changes to the roster, how they're going to navigate that.
Yeah, I think Ascent is not a map that I necessarily heavily associate with DRX.
Fnatic has been banning Pearl for 3 years. Fnatic has been banning Pearl because they saw Alpha running it down as a Neon. They were like, you know what? Let's not try to give him that.
Donkey's ears at this point. So look, honestly, I'm interested to see the Haven with the Viper comp that they have mixed in if we make it there. And as for Ascent, I think they could play anything. I think they could even go back to like a double duelist or something like that, to be honest. That's something that they ran with Flashback in the roster previously. We've seen Flicker play the Yoru a little bit.
Yeah, they've had a lot of success running a couple of different comps of the map, but getting into the conversation about Sunset, I'll be interested, I think, for BBL. As you mentioned, have not played it since December, so kind of throw that all away. Will they throw Levin onto the Neon and try to go with that early aggression, you know, and try to match what DRX is likely going to play, which is that? So that'll be, I think, an interesting point of conversation to see what identity we're going
I hope BBL win and you. I don't think that's possible. I don't think you can.
Completely disrespecting Sentinels, and this probably why.
I don't think you can say that both teams gonna win. You know, that's not how it works. All right, so first map is.
He comes up with a stinger, walks into B, and
what was
just
it? Sunset.
Tekken, who
Sunset.
Unfortunately, 140 taps him with a Phantom, but I mean, just who
I'm gonna give you 5 minutes to vote.
He has no money, full buys armor and stinger, and just takes that duel and wins it. And that was just Levin throughout the entire map on Icebox, repeatedly getting away.
Hello, Nocturnal, how are you doing?
And absolutely demolishing Sentinels for the majority of that map. So wondering if we go to the Neon, we go to the Sunset, how much of that does he do again, and how much respect does he show DRX or lack thereof?
Yeah, I think, honestly, this BBL team, it's a perfect mix as far as you ask me. You've got some vets in there, you've got Yampi, you've got Magnum. These guys have well and truly got their reps. They play
It actually aligned.
And you're mixing in some young Turkish.
Like the commentary from the analyst desk was aligning with what was the player saying. It kind of looked like he's saying it.
Despite the fact that I remember his team go next, they went up 2-0, and people were
I really like BBL, sorry. That's okay.
The favorites for the end. People were
My condolences.
Go next might be a contender to be able to win Ascension EMEA, and then they choked and got grouped, unfortunately. And Profex still put up some really good numbers. He's been a hell of a player, and I think he's been a big pickup for BBL. I would have thought that a lot of teams would have their eye on him as a pickup for the controller position, and he's really been valuable for BBL as a pickup.
Yeah, he crushed the qualifier. Came away with a VLR rating of a 1.34, which was like light years ahead.
He's one of the better rated players in the qualifier, right?
Yes, absolutely. He was the top at least in EMEA by a million. He also pulled a 1.5 KD. That doesn't hurt. So, like, it's one of those situations that you're getting value out of a player that you expect to just kind of play your controllers and, you know,
he puts up numbers on controllers, bro. He's been doing that for quite a while. So they've got some good veteran experience. They've got some good firepower over on the side of BBL. It's no surprise as to why they're performing so well consistently in EMEA, maybe not getting those international placements until this chance at EWC. This is the event that they've been waiting for, Kev.
Yeah, and they only barely missed out on Toronto by a single game versus Team Liquid. That was that final map of Fracture. They look like they had to
Why is Gampi wearing different jersey?
Which they ended up doing to qualify for this
Do they not have like jackets on them or something?
Well, their second international showing in terms of games played, but this is their first international event. So a young squad, a rookie in 11 who's looking absolutely on fire at the moment.
He has a jacket.
And a BBL squad that is really heavily motivated given the fact that they already missed out on one big event, and now this is the time to prove themselves. And
you beat a Sentinels team that you're thinking you could beat anybody.
Yeah.
Legitimately. In a best of one, it's an overtime, it's a heated matchup.
Player said is apparently cold on stage. On every stage, it's gonna be cold. By the way, guys, every stage is gonna be cold. Because if you're on a stage that is hot, that means that that venue is not designed to hold an event. That means that it has bad ventilation if it's hot in a venue like that. You know?
Yeah, look, you see a lot of that from the Turkish players. For the side of DRX, though, I mean, they're going to be wanting to take this matchup out as well. I think these teams will have been pretty close to...
Yeah, those camera close-ups are not entirely like... I'm not sure what the camera operators are thinking about. It's like, yes, let's showcase the players with no makeup, full size on screen. I don't get it.
And the 4th seed from Pacific.
What's the decision-making here? No? Why do you want to make a player look bad on camera? What the fuck?
And I think, look, as far as...
But this is like across esports, everywhere.
I'm from Pacific. I love this team. I want them to succeed, but I'm almost rooting for a storyline where BBL, like, maybe not underachieving a little bit, maybe not quite getting to the international events. If you make your way through Sentinels, DRX back-to-back to qualify into the playoffs, I'm with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, I think, maybe the storyline about these two squads. They came out of the groups of their stages and their regions really cleanly, with the expectations that looked super, super high, but then they don't really get the results that they want to in those playoff runs, finishing 4th, missing out on playing at Masters. But now you follow up, DRX takes care of business cleanly versus XLG. BBL comes
Are you playing a mobile game there or something?
Everyone had high expectations for. This is a huge matchup. Both these two teams looking primed to possibly get the first team to qualify out of the Group B.
BBL do it. I mean, that would be incredible. They already are kind of this young team that we, you know, have kind of.
What do you think are the chances of DRX making to Paris? I think pretty high.
As mentioned many times now, a true dark horse. They beat DRX as well. Now suddenly they're in the conversation to be like one of the best teams at this tournament.
Every EMEA like talent. Even
see the pre-match setups as long as fuck. You know that has nothing to do with the desk, right?
I'm just doing Pacific.
The desk. Guys, I'm gonna explain this for the 10th time. The desk segment is as long as it's needed for the players to be ready. If the players are ready, the players are not waiting for the desk to finish. The desk is being called to finish because the players are ready. Okay?
Maybe it could be true, but I will start believing that for real if they can take down DRX. So at minimum, you got 3 maps, super competitive game versus DRX, take at least 1 map. I'm starting to really believe in this BBL squad, and you know, EMEA might be coming to this one looking very hot, considering NA are already starting to maybe drop out. Although Heretics did lose, so maybe that's the one exception.
Yeah, but I think the thing about it is, like, if BBL not only win this series, but do so.
There's no mandatory time for pre-match analysis. What do you think is the purpose of having this desk segment?
Boost them in the stocks overall. Small maybe caveat. I think some purists are going to say this isn't, you know, DRX well rehearsed with Flicker in the mix, but from what we saw in map number 1 for DRX, he's improving this team, not letting them down.
The purpose of the desk segment is to fill the time where the players are not ready for the match yet, or they are doing the prep for the next map.
For the academy team, decent
They're doing technical checkups. They're checking the players' objections towards the setup. They're loading in. They're going into the lobby, selecting agents. All of that is being done while the desk is talking about the match. Otherwise, the entire thing that we have here would be empty space with music that will go directly into the match.
You have like a weird comp with a brand new player,
and that is across every single esport and sport.
There are so many reasons why
okay?
it should go wrong. Legit, you know?
exactly.
And they've made it work, but that's just vintage.
There was not a single.
Look, honestly, we've seen
at least in my 10-year career of being on the desks,
I'm used to in Pacific. It usually
there was never, not a single time on any broadcast when the players' matches were held up because the desk was yapping.
Usually preps them very well for these games, but as you guys mentioned, it's been ages since you've seen anything for BBL. There's going to have to be a little bit more adaptation right off the bat.
You talk about coaching as well, and that's been a change that's been on this BBL roster. You know, they sort of part ways with their former head coach.
The players bring their own mouse keyboards.
Assistant to head coach. Yes. Now
they should not, but they probably are.
As we hit the EWC qualifier, and that's when you start.
They should definitely bring their own headphones, though, as in-ear monitors.
I think stepping even further beyond
but when it comes to like huge organized events, they should never bring their own mouses and keyboards. They should just tell the organizers which mouses and keyboards they're gonna use, and the organizers should get them that to avoid having the possibility of tampering. But that is a big expense, and it's only happening when there's a league that is like, for example, LEC, LCS, VCT. But when it comes to third-party tournaments, they're probably just traveling with their own.
Playoffs, I suppose, for Paper X, nice and early on, one of the better seeds probably.
Imagine if, because you have G2, Billy in the low bracket, G2 win that, get a rematch against Carmine Corp. That would be a nice and spicy game, I think, for a good little low bracket decide to see who the second team coming out of Group A is.
Some hardware matches be not as readily available. Well, that's on the player.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, but if a player decides to play with some custom mouse from some Mickey Mouse company, you know, that's on him. If a tournament organizer is gonna say you cannot bring your own mouse, you have to tell us which model we need to deliver to you, and you tell him the model that is not available, then that's on you. You're not gonna be allowed to play with that model. That'll be my call as well, as a company.
It was the solo Senti though. That's
from Titan.
Yeah, from Titan. Yep. And look, Abo, he went off. The rest of the boys weren't necessarily.
Raga MIA, sadly.
And by the way, there are many instances of TS cheating when it comes to cheats being implemented in mouses and keyboards.
With support from Sova and Omen, gets clearance to the site, Deadlock throws on a barrier orb, and then you win the round. Like, that's kind of the idea in terms of what DRX will want to do. Now, it just comes down to, does Flicker have that in the back pocket, or are they going to try to force something like a Viper in the mix again?
I personally think they'll probably just change comp. Like DRX just always comp changes. They always switch things up, game to game to game to game. So I really wouldn't expect anything different. Worth mentioning as well that we do have Flicker in for Australia. Before it was Australia Bane doubling up on the Sentinels.
I wonder what is the technical issue.
We did hear in the interview from DRX that Flicker is quite.
Let's check. Who's not ready over here?
As a player, at least in the academy.
Seems like everyone from DRX seems to be chilling.
On mostly Yoru and Enid, but already bringing out the Viper.
BBL? Okay, they're starting now. Never mind.
Wonder what else we're going to be seeing.
Come on, let's go. That's what I just heard.
I got an interview, one for you as well. Just stream A, you get that BBL win. Levin gets interviewed as the obvious MVP of that particular game and that map. And one of the questions was, what are you guys looking forward to in terms of taking on DRX? And he says he's ready for anything. And I guess we are ready for anything.
You are. Take it away, boys.
All right, thank you. Wow.
Do deadlocks!
This has been the podcast of podcasts.
No, DRX is on the deadlock pill. No! No! Thank God BBL is not playing Yoru.
It's not going to be one team, it's going to be BBL as well.
Sir.
We do not know what BBL are going to bring to the table for the Sunset that they haven't played for over half a year. Now we'll get the answer to that question.
God damn it, man. I hate it.
The big difference, though, Magnum
I hate it.
playing onto the Viper. So we'll see what kind of space that can be created by that. As the opening pick over towards A main seems to be where the action is headed. Hyunmin doesn't like the look of that, backs away. Sensor drones are in place to try to stop.
So wait, so we have...
Oof. And he was so good at getting that.
What was the buy from DRX Deadlock?
Both the Chinese teams that lost a little bit
It
earlier
was
on,
wall
trade
to
back
senses,
onto
right? Yeah.
That's a mid, though, so some pressure now onto this DRX defense. But Bane able to stop that in its place. Sociable.
Oh, no.
Able to also clear back space at Link. This will be a free
2 versus 3.
Huge kill into Bane. You get Bane down, suddenly the map opens up. Now you don't have to finish on A.
Yeah, we over-rotated from top mid. Bane was the key piece of not dying to the defense.
Still alive, still got good HP to play through. Lack of util here could be a bit of a problem for this DRX side now.
Yep, you still have a smoke available for Profit, so how do you want to set that up as the post plant is back in towards B main? Going to take a little bit of time here for DRX to re-clear out these spaces.
People don't check and you can see what happens. Don't check what? Sorry, what?
Then how do you play into this triple setup in main? I mean, you don't have the util for this. You could slide in. I mean, Human's got to probably end up sliding in here.
Oh, there's the refresh on the grab net. Yampi stuck in the corner. Counter comes through, and yeah, Yunmin's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, the round ended.
BBL able to out-trade it, and that'll be working out beautifully for the first round, and it really comes down to that play back through mid.
Exactly. In mid, Bane, he goes 1 for 1, but then loses. A further deal is DRX.
Okay, nothing happened.
Mid position now, BBL, full rotations, 3-man setup in towards B main.
I really don't like her composition though. If I have to be honest with you, I really don't like it. I feel like there's almost no synergy here.
Yeah. Good stuff, clean stuff. And the early play over towards A is going to be interesting to see how DRX want to deal with that.
The problem is that we have 2 Sentinels, right? So we should be playing like reactively on site, and we'll see how we're gonna actually end up playing it.
Try to follow up does take care of a 1 trade, but numbers still good for BBL.
He was even grab netted. That maybe even helps him out because he just goes to crouch and defeats the crosshair placement. No DRX, Spring and Flicker dropping 2 there, already forcing rotations. BBL can go quiet now, play off their 1-player advantage. They're hoping that DRX are going to fall off this site. Humans looking to potentially check this with his own body.
Yeah, you do lose your Neon though, so there is an opportunity here to play a little bit of contact.
Man, the change of Omen not doing the noise when smoking is so important,
nice.
man.
I like that he's just going to be playing in his own smoke, has paranoia.
He could have been spotted because of before the change in the patch.
For a paranoia, it would be good to
Yeah.
have Human play off that.
Oh, they're looking at him this direction. Awareness by BBL pretty high here, so good for them.
And now it's just down to what Yunmin and Bane can find inside the A site. Paranoia cuts it across.
He's still got 1.
But the trades are decent, and BBL will pretty convincingly take the second.
Yeah, I'm loving the confidence out of BBL right now. They're willing to take these fights, able to win them as well. That initial trade.
Lucky BBL doesn't have synergy either.
In A main, won by BBL. And just
Both teams' compositions are pretty lackluster, I would say.
His own smoke. Didn't end up using his paranoia, which, you know, possible situation where I know he wants to play.
What do you make of Viper on Sunset? Do you get a lot of value from her?
We could be playing off the contact of Human as well, but maybe
we'll see what they figured out on defense, but on attack,
straight away into elbow, how fast
like,
Marco activates. So yeah,
you have to commit to the setups, right? So what they're doing right here is, look, the Viper wall on mid is allowing some space, right?
Yeah. Bane's just gonna give
So
it
essentially
up.
never use the smoke on top mid with the Omen. And there's an orb in CT. Now that orb in CT is actually pretty good. But at the same time, I would probably prefer it to be on market. No, that is actually incredibly rough that we lost that player.
The trade's still too good for BBL. Freeing the last one left alive, and he's got nowhere
Also,
to go.
not really big of a problem if the orb is peeking out of CT a little bit, because if you fuck up the smoke in CT and it's a normal smoke, then it's a problem. But if the actual smoke is a Viper's orb, then it's not that big of a problem, because the player is most likely tanking more damage, right?
How the predictions go.
Yeah.
We're just going to be better than you. We're going to out-aim you, we're going to outplay, we're going to disrespect you. Yeah, I'll just drop Annihilation in there. Yeah, we'll just do what we want.
Alright, not really a good start, but DRX is known for comebacks, so let's see how this goes.
I get it, but Clean stuff. I love the tempo change here for BBL, just not letting DRX get their feet underneath them, and now they're back on to a fade. The bonus coming through puts this very firmly in BBL's control.
What do you think about World Cup and the national teams in Valorant? No one will take it seriously.
Be another DRX.
So if you make it a 2-day event, sure, some people will play it. If you be like online tournament for fun, sure, some people could play it, but no one will take that seriously. No one would train for that when they have their team obligations.
Marco has a lot to do here. I don't know that he realizes what's occurred as Levin is just going to walk straight through. He dies anyway, and this is going to be a nice backstab. The round's over. Didn't expect too much out of DRX given the money game, but we're already thinking about, is a timeout's going to come through DRX?
If it was every 4 years and there was an actual good prize pool and time to practice, it could work, but that would never happen.
On a bit of a roll, they're heating up, they're confident.
But why would be the reason for any organization to let the players off of the organizations to practice for Nation Cups that they have nothing from?
Definitely
what would be the point?
Narrative and pattern trends as we move a little bit deeper into this, and forcing DRX, like you mentioned, have to make some responses happen.
And there's a bit of context here as well. If we go back to the Sentinels BBL game that happened just a little bit earlier today on the A stream, it was 5 in a row in that second half attacking side for BBL before Sentinels finally locked in. They came through very well-timed tactical timeout, some choice words given over.
Okay. Love this already from DRX in terms of an adjustment. You got the one-way smoke on the corner. That does get into play deep, but you also throw...
There are no national governing bodies to pick teams as far as I know. Yeah. You know how it would end up? With a drama.
Yep, Hyunmin for the first. Is there more? Yampi follows, but Mako trades.
That's what would happen. Someone would be picked by someone else to choose the players from, and there would be drama. There would be nepotism. There would be people complaining. There will be favorite content creator not playing. Or some content creator playing instead of a pro player. People would be blaming someone all the time. No one wants to deal with drama like this. What happened there? Flicker just gets a free kill? Okay.
DRX with that early barrier mesh, it kind of allows you
to
take a little bit of an extra focus.
Alright guys, if you want to actually follow what's happening in the game, I really seriously recommend watching the minimap.
You know that B main's going to be safe. The issue will be, if this continues to be a set play for them, how does BBL respond? And if they don't even pop any contact, then
it won't be a serious tournament, but not everyone has to be.
This could still be in a reasonable round for BBL, and I'm not even talking about the plant here. I'm talking about the fact that, okay, he's going to get the plant for money, but any kills he gets is
it cannot be longer than 1 weekend.
And that's the other thing. It is also clutchable. He's got another smoke coming online.
Because no one would like to sacrifice team time.
No.
For a longer event than 1 weekend, and people would still not practice for it, so what's the point? And I agree with Tadrin, you could do that with content creators, but it would create the same amount of drama. But you should not involve pro players from VCT in that case, or like from VCL. Just content creators from one country and do like some fun cup with that, sure. That could work. That could be like a Twitch thing, for example. You would just do like a Twitch Nations Cups or something, so only Twitch streamers from that countries are eligible, who are not playing Tier 1, Tier 2 Valorant Esports. But that would never work for pro players.
Barrier mesh not going to be thrown immediately here. It's a dark cover to get placed instead this time.
Neon is faking A. Actually, not faking A, it's just... Oh my god.
Coming through from BBL, it's BBL trying to speed things up.
And that'll work.
That was pretty well done by BBL.
Ooh, double tag.
This kind of push like this was really well done by BBL. There's also like 2 kills happening on the north side of the map from Hyunmin, but we didn't see them.
And Sociable will continue to let himself get
Papers just won, by the way, smashed KC. Really? Literally 5. Oh my god.
But he's just not on the right angle, not at all. Sociable has now potentially just finished.
Yeah, that's the end of the round.
And not in any sort of position to get that kill, to bring it to
I know PUBG and Rocket League World Cups have big viewership. Pretty sure it can happen in Valorant. What are we talking about?
Economy's going to flip now. And this is where things start to get really, really dastardly as BBL's is
what are we comparing?
First half. And again, the issue right now is DRX They want to take these early fights.
Like,
they want to be in
think
a
about
position
it this
to
way.
respond to the aggression from
If
BBL,
footballers
and they're
will
doing so
play
much
in a
more
World Cup,
utility
they
in
go
game,
join a brand new team, they play in a national team, but they play the same game, and they can just slot in. They play the same role, they play the same game. But here in Valorant, you have different roles, you play different maps, you have pro teams having playbooks, and then you go into a Nations Cup where, for example, you end up with 3 duelists. So 2 of them will not play duelists, and they will play maps that they don't play in the team, so now they have to practice, or else they'll just look like completely lost.
I just didn't realize how close Human rather was, and Human will go down after collecting 3. This guy's the first Blood Master, and he has done more than enough for DRX to come back in this run. And look,
and again, this doesn't change anything when, like, guys,
not having weaponry. Annihilation is still there for freeing, by the way.
it's funny how Valorant system works. Viewers complain that there's not enough Valorant to watch. We get more tournaments of Valorant to watch. People complain that no one cares. And they are Mickey Mouse tournaments. And then pro players say that they're playing too much.
They know it's not A as well, because A is so well covered by Bane's utility. Just contacting up 2 players, one by one.
Think about that conundrum for a moment.
And this is a huge
So are they on the new patch and old map ball? Yes. No one knows why.
The weapons are a little far away to get the instant upgrade, but they should be able to get 2. So that'll be nice. We'll see if Bane can
I remember discovering you after I got banned from Valorant Twitch, and I'm glad you are there to watch the live games. Remind us, why did you get banned on the Valorant Twitch channel?
Some of the celebrations, a little bit more mild than BBL, but for DRX, measured, calm, collected, as they're not gonna fall prey to the pressure of being down 1 in 5 earlier on in this Sunset, which is BBL's map choice that they haven't shown since December of last year. They're showing it now. It's looking good, but DRX are still DRX.
Yeah, they're fighting, man. And again, they're doing the right things in terms of let's take B away, force the gunfights to happen through mid or at A, which is tough to do against a deadlock. So they're doing the right things in terms of keeping them in the playbook to counteract what BBL are throwing.
We have 2 Sentinels on A, but we're stacked on B. This can work, actually.
An aggressive step forward at elbow.
Yeah.
This can work unless one shock that destroys the 2 traps on the left side. We actually walled this side that has 2 traps. I think we just literally trolled our setup. I literally think we just trolled our setup. We just one-way that box as well. Oh no, this is gonna end up terribly. Oh no, this is really bad macro.
Elbow available.
Oh, we just pushed away the opponents.
They kind of stacked 5 man here. They're going to make a lot of noise. Might just go quiet.
We just pushed away the opponents from our double Sentinel setup into back to B side when there's only 1 player.
Anywhere else on the map, and that's a huge issue.
Yeah, because the Aldrone for DRX cleared all of mid and looked into tiles.
Oh no.
So now you're using an Aldrone just to try to keep DRX a little bit more planted to give space for BBL to rotate over, but Yampy will fall on that lurk, and now it's just down to the 4v5 on-site. Paranoid cutting across. Mako stepping up into a corner. Hasn't fired yet, but does get figured out. Annihilation called behind that as Magnum
Shock to destroy it anyway? That's not the point anyway. We just never had the chance this round because we pushed them away.
From outside the picture of this Viper's Pit, and looks like this round's going to come to a
Freeing was hoping so
This round is an embodiment of what I very often see up being a problem in ranked matches. The deadlock wall is being used as a stall tool instead of a separation tool. You know what I mean?
No, not going to happen. Profit cleans it up.
In the compendium,
not the worst news
I see, what was this? Execute splitter. You see this? Tertiary role, execute splitter. Because you want to use the wall to split the commitment from the rest of the team, right? So for example, if a jet is dashing on side, that's the moment when you throw the wall, to separate the jet from the rest of the team. But if you use the wall like that, just to slow them down, people can just go, you know what, no, cut it. We just lost enough time, there's gonna be a rotation happening, we should not execute. So now you use that wall to essentially counter your own stack and your traps. Right?
Yeah, and it helps that Magnum finds 2. That's another part of the problem there, is that you get that angle and he converts on.
Like you need to, the entire premise of setting up traps as a defender is to pressure one side of the map to push them to the other side of the map. Imagine if I have a Play-Doh or like any other like kids' toys that are like, you know, squishy. If you do enough pressure, it goes through the cracks. And that's the same purpose here with those kind of utility pieces. If you do pressure from here, the opponents are not gonna want, they don't want to go in this position, but instead they're gonna rotate into this position. So you want to do like a proactive play to push them into a trap. And then you play passively on the trap side, so you will have a more opportunity to play into a trap setup. Well, we got 2 kills, that's nice.
There's the big slide across. Keep in mind that this is a limited purchase for DRX, and they're looking pretty flawless with a couple of weapons now collected.
That's just a complete shutdown. BBL wanted to speed up over towards B. I don't think they've done like a really super fast play at B yet.
But aren't you exposing yourself as a deadlock to throw such a wall? Might as well play Vice instead.
No one there to assist. At least the relay bolt slowed things down a little bit.
What do you think? Why do I say that deadlock sucks and you should be playing Vice instead?
Pick up and close the gap.
Right?
Another important round for DRX. It's going to be a thrifty and a half by win. Or 2 of their 3 round wins so far in this half. So again, it's like, that's great, but at the same time, our full purchase has to have a little bit more significance.
Sure.
We want to try to finish off this half on a better note.
Just hoping for a plant now as DRX is full abandoned B, but Trapwire is going to give info out and then...
They should make deadlock wall invisible. Actually, this deadlock wall would have been so much easier to use for your typical ranked players if the wall would have been not transparent. You know? Like in the video that I made about how would I change deadlock, I think that would be that would make deadlock so much more viable, man. So much more viable.
Counteracting the quick play from BBL. Again, Trapwire's strong versus Neon. That's just another example of why Cypher gets played into Neon.
It's so cool seeing Hyunmin just slide on in, helping Bane there as well after Bane gets stunned up, which is the only thing stopping Bane from just getting that really fast pick onto 11. Operator now on for Hyunmin, by the way, 12 and 8. First Blood Kingless guy. We saw versus Titan, or rather versus Sheelite, how often, just off rip, Raga a couple times being shut down. And now, another top duelist on the opposing side. And Hyunmin all too happy to show that he can still be top dog in the server. No,
would you want it to be shootable? I explained it in the video. Watch the video if you want to know. Like, it's too much to explain here during the broadcast.
Relay bolt out, caught by one of his own, but Fast Lane will actually provide a bit of space. Paranoia to follow. GravNet locks this play in towards elbow, but 5v4 nonetheless. The barrier mesh instantly deleted.
Minus 100.
DRX are going to have to try to fight this 5v3 on the A side if there's going to be a commitment.
This might end up... Oh, okay.
4v4.
I did not expect that, but I was going to say this could end very similar to what we saw with a massive sell over towards A and then
ooh, that TP in the spawn, man. Oh, no.
Shifting over towards B.
This might be a problem.
TP into the back now from Profek. That's going to really make things awkward for DRX.
No, Profek already used his Paranoia. That was our Paranoia. That was Marcus' Paranoia with that peek from elbow.
Hold hands on their way back through the defensive spawn to re-clear.
Is the deadlock pick a viable one?
He may have missed the
viable? Sure. Is it good? No.
And the 2 members into market. So now it's on to Bane. And he can't do anything. Can't get his one.
Mako.
Smoke out.
Okay.
The threat is known.
3 versus 3.
And with that, it'll be a bit of a staggered post-plant setup here.
That's really important for Mako to win that deal now over towards market. Another one, freeing, taking down.
Okay.
Wow, we're just not catching any of that as Magnum comes across. Hyunmin, overdrive out, shut down by Magnum. An important another double kill for him. And now they know
5
that
seconds
Mako
to smoke.
is playing from somewhere on the front side of this B site. Isolates onto the first.
Look at this mic. No! Dude, we're getting spoiled so much.
Gets into the cover. So 3 in the round for Magnum. Another clutch moment for him. 7-3 goes BBL up.
Really tricky situation. Another 2v1, but for BBL, this time they drop their first member. Profik falls. Magnum has to do what he does best to try and clean up that 1 versus 1, but yeah, unfortunately, both players, too many angles to check. They couldn't play together as they would have liked to effectively trade off each other. That was pretty winnable for Marco.
Should have done the Forsaken smoke. That wasn't the idea. You saw how he peeked into the smoke. He wanted to take a shot before it blooms.
About this 4-round gap, BBL consistently keeping that.
He didn't want to because he didn't know about the second play. That's why I think that's why he did it.
Same grab net trap play over towards 8. Bested by the speed 11. Relay bolt to clear. It's a lot of elbow space given. This will be the first time we've seen DRX playing on top of the site. Little double stack up, comes through, flicker for the first and the second. He gets all 3. So that's a huge heroic play.
Guys,
for the new guy into
I am not an observer, but if someone dies, you need to click mouse 1 to swap to the next person. Otherwise, the game will wait till that person dies fully.
MVP in his BO1. Hyunmin, speaking of cleaning up. That's going to be the first half. Nearly done for. DRX getting the 4th. Not really expecting Yumpy with just a judge.
And a flawless round. On top of that, okay, so let's tally the inventory here going into round 12. Really don't have much. Maybe an overdrive.
I assume observers actually use numbers to swap POVs. They do. I was just trying to like make a joke.
And that's about it. So this is going to be one of those, again, whose playbook is bested for this, because flat out for BBL, the economy is not great.
Considering how this started, you see that 4-round lead, 1, 2, 3, and 4 right at the beginning. That's kept that 4-round gap going for the majority of this half, really. Now suddenly BBL find themselves one of the few moments where they don't have money. It's been fast play so far, and they want to, well, they've been conditioned.
Again, we're isolating the Neon from going to side when we want her to go side. Look, there's a trap there. She was going into the trap, and then we pushed her away with the wall.
Trying to back off B, but a trap wire fall.
Man, I really don't like this.
Keeps this split. Now for
I hope that BBL also has this kind of inefficiency on defense, which is gonna be a problem.
These two sites.
Viper deadlock on defense is like deadlock on defense is valuable. The problem is that you need to get that value on attack.
Which sells a lot more, giving that.
Yeah, that's a problem.
For Social being the rest of BBL to play through, and they capitalize on that. That was really nice from Levin.
I just don't think
that is our operator.
You're in a spot where you're set in a 2-1-2 split up, and you've got a weapons advantage, and now all of a sudden things start to go the other direction. 4v2.
I think DRX believed that was just a full A committal. I don't think they realized how many members were still hiding over towards mid. And now suddenly BBL, good player advantage. Oh yeah, yeah, it's a free kill.
And the Hunter's Fury, that will land.
GG.
The second sure does.
Alright, anyway, still a chance. We need the pistol.
Decent fight back for DRX there in the backside of the first half, but largely speaking, that was as comfortable as it gets for BBL.
It's just such a
what do you think it's going to do with meta on Corrode? I need to make a video about that,
on
actually.
Every part of the map, so many times, but particularly on that A side.
But I think
to the point where it's like,
if a team has a good Yoru, they should be playing
A lot
Yoru.
of these rounds, if you're DRX, and then the drone play, as
Yoru,
just a real tiny detail, you only really get
Viper,
to see
Brimstone,
the fact that Levin allows
Fade,
the drone to see
Vice. That will be my composition. Will that be meta? Probably not.
About how does that mid kill come through? It comes through because DRX.
But you can also listen to my more thoughts on my Corrode guide.
Basically at A main, they're doing the same A main thing they've been doing the entire way. So yeah, let's start exploring a little bit. Human gets punished and suddenly numbers go BBL's way.
Yeah, that's a decision that I think Hyunmin's going to want to back, because you could just free rotate back through your spawn. You had the Omen watching it through mid. Plus, there wasn't an impending attack onto A, but trying to find something, create an opportunity with the operator, but nothing there. So 8-4 half, swap the sides around here as DRX will have a chance on their offense, which has been their stronger half, at least over the course of this year.
And I would have said as well, if 5-7 finished with DRX would be a really
Why,
nice
Brummy?
recovery considering the first 4
His
rounds.
ultimate is incredibly potent. And why would you play Omen? There's not many elevation spots.
Thrifty win, no? So that was a really big round for DRX, but
It's literally the same reason why you play Brimstone on Bind. He also doesn't cover the entire map there. It's not a problem.
Feel like they're getting close to closing that gap, and then just
Brimstone's just incredibly oppressive on this map. There are many choke points that the Brimstone molly is just deadly. Ultimate is just getting kills every time you use it, because there's so many choke points and these sites are just so small.
And we'll be interested again with this composition. First time we've seen Flicker in the roster. Does DRX want to
Teams will play Omen, I'm very sure. Yeah, I'm certain about that as well.
In terms of getting information and filling gaps, that's going to be worse for the team. They're going to have the extra Viper wall to play through, but
I'm not saying it's not a good choice. I'm just saying I would prefer Brimstone.
Yeah.
If you play one controller, you play Omen. If you play two controllers, my choice would be Brimstone Omen, Brimstone Viper.
Yeah, no trap wire, right?
Trap wire, right?
Yeah, huge.
But if you play only one controller, then you definitely play Omen.
Uh-oh. Okay, 1-for-1's not terrible there. But
This should have been 1-for-0.
has to back off. The only thing about this Viper that allows BBL maybe a little bit more freedom
Astra's my pick for
on site is
Corrode.
that you can just pop the wall as soon as you hear the run.
I mean,
and that forces
you can,
some
but I don't see a
perspective to come
point.
through with the decay. Showcase there for a moment, but Hyunbin still able to connect onto the headshot as the spike will be planted at B.
Yep.
You don't have enough smokes for that map.
Well, Bang's going to join the team.
And the range doesn't compensate for that.
But market's clean as well. Look at this coverage. They have B main covered, Cypher util, market covered, deadlock util.
Clean. So now it's just down to can you win your gunfights on top of the site if you are DRX.
Thank God they have terrible spacing. Thank God they have terrible spacing, because there's no way that Flicker should be even getting one there, but he got two. That's insanity. He was fully exposed, and BBL players had terrible like spacing between each other. They were not even trying to peek together.
Winning in a situation where, you know, honestly, I saw a world where Yompi actually gets 2 kills. He landed a couple of initial shots under Bang, but just couldn't connect on the head. Imagine, I mean, that's a totally different round otherwise. And then you have this, but it's so much easier for Flick and the rest of the DRX knowing how much coverage you have. B main covered, market covered, has to be Boba. Everyone's going to come through there. You're just lining them up like ducks, and the Flicker tanks them all down.
What if Brimstone got a buff 200 per smoke with a 1 minute cooldown region?
Clearing B main, but he's feeling saucy, so we'll
I think there would be absolutely no point in playing Omen then.
Classics everywhere else on the map though. DRX.
If you would have recharging smokes on Brimstone.
Wow, 2 shifts in the night.
What the hell just happened?
Turn around first. Maybe none of them.
I mean, Levin's got
There's no audience in this room, so no one knows. Literally no one knew that this happened. No one knew that this happened.
Freeing's not got a lot to do here. In fact, there could be a situation where Freeing's like, B's clean, let's rotate, and then Levin's suddenly in a position to catch the rotators. But how much?
Literally like those 2 cars from... Oh no. Literally like those 2 cars in the Umbrella Academy, but without looking at each other.
There surely is a lurker somewhere, so this will throw a little bit of an alarm system to BBL, who know that there should either be an impending play through.
Yeah, this is a problem. This is a big problem. We need to go through spawn, but we don't have the time to run. Oh, this is gonna be a problem. This is gonna be a problem.
Oh, this needs to be so good for DRX.
Oh my God, bro.
Follow up, straight comes through. Sociable at mid map.
20 seconds, man.
Splits things out. Heard by.
How do you even plant now?
And the problem for everybody else here for BBL.
Oh no, he knows that there's one player backside, and we need to plant. Oh, thank God, Sociable just threw. We didn't activate the cage, and he cannot do it. He hears this. Oh no. God damn it, man. Oh.
BBL get their 9th.
What an interesting round. I mean, yeah, okay, 11 popped off 3K in there, beautiful stuff. But that entire
this round really hurts.
Neither of them got to see
this round really hurts.
The question is, what does DRX do about this? You have this really huge.
We need to react faster to losing Mako here. We really needed, like, I mean, incredible shots by like this. What the hell is this?
Just look, oh, this was so good.
The fact that he gets 2 here, that's like insane.
To be able to get this round back.
Yeah, that's the advantage of those 2 players passing by one another, as much as it's like.
Did you show Simon? Only the first season. Didn't watch the second season yet. I liked the first season. It wasn't really anything spectacular, but it was okay.
Hero rifle for Hyunbin here in round 15. Everything else is pretty much standards you'd expect.
Just couldn't
what the hell? Big armor as well?
Into a position where you can actually activate in for Magnum. Taking down that early hero rifle. This is falling to pieces already.
Yep. Should be a pretty comfortable round, unless Mako can provide something Reddit-worthy. Hit by a bit of that snake bite. Chip damage is out. Sociable, Prophet, clean.
Flawless.
Mid. Last one comes out.
Okay, not quite.
Not quite. Flicker.
Oh no, Flicker Smork. Flicker Smork.
First one's good. No follow-up. 10-5, BBL in firm control.
Wow. Extending that to a 5 round.
Yeah, not winning the follow-up to winning the pistol round. Most likely is a nail to the coffin. But still possibilities here.
Anti-eco really hurting for DRX. Hero rifle also didn't get much done. I understand, though, you know, put that hero rifle in the human's hands. He's been dominant. He's been keeping up. He's been winning. 15-13, the only double-digit member on DRX. The BBL just look like they are not going to be denied operator for 11 this time around.
I want to see DRX hit with some aggression here. There's nothing in the way of Hyunmin. Use your utility, get aggressive, take the site.
Suppose we haven't really had a super fast take before. Wow. Maybe a little too fast. Profit quick on the trigger.
Yeah, but the trades are decent. Levin's in some trouble, and yeah, just cannot read that. And why did this take so long if you're DRX with no Cypher in your way? So post-plant setup's going to look pretty comfortable. 4v3. Freeing, watching the flank. Everyone else focused on the site.
What did I say?
Double
about the coffin?
Again.
I was a Star Wars fan.
Link covered by
Did you like Ender? I never watched Ender yet. My wife didn't like the first episode, so I never ever started watching it myself.
Yeah, Sociable will find the first. Surely they don't just brute force their way into this. GravNet will lock down one. Bane will punish. Sociable, the last one left. Annihilator's going to likely hit on the one. Now it just comes down to KDXG follow up after the kill comes through.
He just stunned himself with his own trap?
Finalize the kill. Gave himself a chance. The one
was that our trap?
Contract accepted.
DRX get to 6.
Yeah,
$1.30 squats contract from Samefia.
No, that was our trap. Never mind. It was our trap on behind of the Jenny. We'll do the push-ups after the map, okay?
The rest should be pretty simple to play through. Marco really set things up for success on that initial take.
I'm gonna watch Under. I want to watch Under, guys. Also, I'm not like really like die-hard fan of Star Wars. I like Star Wars, but I'm not like super duper fan, you know? But I'm gonna watch Under. I really want to do it.
Nice shot. Takes Hyunmin's face off.
We just used the drone.
The owl drone from getting any more information onto
God damn it, man.
Levin will keep this angle held, and honestly, for DRX, I just don't know what you do here. You just take a little jump double.
We actually took that risk.
Get to fire. There could have been a.
Even though we had the paranoia there.
I saw the potential for the collapse.
Oh, squads, Samifia. Okay, we'll do the squads. We'll do the squads.
DRX to beat the operator.
In a moment. Right after this map.
You have this deep barrier mesh that's already in play, so can you force some of that early consideration for BBL?
I need to start doing again the Patreon reviews.
That will allow the defense.
Those are free videos, by the way, so if you follow me on Patreon, you're gonna get updates. But it's just something with the app is really wrong, and the 3 last videos that I made just couldn't get posted because they're stuck in processing or something. So I'm thinking what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna record YouTube videos from my phone about this TV series and movies that I watch, and upload them to Patreon just like I did before, but just as a YouTube video.
And guess what?
Now, you got Bane on alert. You've got everyone else cutting.
Yeah, I watched Fallout as well. I liked it. Entertainment. Nothing really ambitious. Just pure entertainment.
But
was nice.
We'll see if that ends up impacting the round or not. Most important thing right now. Okay, by the way, in spawn, if Bane wins this, that's probably round.
Not quite able to. Actually misses every shot. Follow up though. Prophet was
some value out of the nade.
Hindered by the GravNet, so the 1v2 would have to come through for Sociable, and he's lost Flicker's timing.
I mean,
on to freeing now.
The 2 ultimates just make it impossible.
Hunter's Fury going to pull him out. Sociable, GravNet down. Still has time if he can stick this. Freeing did get captured, but no, the toggle not going to work out.
$1.20 push-ups contract
and now we're
from
back
Mako.
to a 3-round deficit.
Yeah, I think Bane going down there was pretty huge.
Do you want to kill me or something?
An opportunity.
Marco? Well, he's playing right now. Was he sending a contract?
The win. Just really considering that 1v2 so insanely hard to win with the double ultimates are online from those 2 Sentinels. Yeah. Really acknowledging the early trade there as well. Operator, Levin gets 1. In my mind,
I don't know. Am I playing? I hope so.
1 more, if not a collect to kill 3 there.
It's tight, was close, but not quite.
You're not doing the best though.
Impressive. BBL going to take a timeout, talk about this. Economy not looking all that strong as DRX has flipped things around a touch here. And again, it's just, you know, same story. We're just not seeing the Neon find as much value as you would have expected, but doesn't seem to make a difference late into these rounds. DRX are making the right mid-round adjustments.
We'll see what we get out of this timeout. Human has still been in position of frag despite a couple times that's not gone his way. Obviously, you want to play.
It's really weird
rounds where he sort of walked
that the monitors
intimate and kind of just go
don't have arms.
We are also seeing speed ups now. DRX changing pace.
They just have normal stance. It's really weird. Can't remember the last time I saw it in an FPS tournament. In the past like 3-4 years.
Round
No?
still pretty tight considering the 1 versus 2. Well, before that, I mean.
By the way, this defensive wall from the Viper,
You don't quite have full.
I actually think
7 and 10 now. We're close to
is horrible.
Should be 8 here too, for what it's worth. Just
When it's being used instantly.
Well, they want this round.
Yeah.
So the only reason to use that wall is to slow down advancing towards B main.
A bit of a choke point battle.
Oh no. Please use.
It's just a grab net. That'll get called. Fast line up. Keeps things safe. Messy here at the
What's going on here? That deadlock ultimate from our just whiffed completely, by the way. What the hell?
Something doesn't really work out. Everyone stays alive, if only barely.
I don't even know how he got out of that without taking any damage.
The deadlock ult completely missed.
A lot of shock darts being traded here. Human did get hit by one of those. Now response.
Oh, and eventually the spam through the smoke.
The Viper's pit is on A. So we should be aware that there's a full stack here on B, but we should re-hit B anyway, because of the Viper's pit.
Has the weapon advantage at mid.
Now we know that one is market, so one is market, one is A because of the Viper's pit, which means there's only 2 in main, right? That was the cue for us to go, by the way. That was the cue for us to go through main.
Timing beat by Hyunbin.
We're a little bit too late, but the player from market didn't rotate towards B main, which is good for us. I think that was a big, I think that was a big miscall by Yampi, by the way.
Even mid still in position for DRX to have control as well. Bane 1v1.
Although at the same time, he doesn't know if we stayed in B main. So can you blame him? Probably not. Because he wanted to check top mid, right? Because they have, they don't have anyone covering that area.
That gap.
Yeah, somehow, some way, right? I mean, it just hasn't happened in the way that you would have figured. This full gun round is an important one, though. DRX take this, and if they can do it in a way that continues to cause headaches to BBL,
you should consider being a coach at a pro level.
Completely changed.
I don't want to.
So this one,
unless I will have no other way of making a living out of gaming. If I can't create content anymore and I have no other avenue, then maybe I'll need to start doing that. But I really don't want to. You're being paid less than the players. You work more than the players. You get no glory, and every mistake is being put on you as the coach. It sounds like a great deal, and it's incredibly stressful. And you work 12 to 14 hours per day. It's great stuff. Great stuff. Sounds like a great deal.
And it will be revealed shortly. There's a lot of stuff in the front as well. There's a lot of stuff really all over the map, and that's the real problem here.
I like the retake Viper orb, by the way. Oh no, this is really not good. Actually, Bane, what? I literally thought that we lost. Bane getting stunned, I was like, yeah, we lost.
1v3 and he has to save with the economy.
That's crazy. Could we get a replay of Bane? No, there's no replays on this stream.
Check this. There's probably someone there, and they lose that to Bane.
What did they do wrong to lose that? I am not certain because we don't see it, but let me rewind this. Right here. They are aware that someone can be this, right? They even stun this corner. Let's pay attention to the minimap.
Relay bolt comes through. Do they check the corner?
Yeah, Magnum was. Did you see it? He was certain there's no one there, so he just wasn't like he didn't shoot.
Yeah, they also had Flicker stunned in the corner. Doesn't matter.
That's it. Mechanical mistake by Magnum, and it did cost him the round essentially.
Looking like it's gonna get to a 10-10 tie.
Wasn't that DRX stun? Actually, it was. You're right. It was red. Sorry, I thought it was the blue neon. It's all good. So it was accidental stun from DRX. So Magnum essentially thought, yeah, there's no one there because it got stunned.
With full respect, unfortunately, it's not there.
So he checked it, but he was certain there's no one there.
He hasn't been putting up the numbers like some of the other members on his team has today, so see what Levin can do with this one.
Yeah, quick take.
Balls on teams using deadlock. I don't like it. Doesn't matter. It's my team. It is DRX using deadlock. Not a fan. Oh my god, can we stop losing to Sheriffs?
leaves Prophet by himself. 1v3 technically as he's upgraded the Judge into a Phantom.
Yeah, Bane won that.
Not a fan of how we play this post plant. Why is Mako playing B main?
Online to play through as well.
What is the plan here? We're playing against an Omen, dude. I am getting anxious. This is literally giving him an opportunity to win.
Any part of Hyun Min right there.
Never mind, we won.
Swings it out in the backside.
I was anxious. The positioning in the post plant was horrible for us. The plant was not for B main. The angles that we needed for the plant to actually matter, right, would be here and here. Those are the angles. You need to go through this line and this line for it actually to matter. So if we stay like in this area over here, right, and then the Omen just smokes this, he gets a half for free. I was really anxious about this.
BBL bring it back and just win that second round in the half, and it's like, okay, now we're back on a struggle streak for DRX, but the last 5...
Okay, Neon Wall goes through the middle of A. We just go through the one way. Yeah, the trap gets the best. 2 versus 4, yeah, that's gonna be rough.
And that will leave it down to the new guy, 1v3.
I gotta tell you, I gotta call it Yompi a little bit more, because when I did that, he just fired up. He absolutely got in that server. I said, you know what, maybe give the rifle to Levin. Levin died in that 1v1, but Yompi, couple rounds now, has
I feel like we play so well when we slow it down, and now we just and we got fucked. God damn it. If Mon is not an issue and you made enough at 55, would you want to win something with a protein before you retired? It'd be fire to see, not gonna lie. No. I have 2 kids, man. I don't have time to compete and train. If guys, if I were to be rich enough that at 55, so in 15 years, money would never be an issue anymore, right? If I don't have to worry about money, it would literally mean I'm a millionaire, right? Like, that would mean I would have like 4 million Polish zlotys, like 1 million euros. That would probably be the amount of cash that would mean that I could just not worry about money till the end of life, right? Then I would still stream. I would stream probably less, for sure less, but I would still stream because I just like it, unless something would change in the next 10 years or something.
The execute through A main looked solid.
I just like streaming.
It's just getting utility on the site itself doesn't come through there on that last take. A lot of it thrown over towards that A.
I had those hot mic spoilers in any broadcast that are really no way to avoid or at least delay it. They're yelling very loudly and the casters are literally in the same room. So the casters' mics are picking up the yells.
Again, the layering maybe not as convincing as you'd like to see from DRX with the new guy in, but we'll see if they can find an adjustment here.
We talk about punishing Neons as well. Okay, you don't have a Cypher, but guess what? Sonic, since that you get that stun down, Neon trying to run through, that is still a way to punish.
It's fair.
And so when that comes through, BBL happy with it.
Just not as much of a guarantee.
The op was also revealed by Levin in that previous round, so information for DRX to play against in terms of understanding where that could show up on the map.
Was that tech post this match?
Been pretty rare on this side.
No, there was none.
How many rounds they've lost? This will be the second time we've seen Levin on the op. Unfortunately, no customers right away.
Did you just jinx us? Jinx us.
Full focus hit up their mid. Recon bolt out. Relay bolt out. After that, and Hyun Min is able to isolate for
1 for 1. Not bad. Not bad.
One by way of Snake Pit.
This is not bad.
And a follow-up is Magnum's going to go to aggressive.
We don't. Dude, it's so hard to follow what is happening, man. I would have to just look at the minimap.
At least enough for a plant. Annihilation queued. Sociable costs, and he's able to find a connection. No way for Bane to help out, and that will be map point.
There's a sad will fly through across the map for Flicker. Brilliant stuff from Sociable rather for 3 in that round actually after the Annihilation comes on through. Levin didn't get to see a lick of action, but we'll get the free defuse at the end to work over towards the overdrive. And now map point for BBL.
I can't even like attribute what was happening. We just had 2 players in the market die to something. I didn't see what.
Towards them, and unfortunately gave one to BBL after a 1-to-1 trade. Human going down, but unfortunately the rest.
Lately, I've been trying to improve quality of my life, and I'm trying to learn some good habits. And that's my question: do you have a tip habit that made your life better and easier? Something you would recommend to anyone? Seemed like a very hardworking and organized person to me, so I was wondering. Hardworking? If I'm passionate about something. If I'm not passionate, I am the laziest motherfucker on the planet. Organized? Definitely not. Only if I'm passionate about something. But when I'm not passionate about something, I am definitely not organized. But I do appreciate the compliment.
Yeah, something they've done just BBL have certainly not.
I would say
with multiple players
one of those would be.
This is the first significant solo walk down that we've seen. And with this, look at the information given, huge rotations.
Trying not to think.
Finger guns out for Hyun Min.
Trying not to worry about the nearest future.
There's the shock, there's the reveal.
You know? Like, try to, like, you know, live without worrying about what's gonna happen in 6 months. I think that's what makes you more happy in life.
But that aside, I think Hyunmin's done more than he
And also not try to, like, prove anything to
Now you have
anyone.
an operator to the retake, would love...
Just live for the goals that you set up for yourselves. Or no goals, that's also fine.
Unless he gets something here, time is just running out, man.
Yeah, that's the biggest part about it, and as he's shut down.
But when it comes to practical stuff, I will give you one advice though. When I was going to the gym and like really doing it hardcore, I would say one of the best things that made me feel better is completely abandoning bread.
Purchase rounds on this defensive side.
I'm about to go to a potential
When I stopped eating bread completely, no bread whatsoever, it immediate loss of like 5 kilograms, right?
You start 6-6 for
And mood being better every day.
Get that insane
But bread is so tasty. I agree, it is.
On their second half before Sentinels start to catch on up. This time around, the first half dominant.
That's what I'm actually trying to learn. I constantly live thinking about the past or future, never about what's happening right now. Yeah, past is completely not important. And the past matters even less the older you get. You know what I mean? It's 5v3, guys. It's 5v3. I'm just like trying not to be full of anxiety right now, but it's 5v3, guys.
Stuck inside of the backside of B. Crossfire setup for DRX is 3 members wide. Good shock dart onto Hyun Min.
Good reveal.
But damage
What?
is only part of
What
the
reveal?
problem here, as you have to find a way to retake. Here comes Levin, try to get things done. Does have the overdrive out and available. Recon bolt deleted. Able to find one, but freeing on the crossfire setup is good. Trade
Can't
back
see
and forth,
shit.
leaving it down to
Observer
Solo.
doesn't
Would have to be a
change the POV when someone dies.
reality. And a diffuse. And if you can't take it by the candor in my voice, the hopes are not high that he's going to find this one.
He just doesn't know where
Yeah!
I have to assume B main for
I'm just
sure, but I don't
doing
think
a
he
spoiler
realizes
of the
what Marco
spoiler.
is, so this is just a little bit too difficult needed. One more player to still be alive. No time here. OT's coming in. And no issues for Flicker.
Actually, we're not
Going down
yelling.
for DRX, showing what
It's the
he's made of.
BBL yelling.
This is big. I mean, for DRX, after the opening...
No, not big. Big is the German organization. This is
A
BBL.
little bit of a back and forth that finished off the half. DRX pull this one away from BBL on their map pick. I mean, after we have not really seen a lot of film on
When I
it.
stopped eating bread, I was 100 kilograms. Then I decided to lose weight. And I did lose 25 kilograms. And then I started to eat once a day and was eating bread too. And I started to gain weight despite I eat once a day. Yeah.
The difference here.
Bread will make you gain
Human
weight.
operator on the defense this time around. Now, if you remember, BBL's attacking side very fast, super quick hits.
Oh, Hyunmin goes for glass cannon operator. Oh no. And he's playing on B. Oh no, he's gonna be retaking with it. Oh
The
no.
question mark here. Hyunmin's going to play something different with a glass cannon operator in the overtime. Quick play from Levin, shut down. Barrier mesh, make sure there's no follow-up. So
What about
big
noodles,
advantage
rice, and
here,
potatoes?
on the defensive side, 5v4. Barrier
Oh,
mesh
we
getting
spotted
shot
him.
at to be deleted. Probably on the
No.
same front, gets in the backside at A main to
It's
find a trade.
unless it's like full wheat and stuff, which is not the tasty ones. It's the same shit as
On the
bread.
3-8, barrier mesh to cut off in towards alley. That's finally going to clean up on all members of A. Looking pretty clean now for the plant. Human drops the operator, obviously. Gonna walk back in. Rifle in hand, but only 2.
Look,
Exactly, and there's no armor
the,
here for
the
Hyunmin
bread that
either.
you can eat and the pasta that you can eat is not really the tasty ones. That's the problem.
Recon's up.
Deleted. Yambi finds one, grab net, has him locked in place, and why not pop the Hunter's Fear, I suppose? BBL bounce back after dropping the first blood and take the 4v5.
Yeah, the timing was insane there for BBL. Both the Gravnet and also Recon coming up just as the final 2 members of DRX trying to come on through. And what a big game from Hyunmin as well, pulling his team through. was actually sociable on the other side at 25. We talked about earlier on in that first half.
One more advice: don't
in the stat department, and here
don't
not shy about
smoke.
leading the way for the team. Would be BBL's second OT win
And never fill. No, but seriously, don't smoke. Waste of money, waste of health. And personally, I know this is probably almost not doable for anyone, but I personally feel way better in life once I started not drinking any alcohol at all, completely. Not losing time to hangover is probably the best thing that happened in my life.
This is a really good dark cover to slow down what looked to be an impending hit into B.
All right, well, this is gonna be rough. We have a 4v5 right now.
DRX going quiet, trying to draw rotators over, which successfully they have been able to do. This is part of the issue, is they being BBL, because they lack the Cypher, they lack the extra utility check, these gaps, they just don't know what's happening on the A side. So off running is going to be Yompy. 1v1.
Yompy's walk down. Barrier mesh will fade, but draws
Oh
the line in the
no.
sand, but catches Bane. That has to be DRX hitting the exit. Dark cover just has to be pushed through. Grafnet in the way, but the fast lane gives a little bit of space to work with. Sociable for one. Profit follows up and a follow.
God damn it. False hope.
Win the defense, win it in overtime.
12-14 overtime, man.
Yeah,
but it was their choice.
It
was their choice. So it's okay, guys. Now we're gonna play Ascent.
First, DRX is next, but this time around it is a BO3, which means BBL have to do this again.
Yeah, I think you look at this, in the statement early from BBL is one that carries through the venue, not just because of the level of volume that they're yelling at, but just the fact that you start off with the first 4 rounds, you win your bonus, you really set yourself up to quickly take your first map. But the issues in the second definitely give us the consideration that this DRX team is absolutely for real. Like, you're dealing with a new player in the mix, now playing a different agent than when he had played earlier, when Viper was what he played in the best of 1, now you're on the Sova, but he's providing in the moments that you need him to. I think, for DRX, it's just the issue of how much pressure could they find from Hyunmin. I think on the offensive side, it felt like it took a while for them to kind of play with that speed that you would have expected with no Cypher in his way, but that's just one of those things that find success in other avenues.
I'm actually kind of very interested to see what kind of
yeah, absolutely. I mean, that
was what kind of composition we're gonna have on Ascent.
There, but totally
Let's check, just quickly check what is happening on the secondary stream.
For BBL, but being able to scrape 2 wins over very, very quality opposition.
Is that live?
Worth mentioning, that is their map pick of Sunset. So being able to
they also play Ascent. They just started the best of 3.
That this series is done and dusted as we look forward towards Ascent here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the good news is great.
And apparently they have some
as shown versus Sentinels
audio delay.
Top competition. You've now shown that twice, which gives a bit more.
Oi. Caramba.
Times very close. Could have gone the other way. There's good things you can take away from that.
Did you just admit you didn't drink responsibly? Oh yeah, 100%.
But you are winning against competition that's favored against you. You're still the
I was most likely very close to being an alcoholic, like around age of 20, 21, I would say.
DRX, they didn't look like
I was drinking way too much and way too often.
But at the same time, DRX, given that they had to trail the whole time and play for this sort of comeback, doesn't feel good for DRX.
No, I mean, I don't know if I fully agree with that, considering that you're playing on BBL's map selection that they have no film on, and for DRX, you still have a series in front of you that again, leads towards what your map pool has found success in the past.
Sure.
I think especially this upcoming Ascent.
See, this is the problem. Why the mics are picking it up? The cast is literally here, and the players are literally there.
Forcing the bar to kind of be elevated just a touch, considering that you did take it to overtime in a map that you have not played with Flicker yet. So, I don't know. I'm still feeling hopeful for DRX, because that's a very convincing start for them in terms of, again, showing a new map that we have not seen from them yet.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. DRX are a solid team, top international squad, potentially, definitely, according to Mitch, a favorite for one of the favorites for the tournament. So, you wouldn't be able to put it past them. Just the fact that BBL can do this twice, so it's proving it's not a fluke. It's like beating Sentinels, it's a BO1, it's a fluke. Well, just did it again versus DRX, actually.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I don't know, I think it's a bit of bias creeping through to say they're going to win the whole event, but I mean, DRX are always the team that you cannot underestimate. They always punch, I mean, I wouldn't even say above their weight. They're just a bloody good team, mate.
Yeah,
they always they're very consistent in placings, not only in Pacific, but usually in international events, maybe earlier on in the year after the kickoff win, maybe didn't make it quite as deep as they would have wanted, but that is an age away, and they're looking to write a new story here in EWC. If they're going to do that, though, they're going to have to bring things back on Ascent, and we're going to go to a short break before we find that out, so don't go too far.
Alright, next map, Ascent. Alright, there's gonna be a break. How long it will be? Oh. Just broke. In the meantime, let's see what's happening over here.
Losing these picks every single time. None of them able to take it over the line, and wow, there is a clear amount of information for Gen G right now. I wonder if this just becomes a save.
Oh,
like,
squats!
Realistically, 2v5,
right.
Your economy's in the bin for the next round anyway.
30 seconds left.
What are the chances that you manage to...
Right. We have to do squats and push-ups. Squats and push-ups. Let's do it.
This land is calling.
What they have done is push Munchkin all the way.
Who was sending the squats, by the way? Was it Samifia? Samifia, you in chat? Let's start with the push-ups first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And now squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30.
Already in the tournament, it was incredibly close, but nonetheless, that was perfect from Karen. Just having that different target isolation, creating himself space, and more importantly, delaying what was a rush. They even tried to throw in the Hunter's Fury to displace him, and he danced around it like it was nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that push, though. Alfier's running it through while Boaster's putting down his bubble full of smokes. Chronicle gets caught on low HP on short.
I'm not gonna lie.
As you said, a bullet or two away from the
Oh
ace.
shit, I
It's
didn't show
certainly
it to you.
not taking the wind out of his sails, being denied it, though.
I'm not gonna lie.
Happy man. And I think Gen G.
I wish Fnatic would lose this map just because I played Chamber on Ascent.
On his face there. You take the round win like that, and you start to deny that early success for Fnatic on the attack side. You force them into a tactical pause already. That's a big win for Gen G.
Yeah, already. Wanting to get in a bit early. I don't think that's a bad sign from Fnatic. Like, this half definitely hasn't fallen too far out of control, but as you mentioned, you look back to some of their previous results, and I don't think it's crazy to say that they're good on both sides of the map, but At least versus Sentinels.
Why is your back not straight in the squad? What do you mean?
On the attack side, and the same can somewhat be said for Gen G. The last time they played it versus Paper.
My form is like this.
So, and a lot of that again comes down to when you have this solid setup around someone like Texture, he's terrifying. So I do think that's something that they have to take into consideration.
Arms, head.
But it's definitely not.
That's a good spot.
This is straight.
To worry about just yet.
This is straight.
Going into a buy round seems like the ideal place.
They've had their moment.
Here.
Kayak with his ult to clear a lot of space. You can see they're on their way.
But if you want to squat,
finding one of these
like this.
It's been a lot of individual fights.
With back like this towards your knees, good luck.
Not surprised to see him playing that little bit more loose. Smoke down won't deny anything for him. Thing is, though, I think Kayak's ultimate will open up some opportunities.
Yeah, this is where we get to see if we are going to get the Foxy9 of earlier today under serious pressure. Paranoia has missed, but he's just managed to dodge almost everything. Still shoots the drone, but takes the man down himself as well. Kayak gone. And what was an attempt to put pressure onto Foxy9.
I can do that, by the way.
Look at his HP, Mitch. I think it's
unless you weight the most in your ankles, you're not doing that.
This guy's on form today. I understand trying to remove him from that B site. The paranoia being sidestepped, though, gives him such a leg up in that fight. The TP, it goes towards the spawn. It's a bold play, but I think they'll have that information. Certainly a good inkling of it. 12 seconds left. An ult committed and the spike dropped on the floor. No movement from Gen G. No panic. And indeed, no time left for this plant. Chronicle, the best he can do here is probably save that weapon. The fourth is locked in for Gen G, and this was a big buy coming in for Fnatic. Yes, Chronicle will walk away with a Vandal, but the damage is done.
Yeah, and as well, like at this stage, you
complete the contracts through that.
Gen G, so they can't afford to take that risk to try and remove the extra gun. I think they are just getting stalled out though. Like they try and make a move off the back.
Let's swap to the other.
Completed. $1.20 push-ups contract.
We're gonna push this stream out.
You see all the nanos.
Like this.
Foxy9 and Karon at the back of the site.
Then on the stream.
Hold on to things. 4 and 2. Extending that lead.
DRX actually does play on Ascent. It's a very similar approach from what BBL is to what PRX is doing, and it seems like DRX has done a very good job handling that on Ascent.
If it's a big if they continue to play Tejo.
I'm gonna put it this way.
That's true. That's true.
The qualifier, I believe, was still on the old path.
Correct.
I don't think. Oh wait, yeah. I don't know if PRX did play Tejo on the Triple E net, but they definitely did play Fade and Teo and KO. They definitely played Fade and KO. I don't remember if they.
What was the Kayak ult though? He sees the killjoy backstab, he pops out on triple and Chamber dies because he doesn't take on the killjoy. I don't know, man.
Triple E net is triple E net. You got a lot of util. You're probably going to be like prowlering. You're probably going to be flashing. It's a lot of like mid-round plays. Very active playstyle, Kev. So look, I think they're going to have a pretty good idea if BBL sticks to that. But BBL hasn't played it in quite a while, since back towards the end of May.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the patch notes are coming in a week. Guys, when was the last patch?
Move away from Teo first and foremost. I just think this is like all these results.
It was 2 weeks ago, no?
Patch, Teo meta. True. And so, you know, moving into this, we even saw changes in terms of...
Yeah, we should be getting patch notes today. They should be already public 4 hours ago. No clue.
Play that for such a long time. We weren't exactly sure what they were going to bring from the table.
But last year, mate.
Oh my God, Foxy!
This time around, I just think
just got a 4K. What the hell?
Both sides, and then
did you see this?
From there.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah, if you
did I miss the push-ups? Yes, but you can go on YouTube's and rewind it.
As far as I'm concerned, look,
they just got a new coach. They just promoted Val.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, and that is going very well for them. And I've actually heard big time sing Pal's praises. He's a big fan. So look, I think there's a lot of support behind Pal, and it's proving out even here in EWC. So look, let's see if they can continue on the right foot. Though I think they will get to start defense, as this is DRX's pick, unless they do want to play again a very active playstyle and start out attack on a set. But I would be surprised if they did.
No, I think they did pick defense to start off on. And I think the thing about this particular map for these two teams is, yes, the recent statistics lean towards DRX because it's been a playground for them across not the PRX wins, but also
he's getting re-smoked twice.
Their region as well as in the qualifier. But the same could be said for BBL finding recent success. 3 straight wins in the last month and a half, 2 months. So there is a level of, there are no strangers to it. The question mark.
Wait, he didn't see him?
Like a fresh map for both.
He saw him too late and didn't realize. I actually hit him. Never mind. Bosta has 6 HP.
Looked like in terms of your initiation, throwing triple initiator into the mix.
Yeah.
That you don't really feel the presence or pain of not having that extra set of salvos. So.
And look, so far for Flicker, Viper, Tick, we've gone Enit, we've gone into the Sova. That was pretty good. Yeah, I think that's a pass from me. Hey, I know that he can play a little bit of Duelist, he can play a bit of Yoru. This guy is flexible as hell, and he's just continuing to deliver. So I'm wondering where he's going to fit into their Ascent comp, Kev.
Yeah, probably Sova would make the most sense.
Who won in the Sunset? BBL 12 to 14.
From just looking in history, but I still got to talk about the fact that this is going to be the changeover to Jets for both of our duels as well. But for Levin in particular, he really, really won that game versus Sentinels, going through his Jet 30 bomb versus Sentinels against Zekid.
Gamba? Oh yeah, right.
He's got his work cut out for him with Min, one of the best
Gamba.
Jets that we do have in VCT Pacific. But let's get into Ascent. Once again, it's going to be Avril and Shift to take you through all the action.
Prediction.
Fresh slate for both these two teams. We'll take a look. Yep.
Ascent.
No Teho here. Vice will be pulled out for DRX.
Ooh,
Chamber Vice on the other side for BBL with the Yoru.
Okay.
So again, rocking double senties in certain regards.
Loon of your on Yoru, guys.
Mako, first 2 kills come
How many of you seen him play Yoru before?
Paranoia cuts across the site. Shock dart to follow.
Can you could you hide please the scoreboard? Thank you. Can you handle another 20 for sure?
Saving the life there. It's going to be the door coming
But
down
not
just
now.
in time, despite the scan coming through. Still trades going back and forth here.
2 versus 2?
Alive.
I think so, yeah.
See what BBL can do with Sociable and Magnum.
What's ITW?
There's the drop down. You obviously hear this, but Sociable has all the shots fresh to go with the Headhunter. Razorvine out. Freeing still holding into the corner. Backs up. Easy headshot for the third. Magnum now left by himself. And Freeing's going to have an opportunity to catch 4 and will.
We're actually yelling. Let's go, DRX. Let's go.
Celebration shout I've heard from DRX all series.
In the world, there's no way people use this abbreviation.
Bring you decent amount of confidence for Freeing now and DRX to start things off, considering they were trailing in the last map. This time around, they want to be the ones in control. The BBL, I mean, even look at this comp a little bit. It's not going to be the Jet, it's going to be Levin on the Yoru. You've also got a double Senti look here as well with the Chamber. So as we move away from Teo, it is a very different type of composition for the BBL side, whereas moving on for DRX really is just shifting the Teo out for the Sova. Everything else looking pretty similar to how
I farmed the sub? Yeah, you did.
Like you look at how these double Sentinels are going to
Gifting it right now.
Very differently set up. Although hold that thought is we're going to have early contact here through Market at the B sidewalk. Barrier mesh causing an issue. That's the first issue you talk about when the deadlock's in play. How do you get
Here, have
that
it.
when it cuts off the site? The second issue is how do you get back onto site without having the same kind of initiator presence that we're used to seeing?
That's a lot of use on that Yoru.
Through from B
Not gonna lie.
Very incredible angle.
Oh,
And
this is
Bane's
not
just
good.
Not going to be able to do anything about it, which also eliminates the share, which is an issue.
Exactly. I was about to say that's one way of dealing with the shear. You deal with the agent that provides it. Flicker in the corner, going for a recon dart here. I'd say aggression's right at the front door. The Bolt does get one reveal before being destroyed. Paranoia going to allow BBL to try to step up with these classics, but no, shut down.
All right, we're holding them. We're holding them, but it looked very anxious.
As Levin will find a consolation
It looked very anxious. We lost a lot of guns. We recovered the Vandal and the Judge. Okay.
And what is a
That look on Ascent.
Senti look for both teams, interestingly enough.
I really don't see a point. I honestly, I'm in DRX. I'm cheering for DRX, but I really don't understand what's the purpose of Deadlock here in this composition. There's nothing you combat this with. So there has to be raw power. But the raw power is not there.
That's the other one that you often see, but
And Ascent is so defender-based, it's like...
how this map wants to be played for both these two teams without the Teho in the mix. Annihilation early earn does find a capture on the site. That's the Yoru who's currently in the cocoon. Mako pushing out. BBL not able to save.
It's funny that
although he does find one in some form.
it's funny that the caster didn't realize it was the clone in the cocoon. Right?
DRX should be good plan.
Yeah. And
It's funny that he didn't realize, right? That the caster, he has still no idea what happened.
To come through and at least delete the barrier mesh, but see what Sociable can do about this one. Reminder, this is the first gun round so far for BBL. And already in a tough spot. Look how concerned Yompi is with the potential flank as well. I think Yompi might have a kill here onto Marco if he gets in there quickly enough.
Saw him on that rotation to the dark cover. May not make much of a difference. The time is running out in this retake. Magnum able to find Mako eventually to the 3v3. But again, the clock, maybe the biggest enemy here. BBL able to jump back on over. Good.
Nice.
Sensor is free and gets the frenzy to work out. Grab that to stop Sociable. Can Yompi
we lost.
Yeah, sure can. And how about that? BBL.
The death of Mako on short was...
What was that?
I think there was just
not
slight
good.
mistiming there. Marco looking for a little bit more on that judge. Opening kill into Profit is nice. I mean, they had a decent player advantage to work through here as well, but once that real retake sort of happened, Sociable coming up large with
It was the clone in the cocoon. I thought the caster said it was Omen. No, the caster says it was Yoru.
They walked onto site.
It was the Yoru clone in the
Out for
cocoon.
Yompi. Again, lacked in the kill department a little bit earlier on Sunset, but heated up quite a bit on that second half and now continues that as we head into Ascent round number 4.
Full guns on both sides.
I think Mako has, you know, he's IGLing again. So he is, because of that, we have a similar problem as we had before.
Everything stopped by the Razor Vine. 11 for 2. The teleport onto site though by Mako goes completely unnoticed.
It's hard for him to focus on his own performance when he has to kill players, right?
Flicker will get a read off of that flash. And they're just going to sit, wait, and see if Bane can join the action on A.
Well, he knows where Levin is. By the way, Levin used Dimensional Drift to push all the way into A main, but while he does that, he leaves the rest of his team. Pray for DRX to take down
It's the arrow.
Bane joining Flicker.
Are we using it, or are we just waiting for Bane to try peek into main?
Well, Sociable is too much to deal with, maybe.
Nice. That'll work. Yeah, just kind of a mess at the front door.
That is not looking good. We are just committing, straight up committing to a site where Vice is playing on, and we cannot follow the Jet. So if the Jet just gets wrecked, the only player that can follow is Omen, and that's about it, you know?
Everyone just gets a little bit lost.
I mean, this is going to be a potentially quite rough attack side for both teams, considering it's double Senti on defense and double Senti on attack. So, whichever team sort of strings together a decent number of attacking rounds might find themselves in the driver's seat in the series, if not winning it outright if you're BBL on this map. Potential walk down and B. Just tuck away for Livin right now.
Been able to step out.
I think they didn't want to give away his position. Hell with it,
You figure he's going to want to use here in this round with
yeah, I mean that wasn't the problem in that round. That wasn't the problem. The problem was the pacing of the execute.
Towards B main, so Levin's feeling pretty comfortable for the time being.
Mid's completely.
Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit low on energy. We're streaming 11 hours and 20 minutes, bro.
Is Sociable gonna walk on further forward? Levin certainly is. They both will.
Well, Hyunmin on a pogo stick, able to find the trade, looking for more.
Joe, I appreciate your I appreciate your comment, Joe.
Just 2 members walking.
Do you plan to stream the whole event today? No, after this match we're finishing. I'm not watching the second best of 3.
No idea that they just lost that much.
There's no way I'm watching the second best of 3. I'm already on last fumes.
Bring us to a 3-2 here. Very competitive back
and
forth instead of this super one-sided start that we got on Sunset.
Yeah, and the other issue there for DRX
Joe, I actually have a topic of conversation with you two. A bomb to pick with you. Although that sounds ominous, no? He didn't activate the clone, by the way.
Revealed and has to use the gate crash to get back to safety. Razor Vine to stall a little bit longer.
What is happening here?
Off the first blood as Mako committed to his teleport backside of B. Levin now stepping up off that gate crash teleport.
This is chaos.
1-for-1. Paranoia for Profit. Going to try to get him into a position to teleport on to help his teammate in Yampi, but
this is legit chaos.
In some trouble here. The double drop down. Yampi finding one. Flicker. Trying to find the wide swing. Not going to work out. Now Yampi backside of the site's going to get 4 as BBL.
Yeah, off stream.
Is that a second 4K as well? Yompi has really come alive. unbelievable stuff. When we talk about Profek on this team, Levin obviously, but my goodness.
We are just straight up
already. And this guy
pushing
didn't have any help backside
against a double Sentinel composition. And I'm saying double Sentinel, fully knowing there's no chamber there. But
he beats out the Tour de Force.
It's like 30 seconds in the round and we're just pushing for...
Unbelievable stuff.
I don't know, man. I don't like that. We need to default more. We need to drag it out. We need to get utility out. We're just going fully into the utility from the defenders.
DRX on a half buy. Looking
Why are you pushing? Why are you pushing?
Again, double Razorvine or Arc Rose Razorvine combination at the front doors. Dark cover comes in. Now an opportunity for BBL to try to break down this hit. And how about Profik and Magnum just saying, come on into our web. We're spinning it through the Annihilation, causing a bit of an issue, but a mere inconvenience is more what it feels like.
As I said before,
stuck outside of A, and they're just gonna run
we're just trying to brute force our way. And that is not good.
BBL say that's no problem for us.
Nice, you found that orange tank top you were going to send me 8 years ago, but never did. Swear to God, I have no idea where it is.
Talk about
maybe my wife took it
now suddenly
and threw it away. I don't know.
Again, trying to get that 4-round lead that they had in early moments of Sunset. So a lot of ultimates in
Do you think that one big event per year will change much for the whole Valorant scene? Not sure what you mean.
Any aggression coming through from me.
This event changes nothing for the tier 1.
As a delayed reactionary flash, you've got the Razorvines to stop things in its place. It's just too much control coming through. Steel Garden at the ready for Magnum. One away is Bane from having the same. Yampi also for the defensive side has the Hunter's Fury, but same can be told for Flicker as you get into round.
Hey, Hustler's Creek. Didn't I see you earlier?
Opping from mid, and that's going to be the early Hunter's Fury coming through. Too easy for Yampi as Marco falls.
BBL with the numbers. Oh, just a stray shot connects onto Hyun Bin just to make matters a little bit worse. Again, the Razorvine playing on the right side of A. The Arc Rose still keeping the tree position safe for BBL. And honestly, if you're DRX, you've got no control in Mako right now. You don't have the ability to flash Hyun Bin in.
Yeah, we have no way of countering the Vice wall. This is really not looking good.
Diving into his own smoke, but
and
by Profik very fast.
Yeah,
that was our own deadlock grenade that caught Hyunmin.
The only real option is to use the Hunter's Fury to clear off one part of the site. They just try to dive into a Razorvine.
The problem is these rounds are just getting really dirty, and DRX is...
we are not breaking the Vice wall. And the only way of breaking the Vice wall is smoking in entrance here, like leaking onto side, jumping into it and going back.
Sentinels that are just going to be problematic. And
it is. We need timeout. We need timeout.
How many rounds can you get on this attacking side for you to feel comfortable, so that then you have enough buffer to play through that you can suddenly get your double senti online for your defensive side?
I know that we're condition, our win condition with this composition is defense, but we need more rounds on attack. If we get 4, that's great. 3 is the absolute minimum.
Quick one in here is that
because if you get only 2
in the previous round, so there's at least one bit of
there's not like pistol round decides the game.
Like 8.4k and Yampi here.
That's what I said.
So yeah, the money is all good as DRX. No surprise.
2 rounds is not enough because if you lose pistol round, the match is done. Doesn't matter what the composition is.
How that last round went,
you know?
Yeah, I mean,
it's just this map becomes extremely difficult to figure out from the offensive lens because there is no pulling the defense around when Sentinels can just drop utility at the beginning of the round and say, there it is.
I heavily disagree what is being just said on stream. The map is not become difficult. The map is actually extremely simplistic. You just have to stop pushing in the first 30 seconds. You have to play default. You have to drag out the game. You have to destroy the utility.
DRX continue to find themselves like diving in towards the Vice instead of trying to maybe play for a little bit more beat control. See if you can kind of avoid a little bit of that. Maybe try to put some pressure on BBL to like commit a member over towards B. But so far, it's just been DRX just kind of head bashing A.
They also maybe have to be a little bit concerned about the operator, but we're just seeing a lack of control mid as well. Multiple rounds I've seen now.
It's the operator.
DRX just like they've completely given up mid and mid.
We're again going 5-man A.
At minimum, you'd think.
Bro, what is happening?
Cut off angles for sociable and then.
What the hell?
Have some presence there. But you're also seeing Magnum multiple rounds. He's happy to just play catwalk.
Grab that in the corner. Again, I just...
What do we do against the Vice Wall? Wait, there's no Vice Wall in A main.
They feel like there's someone to challenge in this A main push. That's not the case. Now we got the steel guard now.
Also, our attacking smoke was not good, by the way.
Should be a free take here for DRX unless Magnum has something to say about it. Prophet trying to work his way back into the picture. Weird teleport, but stays alive. Little worse for Ware on the initial, but goes one for
Still gets one.
BBL with the
Still didn't plant. We have ults. We have Sova ult. We need to use it before we go into post plant.
Yeah, living up to the name.
Never mind.
Goes from one to the other, DRX will have a plant and the numbers.
Yeah, he's got Hunter's Fury here as well, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to play off.
And by the way, that's it.
In hell for now, droning through.
That was the only Graven that used this round. And will not get a second one.
Has to hit this. Do you check this
the
tight
barrel?
corner?
He's already revealed himself.
Yeah.
Because the barrel on that up is just so long. Freeing nose. As the name suggests, it's going to be a freebie.
We got bailed out because of the fact that Vice Wall was not here.
Which means you only have to really worry about that.
Guys, that's the only reason. And our attacking smoke was also misplaced.
Doesn't even have to use Hunter's Fury. Good stuff.
Yeah. A little bit of a tempo change.
Because our smoke was not leaking, like our smoke was like this, instead of being like this, you know? So we could have actually been punished a lot by that.
Yeah. Was also a Steel Garden round as well, which gives DRX a little bit more to play through, rather than just running into rifles and kind of destroyed in A main.
Now we do a 4-1 split. There's again the Vice Wall and A main.
Ready for flicker. How do you commit to for if you're DRX onto A this time? Do you spend
what just, dude? What just happened? Am I seeing Mako?
Heavy stack that tree.
What? Did I just see Mako use exactly the same smoke as the defender would use on A main?
Does Prophet really want to do this?
Just checking off the top of his dark cover. Oh, he slips into the corner. Levin gets one up top at hell.
No, bro.
To find his one. But Mako clears tree. That's a nice area to work with, especially with Flicker holding onto a Hunter's Fury. But someone's got to come and collect the spike.
They know Levin's close.
We have to wait for Vice. We have to wait for Vice because the Sova cannot. There's the smoke.
But yeah, they still need a plant. That hasn't happened yet.
Well, there's the dimensional drift. Mako.
Oh no, out. Oh no.
And you're gonna go read that. Yep, there's your Sova. Levin shut
down. Oh, thank God Levin just absolutely butchers the Yoru ult.
Can come through. Mako gets one. If Bane can get one as well, that will obviously win the round, but just to kind of get a little bit of damage, it would be nice as Flicker.
Holy crap.
Troubling position here for Yampi. Shock dart over towards Bane. On site.
Hide. No reason to fight. No reason to fight.
Peak. Bane punishes DRX. Able to get us this a little bit closer to tie.
Flicker ready to swing just.
By the way, hey, we have the plan minimum. Oh my God, I'm getting so anxious, man.
Just in case things go even worse. Really big round.
I'm getting so anxious about those rounds. Like we are lacking in execution. We're getting a little bit lucky over here. Levin just throws away every advantage. We got this one was gifted, but I need to check something else because I think Mako is actually doing a smoke on A main, but it's not placed correctly. Let me check.
You'd often expect.
Yeah. Was also a Steel Garden round as well, which
good point.
Yeah. Look. This is our attacking smoke. Exactly in the same spot as a defender smoke would be.
A little bit more to play through rather than just running into rifles.
I really don't like that because that smoke should
kind of make a decision on the financial side of things. Like
it essentially counters our Sova util if we want to use any. If we don't want to use any, then the person can just stand in the smoke.
Now they've conditioned this one, so where do we find ourselves in the following rounds? Where
I don't like that. I don't like that.
B hasn't been explored for a while. Mid hasn't been explored for a while.
And then we were lacking. The smoke recharge to break the Vice Wall. Because of it, because we use one smoke, here and the second smoke here, right? And we didn't have now for the next 30 seconds we didn't have a smoke to break the Vice Wall, so we had to come. Oh my God, I'm getting really anxious.
Looking at B main, early pop flash doesn't really say much. And this weapon of Sociable will stay relatively safe, but
what?
Into the corner has Sociable locked down.
Did he not set up ATP? How are they getting those kills? I have no idea.
From Hyunmin has a 5v3, make it now a 4v3. 4v1 rather, I should say, as the rest of the kills come through quickly. And there it is, a clean
The TP was out of range? What?
Back to within one.
What?
And this
He's in range right now.
of Sociable will stay relatively.
Said during that pause as well, haven't seen B in a while from DRX, and they decided that was around to pull it through.
Yeah, against the weakened weaponry, that makes complete sense. But different show here. Early paranoia at B main and a deep dark cover trying to put some pressure on.
Chamber might be one of the easiest characters to play in the entire game, and yet.
From Sociable, they get Mako at the commitment off of his from the shadows. But Sociable gets caught looking the wrong way. That may have been a round-winning kill if you could find it.
I mean, thank you, I guess. We just faked B push, by the way. We just faked B push and went for a plant on A. We sacrificed Mako like a sacrificial lamb.
Good opportunity though. Hyunmin still good for one.
Good trades.
No backside towards A main.
Good trades. Good trades. Free
Annihilation. Can he find the bank shot if they toggle the spike? Flash is on the way out, and yeah, they do bait it out pretty darn
okay, 1v1.
Versus Bane in the corner. They know he's playing over towards.
No!
Finds the shot. And DRX gonna get to 6-6.
Wow, what a brilliant finish there.
Kasta just
Annihilation to remove one player in the last
choked on his own spits there.
And just clean shots, Levin. We've seen how good he has been in the last 2 maps.
That's why he stopped shooting. I think he was spamming the TP. It's crazy stuff now.
Winning a couple of these 1v1 situations. It's a step away from what he usually plays on this map, which would have been the Jet.
It looked absolutely abysmal for us on attack, but somehow BBL helped us.
Is where they need to succeed.
Correct.
But DRX
but the last round of the sacrifice of Omen, actually, let me remind you. I'll show you. It was actually pretty cool. Look, round starts. We use Paranoia B main. We smoke B main. We insta TP backside. We use the wall as well on B. And they over-rotate. Look at this. You see this? They over-rotate, all of them. All of them over-rotate. And they left A as well. And then Deadlock gets the kill on the flanker. And that essentially this is the 1-for-1 for Omen. If this would not happen, it would have looked terrible.
76% defensive win rate for them, so you got to figure these boys know what they're doing on this side of the map.
It's also a change in style. I mean, we talked about this on the desk, but triple
does Lowen not try to bait out the Vice by shooting the Sova out of the cocoon? There's no way he can do that.
In a large way.
If he starts shooting the cocoon,
now we need to start seeing,
then he needs to be ready for the opponent to peek him. So he would have to flick to it. I don't think that. I don't think he can. I don't think he can do that.
Right next to Yompi.
And he would need a full clip actually to make that possible. And I think he didn't have like a lot of bullets in that Vandal.
Or it's going to be DRX bringing us to.
I think the TP that he had set up was okay. He was just playing in a horrible position with that TP. That's about it.
Rifle or weapon a lot of the time. You know, obviously the tour de force brings a certain level of prestige with it, but we'll see what that looks like for BBL on the offense.
By the way, it's so funny seeing a professional team play a wall that is like really deep on side like this, because those are the walls that I'm being, you know, I'm being told are shit. In the comments, you guys remember today? Your Vice walls are shit. Not a single pro team would use them. Every single pro team uses them. Spoiler.
To move away and address that issue. Might be able to find a timing here as well. Like the
but I would use a different one actually. Still.
Out, but because the grab net is there, followed by the paranoia,
there's no way he gets to what?
He's gonna survive.
But Sociable, meanwhile, off screen finds 3. Spike can re-rotate.
What just happened? Where did we die? Market?
Necessarily work out. The play towards street did work out because it forced the defense to move. Sociable, oh, headshot lands. Magnum in the corner. Gets one. Oh! For the second. Big stuff from Magnum as BBL take the pistol.
Magnum in his name, Magnum in his hands as well. 2 kills there to finish things off. It's BBL once again in the lead.
You like the one that hits the candy cane stick next to the boat, right? I mean, it's not. It doesn't go to the boat, but it goes like next to the entrance. It's pretty hard to break, and it's an early separation from the team.
Following up at the end again, another 2 kills in pizza.
Your ascent video is timeless. It netted me 100 minus 150 AR.
So BBL. The question will be how cleanly can they take this anti-eco, if they take it at all. We've seen some craziness so far today. Small walk down for DRX at B main. A little bit of pressure here for Hyun Min with the long range angle from Bane, but Magnum sociable. They find the first 2. And if BBL continue to just...
I showed it to Wadid and he said he loved it.
Like this is going to be a big
the video or the wall?
Well, let's see what happens over here in market.
You better told him that it's my invention.
Sociable is considering that he could get caught here, but really this is just 2 alive now for DRX as they've been dismantled. Not expecting much from Flicker, although you could just be Sociable and miss the second shot and Flicker.
The hell?
Will make things a little bit more interesting
Dude,
for the
he almost got a second
too
one.
sharp though. It still will be an 8 and 6.
Yep. Just comes down to can Bane find anything else on the post plant exit.
Thank God we got 6 on attack because
I was going to say as well that
losing pistol round on defense is incredibly big.
Aggressive on this round considering.
Tell me this chamber makes sense? No, it doesn't.
Side means you can cut off so many different angles that DRX could push on through. As you see, the first kill came in through from B main. Just waiting patiently. Long range advantage, Sociable.
Genji's winning on ascent against Chamber from Fnatic. Yeah. Nature heals. Nature is healing.
2 off the Steel Garden early is Bane, by the way, or Brandon, by the way. That could be something you play for. Can you get him an orb here at B and then re-wrap back over and get him the one at A?
That was also a winning play coming through from Bane on the attacking side of DRX. There was that 1 Steel Garden round win.
Yep.
You want to do it the other way around, by the way. You go to A and then you go to B. Because the ultimate on A is not as effective as ult on B. Essentially, you have to think about it like a Killjoy lockdown.
The scan, though.
Also, Loon literally doesn't know how to do a clone that goes through B main. Did you see this?
That's again, I just don't know how you deal with this if you're DRX in their current form. Like, you have to have an operator, you would think.
They have double center. You would imagine that you have enough util to cover these gaps, but mid is consistently a gap. And
the Vice setup that we just had on B was not good, and yet their BBL didn't have an answer to it.
Bane will catch his first over through stairs. Steel Garden earned though as Magnum finds his elimination and BBL will profit off of that. Last player that could potentially deal some deterrent to this setup would be freeing. He finds one, walking his way in. Good shot backside towards Arches. Sociable on the corner though, shuts it down, leaving it down to Mako. 1v3 in his position, largely revealed as he breaks the door at mid.
Yeah, he's going to save here. This is just way too difficult. Steel Garden kind of saw the play coming on through, take the orb, farm the ult up. And suddenly, DRX is going
I really don't like our setups
all round for BBL.
on defense from Vice.
You even have Sociable thinking about going for the chase here, and to be honest,
Wall had no value.
Gets a kill or
Didn't do any
dies,
separation.
Force off this, so it's a free gun next round, regardless of what happens.
It would have been even worse if that Euroclone was able to pop it. But fortunately for us, Levin is just horrible at it.
There's a level of, yes, you have double Sentinels if you're DRX, but you really don't want to spend a hefty amount of utility guarding mid like that. That's where like the Killjoy has often found a lot of favor in North America. You just throw an alarm bot down or a turret somewhere by mid-market. But you don't have that ability here, and DRX need to figure out what they want to do to defend mid.
Because the senses are, it's not quite the same in terms of info. That's more of a punish utility, right? You want someone to walk into it, then you can just swing on them while they're stunned up, or if they're going to crouch through that one and be slow about it. So, yeah, I guess to your point, not exactly the same.
I hope you're not forcing this round, though. I can remember our economy.
They're going to, but
we're
it's
not forcing. Okay.
Well, you also can't just keep losing through mid either. So.
Launching thorns. Thorns activated.
See what the play call is going to be. As also helping out at mid is Flicker. Keep in mind this is a limited purchase though for DRX, so even though they move some of the defensive utility around, how much will it really matter?
Good catch.
Yeah, the decoy for 11 allows him to kind of play off of his own utility. You also have Mako stuck at A main. And Sheer at mid or not may not make much of a difference. Jinmin's with the hero Phantom, decent damage there. Able to find one, but the spike is not a part of this play. Flicker connects onto the Sheriff shot.
Levin just fully flashed himself in his own
Still
smoke.
very winnable until maybe 11 shuts down the hero rifle. Now it's going to have to be on the Flicker to connect, and he will not be able to. Bane 1v3 with just a Sheriff.
Ace time.
Outside of the dark cover. Nope, not going to happen. It's an ace for 11.
But he gets an ace, so he has to be a good Yoru.
Pop off, that'll earn the dimensional drift as well. Beautiful round coming on through from BBL and Levin. And I could see a situation where he gets that dirty flick onto Human as well. Into Glass, that would have been truly disgusting shot. But just catching, freeing out, utility in hands. Playing with his senses. Put some decent damage on a Human, which allows him to just pop through damage through the wall, and then easy ace at the end there to extend this lead.
He has the ultimate. Knowing Levin, this can actually help us if he has the ultimate. He might actually fuck it up big time.
But we also have seen
Let's see.
that also leads to an OT, possibly.
Well, quick hit
He literally didn't see Omen. He literally didn't see Mako.
With this, although Levin
Yep.
is not out of his dimensional drift yet. Oh,
Our deadlock grenade was just used on our Omen. Bro, no, I'm gonna flip.
Also gives high ground control to Levin, who can just snap it. Oh my! 8 straight kills for Levin. And Bane just kind of watching over the top of the site as well to go. And Levin has an ace followed by a 4K. This guy is everything.
Yeah, 2 more. That'll be 11 for 11 in just 3 rounds as BBL. Speaking of which, they hit that number. 11-6, 5.
Now we have to be again on the lower
How do you
buy.
pull this one into OT again?
Kinda
As we
outplay.
thought it was gonna be the defensive side for both teams.
We are just
Certainly
not playing in their
looking at
own
City Sevens
strengths.
for BBL 5 in the attacking side in a row.
The setups that we do are not good. Like single-handedly, there's a possibility. I'm not saying it happens. But as literally single-handedly a possibility of Yoru countering both Sentinel setups.
I don't know if it makes a difference.
I don't know how keen you are if you're DRX to suddenly force up. It's a tough situation. If you lose the next round, guess what? BBL hit 12. That's match point.
It's match point, yeah.
That means BBL go through, most likely. But so what are you going to do? You don't have any money. Are you going to fight for this round to prevent that 12 from coming on through?
I think you have to.
But a defensive force coming through with double Senti on a defense, and you want to get we saw a aggressive round come through from DRX somewhere. I believe it might have been in the first 3, and that got shut down really massively as well. So we've seen that fall apart for DRX. Either way, between a rock and a hard place here, you can save, give the 12 over.
Let's see what happens.
That feels terrible. You can force, and you lose.
Wow.
Well, then you lose the entire series,
they're
probably.
going to go for Sheriffs. I think there's a level of, like, you know, you want to see the team play for the win. Not to say that Sheriffs are impossible, especially considering how good some of the shots have been, but again, you're dealing with light armors and double outlaws for BBL.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so set up to take down DRX in this anti-eco. You saw the potential for DRX to set up sort of a flash play, paranoia play into A, but BBL just weren't even there, so it's a little unlucky for DRX.
We're holding A, so we know it's not A. So we have a stack on B. That's froze on B. We reposition towards mid.
Doesn't quite have vision over, but
Vice flash on short, so they're taking short.
Yep.
Onto Magnum if something goes well for him.
Delayed play through mid, why not? It's been free. There's the sheer. Sociable doesn't care. Yeah, and you just stagger that with the play through B main. Spike will be held back just a touch.
Let's just go one by one. We're gonna have a huge problem.
And now it's just down to who hits their shots if you're DRX with pressure all over the map.
Bane and Human need to do a lot here. Bane falls early. Human falls to the back of the smoke, but they just know where he is. They're going to run him down. He's going to be good for 1, but this is the plant coming in. Post-plant is going to have a Hunter's Fury. No gun upgrades here. Marco's going to at least bring it numbers to more reasonable.
Since when do you stream in English? Since 11 years.
Marco's at full health.
Literally was streaming for 6 months in Polish.
Possess the mid-map.
10 years. I stream for 10 years in English.
Sort of a peek out through this. Oh, Mako, what?
The hell?
Shot from Mako. How has he managed that? So now you've got a chance. Mako's still full, but he gets blindsided by Yampi. Last one is freeing. that he's caught outside of.
Oh, fuck me. All right, match point.
Marco made that one interesting, but I think the insurance policy was still there. Yumpy, something nice and clean. Looking at Hunter's Fury, match point found, and what a win it would be for BBL to not.
This is not looking good, bro.
But then DRX as well. Be 3 map wins for them in a row.
Well, it's not the end of the tournament. Even if we lose this map and we lose this match, we're still playing.
Anymore.
No.
Especially if it's a best of 3 where they clean up 2-0. You don't even go to a map 3. Forget about it.
Yeah. And it's been impressive for BBL. It really has been. Have not dropped an offensive round into a double Sentinel set.
The attack, it is a stomp. It is a stomp, it's true. On attack, it is a stomp.
Shares in mid every single time. You're feeling confident about the rest of the map, and you're feeling way more confident now that Flicker's gone, and Flicker's been so solid for DRX as well.
Yeah, we're just peeking one by one.
One player plays the counter flash. Little bait switch that comes out. Dimensional Drift is here. There's the decoy. There's the pop flash. Follow it up with one more. Hunter's Fury. Little extra damage. Salt in the wounds as Mako will be the last one left. And that's the good old heave-ho college try.
1v5?
1v5. And this next part is the most difficult part about it.
He's already revealed positioning.
Try to get one of his own. Sidestep, gets a touch. Span is good. His Prophet finishes 13-6 at BBL 2-0.
Yeah, it's not a problem that we lose, but the way we play defense and attack on Ascent is a problem. There's a lot of cleaning up to do for tomorrow. It is concerning, the way that we played this map. It's our choice. It's our choice, and we didn't look good on neither sides. On neither sides on Ascent were convincing. We actually look way better on Sunset, on our opposing team, on the opponent's map than our own. It's not a good sign. Hopefully we can clean it up for tomorrow, because this is gonna be rough otherwise. Now let me check. VLR matches. We have the match tomorrow? No. Right, wait. We're gonna have the match in 2 days, on the 10th. Tomorrow's this. Sentinels XLG and Heretics Titan. Fnatic's 11-12. Let's see what's happening here.
And he gets absolutely nothing. From the depths, Gen G have risen. It seemed like it was over. Maybe it still is. It's Althea. Had a horrific first half, but he has been getting better and better as the time goes on, and he is trying to sit and wait and watch for his opponent to make a move. He gets it right, but doesn't quite manage to land the shot.
Bro.
Now on just 3 HP, overtime seems
but he peeks close to the angle and just dies.
12-12. It's going the distance. It's delivering in this matchup for the playoff stage. Neither team wanting to let this one go.
Bloody nice attempt by him. No, I love the idea to just sit
I don't know much about Valorant Esports. Is this tournament more or less important than VCT? And what's the biggest Valorant tournament? The most important Valorant tournament each year is Champions. That's like legit just world champs of the teams that are playing in VCT. This tournament, think about it as
a trade-off that
a third-party entity making a tournament with a lot of money.
Based on what we saw in
That's
that
it.
first 9 rounds in a row, all of the rifle rounds, bar
That's
one essentially at the very end, that was
the
thinnest of
EWC.
margins. This should certainly be back to comfort, but both teams flipping the script. We expected to see strong attack sides, and well, we've had anything but.
Here.
Fnatic is using an attacking smoke.
You got to mention Ash as well. Another rookie on the scene, but you couldn't tell. You'd never be able to tell. Althea in a decent position. The drone should be guarded. I think the fact that they did it from so close, you have to make the
Alpha gets baited.
On the other side. It was a gamble.
Not surprised.
It's a gamble that has not paid off.
Again, just on this defensive side, it feels like so often Texture's holding the right angle at the right time. A beautiful bait, nade in to slow the execute on the back of this drone.
And Texture holding out wide, dash online, and it's not even his
What's
kill.
going on over
Munchkin's the one finding one. Kayak, as he dove into the site with the gate crash, has been dealt with immediately. And this push coming through from Fnatic stalled and stopped. They go back in the other direction, but Foxy9's already here, in position, and missing a few shots, but he gets there in the end. A 5 versus 2, and now it's Munchkin's time to
they're being
They are
disassembled.
one step ahead every step of the way. 13-12 for Gen.G. Back to the attack side.
Yeah, the fact is, though, it's been a game of defensive halves. Both team on that 9-3, so Fnatic are going back to what was pretty much favored from them all the way through. But yeah, the early round, I imagine from Althea's perspective is that you see the turret, you expect the fact that you're already past the turret, that maybe you have that element of surprise.
One
but
enemy remaining.
that is the thing. With this man on the operator, you asked, is it worth the gamble? And the answer was definitely
It was 10-5 for Gen.G.
Every single time.
Yeah, but it's a cent.
Every time.
If it was 10-5 on the attacking side,
he's been there at times, but Althea
not
is still to
surprised.
trade blow for blow. Hasn't gone for the op this time. It's the rifle in hand. Pressure in. He's been suppressed already. They've dove in. They've blinded him. He's revealed as well, but he's somehow still drawing breath. Now Kayak's there to back him up, and they are combining to shut down this push. That's unbelievable. He was hit by so much utility. I can't believe Alpha made it out of there.
Yeah, that round's all Alpha Yak. I don't know
Kayak just saves Alpha. Yeah.
Managed to just hit shots
Alpha
like
didn't even want to TP out because he knows he's dead.
Also, it involved quite a
Look
lot
at the
of
TP in the
dancing from
corner.
Alpha.
Like,
I know he's a talented guy. Done sports in the past, but I didn't know he was a dancer. And he's going to be the one to close it out with 3 kills to his name. Another superb round. And another defensive round. That's been the story of this map. Like I said, like both teams have had pretty impressive attack side displays. It can be argued that they're both solid versus other opposition on either side of the map, but this really has just been defensive dominance. And I feel like it's going to be whoever
but he's
managed to get themselves that attack round.
They played 26 rounds of this map.
Not quite what you would have
And he stands at the beginning of the round in an area that gets tagged by the dagger. So what's the point of him putting the TP in that corner? That's my point.
Gen.G back, and of course
I didn't watch this match. I can guarantee you that this KO knife at the beginning of the round was being used multiple times already.
Operator in play, and perhaps an idea to counter
So
some
what's the point?
from Gen.G. If they push into mid late, he'll be there to catch them. They go for that short peek, but there's nothing to be found as the drone goes through and attempt to spot out that hold, but it is Foxy9 spotted on that side of the map. They need to find texture. If it's not with utility, it'll be with a body hitting the floor.
Double up. Definitely going to be difficult to clear with the operator. Maybe gets one, but yeah, it's a one and done, and Karen just about quick enough. And then they find out where texture is, unfortunately. Not in the manner they wanted to. It's with a bullet, and it's the poster. Smoke's gone. And they now have to react fairly quickly. Foxy9's not going to catch
4v3.
the there.
Ash is on his own. He needs to...
He's a man of many more years than...
Kayak did the jump flash,
it looks.
30 seconds left.
Feeling like an
but it wasn't really efficiently
thrown.
thrown.
A youngster at the same time, and while there's so little time for Fnatic, it's a full sprint. Chronicles trying to make a play. The flash actually works. I don't know if that's something he's stolen from Ranked, but now Crashy steps up as well.
Aren't they winning
These
this?
are
This
the
is
late
incredible.
game players. These are the guys that you look to
4v3.
in the clutch scenarios, but they still have to deal with texture. Chronicle, once again, that final boss that they have to deal with, sat at the back of the site. Not even moving, not budging, not giving anything away. Finally, he's been revealed and textured.
By the way,
but he's been immediately headshotted. It has to
jump
be the
down.
operator here, and of course,
He
who
jumped
doubts him at
up
this stage?
and
It
down
is Chronicle to bring the round
instead of
home.
just dropping down. So he made... I just want to show you something. This is the reason why he got headshotted.
At the back
Look,
of the site.
he goes here,
Not even moving, not budging, not giving anything away.
jumps.
Finally,
You see this? Why? You can drop down. This is literally the reason why you get tagged. The reason why you get tagged is because you give the audio cue to the opponent, so the opponent knows exactly where you are the moment you jump.
He's being reliable, and Genji know that this battle just became so difficult. They had the openings, they had the smokes down as well. Everything was going